Hey, what's up everyone? So 2016 is now over and what a crazy year it has been. So I thought it would be neat to share with you guys just some of my favorite videos that I made this year so you can enjoy them again and get kind of a year in review of what we saw in 2016. So these are just a few from my selections and I hope you guys enjoy. So have a good year. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Thanks to Arnold for that very humorous suggestion. Last week I asked you what song title best describes your 2015, so let's get started. The Darkest Times, Hawthorne Heights. Lonely, by Akon. Mine would be Wasted, just like every year. Watch Me Whip, because, oh wow. The Wanderer by Dion, because I spent most of my year playing Fallout 4. That's impressive considering the game only came out in November. Highway to Hell, Every Time I'm on the Way to School. Mad World by Gary Jules. I guess that pretty much does sum up 2015. Gangnam Style, no, just no. Let It Go, because I never let go of my phone. You didn't let go of your phone the entire year, that's impressive. Kill Yourself by Pink Guy. Yeah, but that's a given. Roy Orbison, Crying. I Just Can't, Hobson. I know, right? I totally can't even. Bad Day, but instead of day, year. Okay. Giving Up by Linkin Park best describes my 2015. Probably describes a lot of ours. And finally, Fuck It by Tyler, the Creator. Words to live by. And to all you people who said Darude Sandstorm, you are not funny. Just stop.
This is not okay. This needs to stop now. This is cancer. Just stop. Just stop it. Stop. No, just stop it. It's time to stop. Fuck you, I hate all of you.
You probably think I'm joking. I'm not. You're not funny at all. Obviously, these people need to be severely dealt with, so let me ask you this for next Monday. What should we do with all these people using overused memes? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioOverUsedMemes on Twitter. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You're gonna fail your New Year's resolution, just like every other year. So be sure to hit that like button as hard as humanly possible and subscribe so you don't miss out on next Monday. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. My resolution is to stop making resolutions. You blew it. My New Year's resolution is to find something that doesn't offend anyone in 2016. Good luck. Hey guys, I'm ThingJing, and last week I asked you, what should we do with all those troublemakers posting overused memes on the internet? Obviously, that's a really punishable offense, so let's see what you guys have to say about it. Oh, by the way, we passed 600,000 subscribers, so thank you guys. I actually ordered this special custom hat for the occasion, so you can let me know on Twitter or something what you think of that. Anyway, let's get started. We should play Darude Sandstorm over and over until their ears bleed. Wouldn't be so funny then, would it? Stuff them in a box and launch them into space, but it still somehow wouldn't be far enough away. Throw them out a window. Actually, the proper term is defenestrate. That's a real word, you can look it up yourself. Make them read the entire comments section. I challenge you guys to actually do that and see what I have to go through every single week. It's not easy. Block them. Give them to Coney because they are most likely dumb 12s and he will treat them good. That's savage. We should kill their best friend and make a video about it. Kill them all. We should feed them to African children. Now that might not be the best solution to poverty, but I think it would work. We should divide their internet speed by 4, and it wouldn't even be free. Put them in a landfill, because that's where all the garbage goes. Meme prison. Banish them to kick. Rickroll them to death. Everyone is so violent, we should just tell them to stop, and they probably will. No, they won't. Send them to hell where they all came from. Keep resetting their microwave so the time is never right. Now that is a great way to drive someone insane. I'd show them my mixtape, and they'd all burn up. We should just make them hang out with bronies for a week. Now that's just cruel. And finally, put them in a real sandstorm. We'll see how they like it. Well, obviously you guys are some cruel mofos, but for next Monday, let me ask you this. Why is your country the best country in the world? Make sure you let us know what that country is, obviously, as well. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeCountry on Twitter and I'll read my favorite ones in next Monday's video. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. The worst is yet to come. Be sure to tell all your friends to like this video even if you didn't like it yourself. And also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Mine would be Wasted, just like every year. The Wanderer by Dion, because I spent most of my year playing Fallout 4. That's impressive considering the game only came out in November. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can get an iPad for free. This is something a lot of people have been asking me how to do, and I thought it was impossible, but I finally decided to put on my thinking cap and discover a way, and I did. So using some good old Apple magic, I'm going to show you how you can get an iPad for free using stuff you already have in your own house. This is actually a pretty well kept secret, but I'm going to clue you guys in on it so you can get one yourself. Now you're going to need three things. First, you're going to need one Apple device of any kind. It could be a phone, could be an old Apple Watch, anything like that. Next, you're going to need one Android device. Again, could be an old phone, an old tablet, anything. And finally, you're going to need a 14-page essay on why you really want an iPad. Believe me, this is essential, so just bear with me for a minute. Once you gather the materials, you want to put them all in a box. How this works is the nicer the box you use and the better the gadgets you put in, the better iPad you're going to get in return. For example, my container is just made of wood and I'm putting in some older phones, so I probably won't get the newest model of the iPad. After it's all packed up, you want to put your container in the coldest part of your fridge and then store it there for about 24 hours. And be sure to not open it too soon. For the love of God, don't open that box. Anyway, let's find out what happens when you come back after it's done. After enough time, you want to take that box out of the fridge, but first be sure to listen. If you hear anything that sounds like lamentations from the pits of hell, it's not ready yet. Give it another hour. But if it sounds okay, open it up. Wow, a brand new iPad 2. Now, obviously this isn't the newest version of the iPad, but I did put in some older gadgets. If I put in an iPhone 6s and a Galaxy S6, then I probably would have got the new iPad Pro. But anyway, that's it. That's how I got my brand new iPad 2 for free. So you guys can let me know what you thought and what iPad version you got in exchange for what gadgets you put in so other people can know as well. If you guys like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. I think you'll like those. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. So I look forward to hearing from you guys either in the comment section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe, and last week I asked you, why do you think your country is the best country in the world? Obviously, I'm representing the United States and America, but let's find out why you think yours is the best instead. My country is a country. Wow, nice reasoning there. Canada, because you can break into houses and the owner offers you a cup of coffee and lets you watch the baseball game in his house. Now that's courtesy. America, because, oh wait, we aren't the best. Excuse me? The whole world sucks, but America sure sucks less. So America is the best. The US, because we have Wi-Fi. Yep, we're the only country in the whole world with Wi-Fi. Everyone knows that. United States, because Mercia. Australia is the best because it's the only country. I think you need to redo your math. Saudi Arabia, women can't drive, thank God. Ooh, that's an edgy one. Germany, because that's where Hitler was born. No, he wasn't. Philippines, because in other country they eat banana. Here in the Philippines, only monkey eat banana. I guess that's a reason. Turkey is the best country because you can eat it on Thanksgiving. I'm from Sweden and we have meatballs. Meatballs is life. North Korea, there's no internet, which means no Darude sandstorm. Be right back, moving to North Korea. Vodka resistance. I think you can guess the country yourself, Blyet. Was I even close with that pronunciation? Australia is the best country because you can be killed by anything. Africa, because they taste good. The USA, because we have guns and diabetes. That's about it. The moon, because it's quiet. Dude, Haiti, because we do voodoo. Duh. Yeah, I saw a documentary about that one time. It was called Weekend at Bernie's 2. New Zealand. Our Prime Minister had a scandal about pulling on the hair of people who had ponytails. That is a really specific scandal. And finally, the best country in the world is Colombia. Oh wait, oh no. It's the Philippines. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's right here on the card. I'm so sorry, guys. My mistake. And I forgot to look at the Twitter ones again, so whatever, they always suck anyway. But anyway, let me ask you this for next week. With the presidential election coming up, if you were elected president, what is one thing you would make illegal in your country immediately? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeIllegal on Twitter, and I'll try to look at them next time. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You will never be as rich as Donald Trump. Let that sink in. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to lightly tap that like button and also subscribe because I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And also, if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Link's also in the description. We should divide their internet speed by 4, and it wouldn't even be free. Put them in a landfill because that's where all the garbage goes. All of us think every day, you know, what is it about millionaires and billionaires that made it so they could make so much money? What is different about them? Why can't I be a millionaire? Well, this is going to be a video talking about 7 crazy things that millionaires, billionaires, rich people in general do every single day. This might surprise you. Well, first off, every single morning they beat their children. Now, rich people are notorious psychopaths, but they were that way because their parents beat them. So obviously they have to maintain that cycle if they want to continue the family's wealth. So what they do is they just every morning beat their children, so then in return they'll beat their children, and it's a guarantee that the family wealth and the family name will continue. Number 2, they say a daily prayer to John D. Rockefeller. If you're not familiar with this guy, he was the richest man in the world adjusted for inflation back in the early 19th century. He was an oil tycoon. He started Standard Oil. And this guy was incredibly rich, and rich people today revere him as a god. And a lot of times you'll see a shrine set up in rich people's houses. If you're ever in a mansion, you know, kind of poke around, you might be able to find a little shrine to John D. Rockefeller where the rich people will say a prayer to him every day. Number 3, rich people need entertainment too, so what they'll do is laugh at charity commercials. You know those sad commercials talking about poor kids in Africa and you can donate to help them out? That's actually their comedy, their source of comedy, instead of regular comedy films like All of Us. Animal shelter commercials are also a real hit with rich people. They'll usually flip through and try to find some what they think are funny commercials for their entertainment. Number 4, if the rich person is currently working, such as the CEO at a company, they will fire one loyal employee every single day. The reason for this is they want the company to have an air of uncertainty within it. You know that you can be let go at any time if you don't keep it up, and people will be wondering, oh, if I don't work hard enough, I'm going to be next tomorrow. So they ensure that employees are working their absolute hardest by firing one weakest person every single day. And this is even more effective the longer that person has been working loyally at that company. Number 5, every day on the way to work, rich people vote for a Republican. They just stop on the way to work to a voting center, they pop in, vote for some Republican, and then go on their merry way to work. Obviously, all rich people are Republicans because Republicans hate poor people, so it kind of makes sense. Number 6, you may have heard this before, but all rich people read one chapter of Mein Kampf every day. This book is an all-time classic among the wealthy, and the rich use this as motivation. I'm sure all the time you hear that rich people read every day, and that you should too, but they never specify what exactly they read, so now you can take advantage of it as well and read just one chapter of Mein Kampf every day. And finally, number 7, you may have seen this coming, but every day rich people steal from the poor. Obviously, you get rich by cheating the system and stealing from hardworking people, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. You may have not known this, that rich people every single day allot 1 hour to physically go to the bank and take money out of poor people's accounts. That's why the rich always get richer and the poor get poorer. They're actually able to do this because obviously the people working at the bank, the bankers, are rich themselves, so they all steal from the poor continuously. So now that you know all these techniques, hopefully it satisfied your curiosity in why exactly are rich people so rich. They do these 7 things every single day, and if you want to become rich too, you might have to do them yourself. I definitely want to hear what you guys think in the comment section below. I'll be looking down there as well, and if you want to like this video, that'd be great. And if you want to check out some other videos on the right-hand side, you can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I look forward to hearing from you guys either in the comment section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I thought in this video I would go over 7 of the weirdest perks of being white. Now, I don't want you to think this video is going to be racist at all. It's just how it is, and these are some weird perks that you might not have known about even if you are white. So let's get started. I'm sure a lot of you have never heard about this. First of all is the annual party at the White House. I'm sure all the white people know about this one. You know how a lot of white people, they say, oh, I'm going out of town for the 4th of July to meet family. They're actually going to the White House, which is traditionally a party thrown by the president every 4th of July season. Now, obviously, Barack Obama is invited because he's the president and he traditionally throws the party. Last year was really great. I got to meet Barack Obama. He's a really nice guy. Unfortunately, photos and videos are strictly prohibited at the annual White House party because they don't want everyone to find out about it. But believe me, it's a great time. And the best part is every white person has a chance to go, although it is a lottery system, so you might not have a chance to go every single year. Number 2, for the next perk, we have a 10% discount on white bread. You probably wonder, why in the USA do white people always buy white bread? How did it get so popular over wheat bread? Well, it's because we all get a special nominal discount whenever we buy white bread. It doesn't show up at the register, it actually comes in through our tax return. So it doesn't raise any suspicions at the register. It's about 10%, and that's why you see white people buying white bread all the time. It's to save money. Number 3 is free KFC on Wednesdays. We all know the stereotype about who likes KFC, but KFC, the company, is actually trying to break that stereotype. So what they did is actually offer free KFC to white people on Wednesdays. So the next time you go to KFC on Wednesday, it might be more crowded with white people. And I've heard that this has been a great success and a lot more KFCs have been popping up and becoming more popular because of this campaign. Number 4 is the ability to get a white iPhone color. Now, the most recent phone has space gray, silver, gold, and rose gold, aka pink, but you might not have known that you can actually get it in pure white. This is because Apple didn't want to completely get rid of their signature white color scheme, but you have to specifically ask for this color at the Apple Store and be white, or else they'll pretend to not know about it. I haven't personally seen anyone with one of these in real life, but they are out there. Apple is notoriously secret about everything they do, so that's kind of understandable. Number 5 is priority Uber rides for white people. Now you might be thinking, now hold on, that's discrimination, and it kind of is, but there is a reason behind it. You see, when Uber was first starting out as a company, they had real trouble getting customers in affluent areas that happened to be white. So what they did is they would flag customer accounts that they knew were white people, and that way they would be more likely to get a ride, because affluent people were typically just ordering limos, so it was harder to get them to use Uber instead of their usual limo rides, which could typically come quicker. So after they flagged these accounts to prevent them from losing the fare for waiting too long, they would actually show their accounts to drivers around the area first, and they would also offer a higher revenue share to drivers who drove these flagged accounts. And this policy is actually still around. So if you're a white person, your account was automatically flagged to get priority. It doesn't mean your fare is going to be cheaper, because the split is between the driver and the company, but you'll still be able to get your driver to come quicker, which is a pretty good perk. Number 6 is a special airport security line. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar already with the TSA pre-check program. This allows you to do a background check, and then when you get to the airport, you don't have to take off your shoes. You just go through a regular metal detector instead of the scanner. You don't have to take your laptop out of the bag, that sort of thing. But there's actually an even more exclusive list called TSA Whitelist that allows white people to go through an even faster method of security. You see, white people who are part of the TSA pre-check system automatically qualify for TSA Whitelist as long as they know about it. And with the TSA Whitelist program, instead of going through the metal detector and putting your stuff through the X-ray, you don't even have to do any of that. They simply wave you through. You don't have to put your bag down, you don't have to walk through an X-ray, nothing. They automatically just let you through the door, and then you're good to go. And this definitely seems like one that most people don't even know about, so it's something to check into. Finally, number 7, this is the best kept secret, and it's the white people handshake. Now, this is used for all sorts of stuff. You could walk into a store and do it and get a small discount. You could use it to cut in line next to another white person, or you could even get a better interest rate on your mortgage. Unfortunately, I can't show you what it actually is on camera, of course, because that would ruin everything, but I just wanted to let you guys know that it does exist. But I'm sure a lot of you who are watching do already know it. And that's it. Those are the 7 weirdest perks you might not have known about of being white. If you guys liked this video, really be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And I want to know what you guys think down in the comments section below, especially if you know any other perks about your race perhaps that no one else does know about. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either in the comments section or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you, with the election coming up, what would you first make illegal if you were elected president of your country? We had a lot of good answers this week, so let's jump right in. I would make it illegal to ask anyone for tech support without Googling the question first. Americans. I'd make Americans legal. I would ban all 3-year-old Minecraft channels. Now that's change we can believe in. I'd make grammar and punctuation mistakes illegal. I don't know, dude, our prison system's already stressed enough as it is. I would make Minecraft legal and everything else illegal because it's not Minecraft. Nice joke. You're joking, right? School banned. Yeah, I'm sure that would turn out great. I would make console gaming illegal, and the world would be a much better place. I would make misspelling illegal. You're off to a great start. I would make dying illegal. Dude, you just solved immortality. How did we not figure this one out before? I would make it illegal to become offended by anything whatsoever, including this law. The internet and books. People need to self-smart themselves. I would make the law illegal. I would make illegal kids under 15 going online. Let me guess, you're 15. I would make breaking the law illegal. What a revolutionary idea. I would make it illegal to be better than me. Homework. Yeah, spoken like a true elementary schooler. But yeah, homework pretty much sucks. I'd make breathing illegal because I can. All bathrooms must have a 3-foot space between each urinal to preserve the dignity of your fellow men. Now that is a humorous comment. I would make meatballs illegal. I would make everything illegal. Wow, that is truly clever. I did not see that one coming. I would make people illegal. My first act as president would be to order an airstrike on the Tumblr servers. I would make Trump illegal, and make him pay for it. Make guns illegal because then people would stop using them, just like meth. Cringe. If you are too cringe, you can get arrested. I would make it illegal to own an Apple product. I would make cancer illegal, so we can get rid of Sam Pepper and SoFlo Antonio. I would make it illegal to be an idiot. Wait, I can't criminalize 99% of the US? Or can you? Gaming PCs and consoles so we can all appreciate true gaming, the iPhone. I would make Half-Life 3 illegal. How can you make something illegal if it doesn't exist and never will? And finally, I'd make Starbucks illegal. Basically, I'd be the Hitler of basic bitches. Well, I'm sure glad you guys decided to leave comments on YouTube videos instead of pursuing a career in politics. But anyway, how about for next week, let me ask you this. I need some advice. What is the best way to be cool? Now, we all know fedoras. You don't have to go into that. You really don't. But let me know in the comments section down below how you should be cool. Now, you can also use the hashtag ThioJoeCool on Twitter. I'm gonna read the favorite ones of mine in next week's video, next Monday. So don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week, and also be sure to like this video or else I will end my life. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Your brain starts to deteriorate at age 27. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope to see you next week, and if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample, links also in the description. United States, because Mercia. Australia is the best because it's the only country. I think you need to redo your math. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe back with another tutorial. This time I'm going to show you how you can get an entire year of Netflix for free. This is going to work whether you are currently in a trial, a 30-day trial, or whether you already signed up and subscribed to Netflix. So if you don't want to pay anything at all, you can just sign up for your trial and then get that year. Or if you're already subscribed, it's a 1 year free from the moment you do this. This is apparently a secret bonus they did for people who were able to find this promo. I had a friend actually send this in to me and I wanted to share with you guys. So what we have to do is go to the Netflix website and I'll show you exactly what you have to do. So why don't we go over to the computer and I'll walk you through it. Okay, so we are at the computer, and this is just the main Netflix browse page. So this is like the main thing you see if you go to the Netflix website. You just look through all the shows. But we are concerned with the search bar, and this is actually, I guess, how they put it in for people to find it. Now, what you want to do is just type in the following. You want to type in free with 4 E's. Then what you're going to see is this funny looking emoticon. It says, huh? So obviously this is some sort of Easter egg. And then when you click it, though, it's gonna change. And now it'll show these little smiley faces and it says you got it. Not very descriptive, but this means that you did it correctly. Okay, so that might seem like it's it, but it's not. That's just the first part. Now, I didn't know what was going to happen after that. I didn't get any message or anything. And the next few days, I actually got a surprise letter in the mail from no one other than Netflix. And what it says is, "Dear Joe, thanks for enrolling in a free year of Netflix on us. Your current plan will remain in effect at no cost for the next 12 months. Enjoy." And it has a unique code, a promo code, so if you try to use this, it wouldn't work. And then I'm going to show you how you can actually redeem this so you can get that free year. So let's go back to the computer and I'll show you that as well. So once you get the code, what you want to do is go to the account page. So there's my account where it shows all your account information, and then go to the bottom where it says gifts and offers, and then you can just type in whatever code they gave you. So mine was free year 9139. Again, this is unique, so don't bother trying to use it, and then we can click redeem. And then it says success, so we know it worked, and now we can refresh the page and see if it updates the plan. Okay, and now we see it says you are on a special free plan for the next 11 months. I guess it's going to count down as it goes on, but you can see that now it's the same plan as before, except it is completely free, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so that's it. All you have to really do is access that secret promo, wait for the letter to come in the mail, and then you get a free year. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to be doing this for everyone. Everyone I've told about this and had try it worked for them. However, if I release this video and everyone starts doing it, I'm not sure if it's going to be limited to a certain number of people. So be sure to do it right now while you just find out about it, or else it might not work in the future. I really have no idea. But either way, I hope this helped you guys get a free year of Netflix. If it did, let us know in the comment section how it worked out for you. And if you liked this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I look forward to hearing from you guys either in the comments section or on Twitter as well. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. You know what, guys? I just had to make this video for people who don't understand what it's like to be triggered. You know, every day, I walk out the door, I seem to get triggered by anything because, I've always been a skinny guy, okay? I've never been that muscular guy walking down the street. I know I never will. I know it's impossible for me to get that way, but I just can't stand it when people try to rub it in. For example, you go to exercise, I see someone who has way more muscles, triggered. So, someone calls me up on the phone, triggered. Someone mentions my name, triggered. I just need people to understand what I'm going through, and that's why I made this video, so everyone else can understand what they need to be like in order to make me feel comfortable and safe. Because you know what, my life is not easy. It's actually really terrible right now, and I don't appreciate it when people are patronizing. They'll say stuff like, "Hey, how you doing today, Joe?" And I know full well that they know I'm miserable, and I would really appreciate it if they just stopped talking to me altogether. It's really quite triggering. And people have no idea what I'm going through. I look at the news, and there's these people in third world countries who, they're even having their houses bombed, and it's nowhere close to what I have to deal with. I have to deal with people being mean in my videos every single day. That's not easy. I have to deal with looking at people who are way more muscular than me. You think that's easy every single day? I'm never gonna get there. Why do I have to look at it? And you know what? It's not my fault. People try to put the blame on me. They say, "Well, Joe, you know what? If you want muscles so bad, why don't you just go to the gym?" And you know what? That is probably the most triggering thing to me out of everything. I wasn't born with huge muscles like everyone else you see, okay? I was born a skinny guy, and I'm never gonna get to that level because I don't have the genetics to build muscle. And you know what? Stop criticizing because I've tried it. I tried to be a bodybuilder for a day. It was horrible. I had to go out and go to the gym. I mean, what a pain. No one else has to deal with that except people like me who just weren't born with it. And I think I should mention that these so-called compliments people are leaving me are really triggering and insulting. I have some friends, they'll say something like, "Oh, Joe, you look great today." And it's like, you know what? You don't feed me that, okay? That's just insulting. You triggered me and it ruins the entire rest of the day. I don't need your compliments, okay? You think I need compliments to be happy? I don't. And it's like people don't even care. I mean, are you telling me that you don't know what's going on in my mind 24/7? I just wish that people would respect my space and behave in a way that I find acceptable whenever I'm around. For example, I went to the restaurant the other day and I saw someone eating a protein-filled steak, and I said, you know what? What do they think they're doing? What gives them the right to eat a steak in front of me when they know that it's so hard for me to build muscle because I don't like to drink protein shakes? So to finish off, I thought I would make a quick list of suggestions for how people need to behave if they're gonna be around me to make sure they don't trigger me. It's really reasonable list, and I think you guys really need to pay attention so you don't trigger people who are around you. First of all, don't ever mention the gym, muscles. You know, if you're muscular yourself, cover up, okay? I don't wanna see that, it makes me feel horrible. Next, such as if we're at a restaurant, you know, ask me if it's okay for what you're gonna be ordering to make sure that it's not gonna trigger me. I've had so many friends, they don't even think to ask me if it's all right that they can order the steak, and I would have said, you know what, that really bugs me that you're ordering a steak because I've tried to eat steak before and didn't gain any muscle. So you know what, I would appreciate it if you would just get something else. Third, don't give me any compliments. I know what you're trying to do, backhanded comments. You know, you're trying to make it seem polite, but really, you're just trying to get me to go to the gym and be muscular. I see through it, and it's really triggering. And finally, try to be a bit supportive. You know, if you see me struggling, just give me some kind words, say, oh, you're doing great, that sort of thing, and I would really appreciate it. So I really hope this helps you guys understand where I'm coming from, and perhaps if you see other people who maybe are getting triggered, you can remember this video and know how you need to behave around them so they don't get triggered even more by you. If you want, I'm really looking forward to hearing what you guys think in the comments section. Please put a trigger warning if you're gonna mention anything I talked about before. And also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. And if you wanna subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be fun. And if you wanna continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe, and this video is going to be episode 2 of my professional computer tutorial series. This video is going to be about Windows. It's been a while since I made episode 1, but I thought I would bring it back. Now this video is going to be all about the Windows computer system, and first I'm going to talk about some of the basic features like clicking, move and paste, and downloading internet. First, let's start off with the basics, clicking. Now to do this, you're going to need a trackball. It is usually bought separately from the computer. Now, you can click either once, I just have some sample files here. You can click either once to click on the program, or for advanced users, you can double click to install computers. So, that's clicking. And next we're going to talk about something you may have seen already in the just previous example, and that is window boxes. Now, these are going to show different computers you can open. So this is a window box you saw, and that's where the term Windows comes from because they look like windows in your house. Now, we're going to first open up some different computers. Let's start off, for example, with Google Chrome Explorer. So to get to that, you just click on it or double click if you're advanced, and that's just an example. We're going to actually get to Google Chrome Explorer a little bit later. Another computer you can install is the Start box, and that brings up lots of different computers you can install and download. Now, you can also load some files in addition to this. So these might be on the most used computers or like on your wallpaper right here that I showed already. These files can be all over your CPU. Now, as you can see, you can double click on the files on the wallpaper, but you can also move them around to different places on your computer. And every time you move it around, it goes to different places on your CPU drive. And if you want to install one of these, all you have to do is double click if you're an advanced user, or if you're a basic user, you can actually right click and then click open, which does the same thing. Now I want you to take a look at this. Once we open it up, now it installs it and downloads it from the CPU drive, and then you have all the different text. Now, text takes up a lot of data, so you don't want to type too much or else it'll fill up your USB CPU drive. Now, when you change it, let's say we want to add a new line, just as an example, we'll just hold down the 5 button and just type out some random text, and then we can go and hit save, and it's going to download it to the CPU. So next time you click it, it's going to open up, and now it's going to be saved there, like a memory bank that you see in movies. And don't worry, because the computer cannot forget like we can, so you don't have to worry about coming back and trying to remember what you saved. The computer will do that automatically for you, which is a great reason to get Windows. Now, let's go back to the Start box, sometimes called the Start menu. Now, what you do here, as I mentioned before, is you can click on computers to install them. Here we had some file cabinets over here that we opened up by double clicking, but here you can install the same computer by clicking on it right from the Start box. Now, my favorite computer is the notepad right here because it lets you type things in. So I can type, "Hello, how are you today?" And now that text is not just in my head or on the keyboard, it's actually in the computer. So that's really cool, and it's definitely one of the features that you won't get with other CPUs. Now, I also want to demonstrate a really important feature that Windows has, and that's copy and paste. So you can select this text, and maybe if you want to send it to a friend or have them so they don't have to type it out, you can just right-click with your trackball and click copy. And now, say you didn't feel like typing that out all the way again, you can go down to the next line and go and paste. Now, this is a feature that Macs don't have, so I really recommend getting Windows if you want to do something like copy and paste. So now that we've covered all the programs you can use in the Windows OS CPU, let's go on to check out some internets. Again, we're going to go back to the Google Chrome Explorer. Now, every time you install the Google Chrome Explorer, it's going to load up a window box, and we can load different webnet pages. Now, let's say we want to type in google.net. That's one of my favorite websites because it lets you install webnet pages from all over the internet, and you don't even have to have them on your computer to begin with. So it's a really good search motor, and I definitely recommend installing this program, if nothing else, Google. And the cool thing about Google is you can actually type in text here as well as on Notepad, but it's important to know that Google does not save any text you type in like Notepad does. So if we type in hello, then it brings up different webnet pages that we can install and go to, such as this movie. Now, this is different from movie theaters because you don't actually have to pay, so that's really neat. So don't worry about clicking on things you typically don't have to pay for movies, such as on the youtube.net internet website. Okay, so now that we covered the entire internet, let's go back to the best feature, in my opinion, on the Windows computer system, which is the clock. Now, the great thing about this is you never have to own another clock again. I mean, I can't believe other programs like Mac don't have this, but basically it tells you exactly what time it is, even down to the second. So you have no reason to go to Target or Walmart and buy a wall clock ever again because you have one right on your computer. So anytime you want to have a clock, you can just go out and buy a whole new CPU instead of a wall clock, and it'll be way more productive. So I definitely think this is a program to check out first thing, and I think it's really neat. So I think that about covers all the best features of the Windows operating program. So if you're going to buy a new CPU, this is definitely one to check out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have some other videos you want to check out, those will be on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos like this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so I think it should be worth it to subscribe. And I want to hear what you guys think, so you can let me know in the comments section what's your favorite CPU program to install, and also like this video if you found it helpful. I also have a Twitter if you want to hit me up on there as well. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, thanks for coming in today. Thanks for having me. Yeah, can't wait to start.
You can just have a seat right there.
Yeah, let's get started.
Okay, I want you to put on this blindfold.
All right, this better be good. We're getting paid for this, right? Well, I mean, I can tell what it is.
Why don't you go ahead and take it off?
A $1 bill? Where did you get these? I haven't seen one of these in forever. Do they even still make them? Oh shit, what the hell, man? I'm allergic to those. I think this is what poor people use to buy stuff, right? How silly. Can you get these away from me? They're making me sick to look at them.
Okay, here's something a little bit different.
Huh, now this is more like it. 100? Oh, yeah, these are my favorite because they're the biggest. I get to keep it, right?
Actually, I'll need that back at the end for my rent.
No, fuck you, it's mine. It was my idea.
Wait, what was your idea? Money?
Yeah. Why are you so confused about that? It's mine now. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Yes, mine. Yes.
Do you need help with that?
No, get away, it's mine! I'll tell you what, even though it's my idea, I'll give you a special deal. I'll give you a cut. Here's 20 bucks, I'll keep the rest.
You know what, let's just move on. This is the video where you announced React World.
Oh, I have something for this. React World is a great opportunity for the community.
Is that a script?
I'm speaking from the heart. React World is a great opportunity for the community. Sorry, it's a typo.
Did you even write that?
Right, what?
What is your favorite type of money?
Oh, well, I actually collect a lot of different types of money. A lot of poor countries, too, to remind us how far we've come. Canada, Bermuda, China. None of this is worth very much. I'd probably say blood diamonds. They're worth more because people fought over them. It's pretty cool, right?
How much money do you have?
Oh, well, you can never have enough. That's what I always say. I mean, let's see how much I have in my wallet. I barely carry any. This would take a while to count. I mean, how much do you have? Give me your wallet. I'll count it for you.
No thanks.
Come on, trust me. I'm not going to take any of it. Trust me. 2,000, 3,000. The hell is this? A 5? Who put this in here? You think this is a joke? Move on to the next question.
Finally, what do you say to your critics?
Oh, well, if they don't like it, they can sue me. Just kidding, we would sue them first. What? Who said that? Who are you talking about specifically? You know, people say we're just in it for the money all the time. I really don't know where they get that idea. All right, I think I found the guy you were talking about. I'm gonna call my lawyer. No one's gonna have a negative opinion about me on my watch.
All right, well, I just want to thank you for coming.
Is this all we agreed to? Oh wait, I missed one. We're good.
Thanks for stopping by. This was great.
Yeah, whatever, cough it up. The bank closes early today. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you, how do you be cool? Obviously I've got it down already, but let's see what you guys think. How to be cool. Don't be hot. Top tip, start smoking and drinking at a young age. Yeah, you know those high schoolers that always smoke in the parking lot? Everyone knows those are the coolest kids in school. Simple, you just pretend that your dad's rich, but then you actually take out huge loans. Dude, try not to give away the best secrets, okay? Upload only clickbait videos. I don't know what you're talking about. A DJ Khaled t-shirt. You smart. You loyal. You a genius. How to be cool? Be the opposite of me. The best way to be cool is to buy an Apple product, you know? I'm pretty sure that's their whole marketing campaign since forever. To be cool, one must give in to peer pressure because all the other kids are doing it. How to be cool? Be original and non-judgmental of those who don't always see things your way? What a loser. You need a colorimeter for your computer. Oh, believe me, I wouldn't be caught dead with an uncalibrated monitor with anything less than 100% sRGB color space coverage. Crash your dad's Audi. Do funny pranks like killing my friend or shooting people. What great pranks. Don't shit yourself. I guess that would be a prerequisite. To be cool, you have to make your parents buy you a Club Penguin paid membership. Level up your swag to level 99. Alright, well first of all, we have to go over the different levels of swag. First you got level 0, that's just regular swag. Then you got maximum swag, okay? This is the maximum safe levels of swag. If you go above that, you're in dangerous territory. Next you have critical swag. This is a dangerous level, you're in real trouble here. Next is a swag overload. This is gonna cause you permanent damage, there's no coming back from it, but you can still be saved by perhaps massive government intervention. Finally, you have a swag meltdown. You're just beyond all help, you're screwed. This is when, like a nuclear meltdown, your swag gets so hot that it burns down into the earth, eventually down into the water table, spreading your swag within a several mile radius around you. It's important to know these dangers of swag so you can get to a fallout shelter if necessary. Just start vaping. To be cool, you need to drink Starbucks and take selfies. How to be cool? Stand next to someone not cool at all, then you will look cool standing next to them. I'm pretty sure that's a legitimate strategy. Be yourself. If you be yourself, you're not cool. Well, which is it? Use a mixture of helium-3 and helium-4. To be cool, you have to copy and paste this. To be featured in a ThioJoe video. Obviously. The best way to be cool is to stop commenting on your own comment. Let me guess, he's gonna make a hilarious joke where he does just that. He did it! What a jokester! Don't try. You thought I was gonna use that meme. I'm not. Okay, let's start a story. You wake up. You go on your computer. Your mom yells at you to do chores. You shoot her. The end. That escalated quickly. Make Minecraft texture pack reviews. Take 13 items into the 12 items or less lane. Guaranteed to make everyone like you. How to be cool? Don't be my mixtape. Heelys, man, they used to make you so cool. Not gonna lie, I had a pair. They were so cool. Don't use bad and overused memes as your profile picture. Wow, what a hilarious, ironic joke. Use Comic Sans for everything. You can't go wrong with a nice iron pair of slacks and a polo shirt with little golfers on it. That's the coolest. And finally, this is the true cool guy. The mullet is just the icing on the cake. Almost as cool as this guy. Well, obviously we now know that you guys are the coolest people on YouTube. Not really. Anyway, for next week, let me ask you this. What is the dumbest thing you ever did? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeDumb on Twitter and I'll read my favorite ones next week. Also be sure to like this video and let's see if we can pass 3 likes as a new milestone. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Nothing can stop the heat death of the universe. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Links also in the description. I would make it illegal to become offended by anything whatsoever, including this law.
Nightmare. Nightmare.
Yeah, hi, I'm ThioJoe, the professional. Last week I asked you, what is the dumbest thing you ever did? I know for me, it definitely wasn't buying this really sweet visor, Hawaiian style, so let's see what the dumbest thing you ever did was. The dumbest thing I ever did was subscribing to this video. Now I'm too dumb to unsubscribe. This one time, I died. Let's be serious here for a moment, guys. The dumbest thing you could ever do is buy G Fuel without using code KEEM. The dumbest thing I ever did was comment on this shit. I thought this channel was 100% legit. It is. One time I was sitting on the toilet taking a shit playing with my dad's new hammerless pistol. I shot a hole through the wall, going through the windshield of my dad's car. Well, it must have scared the shit out of you. The dumbest thing I ever did. Gotten after school for using my phone in class. What a badass. I bought a console. How'd you break it to your parents? They must have been so disappointed. Pouring milk before the cereal. The dumbest thing I ever did was cut my tongue out. Yeah, I'm sure it seemed like a great idea at the time. Meth. You cowards don't even smoke crack. I tried to be myself. Loser. I made minute rice in 67 seconds. You blew it. I opened a bat file. Back in my day, we had this batch file that would just open up a bunch of command prompts until the computer crashed. We thought we were really cool. I once called my teacher Mom. Never recovered from it. I went to a police station and said, "Fuck the police." No, you didn't. In junior high, I pulled the fire alarm to get out of a test. Well, if it worked. I accidentally bought a Mac. Well, as long as it was just an accident. Once I drank margaritas because I thought they weren't gay. Relevant username. I played COD after playing CSGO. The dumbest thing I ever did was pay to have my internet speed doubled. Amateur mistake. The dumbest thing I've ever done? Created a YouTube account. That was a big mistake. Yeah, same here. I signed up to React World. It all started when I was born. The dumbest thing I've ever done is make a Twitter account just to type this. I kept saying Netflix and chill thinking it just meant to chill out and watch Netflix. You mean it doesn't? The dumbest thing I ever did was pronounce GIF with a hard G. I don't know if I can even forgive you for that one. And finally, I accepted to have Bing set as my default search engine. Well, at least you guys can feel glad that you're not as dumb as that last guy. How about for next week though, let me ask you this. What is the smartest thing you've ever done? It can be a short story if you want. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeSmart on Twitter. Also be sure to like this video or else this video will have one less like. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You could have done so much more with your life. But anyway, thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. To be cool, you have to make your parents buy you a Club Penguin paid membership. How to be cool? Don't be my mixtape. Hey, what's up guys? Today I've got a really cool list of life hacks and tech tricks that are gonna make your life a whole lot easier. I think you're gonna love them, so let's get started. First has to do with your computer. Now, we all know that it takes a long time to boot up your computer. We don't always have that time, it's kind of annoying. But what if I told you there is a fast boot mode you can enable, and this is something that most modern computers have. You see, all you have to do is hold down the space bar while you're booting your computer when you press the power button, and it will boot your computer in fast mode, causing Windows to load much faster. Next, we all could use more battery life in our phones, but did you know that all modern cell phones have solar panels built right into the LCD screens? This means that if you're using your cell phone in direct sunlight, it's going to last slightly longer because it's going to be trickle charging that battery while you're using the phone. It may not show it's charging, but you will certainly notice the difference in reduced battery usage if you're using your phone outside. Next is another tip for your phone. Did you know that holding your cell phone parallel with the ground will give you a better cell signal? This is because radio waves travel along the ground horizontally, so lining your cell phone's antennas up with that will give you better reception. Next, here's a computer tip. The USB ports at the top of your computer on a tower desktop are typically faster than those at the bottom. That's because they are further from the electromagnetic interference caused by the other components in the computer. So if you want to copy a file faster, use the USB ports towards the top of the computer first, and you might be able to get a faster transfer speed. Number 5 is a tip for you music lovers. If you listen to music with a lot of bass like hip hop, try turning your speakers upside down. This will create a better bass response, meaning the music is going to sound much better on the low end. Next is a tip I'm sure we can all benefit from. Did you know that your internet speed is usually fastest in the morning? That's because that's when the Earth's disruptive magnetic field is the weakest. So if you're going to download some large files, try starting downloading it in the morning and you might get it done faster than if you did in the afternoon. Here's a cool trick for all you cooks. If you try to put your food in the microwave and it doesn't come out quite hot enough, try adding more time to the timer. The higher the number you put in, the hotter the food comes out. I'm sure you guys are definitely going to be looking forward to using that trick the next time you cook your food. Next is another great computer trick. Did you know that after a thunderstorm, the air is more electrically charged? And this actually helps your computer perform better and do more CPU cycles. So the next time you have a thunderstorm, try using your computer for heavy intensive processes after it's over. Of course, you don't want to use your computer during a thunderstorm, and always use a surge protector, but afterwards you may see a noticeable boost in your computer's performance. Nearing the end at number 9, did you know that computer fans with blue LEDs cool computers the best? That's because blue is like ice, and that means that they are optimized for better cooling. If you get a fan with no LEDs, that's pretty much average, but if you get one with red LEDs, you certainly don't want to use that to cool your computer other than decoration, because red obviously means fire, and those typically are not as optimized for cooling. Finally, a great tip for charging your cell phone. Did you know that white USB cords can charge your phone faster than any other color? That's because white cords reflect more electromagnetic interference than any other color, just like white color reflects more light than any other color. Apple has known this for a long time, and it's no surprise that they use white colored cables in pretty much every single one of their devices. That's because it makes their devices appear to perform much better than competitors. So I hope you guys found this list of tech tricks helpful. I'm sure you're going to be able to put a lot of them to use. I also even recently started a Twitter account for tips just like this. It's called Cool Tech Tricks. So be sure to check that out, and if you have any suggestions, tweet me out there and I might retweet them or even use them in a future video like this if I decide to do one. So if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and also let us know down in the comments section what you thought and maybe any other cool tricks you want people to know about. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either in the comments section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Okay guys, if you're gonna watch this video, you have to promise to use your new powers for good, not evil. It seems like a lot of you don't know how to deal with assholes on the internet. I have a lot of experience with them, so I thought I would make kind of a public service announcement for how to deal with trolls, how to deflect people who are trying to piss you off and in turn piss them off. And of course, if you do have to justifiably piss someone off on the internet, I'm going to show you how to do that too. Again, use these powers for good. So first of all, let's deal with someone who's trying to troll you. It's actually kind of easy. If you think about what is a troll, they all have one thing in common. That is, they're trying to get a reaction. And there are two main categories of trolls, in my experience. The first is people who are just bored. You know, they're bored on the internet. They're trying to get a reaction. Not a big deal. But then there are the second group who is like truly sad people who have nothing going on in their life. And the reason they troll is to get a reaction, to feel powerful, and they feel like they need to troll or else nothing else they do in their life matters. So that's kind of a sad group, but actually they're a little bit easier to piss off, so I'm gonna get into those as well. Now, I would say there's two main things that's gonna piss off a troll. The first one is just not reacting at all and not getting a reaction. And the second one is making them feel like powerless, like nothing they do will ever make you respond or get annoyed, and that just goes right back at and pisses them off. And I'm using the word troll, but it really can apply to anyone who's just being stupid on the internet. It could be on your Facebook feed, some dumb person, you don't know why you friended them, being idiots. I would say the best way to respond to someone, if you have to, is to make them realize that they're just wasting their time. Think about it, they're just typing their stupid little comments on the internet, wasting their life away with meaningless bullshit, and yet they think they're making a difference. So you really want to flip that back on them. So let's get into some possible ways to respond. The first one is the best way, which is to not respond at all, for your own sanity even, but sometimes you really can't help yourself. The next best thing is what, I don't know, call it an unresponse. It's basically responding without actually responding. Responses like K, O, OL, okay, stuff like that. You see, the power of the unresponse is that it's not just deflecting and ignoring what they say, it's actually accepting what they say and showing that you still don't give a shit. So you never want to give an actual response, because that's going to show that you care enough to think out a response, and also never respond more than once. Basically, what you want to do is just toss them off, like, yeah, whatever, do your stupid comment, and then let them go, let them keep typing away their stupid responses after that, while you mind your own business and deal with your own problems while they just sit in their mom's basement. But remember, the best response is always to just not respond at all. This is just for like the odd occasion where you really want to just deflate someone who thinks they're hot shit. Because if you go around responding to every comment, even if it's just like, oh, okay, blah, blah, like they're gonna say like, look, he's taking the time to respond to every troll. He obviously cares. So don't do that. Let's make up a couple examples. You're a fucking loser, you should die. Oh, your videos suck. Okay. Haha, you suck, you fucked that one up. Oh well. Oh my god, why would you even waste your time making this video? You should make better videos. Why would you even waste? Why would you even bother? Oh my god,
I'll kill you, man. This is stupid.
Neat. Now let's get into an advanced experimental strategy. Copy and paste responses. Here you want to create an obviously canned comment that's just copy and paste that has nothing to do with the comment you're responding to. Something like, hey there, thanks for the idea. I'll consider using it in future videos. You see, this might work because if the troll just sees no response, they could think, well, they were too mad to respond, got 'em. But now they know you at least saw it, but because you didn't respond with anything that had to do with it, they're gonna know that you didn't even bother reading it, so it's completely pointless. But now let's talk about some offensive strategies for how to annoy people without looking like a tryhard. But guys, please, use this information responsibly. If you overdo it, it's just gonna kill it, it's gonna backfire, not gonna work very well. So I'm gonna tell you an insult that's really best for people who think way too highly of themselves. Like, it'll completely deflate their ego immediately. Are you ready for what it is? It's no one cares. Let's think about this for a second. The internet is full of people who think that they are way more important than they actually are. Luckily, I already realized that no one actually gives a shit about me and my stupid little videos make no difference in the world, so I'm kind of immune to it already. But you have people like social justice warriors who try to push their stupid little agendas and opinions on other people, and it's pretty easy to spot these type of people. You know who I'm talking about. The worst insult for people like those is to just make them realize that they don't matter at all. So you can imagine some idiot on your Facebook page who's going on some big rant about whatever, and you can imagine he's saying something like, I'm gonna type up this big long thing because my opinion is really important and I know I'm right. So they're going in expecting a bunch of responses, either supporting him, or they're also expecting people to like go against him and he'll have to argue them down. And after this big long paragraph wall of text he writes, he gets his first response. No one cares. How do you think that's gonna make them feel? The best thing about this insult is it's true. No one does care. You're just using their own delusion and stupidity against them. Now, finally, I want to stress that to make any of this work, you have to legitimately not care at all. If you care even a little bit while you're typing this, the trolls win. You have to really transcend trolling and realize that this is all meaningless. I mean, all this stupid little bullshit on the internet, there's no purpose to it at all. Eventually, the world's gonna explode, everything's gonna be gone, there's gonna be a heat death of the universe, and your stupid crap that you're posting means absolutely jack all. And when you realize that, pretty much everything just is funny. So I hope you guys at least got something out of this stupid and pointless video on the internet. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and also let me know what you think in the comments section below. But most of all, remember, no one cares. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos I think you'll like on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe and make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you either in the comments section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm Theodore Roosevelt. Thanks for that funny President's Day suggestion. Last week I asked you, what is the smartest thing you've ever done? I know for me, it was definitely buying these goggles, you know. Obviously, this was an excellent purchase decision. Look, I even used them to make this steampunk themed top hat. It's okay to be jealous. Anyway, let's find out the smartest things you guys did. I bought the 1-year subscription to Club Penguin. It's so much cheaper than getting it by the month. The smartest thing I've ever done is reinstall Windows XP again. I stopped flushing to save water. Dude, sometimes it's just not worth it. The smartest thing I've ever done is the smartest thing I've ever done. Yeah, but I was looking for something a little bit more specific. The smartest thing I ever did was commenting and liking myself. As long as it gets those upvotes, that's what I always say. The smartest thing I've ever done is shot myself after watching a bunch of ThioJoe's videos. I never followed any of ThioJoe's tutorials. I guess that's an accomplishment. I hacked my internally damaged phone to recuperate it. It's not bad. I broke it even more. At least you tried. Being born. Great work. Well, I've done a lot of smart things, but if I were to list those, I would probably not appear on ThioJoe's video. Therefore, the smartest thing I've ever done, which I will leave in this comment, is not saying the smartest thing I've actually done. This way, I will be featured on ThioJoe's video. It's a bold strategy, but will it work? The smartest thing I've ever done is buy a Windows phone, right? Hello? Anyone with me? No? Okay then, never mind. I checked if I was sitting on the remote before I went on a worldwide search for it. I play CSGO instead of COD. Make a mixtape. That's debatable. I stopped eating to prevent world hunger. I deleted System 32. Yeah, I know, I hate that virus. I didn't upgrade to Windows 10. Darn it, another question I can't answer. The smartest thing I've ever done is buying a Wii U just for the amazing graphics. Honestly, even after looking it up, I still have no idea what a Wii U is. I changed the oil in my computer. I know, right? Everyone forgets to do it. The smartest thing I ever did was following you. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you. Follow me or face my wrath. That was pretty good. I guess you guys are smarter than I thought. How about for next week, let me ask you this. What is your most clever yo mama joke? Look, we've heard all the best ones a million times. Try to come up with some yourself. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeMama on Twitter, and make sure you actually use the hashtag because that's how I search for them. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You just wasted several minutes of your day watching this video. So be sure to like this video or else something bad will happen, and also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. I tried to be myself. Loser. I made minute rice in 67 seconds. You blew it. Do you want to make loads of money on YouTube without going through the usual work that's required? Introducing the new Reaction Video Generator Software Package Bundle. This revolutionary software will automatically create real reaction videos just like the top reaction channels, so you can just sit back and let that YouTube money roll in without any work. Here's how it works. First, pre-record 10 basic reaction samples that will be used in every single one of your videos. This is a great video. Oh my gosh, did you see that? Haha. After you do that, the software will automatically go onto YouTube and download the top video of the day. Then our revolutionary software will automatically cut the video together, randomly arranging your 10 video samples, thus creating genuine looking reaction videos. Here's a question: how can you uniquely introduce each new video? No problem. Simply pre-record a generic intro but leave a space for the title. Our state-of-the-art voice engine will automatically insert the title of every video, meaning you don't have to do anything. Hello, today I'm going to react to
Gangnam Style by Size.
Another common question is, what about copyright? Again, this is no problem. This software will automatically write descriptions with legally binding phrasing to protect you from copyright strikes. This includes the phrase "no copyright intended" and copy and pasting fair use clauses, giving you a bulletproof legal defense. What about critics? Well, in this special offer, you're going to get a response kit with several responses you can use when someone accuses you of stealing content. These include, "It's free promotion," "It's fair use," "I don't even make that much," and one more. So if you're ready to buy the revolutionary reaction video generator software package bundle, call now. With this special introductory price, you can get the software package bundle, the special voice engine, the response kit, and copyright phrases, all for just $9.99 a week, plus your dignity. But don't worry, that's nothing compared to the boatload of money you're going to make from your reaction channel. So give this video a like if you've already sold your dignity, and leave a comment to let others know how cool you are. If you want to keep watching, I've got other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, and subscribe because I make new videos 3 times a week. Should be worth it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Now obviously there are so many crazy conspiracy theories out there. They're all pretty much ridiculous, but I wanted to come up with a list of seemingly crazy conspiracy theories that ended up being true. So buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Let's get started. Number 1 has to do with the moon landing. Now, most conspiracy theorists try to say that the moon landing was a hoax and no one went to space at all and they just filmed it in a studio, but the actual truth turned out to be even weirder. It turns out that astronauts didn't just go to the moon, but they actually landed right on the sun. This theory was proven when Buzz Aldrin laid out the truth in 1979 when he said that, "I can't believe people really believe we landed on the moon. We obviously went to the sun. What are people thinking?" Unbelievable, but we're just getting started. Number 2, a common conspiracy theory is that the world is flat. Obviously this is not true, but it was revealed that the truth is even stranger as well. It turns out the Earth is actually a hexagonal prism, not flat or not spherical like originally thought. This result was a conclusion from hundreds of years of experimental data and finally realized in 2014. Number 3, another common conspiracy is that Obama was not born in America. He actually was, obviously we all know that, but it turns out that Obama is actually white. He's actually been applying makeup to himself ever since he ran for senator and has been keeping it up all throughout his presidency. The reasoning is believed to be that he thought he would get more votes from different demographics, and it's believed that he may also remove the makeup finally after his terms of president and reveal that he was white the entire time. Number 4, do you have a dog? You might not look at him the same way after this. Turns out all dogs are actually robots meant to spy on citizens of the United States and around the world. If you look at historical records, dogs never existed before the year 1963. A bit suspicious until it was realized from a declassified CIA operation that dogs were created simply to gather information around the world. Number 5, we're all aliens. People used to think that aliens would come from other planets, but it turns out that we ourselves are aliens instead. So be careful because this is a very hidden fact and you don't want all the other aliens to realize that you know that you're onto them. Your neighbor, your father, your children, your friends are all aliens and you need to understand them before you trust them any further. Number 6, all mirrors are lying. You can never truly get a correct image of yourself. That's because mirrors slightly distort all the images that they see and reflect, and that goes for cameras as well. What you see as pictures of yourself and mirror images are not actually what you truly look like. In fact, you may drastically look different than what you thought originally. The only way to actually get a better representation of what you really look like is to have a very good painter draw a portrait of you. Number 7 may shock you. Water is actually bad for you. After a 10-year study by the United States government, it was revealed that everyone who has ever drank water died. So the next time you go to pick up a glass of water, think twice. Number 8. Soda isn't real. Number 9 may surprise you. Did you know that pens, the simple writing utensil, is actually erasable just like a pencil? It turns out that for years, pen manufacturing corporations perpetuated the idea that pens are a permanent record for security, better than pencils, but it turns out that they were never unerasable in the first place. So next time you go and make a mistake in pen, realize that you can use a simple eraser to erase it just like a pencil. And you can also buy pencils from now on because they're much cheaper and do the exact same thing. And finally, number 10, you're already dead. I'm sorry that you had to find out like this. This video is the only way we could get the message through to you. You see, we had to make it believable so your consciousness wouldn't cripple under the incredible news. What happened was, right after you started watching this video, a giant meteor crashed into your house and now you're dead. Fortunately, the afterlife is virtually indistinguishable from real life, although the mozzarella sticks aren't as good. So anyway, why don't we start off your new life with a thumbs up if you enjoyed this video, and also a comment to talk with all the other people who died the same exact way at the same exact moment watching the same exact video. If you want to continue watching, there's some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same links, such as if you died using a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I've got new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either in the comment section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe with a list of 10 crazy things you probably didn't know could kill you, so be careful out there and make sure you pay attention in this video. It could save your life. Number 1 is drinking too much water. This might surprise you, but drinking large quantities of water in a short amount of time without going to the bathroom can actually cause your blood to dilute, meaning your oxygen in the brain goes down, and then you can actually die. So be sure to not do that. Number 2 is cameras. Every picture taken of you actually steals a little bit of your life force. It's believed that every single picture or video that you take of yourself reduces your lifespan by about 1 second. So I hope you guys appreciate me sacrificing this for your entertainment. Number 3, going outside. Car crashes, lightning strikes, plane crashes, all of these occur outside. Not a coincidence. Going outside is very dangerous. You may as well not do it ever again. It's like signing your own death warrant. That's why I never go outside. Number 4 is your cat. This one's pretty obvious. Everyone knows that cats hate humans, and it's really only a matter of time before your cat gets fed up with you and kills you in your sleep if you don't give them enough food. So be sure to keep them happy, or else you won't be for very long. Number 5 is computer hackers. All you have to do is turn on the news and you'll see them talking about all the new hacking is going on. It seems like hackers are getting more and more dangerous, so you need to protect you and your family by buying the proper protections so you don't get computer hacked and die. Number 6 is poor people. You never know what they're capable of. I was watching the news the other day, and in a bad neighborhood full of poor people, someone got shot. That's not something I want to deal with, so be sure to stay away from poor people and don't associate with them because they're all bad news. Number 7 is not shopping at Massive Dynamic Corporation. You can never trust any other business, but you can trust us. Number 8 is social media, which we all know is getting riskier and riskier for our kids and our families. I watched a news report the other day about someone who died just moments after tweeting on the twitter.net website. That never would have happened if they wouldn't have signed up for that risky social media site. That's why I would never let my kids use the internet or social media or even go outside. It's just too dangerous. Number 9 for crazy things that can kill you is chemicals. All chemicals are dangerous. If you didn't know this, then you're in a heap of trouble. They're all around us, everything from acid to dihydromycin to toxins. Next time you go to the supermarket or buy food or clothes, make sure they have 0 chemicals whatsoever. They're all dangerous and they all cause cancer. And finally, number 10 in our list of crazy things that can kill you is that guy behind you. So if you're still alive, let us know what you think down in the comments section if that crazy guy behind you didn't kill you, and also be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got other videos just like this on the right hand side. You can just click them or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Thanks for that funny suggestion. Last week I asked you, what is your best yo mama joke? You guys apparently just stole them all off the internet, so rather let's say, what is the best yo mama joke you found on the internet and definitely didn't make up yourself? Let's get started. Yo mama's so fat, the player that kills her gets a triple kill. Yo mama's so fat that she pressed up on the hotel elevator and it went down into the basement. She called the manager and he said they don't have a basement. Yo mama's so stupid she paid to have her internet speed doubled. You can do that for free. Yo mama's so fat, we are all very concerned for her health. Yo mama's so fat she doesn't need Wi-Fi, she's already worldwide. Yo mama's so fat when she dies, God won't be able to lift her spirit. Yo mama's so stupid she bought tickets to Xbox Live. Yo mama's so fat when she passed my window, I went 5 days without daylight. Yo mama's so stupid she tried to roast marshmallows on my mixtape. Now hold on, that would work. Yo mama is so ugly when she played GTA 5, she got a 5-star and then the cops ran away. Yo mama is so stupid she made an appointment with Dr. Pepper. Yo mama is so ugly she entered a haunted house and came out with some cash and a job application. Yo mama's so fat she broke her leg and gravy poured out. Yo mama is so stupid zombies walked past her because they didn't smell any brains. Yo mama is so stupid she bought an Apple iPhone thinking it was good. Yo mama is so dumb she sits on the TV and watches the couch. Yo mama is so fat and stupid she tried to burn fat with actual fire. But I mean, technically it would work. Yo mama is so addicted to pot when she went to the end of the rainbow with the pot of gold, she only took the pot. Yo mama's so fat, I took a picture of her last Christmas and it's still printing. Yo mama's so ugly that her Happy Meal turned sad. Yo mama is so stupid she went to the library to find Facebook. Yo mama is so fat she woke up on both sides of the bed. Yo mama's so fat when she went outside with high heels, she came back with flip-flops. Yo mama's so fat that even Donald Trump couldn't build a wall around her. Yo mama is so ugly, at the strip club they paid her to keep her clothes on. Yo mama is so fat the only letters of the alphabet she knows are K, F, and C. Yo mama's so stupid she sold her car for gas money. Yo mama's so stupid she went to the dentist to get her Bluetooth fixed. Your mom is so fat, when she walked in front of the TV I missed an entire Simpsons marathon. And finally, your mama is so fat, when she sat on an iPhone, it turned into an iPad. Well, great job with all that plagiarism, guys. I'm sure maybe one of you came up with an original one. How about for next week, let me ask you this. Why is the sky blue? You can get creative, could be a long or short explanation, doesn't really matter. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeSky on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You were born too early to experience immortality. So that's another week of your life wasted. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up because you have nothing better to do. If you want to subscribe, be sure to do that so you don't miss out on next week. If you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The smartest thing I've ever done is buy a Windows phone, right? Hello? Anyone with me? No? Okay then, never mind. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. I've got a tutorial today about how you can increase the performance of any of your Android phones. I'm just working with my old Nexus 5. It should work with anything, so let's get started. So the first thing we have to do is enable a secret developer mode on your phone. It's not enabled by default, but it's pretty easy. A lot of you may already have it enabled, so let me walk you through that. The first thing you need to do is go to the Settings app on your phone, then go all the way down to where it says About Phone, and then in there, go again all the way down to where it says Build Number. Then all you have to do is tap a bunch of times on build number. It'll start to count down. After 7 taps, it will say you are now a developer and developer mode is now enabled. Now, if you go to the settings app, near the bottom, there will be a developer options menu, and this will have a bunch of different settings that will allow you to increase the maximum performance of your phone. There's a lot of different complicated settings in here. Just be careful because some of it may affect performance negatively. So here's what you want to do in that developer options menu. There are 3 settings you want to enable. The first is show CPU usage. This is under monitoring, just toggle that on. And the next 2 are under input. You want to enable show touches and pointer location, and just toggle those 2 on as well. When you enable these special developer monitoring features, it actually increases the maximum performance of the phone because it unlocks some reserved power. That's because developers, when they're making apps, they typically require additional CPU usage to test their apps, develop them, and they need extra power that a regular user wouldn't. So the more of these 3 settings that you enable, the more power is unlocked from this reserve. And that's because it allows for better development use. Now, of course, the only downside to this is it will be a little bit more annoying with these settings enabled and showing on the screen, but the performance of the phone will certainly be better. So let's find out if this actually worked and how much. Let's go do a benchmark called 3D Mark, and we're gonna run the Ice Storm benchmark, and we'll see how it does before and after. So let's do this first run, see how that goes. It's kind of juddery, but that's because this is somewhat of an older phone, a few years old. And then let's see what the final result is, and we can compare that to after we do the upgrade. And this is what it looks like after the upgrade. Not an enormous increase, but we'll have to see the results at the end. And these are the results afterwards. As you can see, it's a significant increase on the same phone, so that is great. We know it works. Alright, so now you can go ahead and increase your performance of your Android phone. There are some other settings you might like in that developer options menu, for example, having to do with the animation scale. For example, I like to lower it to about 0.5. What this does is shortens animations like opening apps. It doesn't actually increase the performance of the phone, but it makes it appear much snappier, so I like to have that enabled. You might want to check that out as well. And again, be careful with the settings in the developer options menu. These are normally settings reserved for very advanced users and scientists. Hopefully you guys found this video helpful. If you did, give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and let others know how much of an increase you got for different phones so we know which ones it's even more worth it for. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you either in the comment section or on Twitter, so thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, so just like any appliance you have in your house, doing regular maintenance on your computer can improve performance, longevity, resale value, and it's just important overall. Now, the computer component I'm going to be talking about in this video is the timing belt. This is found in most but not all modern computers, and it basically helps the CPU maintain a consistent clock rate, especially when overclocking. And about once a year, you should check to see if your timing belt has worn out, because if it has, then that can lead to slowdowns, crashes, virus susceptibility, all sorts of nasty stuff. This simple belt also controls fans for cooling and a lot of other critical components, so it's definitely important to check up on. Luckily, these are very easy to find within the computer, and they're cheap too to replace, so I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and replace it if it's worn out. So inside the computer, you want to look for a black or rubber plastic belt near the CPU, and it may be wrapped around some gears, maybe not. It could be attached directly to the motherboard. If you don't see anything that looks like this, your computer does not have a belt, and that's okay. You don't have to worry about it. If you see the belt, you want to simply take it off the gear, measure the length and width so you know what kind to replace it with. You can get these types of belts at any automotive store or hardware store. They're the same they use in other components from appliances, so it shouldn't be very hard to get, and they're really cheap as I mentioned before. And then when you do get the replacement, you simply slip it back on like this. Immediately after you do this, especially if it was a worn out belt, you're going to notice a significant increase in performance, faster boot times, fewer crashes, lower susceptibility to viruses, and better graphics. If you do this and there is no improvement, then it was probably fine and you might have other issues you have to deal with, so it's best to talk to your computer repairman. But that's all you have to do, so you should have a pretty good idea about how to replace your computer's timing belt and increase that performance. Again, this isn't going to be in all computers. If it doesn't have one, you don't have to worry about it. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you down in the comments section below. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 times a week, so I think it should be worth it. Hope to hear from you in the comments or on Twitter. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe. Now, I've seen a lot of videos on the internet about how to overclock a CPU, but never anything about a clock itself. So this video is going to be more specific about how to overclock your clock. Now, you might be wondering why you might want to do this. It's not pretty typical, but basically what you can do is get better, more accurate timekeeping, some better reception if it's an FM radio clock, and also a louder alarm, just better performance out of your electronic clock overall. Like most modern gadgets, all electronic clocks have a little microcomputer inside and a CPU. So we're going to boost the performance of the clock, making it perform much better just as if it were a much more expensive clock. So let's get into how to actually do it. Here I just have a regular Sony alarm clock. It works pretty well, but sometimes it doesn't really wake me up, and I'd like it to be a little bit louder. So we're going to overclock it so we can get the louder alarm and the other benefits as well. So first we're going to start off with the clock unplugged. This is very important. And then you want to hold down the clock set button while plugging it back in. Every clock is obviously going to be a little bit different, but they all should have some sort of clock set button or toggle that you can enable, and just hold that on while you plug it in, and then we can get going. After this, you're going to see a new symbol show up on the clock face that you probably haven't seen before, and this just says that you have now entered overclock setting. Again, the actual symbol that shows up is going to vary by model and brand, but it doesn't really matter. Basically, the number next to it just represents how much you're overclocking it or underclocking it by. So it starts off at 0 and go plus 0.1 or minus 0.1 gigahertz. And if we see how high it can go, it seems to top out at about 500 megahertz, 0.5 gigahertz. I'm not sure what the base frequency for this clock is, but it's probably not that high, being just a simple clock. So 500 megahertz overclock might just be doubling the frequency of this clock. So after you get it to the level you want, you can just click the clock set button again, and the settings should go away. And depending on the model, it might show a new symbol from now on, showing that it's overclocked at the moment. But that's it. Now you have an overclocked clock. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but now your alarm should be louder, help you wake up more. It'll be more accurate, means you don't have to set it as often, and it'll just work better overall. So hopefully you guys liked this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you think in the comments section as well. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. I think you'll like those. You can just click them or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you, why is the sky blue? And you've certainly got some interesting theories, so let's find out. Why is the sky blue? Then he just plagiarized an entire Wikipedia article or something. The sky is blue because blue is the only color we can see. The sky is blue because there are no clouds today. Not exactly what I had in mind, but a perfectly valid explanation nonetheless. Because the sky is water and we live in a SpongeBob world. That explains a lot. The sky is blue because 70% of the atmosphere is nitrogen, and as we all know from Fast and Furious, nitrogen is blue, comes in blue NOS tanks, and the flames are blue, so it is only logical that the sky is blue. I don't think that's true, but I don't know enough about nitrogen to dispute it. It just is. Because of Blu-ray disc. Yes, that is why. How about this? Why isn't the sky green? I don't know. The sky is blue because you are not in China. It's not. The sky is blue because of the chemtrails. Obama done this. I was waiting for someone to bring up chemtrails. I don't fucking. Every night the ocean and sea goes up, and then at midnight some of the ocean and sea fall down. What? I'm pretty sure the sky is pink. I think you mean rose gold. The sky is blue because the sun is blue. It is the lightest color in the spectrum, so it floats up to the top. Finally, a scientific explanation. I don't know. Do you know how we can cheer him up? I don't see color. Racist. The sky's not blue. I just looked out my window and it's black. I don't know why that could be. The sky is blue for the same reason that grass is blue. It's blue because it's sad. It couldn't double its internet speed for free. Me. Mommy, why is the sky blue? Mom. Because it's not red. Why is it not red? Because it's blue. The logic is there. How can you know the sky is blue if our eyes aren't real? The sky is blue because it wants to be. You should respect its wishes and not question it. Why is the sky blue? No one cares. The sky is blue because of the Minecraft texture pack. Alright, I've had enough. Let's skip to the last one. Finally, why is the sky blue, you ask? Because we are all experiencing a worldwide blue screen of death. Just like in 2012, throwback to this video you've probably never seen. So great job on this week, I guess. How about for next week, let me ask you this. What is your best conspiracy theory? Doesn't matter if you just made it up. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeConspiracy on Twitter. And if you want, I recently made a video about the top 10 weirdest conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. Kind of. You can check out that video right here if you want. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. The government is lying. They're putting illegal chemicals into the planes, which are dumping them all over the United States as chemtrails to control our minds. So be sure to like this video if you're a member of the Illuminati, and subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Yo Mama's so fat, the player that kills her gets a triple kill. Yo Mama's so stupid, she tried to roast marshmallows on my mixtape. Now hold on, that would work. Hey guys, I'm Thingo Jingo. Thanks for that suggestion. Last week I asked you, what is your favorite conspiracy theory? So let's put on our tinfoil hats and find out. My favorite conspiracy theory is that the government actually invented the whole tinfoil hat idea because tinfoil hats don't actually block signals, they amplify them. Shit. Donald Trump is black? What if the cake wasn't a lie? My best conspiracy theory is that ThioJoe knows how to quadruple your internet speed for free. Yeah, but I can't give away my best secrets, can I? What if ThioJoe's tutorials are real, but the government and the companies have been forcing him to say that they're fake so no one will try them? I'm not allowed to say. Bush did 7-Eleven. There is no spoon. Ted Cruz is the Zodiac Killer. Icebergs can't melt steel beams. Bush did Titanic. My conspiracy theory is that ThioJoe is giving us fake videos on how to double our internet speeds for free to hide us from the dark, sad truth that it simply can't be done. Now that's crazy talk. If Jesus can walk on water, why can't he swim on land? My conspiracy is that this comment will be featured in your next video. How did he know? You know the grassy knoll? It was actually weed. John F. Kennedy shot first. My favorite conspiracy theory is the one about Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landing on the sun. I am ThioJoe's only subscriber. Everyone else is a fake account. But what if you're a fake account too? Egyptians helped aliens make the pyramids. Really? Not the other way around? Half-Life 3 is real? Come on, don't be crazy. I heard a theory that Hitler's moon landing was just a hoax to cover up the genocide of the Ethiopians. Look it up. And finally, 7-Eleven was a part-time job. Close enough. Obviously, you guys are quite rational people, so I'm glad we got those theories out in the air. So for next week, let me ask you this. What is one time you really screwed up? It can be a short story, as long as it's not several paragraphs long or anything. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below, or use the hashtag ThioJoeScrewedUp on Twitter. I'll read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Half of all convicted drunk drivers who lose their licenses don't reapply when they become eligible. So be sure to give this video a thumbs up, or else the government will put more chemtrails in the air. And subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video, and if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The sky is blue because the sun is blue. It is the lightest color in the spectrum, so it floats up to the top. Finally, a scientific explanation. Hey, what's up guys, Joe here. Now I thought I'd make today a little bit of a new original type of video, call it Why the hell are you even watching this, mate? So obviously it's going to be a great video today. Like all the other videos on this channel, it's going to be a pretty serious topic, so I really think it's something that needs to be out in the public, and it just has to be said. So let's get right into this. Now, we're all familiar with Where's Waldo, the really popular children's book where you search for the possibly insane man who wears the same exact red striped shirt every day, but I discovered, if you take a closer look at this guy, there's more to him. So let's examine this Waldo guy and find out what he's really about, and the deeper you go, the more obvious it becomes that there's something not right about Waldo. First of all, let's start off with some of the obvious evidence. He's always hiding. What is he hiding from, or who is he hiding from? It's the first red flag. He also only shows up in crowded places, crowded tourist destinations. Why does he want to be in such large crowds and concentrations of people? What does he need to do where he needs to be around a lot of people? This is starting to get scary. We also need to consider that this is a guy who can't afford more than one set of clothes. Where's he getting this money to travel all over the world? Who's funding him? Who's buying these plane tickets for him? It only makes sense that some evil organization is behind this, trying to fly him to different places to be in crowded areas. I know you're thinking what I'm thinking. But before we jump to any conclusions, the most damning piece of evidence. Look at all these fake aliases Waldo has. Every different country he's in, it's like he has a new alias. Fake passports, fake names. Who is he trying to hide from? Why does he have to need all these different identities? Who is Waldo really? There's only one explanation to all this. Waldo joined ISIS. We even now have proof photos, and I'll let them speak for themselves. It's hard to accept the truth. I know. I didn't want to accept it myself. I mean, we all love the Where's Waldo books, but we didn't realize that the fun we were having was helping him. You see, the real reason he created those books was to test out different methods of hiding in plain sight. So every time he created a book, he was testing where he should hide in his next devious act. But I mean, look, this guy's dangerous. Apparently he has some sort of cult where people just are willing to dress up in his signature red hat and shirt for no apparent reason. These people are willing to do whatever Waldo wants, and we have no idea what he's planning next. But who is this Waldo guy really? Now, we can look at the books, and they were written by a guy named Martin, so obviously he's in cahoots with Waldo, but we don't know anything else about him. The first Where's Waldo book was published in 1987. Does that date ring a bell? It was the same year that Ronald Reagan made the tear down this wall speech to unify East and West Germany. Coincidence, or does Waldo have more pull than we think? I think we can conclude at this point that Waldo is not just a funny character in a children's book. He's an entity, always behind the scenes, calling the shots, influencing several large governments, the United States, the Soviet Union at that time, even Germany itself. I think we're getting closer to the truth in this investigation. We found out that Waldo commonly goes by the name Wally as another fake alias. As we all know, the US mega corporation Walmart also has the nickname Wally World. Now this means that, oh my God, this can only mean one thing. Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, is the real life Waldo. He's still alive and he's been calling the shots behind the scenes this whole time. We have to tell someone, and I don't think we're gonna... Oh my God, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me.
Good job! Police department search warrant! Police department search warrant! Ah, hey, what? Come on, do the fire!
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you, what is the worst time you screwed up? And there really weren't that many good funny comments, so I tried to salvage some of them, but this might be a short video. My biggest screw up, on the math test when it said name the shape, I still don't get why I named the circle Bobby. I don't know, I think you did exactly what they said. It's not your fault that they weren't specific. Hopefully you didn't get that one wrong. My sister gave me a cool watch. Her friend actually gifted her that watch, and one day I said to her, hey, can I borrow that watch for a plane ride? So I went on the plane ride and got really sleepy. The watch was uncomfortable, so I took it off, and the next day I got off the plane and realized I lost the damn watch. I agree, that is a big screw up. Hopefully your sister forgave you. I majorly screwed up with my band's first performance at youth group. Stage fright and a single missed chord got the best of me. I said, I can't fucking do this, and walked off stage. And at a youth group nonetheless. Sorry to say, you're going to hell. I was in the front office and a lady came in. I said, hello ma'am, and she said, Mr. So I said, hello mister, and she said, Mr. is my last name, dummy. Again, I don't even think that's your fault. I think that's just a very unfortunate last name. Next. Oh. Alright, well, we're actually at the end. There's no more funny comments. I don't really want to expose you guys to any of the other ones, such as, this combination of words. I'm gonna kill myself. Look guys, if you're gonna leave a comment like that, you're gonna have to provide us with some chemo to go along with it. Well, to make this video a little bit longer and a little bit less brain damaging, I thought I'd make a new segment called Dummy of the Week, where we highlight someone who's just been a big dummy. So in this example, we have a very upstanding gentleman from a news report named Scott Simon who was arrested for murder, but the way he got caught was a little bit interesting. You see, what he did is accidentally called 911, the emergency line, and then discussed his plan to murder someone else while on the phone with them, and apparently didn't realize they could hear him, or he even called, because then later that day, he went and killed that person. So the police pretty much just show up to the scene and say, well, not sure how we're gonna figure out who did this. Well, there was this guy who called in and said he was gonna kill him, so it was probably him. What? Oh, and if you're wondering why he went and committed that murder, well, they got in an argument at the Waffle House. Can't make this up. So hopefully that made up for the lack of funny comments. If you guys want me to continue doing Dummy of the Week, let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I'm always looking forward to new suggestions, new ways to spice up this series. I think, you know, we could add some more to it and make it a bit more fun. So let me know what you think about it in general. So for next week, let me actually help you guys out. And what I want you to do is give me like a strange keyword or key phrase or something like that. And then what I'll do is no matter what you say, I will try to find a stock photo that best represents what you typed in as your comment. I'll try my best. If you make it too obscure, it might be nothing, but we'll see what happens. So you can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeStock on Twitter and we'll find out what happens next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. 76% of you are living paycheck to paycheck. So be sure to like this video or I will cancel the series without a moment's notice. And also be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. If Jesus can walk on water, why can't he swim on land? Bush did 7-Eleven. Hey, what's up guys? Angry Man punching the computer screen here, and today I'm going to talk about why I hate politics so much and why voting and being involved with politics makes absolutely no difference. So it's going to be a little bit of a rant, but hopefully it'll be fun. Now, obviously, I think everyone has a general idea that voting doesn't really do much, right? But it's much worse than that, actually. A lot of times your vote literally has zero significance, and that's mostly what I'm going to be talking about today. There have been some talks about something called a contested convention in the Republican Party, which basically takes all the stuff that we've been doing with the debates and the voting and the primaries and throws it all in the garbage. So your vote literally matters nothing at all. And I'm also going to be ranting about superdelegates on the Democratic side. If you're not familiar with these two mechanisms, superdelegates and contested conventions, then get ready to get a little bit upset. Let's assume for a second that your vote actually does matter. We'll come back to that and explain why it doesn't. But let's say it does. You have a pretty big impact. For every single person that votes, they actually impact the election. Let's take the Republicans, for example, the Republican Party. Now, how this works is that the Republican system goes by delegates, and when you win certain percentages of states, you get a certain number of delegates, or some states are winner take all. If you get the most plurality of votes, more than the other candidates, you get all the delegates for that state, and whoever has the most delegates at the end of the primaries is the winner. They're the Republican candidate, right? No, they're not, because the contested convention is a gotcha where the Republican Party can basically say, oh yeah, you know what? All those votes, all those primaries where millions of people went out to vote, yeah, we don't actually want to do that. We're just going to come up with a candidate ourselves. Now, this might sound a bit ridiculous. Well, what's the point of voting then? Why have all these primary elections if they can just go back on it? Exactly. This is what's going to happen. Because Donald Trump, now regardless of what you think of all the Republican candidates, that's not the point. The point is what the Republican Party can do with any election to get whatever candidate they want in, regardless of who gets the most votes. In this current situation, this election, Donald Trump currently has the most delegates. He's been getting the most votes in most states, and you would think, whether you like him or not, that entitles him to be the candidate. Who else would it be? However, there's a special situation called a contested convention where the Republican Party, which is an organization, can say, you know what? Well, yeah, sure, he got the most votes, right? But we really don't want him to be the candidate because, well, he's not good with the establishment. He's not good with all the other people in the Republican Party. So we're going to have a contested convention, which basically means they're going to have a special convention where they pick someone else, not the person that got the most delegates. They're going to have their own little election, their own mini election, and that's going to decide everything and overrule all the voting of the people. And we're just going to come up with our own. And in this specific example, you have Donald Trump, who has the #1 amount of delegates, and then you have John Kasich, who is number 3 because Rubio dropped out, but he has by far the least number of delegates, and yet people are saying that he is going to be the one that the Republicans are trying to get in as the candidate. How does that make sense? You're going to go through an entire election cycle and say, yeah, well, all these people voted for Trump. Most people want Trump, but screw them. We want Kasich. So they're going to try and do that. Now, there is a way that Donald Trump can avoid this contested convention. That is if he gets an absolute majority of the delegates. If he gets 51% of all the delegates for all the states, then yes, there is no way you can have a contested convention because most delegates and most people do want it. But the argument is, okay, well, he might get 49%, but that means that 51% of people don't want Donald Trump as the candidate. It kind of makes sense, but then if you think about it, well, then who's the alternative? The person who got less votes than Donald Trump, the one that even fewer people want? So that's my point, is it doesn't make any more sense to go with someone else. It's just a way to try and get someone else that they don't like. You know, we don't like you, so we're gonna bend the rules and get rid of you. And then there's another rule called Rule 40, which basically means if you are gonna have a contested convention, only people who have won a majority of the delegates in a certain number of states can be considered in the contested convention. And this was a made-up rule from a few years ago to, I believe, get rid of Ron Paul out of the contested convention if there was going to be one, because they didn't like Ron Paul. So they invented this rule where, well, what doesn't Ron Paul have? Well, he doesn't have a majority in 8 states. So let's make that a rule. You need 8 states majority to get this candidacy. But Donald Trump is probably going to surpass that rule, and the other candidates won't. So that means that Donald Trump is going to be the only one who satisfies that rule, meaning, well, then that means that he has to be the candidate, right? No, they're going to go back and retract that rule because that would mean that Donald Trump would win it, right? So basically you have these politicians and this Republican Party that's going through all these hoops, making up rules, getting rid of rules, taking them back, saying, oh no, we don't like that rule anymore. They're gonna retract this rule months ahead of the election just because it's gonna satisfy someone they don't like. So this is the problem, at least with the Republicans, is not democracy. You think we live in a democracy when they can just go against the votes? The whole point is the person with the most votes, that is who most people like, right? Well, no, it's who the Republicans want to get in there. The elite Republicans, those 50 people or whoever want that, that's the person that gets in. They don't give a crap about the voters at all. Now let's get into the Democrats. In this election, it seems like the Democrats are doing a little bit less crazy stuff. There's no contested convention talk or, getting rid of special rules and all that. But there is something that is equally BS called super delegates. It's again something that's completely anti-democracy. So with Democrats, it's very similar to the Republicans. Basically, people go out and vote in their state, and the candidate with the most number of votes gets the most number of delegates, and I believe it's proportional in all states, so the number 2 person gets the number 2 amount of delegates. Then you'd think, all right, well, obviously the person with the most votes is going to get the most delegates, right? They're going to win the election. No. Again, there's a mechanism to bypass all that voting stuff, all that democracy stuff, the vote. Yeah, we don't want to deal with that. We're going to invent, what should we come up with? I don't know. Super delegates. That's it. We'll come up with super delegates, and they don't have to vote for anyone that anyone says. They can just vote for whoever they want. And that's exactly what happened. There's these super delegates, and there's about 500 of them. And while this isn't a majority, it's not like they can completely override it. What they do is they can vote for whoever they want. So they don't have to go with what the people are voting for. It's so inconvenient. They can just say, well, yeah, we want to vote with whoever we think aligns most with the party and who's going to go with the status quo. And that's exactly what's happening with Hillary Clinton. You have Bernie Sanders, who, again, whether you like Hillary or Bernie Sanders, you have to agree that the superdelegate thing is BS, because Bernie is not that far behind Hillary, really, if you look at it. But Hillary has way more superdelegates, which means now she's essentially got double the amount of delegates as Bernie Sanders, even though there were no people to justify all those superdelegates going to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is just established in the Democratic Party, and so they're like, yeah, well, we know Hillary more. Like, we know Hillary, so we're just gonna vote for our friend. Bernie Sanders, we don't really know this guy that much, so no, we're not gonna go with him. So you basically already start off with Hillary or any candidate with a huge boost in delegates, which means that it's infinitely harder for someone else to top that because they have to get a much higher percentage of actual votes. I mean, why would you even do that? Real votes? Who cares about those, right? So this, again, is just the BS of the Democratic Party, and I already talked about the Republican Party, and how no matter how many people vote, there are still ways that these organizations can insert whoever they want, no matter what people vote for. And that was just a bunch of BS with the primaries. You go to the general election, it's just as bad. You got the Electoral College, which means that if you're not in a swing state, then your vote is thrown in the garbage. If you're in Texas, and you're a Democrat, voting for the Democratic candidate, good luck having an effect, because the overall vote count doesn't matter in the general election. It's just the number of state delegates, and it's divided up. And that's what happened in the general election in 2000. It was Al Gore versus George Bush, and Al Gore got more votes than George Bush. He got more votes and didn't win, because where George Bush got the votes mattered more than the actual number of votes. The number of votes, screw that. Yeah, it matters where you vote. So in a nutshell, if you want to influence the presidential election, basically what you have to do is be 10,000 people. You just have to transform into 10,000 unique people and then vote together. And also you have to move to a swing state, and you have to assume that the candidates are going to actually do what they say, or have the ability to do what they promise even if they wanted to. And one more thing, people say, oh well, yeah, it's all those people who don't vote that could make a difference. Okay, fair enough argument, but you're assuming that all the people that don't vote are gonna go with like one candidate. If you are going to make the assumption that the people that do vote are a representative of the whole, even if everyone voted, then again, it's not gonna make a difference if everyone else votes anyway. So those are just my thoughts. Could be totally wrong, who knows? If you guys wanna rebut some of my statements, go ahead in the comments section, I'm all ears. I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes. I'm just a person on the internet with a video camera, so just like my vote doesn't really count in the election, my idea doesn't really matter on the internet. Let me know what you guys think. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. And let me know what you think in the comments section or on Twitter. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you do want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 times a week, so I think it should be worth it. Be sure to go on the channel and click the gear and select notifications so you don't miss out on anything. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm ThioJoe, and last week I asked you what is a weird keyword for a stock photo, and I would do my best to find one that best illustrates what you said. Now, these are kind of weird, so let's get started. Old man licking big lollipop. Well, you asked for it. A turtle in space on a pizza. Well, there wasn't any pizza, but here's a turtle in space. Obama is smart. This is what came up. I don't know what that is. It's a bit disturbing. Let's move on. Wimpy kid. Okay. Pizza spiders. Please no. Too late. And wow, they are actually a thing. Greasy guy eating stuff. Throwing banana at people prank gone wrong. I think this one is a good match. Smoke weed every day. And wow, there actually was a picture. Man marries sandwich. Well, this is the closest thing I could find. Not really sure what it's supposed to represent, but who am I to judge? Woman not laughing at salad. Well, this woman's pretty disappointed with her salad, but then, oh God, what is that face? Why would you even upload that? Why? A dumb nerd. This one is just, what the hell, man? Someone's face when they get 1 subscriber. Oh yeah, that's some mad swag. Screaming at your mom at 1 a.m. while playing a video game. Mom, I need more Hot Pockets. I'm hungry. Cactus with a face. Oh my God, that is disturbing. Atomic donut bomb. Not sure why you would need a picture of a donut bomb, but here it is. Beating your son for watching anime. I'll teach you to watch those girly cartoons. No, Dad, I just want to watch the Naruto. I'll whoop your ass. Man, these are some dark themes in these stock photos. Computer repair. Yeah, that's how you repair a computer. How do you even get to that point? What the hell is that? Happy doctor, bad news. Sorry, sir, you have 1 week to live. Oh, thank God. Harold. Just show all the ones with Harold in it. Well, of course we can't forget Harold, the most famous stock photo model ever. And finally, keyword what face. Okay, well there was one. Maybe it's just better if I show you. Yeah, I don't know either. Alright, that was actually a lot of fun. Now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I highlight someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have Nicholas Jackson. Now this fella wanted to buy a BMW, but he didn't have quite enough money. So he tried to buy it with food stamps. This is how I imagine it went down. Hi, I'd like to buy this BMW. Absolutely, how will you be paying? Food stamps. What the fuck? Now, trying to buy a luxury car with food stamps is already pretty dumb, but it doesn't end there. You see, after he was rejected, he went back the next night and stole the car instead. But here's the best part, he didn't even get away because he ran out of gas and had to ditch the car. Then of course he was caught later because it doesn't take a leap of logic to figure out who might have done this. So let that be a lesson to the rest of you. But anyway, let me ask you this for next week. If you had to plan a bank heist, what would you do to get the money? I'm just asking for a friend, you know. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeHeist on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Warren Buffett and other billionaires pay less tax than you. So be sure to give this video a thumbs up or else this guy is going to come to your house. Also make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week, and if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. My biggest screw up, on the math test when it said name the shape, I still don't get why I named the circle Bobby. Hey guys, I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you how you can double your RAM for free using methods that most people don't even realize are possible, but it's actually surprisingly easy, so I'm really excited to show you how to do it. We're going to be taking advantage of some optimization techniques known as stochastic optimization, sometimes referred to as simulated annealing among computer scientists. Whatever you call it, it essentially allows the RAM to handle twice as much data as normal, so it effectively doubles the capacity of the RAM in your computer. And if you have really high-end, high-quality RAM, it's very possible that it would more than double the capacity. Now, don't worry if you don't understand any of the science terms, it's actually really easy. It just takes a little bit of patience, and I'm going to walk you through every step. So let's go over to the computer and I will show you exactly how to do it in Windows.
Okay, so here we are at the computer, and I'm just recording it right off the screen with a camera because we have to restart the computer a couple times. But the first thing we want to do is see how much RAM we have right now, how much we're starting off with, and we have 16 gigabytes, and that's actually pretty good, but of course we can always use more, right? So the first thing you need to do is run a check disk on your computer to make sure that there's no files that are corrupted or anything like that. So when we go to do the upgrade, everything is all set. And this is actually pretty important. And to do that, all you have to do is go to the command prompt, type in CMD, and then you have to run it as an administrator. So you can just do that, right click, click yes, and then type in the following command. It's chkdsk space /f. And the /f just means it's going to repair any files that it finds. And then you can press enter, and it's going to ask you when you want to do it, and you have to do it after you restart. So you can press Y and then hit enter. And then the next time you restart, it's going to run a check disk. So we can restart it right now. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing. You can just let it run because you don't have to do anything with it. So I'll come back after it restarts. So let's do that right now. Okay, so we just let CheckDisk do its thing and it booted right back into Windows at about less than 10 minutes. So now we're actually ready to do the real upgrade. So what you want to do is go to the Start menu and then go to All Apps and then go down to Windows Administrative Tools, and then you want to go down to Windows Memory Diagnostic, and again you want to right click that. There's no administrator, so you just click on that, and it's going to ask you whether you want to restart now to check for problems, or if you want to check for problems the next time you restart the computer. We're just going to do it right now, so make sure you save any work or anything, just like it says, or else it's going to be lost, and then we can go ahead and click restart. It's going to restart and boot again into the memory checker. Okay, so it's going to boot into the diagnostics tool. And don't worry if it starts to run. What you need to do is press F1 to open up the options, and then that'll pause the test, and so we can change it to what we need to. Now, all these different tests are designed to figure out how to optimize the RAM, your specific RAM for your computer. Basic doesn't do anything. It just reads the memory. It will not add any or anything like that. Standard will increase your memory a little bit, but we're not really interested in that. We're going to do extended because this is specifically designed test to extend the amount of RAM. That's why it's called extended. And you can see how many more tests this one runs compared to the previous two. So it's going to really go in there and figure out how to optimize that RAM using some different techniques. So all you have to do is go down and highlight extended with the arrow keys and then press tab. And now you don't have to change the cache. I haven't found any difference in performance whether you put it on or off or default. It goes faster with default, so we're just going to put it on default. Again, highlight that and press tab. And now we're going to get to pass count, and this is where you need to decide how patient you are, because the more passes you use, the more RAM you're going to get. It's going to be able to do more tests and extend it even more. And obviously if you do 15, that's where you're gonna get about double. If you do 1 or 2, it's not going to really increase it at all, if any. So what we wanna do is type in 15, and then we're good to go. You can press F10. And obviously when you do 15 with the extended test, it's gonna take a while. It might take several hours, but you know, it'll be worth it. So I would recommend just letting this go overnight, and should be ready in the morning. And after it's done, it's going to reboot into Windows, and then we can check again once it's ready. Okay, so it's the next day, and I'm not exactly sure how long it took because I just let it run overnight, but obviously not that long. And the first thing you want to do is make sure it worked. So what you can actually do first is go into the event viewer and click on that. And there's going to be a log for that optimization we ran. So you can go to Windows, System, and then scroll down to where it says Memory Diagnostics Results. And you can just right click that, hit Properties, and then go to Details. And then here it says Completion Type Pass. And that means that it worked. It was able to do some sort of optimization, and let me show you the results that we got. And here you can see that it just over doubled the RAM. Before we were at 16, now it's at 32.12, kind of an odd number, but I'll take it. And I'm not sure what the experience index was before, but I think it went up. And so now we have more than double the RAM before. Went from 16 to about 32, and this was a great result.
Alright, so as you saw, we were able to double the amount of RAM in that computer. Your results may vary, but typically I found on several computers I've tried that doing 15 runs will actually double the amount of RAM typically. And if you have very cheap budget RAM, it might not increase as much, but it still should be a pretty significant increase either way. So why don't you guys all let us know how well this worked on your computer, how much of a RAM increase you got. I'm really interested to see how well this worked for other people. And if you found this video helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you guys liked it. And if you want to continue watching, I've got some other cool videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make a bunch of different types of videos Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that as well. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either in the comment section or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. It's the age-old question that's been debated for decades, but what is the truth? Today we're going to give a final and unbiased answer on which is better, Mac or PC. Sponsored by Apple. The first category we're going to look at is performance. If we look at these benchmarks, you can see that Macs are way better. We can also compare the number of errors. Just looking at this graph again, we can see that Macs have no errors, but PCs have a lot of errors. And finally, for performance, let's move to download speed, where we compared Mac and PC on the very same ISP. The results were shocking. The Mac has twice the download speed of a PC. So much for PCs being fast, I guess. Now let's compare physical design, starting with screen resolution. PC screens are 1920 by 1080. However, Macs have a state-of-the-art high-resolution display, winning out over PC. We also did a comparison of aesthetic design. We found that over 90% of the people that we surveyed thought that Macs were the best designed computers on the planet. This is quite an interesting result for those of you who find appearance important. Now let's look at the price. This is actually one of the few categories where PC was the winner. Looking at similarly powered computers, PCs came in slightly cheaper than Mac. However, with Mac, you're really paying for that premium quality, so it's not really much of a surprise, and you really do get what you pay for, so it's worth it. The next category is entertainment and gaming. For watching TVs and movies, you can do all of that through iTunes, featured on Mac. However, on PC, there is no iTunes, so that's another point for Mac. But let's do a comparison of gaming for the gamers such as myself. Now on Mac, there are literally dozens of games to purchase and play. However, on PC, you can only buy the ones that are available on Steam, which isn't that many. So Mac is again the clear winner of this category as well. The next category is security. For this, we looked at several statistics to figure out which is better. As you can see in this graph of the results, PCs had a very large number of errors, glitches, and viruses. However, Macs actually had a negative number of viruses resulting. I think the results really speak for themselves in this comparison. Now those are all the categories, so let's do a final tally so we can make a decision once and for all. As you can see, Mac scored a perfect 5 out of 5, meaning that Mac is certainly better than PC in pretty much every way. Hope you guys found this video helpful and useful. If you did, be sure to let us know in the comments whether you're going to be switching from PC to Mac. Also, be sure to give this video a thumbs up if you already knew that Macs are better than PC. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. I think you'll like those. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 times a week, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Thanks for that suggestion. This is the show where I ask you a dumb question and then read your dumb comments. So last week I asked you, what would be your plan for a bank heist? And you guys are just gonna be rich from all these great ideas, so let's get started. I would choose a Canadian bank because I'll just ask them nicely for the money, and in turn I'll give them a good thanks. Become the boss and take the bonuses. I mean, it'd still work, it would just take a while. If I fail, I'd tell them it's a social experiment. Well, as long as you're not actually robbing the bank. I would bring with me a Nokia 3310 so I can destroy the walls and steal the money easily. I would ask nicely because nice people usually get whatever they want. No, they don't. I'd go in with a gun. No way they wouldn't let me make my deposit. Make a bank account and deposit money in it. Then I would break in, and if the cops bust me, I'll tell them that I was making a withdrawal the hard way. I wouldn't break in. I would just get a small loan of $1 million and not pay it off. It's better than having to break in. I would get a credit card and pay that card with another credit card and pay that card with another card. Ah yes, you've discovered the secret for infinite money. I'd bribe the banker so he gives me all the money. Yeah, but then why wouldn't he just take it all himself? Ask for it. Yeah, but it's all about how you ask. Give them a 2-hour speech on why they should give me the money. First, I would have to overcome my social awkwardness. Here's a guy who knows his limits. Wear glasses. Nobody can hit a guy with glasses. I would buy the money with food stamps. Yeah, I think that's how food stamps work, right? I would use no clip to go through the walls of the vault. I would ask for the money because I have white privilege. Now, I'm no expert, but I still don't think that would be enough. Oh, here's a well thought out one. I would walk in the front door and just start working. Bank teller, security guard, the position wouldn't matter. I would work day after day just to gain their trust. Then comes the fun part. Every 2 weeks, they deposit money into my bank account. Then about 30 years later, I will walk out the front door like nothing even happened. Oh, you got them good. I'd throw bananas on the employees. It's a bold strategy, MJ. Let's see if it pays off. I would ask to take out $20 and then take out $20 million. Oh my gosh, why hasn't anyone thought of that before? And finally, bring my wife to kill the security guard by talking about her day. And now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I highlight someone who's just been a big dummy. So speaking of robbers, we have a guy from a news report named Juan Diaz. Now this guy decided that he wanted to rob a Sunoco gas station, but the way he got caught was a little bit unusual. You see, after he robbed the gas station, it didn't take him very long to get caught because he used his own debit card to buy Gatorade at that gas station immediately before he robbed it. You see, he walked in, bought a Gatorade, then let someone else go in front of him, and then again walked up to the clerk and robbed him this time. The thing I don't understand is it seems like some sort of afterthought. It's like he walked in and was like, oh, I got the Gatorade, I got the potato chips, what did I forget? Oh right, I was gonna rob him. So yeah, then they went and arrested him, and that was that. Alright, that was pretty fun for this week. Now let me ask you this for next week. What is the worst torture you can imagine? And to be clear, I'm looking for joke answers. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the perfectly nice hashtag ThioJoeTorture on Twitter. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You are now aware that you can see your own nose. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up or else this guy is gonna come to your house. Also, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you wanna check out last week's video, here's a sample. Computer repair. Yeah, that's how you repair a computer. How do you even get to that point? What the hell is that?
How may I help you?
Hi, this is Roy. I wanted to buy one of those computers so I can get on the interweb.
What kind of computer did you want, desktop or laptop?
I don't know. I've never bought a computer before. I don't know anything about them.
Were you just looking for the price range then?
Yeah, I just want the best one.
We have a 4 gig, which is the best, that a dual processor at 250 gigabyte hard
Whoa,
drive.
I don't know anything that you're saying. I don't know what computer stuff is. Is that pretty fast?
Well, basically, 4 gig is it's going to be the fastest that we have because it's the 4 gig memory. The better the memory, the faster the speed.
Oh, so I can save stuff on the memory?
No, the 250 gigabyte hard drive, that's where you would save things.
Oh, what does the hard drive do?
The hard drive, you just save like files and pictures and whatever you would save to it. We have one with 320 gigabyte hard drive.
Could a 320 gigabyte hard drive hold a whole movie?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's going to hold more than that.
Oh, how much could it hold?
A lot. I mean, it would hold several movies. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily need.
Yeah, I got a lot of movies.
And that one also, it plays Blu-ray disc, which is like a special kind of DVD.
Okay, cool. Can I plug it into my TV and watch it on my TV too?
I mean, you can go through the internet and watch TV that way, or if it has like a TV tuner in it, you can buy.
What's the internet? What's the internet?
The internet, like, researching on the internet.
Is it like a
You get
library?
on the internet. Well, basically. Like, if you have AOL, that's like the internet.
Does the interweb come pre-installed, or do I have to buy that separate?
You have to get that installed yourself.
How much would an internet hold?
Well, the internet's just a service. It's like, just like if you pay for your cable service, you're going to pay for your internet service.
Oh, so there's no gigabytes for the internet?
No, I mean, internet you can get with any computer.
Any
Companies
computer?
like AOL, Netscape.
Lord have mercy. Any computer can go on the internet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
So how much would that laptop cost me?
The 4 gig, 320 gigabyte hard drive, that's $1,349.
That's not too bad, I guess. Seeing as it comes with the internet. And how much would the internet cost to get?
If you wanted broadband, it just depends what company you go through. It could be, $20 a month and up.
Do you guys have that one in stock with you?
Well, internet service you pay through another person. Like, you get that somewhere else, like either through AOL or Netscape or whatever company you decide. It's just like, getting cable service.
Okay. I guess I'll probably come in either today or tomorrow sometime this week to pick it up. I'll just buy it then.
Okay, that's fine. Did you want the model number on it or anything like that?
I know. I'll just come in and ask for the fast computer.
All right.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to tell you something that the toilet paper companies do not want you to know how to do. I'm going to tell you how you can double your toilet paper for absolutely no cost. This is going to show you how you can take one toilet paper and turn it into 2 toilet paper rolls of the same exact number of sheets, effectively making it so you only have to buy half the amount and save twice as much money. Again, this is secret information that not a lot of people know about, but I'm gonna crack the case open and show you guys how to do it today. It doesn't take very long, it's actually really easy, so let's go to the desk and I'll show you exactly what you have to do.
Okay guys, so this is a regular roll of toilet paper. This is 2-ply. You need either 2-ply or 3-ply because that's the kind you can double for free. Optionally, you can get an empty roll to put the doubled amount onto, but you don't need that, you can just store it. And I want you to take a look at this. This looks like a regular single sheet, right? But you can actually separate these, the 2-ply, into 2 sheets. And if it's 3-ply, you can separate it into 3. So you can go all the way around this entire roll and separate it into another whole roll. So you effectively get 2 rolls in one, but they don't tell you that you can separate it and get a whole nother roll for free. So I'm gonna unroll this whole thing and put it onto this other roll and show you that you can basically double your roll into 2 at no cost buying just one of these. Now this is the system I have set up. I started the second roll and then have the first roll parallel with it. So you can essentially unroll one while rolling up the other, and it goes much faster, so I'll speed that up as well. Okay, so we have now finished and not a single break in the toilet paper. So now we have 2 entire rolls. So one is on this spool and the other is going to go onto this one. So look at this, good as new, an entire roll. Look how big it is. Look how many sheets, it's the same number of sheets. And then we have all this over here that is good enough for an entire another roll. So let's set this aside. And then let's start working on the other roll. So now we're gonna make our second roll so we can truly double it for free. And I'll just start rolling that again. Same process in reverse. Start off like this, and we'll speed this up and get to the results. Okay, so now we're all done with the second roll, and look at this, 2 perfectly good rolls of toilet paper from originally 1 roll, perfectly fine. Now you have twice the amount of toilet paper for the same exact price. And now I want to try something. Here are 3 different rolls, and I want you guys to tell me if you can tell which is the original and which is the ones that we doubled. You can't even tell. They look exactly the same. I'll tell you that these are the 2 that we doubled. They look the same size. I wouldn't be able to tell that any of them has any more than the other, and so it really does work.
Alright, so that's it. As you saw, we took this 1 roll of toilet paper and we're able to turn it into 2 of the same number of sheets. Now you only have to buy it half as often, and I know the toilet paper companies are going to be pretty mad about this. Might hurt their revenue, but I'm glad to be able to clue you guys in. Be sure to share this with all your friends, and if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it, and also leave a comment letting us know if this worked for you or if you had some trouble, so everyone else can know if it works in other countries, for example. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. So thanks for watching, guys. I'm looking forward to hearing from you either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm ThioJoe. Thanks for that suggestion. Last week I asked you, what is the worst torture you can imagine? And you guys had some funny ideas, so let's just jump right in. Watching Lord Gaben delete Half-Life 3 from his computer. Being replied to with Darude Sandstorm. The worst torture is being forced to listen to today's music. I really shouldn't be saying that at the age of 16. Let me guess, you're also one of the people who go on YouTube and comment on old songs saying how you were born in the wrong generation. The worst torture I can imagine is going to school. I think you need to get out more, and that's saying a lot coming from me. YouTube comments. Yep, it's pretty much only a matter of time before I go insane. Experiencing life in 720p at 30 frames a second. Better known as console vision. The worst torture is being forced to step on Legos. Fun fact, that was actually a corporal punishment before the Bill of Rights made cruel and unusual punishment illegal. Having to read all the "your videos are torture" comments. Yep, and I'm not gonna put in a single one. Try to be original, guys. No Wi-Fi for 1 day. Using Bing. The worst torture is having your gun jam while you're gathering food for your family at 7-Eleven. I know, don't you just hate when that happens? Hey ThioJoe, can you make a video on how to hack a Facebook account using Android device? I know it's illegal, but I just wanted to know how to hack a Facebook account. Well, Keith, no. Watching 6 seasons of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I said joke answers, not real forms of torture. Give the person a Nokia N-Gage. That'll get them. I have no idea why anyone thought that would ever be a good idea. Read all the Apple terms and conditions. Imagine a future where a TV has 500 channels, but there's nothing to watch. Oh wait. And finally, going outside. Alright, so those were pretty fun. And now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have a lady by the name of Susan Brown. She's a retired woman in the United Kingdom, and she was on a cruise with her husband just having a nice vacation, and they decided at one of the stops they would just get off the cruise and fly home a few days early. But at some point after getting off the boat, they got separated, and Susan thought that her husband got back on the boat, possibly to abandon her. So what does she do? Possibly call the husband to see where he is? No. She jumps into the ocean to swim after this cruise ship. And after 3 miles of swimming, a couple fishermen spotted her struggling about a half-mile off the coast. She was about to drown and they rescued her. But the best part? The husband wasn't even on the ship. So just remember this story the next time you decide to try and outswim a 50,000-ton cruise ship. But anyway, for next week, let me ask you this. What the heck is going on in this picture? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below, or use the hashtag ThioJoe Weird Picture on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You just lost the game. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up, or else this guy's gonna come to your house. And also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Give them a 2-hour speech on why they should give me the money. If I fail, I'd tell them it's a social experiment. Well, as long as you're not actually robbing the bank. So I was on Twitter this morning and saw a new hashtag, Wednesday Wisdom. Let me tell you, I cannot wait to see what kind of edgy advice these teenagers on the internet have for my life. Now, Nick is gonna start off strong for us. Don't put your dick in the vacuum cleaner. You heard it here first, folks. You have a strong heart, but your head's so big that it makes your mind weak. Now that one deserves to be on a statue engraved or something. Then you got the people who they're not even giving wisdom, they're just advertising. Our attorneys help you get back on your feet after a serious car accident and do much more than handle your claim. Wow, thank you. Thank you for that great advice. I didn't even know it was Wednesday. Wow, Poppy, what an excellent, hilarious joke. The look I got when I told a lady I am Christian and don't believe in karma or feng shui. She said Trump uses feng shui. Oh, I think we all know that look that he's referring to. We've all been in that situation. What a relatable post, Mark. Thank you. People who always have an excuse usually always have a problem. First of all, Becky, you can't just say usually always. It doesn't work like that. Second of all, what the hell are you even talking about? Our Swedish meatballs are perfect for a midweek meal. What a great wisdom post. I don't know about you guys, but I'm in the mood for some meatballs right now. I don't know why. You'll never go broke investing in the kingdom of God and the poor. Okay, first of all, I know this is bullshit because I looked up the Kingdom of God on the Google Finance. That company doesn't exist. And I don't know about you, but I've given homeless people a couple of dollars on occasion, haven't gotten a single dividend check back. We need a true conservative to run for Republican nominee, a small government, constitutionally minded leader. What an inspirational post. This is just the wisdom I needed to hear to improve my life. What makes you different makes you special. That's a nice thought, but if everyone is different, that means everyone is special, therefore no one is special. In 3 words, I can sum up everything I've learned about life. It goes on. Unless you get shot or something, then you're pretty dead. Although, life does go on for everyone else, so it's not totally wrong. Don't gain the world and lose your soul. Wisdom is better than silver or gold. Bob Marley. Yeah, well, my soul can't pay my rent, so you got any other ideas? I don't spoon feed or babysit adults. Thank you, Living Lala. That was really critical information that I needed to know. When you're giving your all and you're still in the same position. Well said. What would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? If I knew it was impossible for me to fail, probably just walk into a bank and take all the money. No need to work for it. Use your time wisely. Thanks, Rob, for that original and useful piece of advice. Make reading part of every day. Even just a few minutes will make a difference. This one is actually true. That's why I started reading BuzzFeed and TMZ every single morning. Don't ever let someone tell you that you're a bad person. Rip out their vocal cords before they can finish the sentence. Yeah, because that definitely wouldn't make you a bad person if you did that. The only disability in life is a bad attitude. Tell that to the guy in the wheelchair trying to go up the steps. Fix your attitude. This person just didn't even post a quote, they just put the hashtag. Our generation has lost the value of romance, value of trust, conversation. Unfortunately, small talk is now the new deep. Wow, so edgy, man. Let me guess, you were also born in the wrong generation. All right, that's all I can handle. That was the limit right there. We crossed it, we went there. I'm warning you guys, if you go to look at that hashtag, be careful, because you don't come back the same. If you did happen to survive that onslaught of excellent advice, you can let us know down in the comments section how critically wounded you were from hearing it. I got some other dumb videos on the right hand side. I don't even know why you'd want to watch them, but if you want, you can click them or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone or a tablet or a Nokia N-Gage. And if you hate yourself enough to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so that should help you out. I'm going to be looking out to see what you guys think down in the comment section. Perhaps if you have any other funny hashtags throughout the week you want me to talk about, maybe next Wednesday or something, you can let me know down there or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a very good day based on the advice you heard today. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you a pretty easy way to improve your eyesight. You're going to be surprised at how simple this is and that you never heard about this before. Now, of course, I'm no doctor or anything, so don't take this as medical advice, purely for entertainment, educational purposes, but you should still hopefully find it interesting. Now, as a quick introduction, our eyes actually have 3 different types of cones that are more sensitive to different parts of the light spectrum. One set of cones is more sensitive to red, one blue, and one mostly green. And our eyes overall are actually more sensitive to the color green than the other colors, and that's simply because out in nature, the color green is much more common, so it makes sense that our eyes should be more sensitive to that color. However, in modern times, there's a much larger variety of colors that we see, and the other colors besides green are much more common, so our eyes aren't necessarily trained to observe those colors as well as they are naturally with green. But there is actually a way to train your eyes to be more sensitive to red and blue, not just green, and all you need is a pair of classic 3D glasses. I have the plastic ones, but the paper ones that you get in movie theaters are totally fine as well. So what you can do is actually put these on for about 2 minutes a day. That's all you need, and you can do it when you're reading a book or getting ready for bed or something like that. And studies show that people who do this show a 10% increase in the contrast acuity in your vision. So it won't exactly fix your short-sightedness or far-sightedness, but you will be able to much more easily identify and distinguish details in different environments. You don't want to do it for any more than 2 minutes. There's no benefit at all, and after about 7 days, the effect should remain for several more months, so it's not like you have to keep doing this forever every single day. And alternatively, if you don't have a pair of 3D glasses like I do, you can use normal pieces of construction paper, red and blue paper, one each, and look at each one for about a minute every day instead of looking through the glasses, and it should have similar results. Maybe not as good as having real glasses, but it should improve it either way. And that's all there is to it. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and let me know in the comments what you thought. If you want to continue watching, I've got other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? Now, everyone knows that getting a higher credit score is really important in terms of getting better interest rates, getting approved for credit cards, and more. And there are a lot of common ways that most people know how to improve your credit score, such as always paying off your credit cards and that sort of thing. But there are some other less known ways that you can improve your credit score, and it's really easy, so I thought I would go over those lesser known ways that you might find useful. Now, of course, I'm no financial advisor, so I do need to say that this is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Don't take my word for it, but hopefully you'll find it interesting either way. First of all, pay your taxes and file your income tax before the deadline. Do it early. This shows financial responsibility, and credit companies and credit bureaus really like to see this. If you file right as soon as you're able to, your taxes, then this could increase your credit score by up to about 10 points. Next is using coupons at the grocery store. Not a lot of people realize that grocery stores often report statistics and usage of credit cards to the credit bureaus if you're paying through a credit card, and they include whether or not you used a coupon. Credit card companies do like to see if you are using a coupon because it, again, shows that you're responsible in handling money and trying to get the best price and not overspending. So doing this can improve your credit score when the credit card companies report it to the credit bureaus. Now, of course, you're not going to be punished for not using coupons, but it will help you if you do. Next is having a college degree. Obviously, this isn't something you can go out and do tomorrow, but most people don't realize that universities usually give a list of their graduates to the credit bureaus so they can see who graduated and got a degree. And obviously, people who graduate college are more likely to make more money in the long run, so that means they are less risky for financial institutions to lend to. It's actually not that uncommon to see graduates immediately see an increase in their credit score by about 20 points right after they receive their degree. And again, while you wouldn't be punished for not having a college degree, this is still good to know. The next tip is saving money, or more specifically, increasing the amount of money in your bank account. Credit bureaus get a report of how much money each person has, and obviously the more money that someone has, the less risky they are of defaulting on a loan. This also includes stocks and bonds, investments, retirement accounts. All these assets significantly improve your credit trustworthiness. So if you don't have any money right now, or you have a hard time saving, just start off small, and as your savings increase and you don't spend as much money, then you probably will see a gradual increase in your credit score. This final tip may be surprising to most of you, and that is don't buy cigarettes and alcohol. Credit companies see you buying these things and they consider them high-risk lifestyle type items. Credit companies know that statistically, people who smoke and drink heavily are less likely to live as long. And if a person dies, their debt goes away and the credit company doesn't get paid their money. So your credit score factors this in and gives you higher interest rates and accounts for the increased risk that you'll die while having the loan. Even buying a single pack of cigarettes could flag your credit account and decrease your score by up to about 10 points possibly. It may not be a significant difference, but averaged over the entire population, the credit companies make their money back. And that's it. I hope you guys found this video helpful. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and let us know down in the comment section what you thought, maybe some other tips you may know about increasing your credit score that I didn't mention. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. So recently there's been a lot of talk about hackers who are able to pluck your credit card right out of the air just by getting close to your wallet and stealing your credit card number wirelessly through RFID. This has led to several products that claim to be able to block RFID signals so hackers can't get access to your wallet, anything from card-sized shields to entire wallets that block RFID signals. But I wanted to know, is there a cheaper way to block RFID signals or at least reduce them? It turns out after lots of research and testing, I found a way that you can reduce significantly the amount of RFID signals coming from your wallet using something you probably already have in your house right now. Surprisingly, all you need is a piece of red construction paper. Now, I know you're probably shaking your head right now, so bear with me. I'm going to explain how this works and do a demonstration so you can see for yourself. You see, the color red of this paper that we're going to use to make our shield is critical here. Because red is the longest wavelength in the visible spectrum, it's closest to the radio waves that RFID signals put out. This paper actually appears red to us because it reflects red light back at us. And it turns out that this colored paper is actually close enough on the electromagnetic spectrum to the radio waves where it also blocks radio waves and reflects them back. I'll show you what I mean in a second, but it's important to know that this won't work with any other colors because those colors are too far away and don't reflect the same wavelengths. So let's do a quick demonstration and I'll show you exactly how this works.
Okay, so to do this test, we have my regular wallet, we have the construction paper, and then I have my spectrometer, and you can kind of see the needle even going right now as it gets closer to the wallet. And what this is going to show is what kind of signals are coming out of this wallet. The cards are in there. Obviously, I'm not going to show you those, but let's see what happens when we wave the sensor over the wallet. As you can see, the needle is going crazy right now, and obviously there's lots of signals over this wallet. So obviously this is something we want to get rid of, and that's where the construction paper comes in. So now we're going to put the construction paper just right in the top of the wallet. And now close it up, make sure that's how it will go. And then now let's see what happens when we go over. All right, there's a little bit of spike, but it's not going up very high. So it seems like it reduced it by a lot. So maybe not completely, but you can now see obviously that it was not doing anything like it was before. Obviously, this signal is pretty much gone and almost completely blocked.
Alright, so we saw that this can significantly reduce the RFID signals coming from your cards, but can it completely block all the signals? I've done quite a bit of testing and I found that this does sometimes leak radio waves, so this probably wouldn't work as a special dedicated product that would block radio waves like a whole wallet, but if you don't want to spend all the money on that, this could be a good alternative to at least reduce the risk. So I hope you guys found this video helpful, and if you did, be sure to let us know down in the comment section what you thought, and if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you a cool way that you can fix dead pixels on your TV, monitor, other devices relatively easily. So what causes a dead pixel? Well, to understand this, you need to know that pixels all require very specific voltages to operate correctly. Sometimes the pixel receives no voltage because of a fault, and this causes a dead pixel, or it's totally black, doesn't light up at all. Sometimes the pixel doesn't get enough energy, which means it doesn't have enough electricity to change color, and this results in a stuck pixel. Since most pixel defects are caused by an insufficient voltage, we can actually fix them by adding additional energy, and this can be done in a few ways. The first you may be familiar with, and that is to flash the screen with an animation very rapidly changing colors, and this causes significant voltage changes in the surrounding pixels and sometimes the pixel itself. This can sometimes provide just enough energy to get the pixel unstuck again, and it's very easy, so this is what I would recommend trying first. But if it doesn't work, what else can you do? The second method that I'm going to explain today takes a little bit more time, but it's almost guaranteed to work as long as the pixel isn't completely burned out. Instead of providing the energy internally from the TV and the surrounding pixels, we're actually going to add external energy in the form of light and sound. Bear with me while I explain how this works. You're going to need two things. First is an LED flashlight, preferably one with a strobe function. And it has to be an LED flashlight because it produces wavelengths of light at the correct frequency that would resonate with the pixel. A traditional incandescent flashlight isn't going to work. It'll just get too hot for the pixel and could harm it. And you definitely do not want to use a laser because that will just burn out the pixel and damage it completely. The next thing you'll need is a speaker. It could be a portable speaker or desktop speakers or even your phone if it's loud enough. So how exactly does this work? Well, I'm going to do a demonstration in a minute, but let me do a quick overview of the process so you're familiar with it. You see, shining light at the correct frequency from the LED light at the dead pixel energizes the pixel a little bit because it resonates. Then when you play the correct tone, again from the sound being at the correct frequency, it also adds more energy to resonate with that pixel. When you combine these two sources of energy and do them at the same time, it essentially jump starts the pixel, fixing it permanently. Before we get started, the last thing you're going to need is that correct audio tone so you can play it through the speaker. The frequency will depend on the country. In the United States, we have 60 Hertz electricity alternating current, so you would use 60 Hertz. In the UK and other places around the world, they use 50 Hertz, so you need to find out which is which and then write that number down. Once you know your country's AC frequency, you need to generate a sine wave function audio tone using that frequency. You could use any one of many tone generators or some free software like Audacity to do it. So enough talk, now that we know what we have to do, let's go over to the TV and I'll show you how to do it.
Okay, so I'm in front of a pretty old TV. It's got a lot of dead pixels, a lot of stuck pixels, and we're gonna try and fix one of them so I can show you exactly how this works. We have my phone, which I'm gonna use to play the tone, and also a flashlight. So I'm gonna zoom in to show you exactly what's going on and show you how to do it. All right, so I brought up the menu, and against this background, you can see that there are two blue stuck pixels here. They're actually kind of bleeding out, and there's a lot of others around here. Let's just deal with these two right here. I brought up this app that generates a tone. You can see at the top it says 60 Hertz, and then I have this flashlight on. So what we're gonna do is focus on these. All you do is shine the flashlight on this pixel for about 5 seconds, and make sure you hit play, and then put the speaker to it. We're going to do it at the same time for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. take it away, and now it's gone. So it immediately fixed it. It usually should fix it with 5 seconds. If it doesn't, you can try it again for another 5 seconds. And if it doesn't work after that, you could try it again, but it probably won't fix it at all. It's probably just permanently busted at that point, but it's at least worth a shot.
Alright, so that's it. It sounds more complicated than it really was, but you saw that it worked. As a final note, you want to make sure you don't hold the flashlight on the TV too long. You don't want to heat it up, but other than that, it should be pretty foolproof. So hopefully you guys found this video helpful. If you did, be sure to let us know down in the comment section if this was able to fix your dead pixels. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Now, HDR TVs, high dynamic range, are the greatest and latest in television technology, but these aren't cheap. Being brand new technology, they cost thousands of dollars. However, there is a way you might be able to upgrade your current television to use HDR. You see, panel technology in TVs haven't really changed much over the last several years, but what has changed is the computing power available to them. Older TVs, like the ones you and I probably have, are able to display 1080p and even 4K content no problem, but to display HDR content, it takes a lot more computing power. And that computing power is usually the only limitation, not the panel themselves. They haven't changed over the years. So if there was a way for you to somehow increase the computing power in your TV, it would be able to display HDR. But you may be wondering, how could you possibly add more computing power to a television? Well, the truth is you don't have to, because you can actually offload some of that processing power onto an external device. In fact, you probably have a computing device in your pocket right now. That's right, cell phones, especially modern cell phones, have enough computing power to be able to handle HDR. But hold on, how could we allow a TV to use a phone's processing power? It's actually extremely easy. The only requirement is that your television has a USB port. The USB port allows the TV to offload some of the GPU and CPU cycles onto the phone that it can't process itself. And as you'll see in a minute when I demonstrate how this works, the best part is that you don't need to mod your phone or change any settings or anything. It's completely automatic and temporary. If you want to disconnect your phone later, no problem. It's not permanent at all. So let's go over to the TV now and I'll show you exactly how to do this.
Okay, so here we are with the TV off, and the only other things besides this you're going to need are your phone, any modern phone will do, and a USB charging cable that goes with your phone. Doesn't matter how it connects to an iPhone, Lightning connector, as long as it has a USB port that can connect into the back of your TV. If the back of your TV doesn't have a USB port, unfortunately this won't work. So all you have to do is make sure your TV's off, then go and find the USB port on it, plug that side into the TV, and then take the other side and plug it into your phone. Your phone can be on, that's fine. And then you want to go and unlock your phone. So now it's unlocked at your main screen. And then you can go ahead and turn on your TV. It might take a little bit longer to turn on than usual when you go to do this. That's because it has to load the settings off the phone, but you should immediately be able to tell that it has a much more vivid color and look much better overall. Now there's nothing on right now, so I'm going to do a before and after in a minute, but if you don't notice any change, what you might need to look for is in the settings, there should be something possibly called external acceleration. This is pretty common with Samsung TVs. You can just go ahead and enable that in the settings, and then it should work.
Okay, so now that we've connected the TV and the phone, we need to find out if it worked. So let's do a before and after comparison. Here's the before, and as you can see on this older TV, it's pretty bland. The image isn't that great and nothing special really. But afterwards, you can see that the image is much brighter, the highlights are much brighter, deeper blacks, and much better contrast overall. So the difference is striking, and obviously your results are going to vary significantly based on your individual TV and cell phone, but in any case, you should get some result. So hopefully this video helped you guys out. If it did, let us know in the comment section how well it worked, perhaps what phone and TV you used for others. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you what the heck is going on in this picture, what's the backstory here, and you guys had some interesting explanations, so let's get started. She's becoming an anime character. Oh, so that's how that happens. They are all part of the Illuminati and they're trying to kill her because she refused to join. Yeah, because when you think of the Illuminati, the first thing that comes to mind is a clown with a chainsaw. The clown is saving that poor girl from the mad scientists. Well, it's this woman's birthday, but she has to go to the dentist, and so that clown is for her birthday, but the clown is the Zodiac Killer, aka Ted Cruz. It all adds up. She tried to read the Apple Terms and Agreement. That's what happens. Going to the dentist on Halloween. It's what happens when you have your eyes closed at the dentist. I'm never going to the dentist again. Ronald McDonald took a turn for the worst. Science. Don't question it. Well, this person wrote a very long and detailed story about what happened, so you can just pause it and read it yourself. It's a social experiment. Plot twist. The clown is the dentist. Looks pretty normal to me. Because she didn't eat her vegetables. Remember kids, that's what's gonna happen. Teeth pulling in the hood. Gone dental. She signed up for Obamacare. ThioJoe is making a video on how to double your dentist skills for free. You got me. That's actually me in the picture. Dentist Chainsaw Massacre. Yep, the less popular sequel to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Extreme dentistry, the newest Olympic sport. And finally, one word, England. Well, I only have one word, savage. Well, at least we were able to figure out what happened. And of course, now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week, we have a news story about a guy named Philip Brooker. Now, Philip saw that his neighbor had gone away on vacation and broke into that neighbor's apartment. He stole a PlayStation, some televisions, lots of other valuables, and when the victim got home, he thought that all that was gone forever and he would never get any of it back, until something interesting happened. You see, the victim was looking at his phone and I guess looking at his wireless network and saw that for some reason his stolen PlayStation was still connecting to his home Wi-Fi. That's right, the thief never changed the Wi-Fi settings on the PS4 and kept it connected, and when the victim saw that, he obviously knew that it had to be nearby, so he called the police and had suspicions about who it was. They searched the guy's apartment and found the stolen PlayStation. He also admitted to stealing the televisions and some other stuff and pawned it off, so of course he was arrested. So remember folks, if you're gonna steal something, don't keep it connected to the same Wi-Fi. But anyway, this was a pretty good week. Let me ask you this for next week. Why do people hate Comcast so much? What did they do? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeComcast on Twitter. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Around 400 people died while you were watching this video. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up or else this person is going to come to your house. And also subscribe so I don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The worst torture is being forced to listen to today's music. I really shouldn't be saying that at the age of 16. Let me guess, you're also one of the people who go on YouTube and comment on old songs saying how you were born in the wrong generation. Alright guys, so getting arrested is something that everyone hopes never happens to them, and luckily it's never happened to me, and hopefully most of you, but if you do ever get arrested, I wanted to make this video to let you know that there is something you could possibly do to get out of jail and get your charges dropped for free. Unfortunately, there's no magic get out of jail free card like in the Monopoly game, but I'll show you the next best thing. Now, obviously, I am no lawyer, so don't take this as legal advice or legal information. Always talk to a licensed attorney. But you're probably wondering at this point, how could you possibly get out of jail free? Now, I'm sure most of you are already familiar with the term pardon. In the United States, at least, the President of the United States has the power to pardon someone who's been accused or convicted of a crime and set them free. This has been a presidential power since the beginning of the country, and other countries have it as well. And what they do is they just pardon someone, and then that person is relieved of having committed that crime. Now, you might think this only happens very rarely, and that surely there's no way for you to get a presidential pardon. But it turns out that the current president, Barack Obama, has actually done this many times. People have actually tweeted at him on Twitter asking him to pardon them, and in many cases, he's actually responded saying that he will have his assistants look at the case and take a look at it to see if he wants to pardon them. And in almost every case, he's come back, tweeted back at the person, and said that he will pardon them and set them free just for tweeting at him and asking in the first place right on Twitter. So if you ever do get arrested, here's what you need to do, obviously after talking with a lawyer. Go on Twitter and tweet at Barack Obama with what you did and asking to be pardoned along with your case number. If you're lucky, he will respond and have someone look into it, and especially if it's a non-violent or victimless crime, you'll usually get off the hook with it if he responds in the first place. Now, I'm not totally sure if Obama himself is the one personally going through his Twitter feed. I imagine it's a lot of assistants, but even better for you because then more eyes can possibly see your tweet and go through your request. And that's really it. You now at least have a chance to get your case pardoned, so if you ever get arrested, just tweet at Barack Obama, ask him to pardon you, and then you can go ahead and tell the police that the president is going to pardon you. I'd be interested to know how many of you guys this has happened to. I know it's happened to hundreds of people he's pardoned. You can actually do a Google search and find a list of all the people Obama has pardoned, and maybe that's you. So we can just keep that conversation going down below, and if you guys enjoyed this video and found it helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and if you've been following me at all, you know that I'm really excited about virtual reality, but I wanted to today talk about other cool uses that I'm looking forward to for virtual reality that not a lot of people have been really thinking about, some possible games in the future. So here's a list of the top 5 coolest uses I can imagine for virtual reality. Number 1 is a death simulator. Have you guys ever wanted to know what it's like to die, just out of curiosity? I'm sure that we're going to see lots of games that simulate different methods of dying. This may include firing squad, being buried alive, falling off a cliff, guillotine, and having a vending machine falling on you. If there's any developers out there trying to figure out games to make, I know that there's plenty of people who would pre-order this, including myself. Number 2 is a VR simulator, a game that simulates you using another virtual reality headset. Say for example you buy an HTC Vive, but you also want to know what it's like to have an Oculus Rift. Well, you could load up the simulator and you would have a virtual desk with a virtual computer and a virtual Oculus Rift that you could put on in virtual reality. It would be just like having real virtual reality, except it would be virtual reality. Seems like a lot of fun, can't wait to see that come out. Number 3 is virtual accounting. I know there's plenty of people out there like myself who wanted to learn how to do accounting but never had the time or resources to do so. I think very soon we're going to have a virtual reality game where you'll be able to do virtual accounting right from your own home. You'll have virtual expense reports, tax returns, everything would seem real. I really think that if done right, a virtual accounting game could be game of the year. So I'm looking at you, EA, Ubisoft, any developers out there, that's your ticket. Number 4 is poverty simulator. Most of us fortunately don't really know what it's like to be really poor, but it would be interesting to have a game that would put you right into poverty so you know what it's like to experience it. Imagine how fun it would be to sit in a virtual rundown apartment on the bad side of town, just watching TV hoping the lights don't turn off. And occasionally you may have to dodge a stray bullet coming through the window, except you can't really dodge it, it just randomly hits you or not, and if it does hit you, it's game over. It's a type of game that we really could have only dreamed of years ago, but now that virtual reality makes it possible, I think it's only a matter of time before this type of interesting game comes out. And finally, I think the most compelling game we're going to see is a real-life simulator. After you get a virtual reality headset, you're probably not going to spend that much time in the real world. So I'm sure we're going to see games that simulate doing everyday activities that you don't do anymore. These may include going grocery shopping, sitting around trying to figure out what to do today, but then you take too long and the day's over, calling your internet company's phone support, and of course, wondering where it all went wrong. Now, those are just 5 of my ideas, but I'm sure there's plenty more that people are coming up with, and if you guys have any ideas yourself, be sure to let us know. I'm sure everyone would be interested. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, let us know down in the comment section what you thought, and also give this video a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 times a week, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and one of the most common questions I get is how to get more Twitter followers. Now, I don't pretend to be the best expert in Twitter in the world, but I have picked up a few things that I thought you guys would want to know about how to increase your Twitter following. The first tip is to always use up all 140 characters available to you. Don't let any go to waste. Even if your tweet is only going to be a couple words long, fill the rest up with hashtags. Remember, the more hashtags you use, the more trendy you'll appear to people looking at your page. The next tip is to pretend to quit YouTube and Twitter. Just delete all your tweets, put a blank profile page, say that you're done, and then of course everyone's going to start following you to see if you ever come back at some point. And then later on, of course, after a few days perhaps, you would come back yourself and have much more followers to boot. The next tip is to always use all caps. Twitter these days is very competitive and you need your tweets to stand out. Your tweets are going to be shuffled among hundreds of other tweets in people's timelines, so using all capitals in all your tweets is a great way to get noticed amongst the others. Next, you want to tweet to the official @Twitter account and request that they follow you and retweet for extra exposure for yourself. Believe me, Twitter loves getting these type of requests. It shows that you're passionate and enthusiastic about the Twitter platform, and oftentimes they'll retweet you, giving lots of exposure. Another tip is to never worry about posting original content. Just retweet others, and that way you can get credit for it even though you didn't have to do all that unnecessary work. Another important tip is to get an expensive computer. If you're using that old 5-year-old slow computer to tweet, your account is going to suffer. You want a fast computer so you can tweet immediately after you have a good idea. Otherwise, if you have a slow computer, it's going to cost you precious seconds, so your followers aren't going to know what you're thinking at that exact moment. And really, you just can't afford to have that happen. We're almost done, but the next thing you want to do is ask all your friends and family to follow your Twitter account. You can have little business cards printed up with your Twitter handle on it and just hand them out to everyone you meet, asking them to follow you on Twitter. If someone doesn't follow you at first, just keep going back to them and asking why they haven't followed you on Twitter yet. And don't take no for an answer. Your friends, believe me, are going to appreciate your enthusiasm. And finally, the most important tip if you want to get Twitter followers is to make a YouTube video about how to get more Twitter followers and then plug your own Twitter account so that people know to follow it. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, thought it was funny. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Now, HoloLens is probably one of the coolest and newest technologies in existence. It's basically a computer that goes on your head and projects holograms into your field of vision and lets you control them with hand gestures. The only problem is that it's pretty expensive and you can only apply to buy one and then be invited, and then you can only get the developer kit. They're not available to regular consumers. But I'm going to show you in this video how you can probably get one yourself for free, and this is the method I used. It's a little bit involved, but bear with me, we're going to go through it. It's not that difficult. Now, to do this, all you're going to need are a few things that you probably already have in your house. The first thing you're going to need is a pair of Google Glass. Now, if you don't already have one of these, you can probably get them off Craigslist for free. I know after searching my local listings, lots of people were trying to get rid of these because these were a failed experiment by Google. No one really wants them anymore. They just want to get rid of them. So you should be able to get one for free locally, no problem. Next, you're going to need a basic pair of safety glasses. Doesn't matter what brand or style. This is just the kind that I'm using. It was found in the garage. And then finally, you're going to need an old computer. This is just an old netbook, preferably something small and portable that you're not using anymore. This, I think, runs Windows XP still, so I don't really care about this. And then that's the three things you need. So once you have all three of these materials, you're ready to trade them in for a HoloLens. And here's what you have to do. First, print out a picture of Bill Gates on regular printer paper, and on the back, write a little note that says, "Thank you, St. Gates." Place this note and the other materials in a gift bag filled with blue tissue paper. It's important to use blue because the Windows logo is blue. Then, after you make it look nice and presentable, put the gift bag filled with all the items somewhere safe where it won't be disturbed at all for exactly 1 week. After precisely 1 week, not a minute sooner or later, go and retrieve the bag. If you happen to be late, then I hope you have a doctor nearby. Then you can finally open up the bag, and the materials won't be there, but wow, a free HoloLens. Hopefully it will also contain some other accessories such as a charging cable, but those aren't guaranteed. And if you're lucky, the note will now be signed by Bill Gates himself. So now you're ready to enjoy your brand new HoloLens developer kit. I hope this worked out for you guys. If you liked it, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it, and let us know down in the comment section how it worked. If it worked for you, I'm sure everyone is interested in that. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think you'll enjoy that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Last week I asked you, why do people hate Comcast so much? And if you don't know what Comcast is, consider yourself lucky. It's basically a big evil internet company. And at the end, I'm also going to tell you my own personal story about why I hate Comcast so much. So let's get started. People hate Comcast so much because they have to pay to get their internet speed doubled. That's ridiculous. You can just get it for free, don't you know that? I don't know. I've never been to the internet before. I don't believe you. Comcast, communism, enough said. Better known as Commicast. Cause haters just gonna hate. Comcast is amazing. Watch your mouth. People hate Comcast because Comcast hates them. That is the most accurate and elegant explanation I've ever heard. Because it sucks. Yeah, you don't really need any more reasoning. People hate Comcast because dial-up is much faster. And probably half the price. Comcast killed my family. Hitler's real name is Comcast. That explains so much. Wow, all these comments are fucking shit. I agree, so I'm not gonna read anymore. Instead, I'm gonna give you my personal story about why I hate Comcast so much. There was one occasion where they really just blew it. So when I was in my old apartment, I had to get Comcast installed. It was the only option. And to install it, they gave me a 4-hour window. They said, we're gonna be here between 12 and 4, I think was the time. So I said, all right, whatever, I don't have anything else to do. But I could have done other stuff. But instead, I was waiting around for 4 hours, and 4 o'clock was rolling around, and I called them up. I said, hey, yeah, I have this appointment. No one's here yet. And they said, oh, they're coming. They might be a little bit late. I see on the truck they're coming. Then 5 o'clock rolls around, and still nobody. I call them up again. I say, hey, I've been waiting here for 5 hours. What's going on? And they said, well, we're not really sure. They might be coming. Can you just hold on a little bit longer? I said, okay. And then finally, it's something like 5:30, and I call again. I say, what's the deal here? Can you explain what I am waiting around for? And then someone finally explained to me that, oh, the 4-hour windows, not the 3-hour windows, because you got a 4-hour window, that basically means that they were just gonna try and fit you in at some point in that time. Apparently, the 4-hour appointment window isn't actually an appointment window, it's a maybe if we can get to you window. And they never told me that in the first place, so Comcast wasted about 6 hours of my time. I didn't have anything to do, and that is why I hate Comcast so much. And now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have Lisa Macris, a woman in Florida who called 911 to report that her car was stolen. When the operator asked her where she had last seen the car, she said she didn't know because she had blacked out from drinking alcohol. Which is a great start because that means she would have had to have blacked out before moving the car to its last unknown location. But in any case, the dispatcher sent a police officer to check things out, and in the meantime, while she was waiting, she called 911 3 more times to figure out what the holdup was. And once the officer got there, like she requested and called 3 times about, she said that she wanted them to send a different officer because the one they sent was an amateur and wasn't professional enough. In fact, she was so upset about this that over the course of the day, she called 911 about this stolen car 8 times. They told her to stop a couple times because this was not an emergency, it wasn't a matter of life and death, and they already knew about it. She already reported the stolen car, so she didn't stop calling and eventually got arrested for misusing the emergency line. So let that be a lesson to the rest of you. The next time you're blackout drunk and get your car stolen, not losing it because you're blacked out, definitely don't call 911 8 times and then complain about the officer that gets there. But anyway, for the next video, let me ask you this. If you're at the doctor and they're giving you a physical exam, a regular checkup, what is something you definitely do not want to hear them say? And also, hold on, before you guys click away, I want to tell you, I might not be able to make a Your Dumb Comments video for the next couple weeks because next week I'm going to Playlist Live, so that's about a week, and then in the meantime, I'm going to be moving at the end of the month, so all the other time I'm going to be packing, not going to have time to record and upload a video and record all that, so the next time I make a Your Dumb Comments video, it might be 3 weeks from now, but I will be uploading other videos in the meantime that I've pre-recorded. So don't think I gave up on you, and the next time I make a Your Dumb Comments video, it will be a new filming location. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. 95% of all new businesses fail within the first 5 years. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up or else I'm gonna shoot myself. And also don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on the next video. And if you wanna check out last week's video, here's a sample. What the heck is going on in this picture? What's the backstory here? Ronald McDonald took a turn for the worst. Teeth pulling in the hood. Gone dental. Yes, hello, good day. My name is ThioJoe, and it is a new apartment edition of Your Dumb Comments because I just moved. That is the reason why I haven't been making any new ones in the past 2 weeks because my camera was in shipment and I couldn't exactly break into the FedEx truck to record a new episode. So now we're in the new apartment. It might be a little bit echoey because there's nothing in it yet, but we're back and this is the first episode of anything I've made in the new apartment. So let's get started. Last week I asked you, what is the last thing you want your doctor to say when you're at the doctor's office? So let's find out. Wrecked him. Damn near killed him. How long do I have to live? Doctor says about 5. 5 what? 4, 3, 2. Doctor says, you will die in 2 months. You say, oh no, is there any way I can survive? Doctor says, actually there is one way. Well, what is it? You will need to pay to double your internet speed. Fuck you, I can do it for free. I'd rather die. You have cancer and you're gonna die, idiot. I don't know, I kinda like a doctor that just gives it to you straight. The last thing I wanna hear my doctor say is, you need to read all your previous comments in ThioJoe's videos. I think they use that as capital punishment in some countries. Then my friend, and the other hand, I have to get up and down the line of credit card debt consolidation loans, and the other side of the most important thing is that the only thing I can get a chance to win the game. You are a pregnant man, says the doc. You know, they did make a movie about that one time. Doctor leaves, nurse comes in. Nurse says, who is that guy? You're HIV Aladdin. I get that reference. You say, help me, doctor. I only have 59 more seconds to live. Doctor says, just a minute. You have to live for the rest of your life. You are scheduled to die in 1 month. What an unusual way of phrasing that. Doctor says, I'm just gonna watch ThioJoe's tutorial on how to replace your heart, okay? There's a cactus in there. Bye, hope you come again. Way to be optimistic. Oh wait, so you wanted to keep your kidneys? Sorry about that, here's a gift card because we're sorry. Well, as you see here, your family tree is a cactus. Every member of your family is a prick, and so are you. It's in your DNA. Trump won the election, and Comcast is the only TV service. Not sure why your doctor would be telling you that though. You have upgraded to Comcast dial-up, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. I don't want to hear him say, you've got ThioJoe-itis. I know, I've had it for years, it's a struggle. And finally, I've actually got a good one myself that I'm surprised no one said. So you walk into a doctor's office and you ask him for some news, and he tells you, well, the good news is you're gonna have a disease named after you. Alright, so those were pretty funny, and now of course it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I go over someone who's just been a big dummy. And this week we actually have 4 Dummies of the Week in one. It's like a bonus round. And these are 4 inmates named Christopher, Ian, J-Ras, and Xavier. Not sure if I pronounced that right. And you're probably thinking, okay, they're inmates in prison. They probably did something stupid to try to break out of jail. Wrong. Now, unfortunately, we don't have an image of these people, but you can just use your imagination. And what happened was these 4 inmates disappeared one day during roll call. They put out an alert and searched for hours without being able to find them. And it wasn't until later that night at about 1 a.m. when the guards finally found them. And how were they found? Well, they were caught trying to re-enter the prison. That's right, they weren't caught trying to break out of the prison, but they were caught trying to break back in. These inmates were in a minimum security area, and obviously now they were put into high security. So let that be a lesson to the rest of you. If you ever break out of prison, don't try and break back in. But anyway, for next week, I want to ask you guys this. What should I get for my apartment? And maybe, just maybe, I will get some of the stuff actually and show you guys. No guarantees, because we all know how some of these comments turn out. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeApartment on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You just wasted 0.000014% of your entire life watching this video. Hope it was worth it. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Let's go for a stretch goal of 7 likes if we can get it this week. Also, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video, and we're gonna be getting back into the normal rhythm of videos. And if you wanna check out the last video, here's a sample. People hate Comcast because Comcast hates them. That is the most accurate and elegant explanation I've ever heard. Comcast killed my family. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here. I know it's still a little bit echoey for now until I put everything in it, but anyway, today I wanted to talk about verified social profiles, specifically Facebook. I'm sure plenty of you, including myself, always want to have verified social profiles. It's like bragging rights. It's really cool to have that little check mark, but sites like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube are usually pretty stringent in who they verify on their site. But there is a little trick I'm going to clue you guys in on today for Facebook, at least on how to get your Facebook page verified. It's really easy. It's totally free, obviously. You do it right through Facebook. Shouldn't have a problem with it. I only recently learned about this through a friend. They probably don't want to be named in case they don't want to get in trouble or something like that, but I thought I would tell you guys how to do it. Now, normally if you want to get a Facebook page verified, you usually have to be a famous celebrity or have hundreds of thousands of likes or something like that. But this method that I found out about really works even if you don't have that many likes. It essentially fast tracks your verification, I guess. And I do a live demo. I recorded it right before this, so I know it works. I think you guys should enjoy it. Now, before we get started, there are a couple requirements that you guys should know about. First of all, I don't think this works on Facebook profiles, only Facebook pages. So you could try it, but it might not work. I've only seen it work on Facebook pages so far. Secondly, the page can't be brand new. I've tried it. It doesn't work on brand new pages. From what I've been experimenting with, it seems like the page has to be at least about a month old and you have to be posting on it regularly. I guess they have some sort of filter in there so people can't just sign up for a million blank pages and verify them all. So it's pretty reasonable. I would just say if you post a couple times a week, it should get past that filter. And finally, as far as I know, this is not an official guide published by Facebook at all. You're really not supposed to know about it in the first place. So if it doesn't work, don't go complaining to them because they're not gonna help you. So now that we have all that out of the way, let's go over to the computer and I'll show you a live demo how it works. Shouldn't have any trouble with it. Let's get started. Okay, so here we are on my Facebook page of the computer, and obviously you have to be logged into your Facebook page first, not through your profile. As you can see, I'm not verified, and you don't have to do anything on this page. The first thing you need to do is go to the About page, and then these are all the different fields you can actually edit as information for your page, and this is where we're going to actually flag your account to be verified, and we're going to change some of these so that Facebook knows, okay, this page needs to be verified. So first thing you want to do is make sure you write down all these different fields so that you know what it was before, so you can change it back once you're verified. The first thing you need to change is address, so you can just type in verified. You just type in verified, that's all you type in, nothing else. And then this is going to be the same thing we're going to type into all these other fields. You need affiliation, verified, short description, verified, impressum, verified. I don't even know what impressum is. Bio, verified. And then you just want to go through awards, verified. You don't need to do all of them, such as gender. That is not a field where you type anything custom, so that doesn't matter. Personal information, verified. And then that should be it. Okay, you don't have to do personal interest, but we could just for the heck of it. So once you enter in these fields, everything in this row except male, just type in verified, the same thing, and then that is all you have to do on the About page. All right, and then after you do all of that, the next thing you need to do is just go back to your timeline, and this is where we actually send out the signal to actually try and get it verified to initiate the process. So what you need to do is make a post on your page that just says verify. Not verified like we type into the previous fields, just verify, and then you hit publish, and then that sends out the initiation process to get the page verified. Probably won't be instant. We can check it out. Just keep refreshing. No, not verified yet. Hopefully it'll happen soon. I know it happens within 24 hours if it's going to happen at all. Let's just try one more time. And oh wow, okay. All right, so there it was instantly. That was a lot faster than I expected. You probably can expect it within 24 hours, like I just said. I guess the more likes you have, the faster it goes. People I've talked to, it's happened in 24 hours, but if it happens this quickly, all the better. So if it doesn't happen within 24 hours, I'm thinking it probably isn't going to work at all. Unfortunately, not sure what goes on behind the scenes there. Maybe it got filtered out somehow. But after it does get verified, now you can just go ahead and go back to the About page and change everything back to how it was, and then it should keep on being verified, and then you're good to go.
And that's it. As you guys saw, it was pretty easy, probably easier than you expected. And if by now you don't have your Facebook page verified instantly, it hopefully will be verified in the next 24 hours. Again, I don't really know what's totally going on behind the scenes here, so no guarantees. But in every case I've looked at and had friends do it, it's worked every time, so hopefully you shouldn't have any trouble. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you found it interesting, be sure to give it a thumbs up. Let us know if it worked down in the comment section. Again, sorry for the echo. In the next couple weeks, I'm still going to be building out this little studio. Don't even have a desk in here yet. So things are going to be changing slightly over the next few days, but bear with me. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos several times a week, usually 2 videos a week at this point. I'm going to be bringing it back up to 3 times a week once I'm all settled. So thanks for watching, guys. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Fact Jack, and last week I asked you what I should get for my new apartment because it's still pretty empty, and that's why it's so echoey. But let's find out. You guys had some interesting suggestions. Get a frame and then frame it. I will strongly consider that one. You should get a life. You need to get a fedora. I really don't think I do. You need to get a cardboard cutout of Keemstar and put it right next to your bed. Yeah, I think I saw that one time in the essentials section of IKEA. A lot of people actually said this one. You should get Comcast. And fortunately, it's not available in this area. Dodged a bullet there. Take everything out of your house, including air, because everyone who has breathed air, drank water, or even looked at things has died or is going to die. Scientifically proven. Well, if it's scientifically proven, it's legit. You should get a life-size cutout of yourself. Guys, what do you think I've been using in all these videos? A camera, so you can record yourself. Yeah, and maybe I'll start making YouTube videos too. A one-way door. Get a banner that says your dumb comments so people will know what they're watching. I don't know, I think if they can't figure it out from the title, there's no helping them anyway. An Oculus Rift. Oh wait, that's right, no one can get one. And finally, you should get a cactus so that you won't be the only prick in your house. So you know what? I did. So that was pretty funny. We didn't have that many this week because most of you apparently just said the same exact thing. But anyway, it's now time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have someone by the name of Jermaine Himmelstein, a guy who offers free hugs in Times Square in New York City. Now there are lots of entertainers in Times Square like Jermaine, and they make money when they do some entertainment on the street and then people choose to tip them. The tipping is totally voluntary, obviously not required, especially for someone who's just offering free hugs. Or so you would think. You see, in this case, there was a 22-year-old woman who got a free hug, but decided not to tip him. It's not exactly something everyone would think would be tip-worthy. However, this guy didn't agree, and actually it escalated to the point of him demanding a tip, which is of course illegal. When she continued to refuse to give him a tip for a free hug, what did he do? Perhaps say, you know what, better luck next time, maybe the next person will tip me, or decide maybe I should get into a different business? Nope. He instead punched her in the face. Being in such a popular place such as Times Square, he was obviously immediately arrested and charged with robbery and something called fraudulent accosting. Hopefully this guy realized that giving out free hugs is possibly not the best business model. But anyway, guys, let me ask you this for next week. What is the worst place to take someone on a first date? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeFirstDate on Twitter, and I will read my favorite ones next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You're the worst. You personally. Just the worst.
So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to increase the number of likes on this video. Also, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The last thing I want to hear my doctor say is, you need to read all your previous comments in ThioJoe's videos. I think they use that as capital punishment in some countries. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I wanted to go over something that I'm sure a lot of people, including myself, have always wanted, that blue check mark on Twitter to signify that you are verified. Usually this is only reserved for very famous people, but Twitter is pretty arbitrary in who they assign blue check marks to. There are people who are really famous and don't have a check mark yet, and then there are people who may only have a couple hundred followers and are still verified. So you may have been wondering, how can I get a check mark? Is it even possible? And that is what I'm going to go over today, because yes, it is very possible for you to get a blue check mark, and I'm going to show you exactly how today. You're going to be surprised about how easy it really is. Now, I finally found out this method to get verified from someone who works at Twitter. They're a Twitter employee, but I'm not going to name names because I really don't think they want to get in trouble for revealing this to anyone, but needless to say, they know what they're talking about. Now, just so you know, this is probably not going to be instant for you. Me and several other YouTubers tried it. Some of us, it took a couple weeks. Other people, it was very quickly. And me, for example, I'm still waiting, but from what I've heard, it will work for everyone who does this eventually. Now, because I'm still waiting to be verified, I figured you guys would want to hear from someone who actually did get verified, so I'm going to turn it over to a couple people, and they're going to talk about how they did get verified through this method.
Yeah, I was extremely skeptical at first, trying out something like this, because, you know, usually when it seems too good to be true, it is. But, you know, I really didn't feel like my tweets or even my brand presence online was even getting the engagement and attention that I felt it deserved. But so I tried out this method, and after 2 weeks, I got the check mark. And ever since, my engagement has just been crazy. I mean, honestly, it's been essential to my growth as an online internet persona, and just to my brand in general. It's really been a huge help. So I can definitely confirm this works.
So a lot of people always ask me, how do I get verified on Twitter? And the way I did it was that I basically was tweeting at the CEO like 20 times, I mean maybe to 50 times a day, solid for like 2 or 3 years. I mean, I must have sent him upwards to 200,000 or 300,000, you know, direct tweets at him, and I would just say, hey, verify me, you know, hey, verify me. I kept saying that. And after, 2 or 3 years, sure enough, he got the message and he verified me. So definitely recommend that. We're working on that now with Ela. She's trying to get verified, and we've been tweeting at him like crazy, dude. It's been insane. So we'll plan to keep that up for a couple more years, and I'm sure that Ela is going to get verified before too long.
All right, so there you have it. You heard it straight from 2 people who got verified on Twitter through this method. And of course, I do want to give a big shout out to H3H3 Productions and Uber Danger for helping me out and testing this out. And of course, it works, so I'm pretty sure they're happy as well. So check out those guys' channels. I'll put them in the description. And now that we know that it works, let's go over to the computer and I'll show you how to do this method. It's really not that difficult. I don't think you guys should have a problem. So let's get started. Alright guys, so we're at the computer. I'm just at my profile page, and let's get through this process. It might seem a little bit annoying, but obviously it's going to be well worth it. Now, the first step is really the easiest. All you have to do is go and follow the official Twitter verified account, and that's just @verified. And I think a lot of people already figured out that this is kind of a first step. Every guide you see usually talks about this, so that's really the first thing you need to do. And then you also need to wait until your account is 30 days old. I'm just going to get that out of the way. If your account's brand new, it's probably not going to work because obviously they want to have some sort of filter in place. So if your account's at least 30 days old, you should be good to go. So next, we're ready to go to the a little bit more tricky step, but it's really not that difficult. Now, all Twitter accounts obviously have a username, but they also have a special unique identifier for your account called a user ID. And that's obviously because you can change your Twitter handle, but each account has a static number that is used to identify it, even if the account changes the name. So we need to get that number, and it's actually pretty easy. So all you have to do is when you're on your profile, you want to be in Chrome or Firefox and then go to Inspect Element. And this is going to show the source code of the page. And then in this big block of text, it's going to have the user ID. I actually found it right here. It says user ID, but you can just type Control F to do a search and then type user ID, and then it's going to highlight that field. And you can see here that mine is 204-80079. This isn't a secret or anything. I think there's actual websites that you can type in your username. It'll give you this. So now we want to just copy down, where'd it go? Copy that down. So we can go to Notepad and write down that number real quick, 204-80079. Okay, so once you have this, we are ready to initiate the verification. You can just close that out. Now you need to make the following tweet with the information that I'm about to give you using your user ID. This is what initiates the flag to your account to go and verify it. So what you need to do is type in hashtag verified request, and it has to be exact, guys. And also the next line, at verified. So you're tweeting at that account you just followed, the verified account. Next, you're going to type in, be careful to type this exactly, user ID, and it has to be a capital U and a capital ID, everything else lowercase, colon, space, and then your user ID that you just looked up, 204-879. That's for me. This is going to be different for everyone, just so you know. It's going to be a different user ID. And then finally, you want to do reason, colon, space, and then after this, you can really put whatever you want. It doesn't have to be exact. You have to give some sort of reason for why you should be verified, and it can pretty much be anything as long as, you know, it's there. So I'm just going to put YouTuber, and then that's really all you have to do. So then you can just tweet that, and that initiates the request. And here's the trick. It's not over yet. Basically, you need to get people to favorite your tweet. If you have a lot of followers, obviously you're going to get a lot of tweets and favorites in response to this. And the system works in a way that you're only going to be granted a verification above a certain threshold. It's going to be different for every person. I'm not really sure what it is, and that's just supposed to be able to make sure that you're popular enough to be verified, if that makes sense. They don't want people with 0 followers, 0 anything to get verified. So you can basically just have your friends favorite this tweet and retweet it or whatever. And then this, like I said, this threshold is going to be varying, but the more followers you have, the fewer favorites you need. So it's kind of like an inverse. So therefore, the more followers you have, the easier it is you're going to be verified, which makes sense. They know that someone who is having a lot of followers should be more likely to get verified. If you don't have a lot of followers, then you're going to need to have a higher threshold. You're going to need a lot of favorites to prove that you are pretty popular. So someone like me, for example, will probably need a lot more faves than, say, Uber Danger when he tweeted it. I think he deleted it by now, but he's going to need a lot less favorites because he already went through the work and got all those followers. So this means that even if you don't have a lot of followers, you still can get verified. It just means you're going to have to do a little bit more work on the back end to get people to favorite it. But it doesn't matter how many followers you have. It's all about the favorites and getting above that threshold. So even if you don't have a lot of followers, you can still get verified. So I'm going to wait. This is the first time I've done this. We're going to see, hopefully, in a couple weeks tops, I'm going to get enough favorites to get verified. And that's really all you have to do. Now you know how to get verified yourself. This is the process to do it.
And all right, that's how you get Twitter verified. Probably didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Now you can go out and tell your friends that you're Twitter verified and not tell them how. You can get a little bit of a bragging right there. But either way, if you guys found this video helpful, I would love it if you just gave it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. If you want to let us know down in the comment section how it went, that would also be awesome. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone.
And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 2 to 3 times a week, so I think it should be worth it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So as usual, thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. I think I might have already done that one. Anyway, last week I asked you, where is the worst place to take someone on a first date? And you guys had some great ideas, so let's get started. The worst place for a first date is on the sun because then she will see something hotter than you. And that's why you only ask her to hang out with your ugly friends. Take her to the moon. It'll really take her breath away, literally. Hell. Yeah, well with you, no matter where you go, it's still gonna be hell. In your house, because the internet speed is so fast, your date's just gonna be on the phone. I know, it's hard to resist that super fast Wi-Fi. The Last Supper, because it's most likely it would be her last date. Times Square, because someone will hug her and then punch her in the face. Worst place for a date is the dentist. How romantic. The Comcast office. I'm surprised you're the only one that said that. Oh wait. Oh, make it stop. No, come on. North Korea, better known as Best Korea. And finally, a Donald Trump rally. And none of the Twitter ones were very funny. Come on, Twitter people, step it up. But anyway, now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have a guy by the name of Bruce Hacker, and this guy was just sitting at home minding his own business when he heard a knock at the door. It was an IRS agent asking about some tax issue with Bruce, and for those of you outside the US, the IRS is the department that handles taxes. The IRS agent shows his official identification to prove that he really is part of the IRS, and what does Bruce do? Perhaps ask what the problem is or invite him in to talk? No, he took a slightly different approach. Bruce went and got his shotgun and then pointed it at the IRS agent and told him to leave and to stop trespassing. And then the IRS agent left and Bruce didn't have to pay his taxes. The end. Just kidding. The police came to arrest him and he ended up turning himself in. The reason he said he did it? He thought it was a scam. So the moral of this story is pay your taxes. And so for next week, let me ask you guys this. What will be your last words? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeLastWords on Twitter and I'll read my favorite ones next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Life is meaningless. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up even though it doesn't really matter, and also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here is a sample. Get a frame and then frame it. I will strongly consider that one. You need to get a cardboard cutout of Keemstar and put it right next to your bed. Yeah, I think I saw that one time in the Essentials section of IKEA. Hey, what's up guys? Thought I would do a Q&A today with questions you guys had for me on Twitter. Got some goofy questions, some real questions, do a little bit of both, keep it interesting. So let's see what you guys want to know about me. How did you get the idea of making fake tutorials? That's actually a really good question, and the answer is a long time ago, there was this channel called Infinite Solutions, and they made these really highly produced tutorials about how to do cool stuff, increasing your Wi-Fi range, how to get Google TV, and they were fake. And I actually fell for one of their tutorials, and I thought it was hilarious when I realized that, and I said, you know what? I want to make one of those. I think that's funny. Let me make my own, and I made double your internet speed, and the rest is history. Next, what is life? That escalated quickly. Now, I honestly think there's no answer to that question, and I think we are all here for no reason, and we just kind of have to make the best of it. So really, I just think we're here to do whatever we want, but not to the point of self-sabotage. Do you consider yourself an overlord? No. Who do you watch on YouTube? I actually subscribe to like 100 channels or something. Not all of them upload that frequently, so it's pretty manageable. For tech channels, I usually watch MKBHD, Linus Tech Tips, Tested.com, Tech Syndicate. Those guys are all pretty good. And then for entertainment, I usually watch people like H3H3 Productions or Filthy Frank, and also a couple you might not have heard of, Captain Disillusion, definitely a good channel to check out, and GMC for Show, that guy is hysterical, definitely watch his music videos, and if you haven't heard of those guys, go check them out. Why can't you quintuple our internet speed for free? Now hold on, relax. I haven't even done quadruple your internet speed for free yet. I'm saving that one for if I hit 1 million subscribers, so stay tuned. What planning usually goes into your videos? This is actually a good question. I think most of you are going to be surprised to hear that the hardest part of any video is coming up with the ideas. That is the part that I spend the most time on. It's the most difficult. I stress myself out trying to come up with funny ideas. Most of them are just stupid. Once I do come up with an idea though, I usually write out an outline. I don't like to make a whole script. I like to have a basic idea of what I'm going to say and then speak naturally. I don't like to read off a script, but at the same time, I don't want to have to improv the whole thing. I've tried to do that. It's always stupid because I have no idea what to say. Shoot the video, which is usually the shortest amount of time for each part, and then edit it, do the thumbnails, all that stuff, and send it to you guys. Do you think your life has reached its peak? And if so, when did it? God, I hope not. I really don't feel like I've even gotten started yet at this point. You know, I'll see people, for example, who say stuff like, oh, college, those were the best 4 years of my life. Oh, never gonna be that good. And I'm like, come on, give yourself some credit. You're really just gonna say that when you were that young, that's the best, you're not gonna ever be that happy again? That's just sad. I'll tell you one thing, as soon as you think you've reached your peak, you have. Do you watch The Walking Dead? No, I used to, but I stopped watching it after a couple seasons. I think it just got dumb. Right now, the only shows I watch religiously are Game of Thrones, kind of cliche, and Doctor Who. They're my two favorite shows. But if you guys want some other really cool shows to watch, I would recommend The Wire, Fringe, it's a really good sci-fi, and Master of None on Netflix. What did you do before YouTube, and is it your full-time job? Before YouTube, I was in high school when I started my channel, so I didn't really do much at all. And then I kind of continued doing it through college, and after I graduated, my channel was doing well enough where I just continued to do that as my job. So yes, YouTube is my full-time job right now. I wouldn't really consider it a career. I don't see myself doing it forever. I don't think it's gonna be around forever. So we're gonna have to see how it plays out. What do you think of the people who watch your videos? I hate them. Just kidding. I am obviously very appreciative, although I'm kind of surprised. I haven't really figured out why people watch my videos. If you saw me in real life, I'm not that interesting. I just kind of sit around and stare at the computer screen just like everyone else, but I'm always trying to make better videos for you guys because I know you do like it, even though I don't understand why all the time, but I obviously do love you guys for watching my videos, and I'm just glad to be able to entertain you. What was your overall high school GPA? I think it was like 4.2 weighted or something like that. Now let me tell you, it was definitely worth all that studying. That GPA, that high GPA, really helped me out when I went to make those YouTube videos on the internet. If you could visit one country you haven't visited, where would it be? I'd probably say Germany, actually. I have a lot of extended family that is from there, or used to be from there, so I think it'd be cool to check that out. And also, I do speak a little bit of German, just enough to not die if I ever got lost. So ja, ich spreche nur ein bisschen Deutschen, aber es ist nicht so gut. If you had to choose between a real job that pays well and YouTube, which would you choose? Okay, well, there's a lot of factors that would go into this decision, but I would say if it's like a really cool job, like working at Google or making a big difference, or, you know, working on products that a lot of people would use, something like that, I would probably do that. I'd happily do that. But if it was like a cubicle job where I didn't really feel like I was doing anything with purpose, even though you could argue I'm not really doing anything with purpose right now, that probably I wouldn't be able to handle. And the last one I'm gonna do is, did you move to Dallas or Los Angeles? Actually, neither. I recently just moved to Arizona, to the middle of the desert. Reason being, I like the climate here. I really like the warm weather, and I absolutely despise the cold, so I'll take that desert heat any day of the week. But that being said, I don't really see myself being here forever. We'll have to see in a year or two, but I don't think I'm the type of person that wants to really stay in one place very long. So I think that was a pretty fun Q&A. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. Now, before I go, I want to ask you guys a question, actually, because it has to do with this hat that you may have seen in some of my other videos. It's just one I had custom made as like a joke. It just says "kill me." But I thought it was funny, but a lot of you have asked about it and wanted to know where you can get one. And the answer is, if enough of you want it, then I can actually probably have a bunch of these made so you can order it yourself. It would probably be between like $20 to $30 just for like a good quality one. I have a straw poll in the description. I already asked my Twitter followers. If you guys want this hat or you don't want one, I would really appreciate it if you filled out that poll. It's just like one question. And if enough of you actually want this hat, I could totally go and do it, but it would only make sense if like a lot of you want it. So let me know either way. So I guess that's it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Maybe I'll do more if you guys are interested enough, and let me know down in the comment section what you think about the video, the hat, anything like that. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos I think you'll enjoy on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos usually 3 times a week, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or definitely follow me on Twitter. And so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I have a tutorial that I think is gonna excite a lot of people, myself included. You know, years ago, gigabit seemed like a complete dream, and recently we know that it has been rolling out to several select cities, leaving many of us wondering when our city is gonna be getting gigabit, if at all. But here I'm gonna tell you something that the internet companies really don't want you to know how to do, and that is how you can get gigabit probably right now for free without having to pay up
even if your internet company does not offer a gigabit plan. Now, I'm sure for most of you this is gonna sound too good to be true, but I really ask that you just bear with me through this video. I think you're gonna be glad you did and also be really surprised about just how easy it is. So let me explain. Most of you know that when someone is lucky enough to be offered gigabit service, they sign up with their ISP, the internet company comes to their house and gives them some sort of special equipment that supports the connection. It could be a special router or even a whole new fiber optic box. But either way, once the installation is done, they then have gigabit internet. The key thing to understand though is that your actual physical internet connection from your house to your ISP is already able to support gigabit connection. You just don't have the necessary equipment. You just need the special router that the ISP will provide to support that connection so you can use it for yourself. But here's the secret. Your internet connection right now is probably already able to do gigabit even if your internet company does not offer that speed. And you can actually upgrade your current router right now to use that maximum gigabit speed without getting any special equipment from your internet service provider. Okay, by now you're probably tired of hearing me talk, so let's just jump right in and I'll show you how to do it. It's really surprisingly easy. Now, you're only gonna need two things. First, the router provided to you by your internet company, and second, a USB flash drive of at least 1 gigabyte. You see, the reason your current router isn't able to yet handle that gigabit connection is it doesn't have enough processing space, better known as ID10T processing memory. And if you're clever, you can probably already see how this USB drive is gonna play into this. To use a 1 gigabit internet connection, you need at least 1 gigabyte of processing memory, and we can provide that with a USB drive. So all you need to do is go to your router and look for a USB port on the back, then plug in the USB drive of at least 1 gigabyte. Then you can proceed to cycle the router by unplugging it, waiting 30 seconds, and plugging it back in. As I mentioned, you need to use the router that was provided to you by your internet company. If you go out and buy a router yourself at the store, this isn't going to be compatible. And if you find that your router does not have a USB port on the back, unfortunately, that means that your connection does not support gigabit at all. Now, after you plug in your USB drive and cycle your router, you're ready to go to your computer and check out your brand new internet speed. And let me show you a before and after of the results I got when I did this. Here's the before, and as you can see, it was already a pretty good speed, but of course, I can always use more internet speed. Why don't we take a look at what happened afterwards? And holy cow, I could hardly believe it myself. Now, obviously, it's not a full gigabyte exactly, but heck, it's close enough, and I'm not exactly complaining. So there you have it. You are most likely now able to get free gigabit internet service when you probably thought it was years away from your town. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and also let us know how it went down in the comments section. If you want to continue watching and check out some other tutorials, I've got those on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Yes, hello, my name is ThioJoe. Thank you to Senior Studley for that very funny reference to The Throne Game, my favorite TV show. Now, last week I asked you, what would be your last words? So let's find out what you guys are gonna say right before you kick it. What are you gonna do? Stab me? The best last words for Gaben are Half-Life 3 will release this year. I'm dying. I guess it makes sense. Oh, a new update for Windows 10. And now we know what'll happen when you reject it. My last words would be, it's just a prank, bro. Then someone gives you the ultimate prank, shooting you. Blue Wire, right? My last words would be, D's nuts. What the fuck is wrong with humanity? Hold my beer, this'll be awesome. That doesn't mean he's gonna be wrong. My last words will be, I shouldn't have worn this hat. By the way, those of you asking, yes, you will be able to buy one of these soon. I'm having them made, so I'll keep you up to date. When is the Comcast truck gonna get here? And then he waited so long that he died. No regrets. I mean, if you're dead, you can't really regret anything, so I guess you're right. Hi, I'm here from the IRS. I see what you did there. Don't worry, I'm fine. Me facing my children and grandchildren on my deathbed. On my gravestone, I wanted to say, rest in deece. Deece, what? Deece nuts. Then they proceed to kill you. My last words will be, oops. My last word will be nothing because nobody cares. This guy gets it. Tell my side hoe I don't love her. You're fat. Then I'm guessing someone killed you for your bad grammar. Another one. And so he died after just having one too many beers. And finally, to my wife, did you put on weight? You better hope for death after that. Alright, so that was pretty good, and now we know you guys are not going out quietly. And of course, now it is time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week, we have a news story about Kathleen LaRoche. Now, Kathleen one day was just driving, and she was swerving and speeding, and she got pulled over for doing just that. But the police officer suspected she was up to even more no good. After he pulled her over, he noticed that she had a dashboard camera in her car, and he asked if he could see that footage. Kathleen saw no problem in showing him this footage, though it proved to be a big mistake. Then while going through the footage, the officer noticed that Kathleen had stopped to apparently buy quite a bit of cocaine just 2 minutes before he pulled her over. Using this self-incriminating evidence that the woman just so generously provided the officer, he then arrested her and went back to the spot where the drug dealer was and arrested him. I think everyone saw this coming, except Kathleen. So I think the moral of the story here is don't film yourself committing a crime and then going and showing it to the police right afterwards. And alright, so let me ask you this, guys, for next week. If you had a time machine that could only make one round trip, what would you do with it? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeTimeMachine on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next Monday just like every week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact: the government does not care about you. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up because I guess that's just what I'm supposed to say. And also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here is a sample. Worst place for a date is the dentist. How romantic. Take her to the moon. It'll really take her breath away. Literally. Guys, the other day I got an email from someone claiming that I have millions and millions of dollars just waiting for me. And it's from a Nigerian country code, so you know it's legit. I thought I would call him up as an interesting character and see what this money's all about.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I was calling about some money I received an email about. I would like to get this money. I was wondering how that would work.
Yes, what is your name?
Yes, my name is Obergruppenführer Hans von Beck, former SS officer.
Okay. And you are calling from United States of America.
Yeah, so how do I get this money? I didn't even know anything about this. It must be from the war?
Yes, you get this money from our bank, the Bank of Ghana, here in Accra, Ghana.
I don't know if I want it in US dollars. Is it possible to get some money in Deutschmarks?
In Deutschmark?
Yeah.
Why do you want it in Deutschmark? Are you not in America?
That is my home country. I'm in my New York City home.
Okay, you are from Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a problem. You will have to send us your account details in Dutch. Before that will happen, your presence will be needed here in Accra, Ghana, to sign your foreign release document and other relevant documents concerning this.
Okay, that is fine. I can come down to Ghana. That is fine. I was there during the war. I know it well.
But if you cannot come down here by the end of this week, because it is very urgent, it's not something you can stay very long. Then we need to appoint a lawyer. All you need to do is to pay for the signing fee and you provide your account details. So first of all, can I have your email address?
Yeah, sure. Hans, H-A-N-S, Von,
Okay.
V-O-N,
Yeah.
Beck, B-E-C-K.
H-A-N-S-S. Then what?
O as in Obergruppenführer.
Okay, you know what? Can you send me an email? Do you have my email address? Do you have my email contact?
Well, the reason I called is my computer is broken. It is pre-war. It is very old. I have to get it fixed. It's going to take a while.
Okay, what is your house address?
It is 1337.
337.
Yes. Reichstag.
Hashtag.
No, Reichstag Drive.
Hashtag.
Yes. Yes.
R-E-I-S-H.
T as in Thomas. A.
Okay.
G. And
Rashback.
this is in New York, New York.
New York, New York, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, right now. I think I have taken your name, your email address, your home address.
Okay, you said I would have to go to Ghana. I would have to get permission from the Obergruppenführer, but I think I may be able to do this.
Yes, if you cannot come, we'll just appoint a lawyer for you.
Okay, is this lawyer very trustworthy? I don't want to put the money in
Yeah,
the
listen, he's a trustworthy lawyer. He's a registered attorney with us. He's registered here in Bank of Ghana.
Okay, because as the Führer always said, never trust a non-Aryan, but I believe that we can do this deal. It should be very good.
Yes, it's a lawyer that you can trust. I assure you, it's a lawyer that you can trust.
Ah, das
Yeah,
ist
in Accra.
wunderbar. Wunderbar, yes. I have one question. Can this money be converted into Deutschmarks, my home country?
We will do just that. We will transfer your phone in Deutschmark. You will receive it in Dutch.
Okay, that is fine. Yes, because I'm going to Germany for a long time just to escape some things and some people, but it shouldn't be a problem. I just need it in Deutschmarks, the preferred
Yes,
currency of the
we will do
Fatherland,
that.
of course.
I will request for your account details in Dutch, where you want this fund to be transferred to. Okay?
Okay, this is wunderbar. The Führer will be very pleased about this. He's been trying to make a comeback.
So, how long is it going to take you to send the money? How long? 2 to 3, 4, 5 hours? How many hours?
Hours? Oh, I need to run the calculation. 400, I guess?
Okay, 400 hours. It's going to take you 400 hours.
Yeah, 400 hours. I believe that is when I get back from the Fatherland. Oberstübenführer, he gives me permission to go on a break every few weeks, and then the Führer, he likes to go on his vacations as well, so we have to wait for them to get back to the Reichstag.
Okay, no problem. But the most important thing is that you go and send the payment to the lawyer as soon as possible.
What if I just go to Ghana? How would that work?
That is going to, because in such transactions, delays are very dangerous.
It is not so dangerous. I mean, I'm experienced. I fought in the war. I'm a former SS officer.
I don't think that is necessary right now because we have concluded.
Well, my thinking is I'm taking the V8 rocket on the way back to Berlin very soon anyway. I could just take a stop in Ghana and sign some papers, and then we can be on our way.
Can you come down here? Can you come down here by tomorrow or next tomorrow?
Oh, I see. Yes, well, I really want to oversee this. I'll tell you what, I will see if I can do it. I will talk to the head engineer. I can probably head over to the V8 rocket right now and see if we can take off. I believe if we leave in the next hour, we can probably get there in approximately 14 hours, and then I can meet you there.
If that is what you want, I will let you know the procedures.
I can have Berlin arrange all this. They have very many connections in West Africa when they conquered it.
If you want to come down here, we will tell you what it takes. I will send you detailed email by tomorrow when I go to the office after our meeting.
Okay. I mean, I could probably make the arrangements through the Ober group in Führer. He has many connections with the Führer. I can leave for the airport right now. I'll just head over and get on the V8 rocket, head over.
Listen, before you come over, we need to, there have to be a formal arrangement, okay?
Yes, that is what I'm doing. I'm hurrying up right now. I can get to Ghana, no problem. I'm a former SS officer, so I can get there. It's just a matter of waiting. Once everything is organized on your end, we can do it.
So, can you send me an email to tell me your plan?
The email might take a while. It is using a pre-war email system, the Enigma machine. Do you have an Enigma machine you can use to accept this message?
Just send to my email address. I believe you have my email address. I believe it.
Okay, I will send the Enigma machine message. It will be encoded, but you should be able to receive it if you have another Enigma machine. Do you need the Enigma decoder?
Please send me an email. Please send me an email.
Okay, I look forward to it. I will head over to the airport right now.
So what?
Are you tired of being a loser both in real life and on the internet? Today I'm going to discuss with you some scientifically proven methods for how to be cool on the internet so at least you can be cool half the time. The first step is to fix your attitude. You have to believe yourself that you are never wrong, even if you're not. And if you come across information that says that you're wrong, never admit it. Admitting that you're wrong is a sign of weakness. Only idiots make mistakes, and that's not you, especially on the internet. Just remember that if you ever apologize or ever admit you're wrong, you're gonna have a permanent record of that time you were an idiot, and you'll be the laughing stock of the internet forever. Next, you need to come up with a cool username. If you just use your real name on the internet, people are gonna know you're a loser. So you wanna come up with a username that is as cool as you are. One tip for gamers is to put a cool tag in the front of your username to signify that you're part of a team. For example, let's use a cool username such as iPro Headshot King. The I in front of Pro reminds you of Apple, a very cool company, and Pro signifies that you're a professional. Headshot King signifies that you're the king of headshots and very skilled at the video game. If you joined a game with that username, people would know to watch out. The next tip is really important. You want a cool profile picture, specifically one with a really funny meme. This will show that you're up to date on the latest funny internet trends. Some examples you can start off with are the Lenny face, the dog meme, the troller face, and Grumpy Cat. And don't forget that nothing says you're cool on the internet like an anime profile picture. The next tip is a strategy you can use on Facebook and other social media sites, and that is to post about your favorite political candidate daily. Anyone who has a disagreeing opinion on politics, you want to make sure that you unfriend them first. They may post and reply and disagree with you, making you look bad. Now, as a side note, we all know that inspiring quotes are really popular on social media. So you get bonus points if you post inspiring quotes by your favorite political candidate. And it'll be double bonus points if it's an inspirational quote by you about your favorite political candidate. That'll show you're really creative as well. So if you follow these steps, everyone will know that you're up to date and informed about politics, and they'll turn to you if they have any questions. And here's another tip for Facebook and other social media sites. For your profile banner, put a picture of an expensive car, such as a Lamborghini or a Bugatti. This will show that you like cool cars, and people will associate that cool car with yourself, and they may even think that you own one of those expensive cars yourself. Otherwise, why would you put that in your banner? The next tip will work on any site on the internet. If you ever spot a single grammatical or spelling mistake, always point it out and explain in great detail why that person is wrong. This will not only make the other person look stupid, but also make you look smart, and people will be very impressed. The longer the explanation about why they're wrong, the better it is for you. But be careful. A single spelling mistake of your own will backfire and make you look even worse. Now, this next tip is for advanced users only. You want to get a computer with really cool lights on it and then post it on the internet. Everyone knows that one of the biggest determining factors for how cool you are on the internet is how cool your computer is. It's no surprise that the most experienced internet veterans call their computers battle stations, because the internet is basically a battleground to see who is the coolest. Getting cool, colorful lights on your computer, keyboard, and mouse are practically required to become one of the coolest people on the internet. This next tip is great for people who like to listen to music. Now, if you want to be cool on the internet, you have to make sure to only listen to older music from previous generations. Never ever listen to modern music. I'm sure most of you already understand that the older the music you listen to, the cooler you are. But more importantly, you want to make sure that everyone knows that you don't listen to modern music. So every chance you get, make sure you point out that you were born in the wrong generation. This will give you credibility. Finally, this is going to be the ultimate tip for being cool on the internet. If you can pull this off, no one will ever be able to dispute how awesome you are. And that is to leave the first comment on a YouTube video with just the word first, so everyone knows. If you can manage that, you will now have a permanent record about your awesome internet skill. And anytime you're in an argument, either in real life or on the internet, you can simply say that, hey, I was the first person to comment on that popular video, and they will be forced to back down. So I hope using these tips you're able to go out on the internet and achieve the level of popularity you believe you deserve. And if you have any other tips of your own, be sure to let us know down in the comments section. I'm sure most of us would be interested in that. So why don't you guys go ahead and give this video a like? You know, it's the least you can do with how much I'm helping you out here. If you want to check out some other videos, I've got those on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe for more great videos like this, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on the twitter.net internet website. So thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm Theo Thing, and last week I asked you what you would do with one round trip in a time machine, and apparently you guys are just gonna waste it on stupid stuff, so let's find out what you're gonna do. Travel back in time and ride the machine again. Cheater. I will go to the past and kill ThioJoe before he makes his YouTube so no one can double their internet speed for free. I would go back to the future. I would go get Half-Life 3 before anyone else does, until you realize that it never gets released. And by the way guys, the intentional spelling mistakes haven't been funny for like at least a year. I would go back in time to prevent 7-Eleven. If I had a time machine, I would go into the future so that I can steal another time machine. I'd go stop YouTube from being created, thus making this comment impossible to exist. Well, you didn't achieve that, did you? I would eat a tray of bacon, then go back in time, then eat it again. Interesting set of priorities, but who am I to judge? I'd go a week into the future so I can see the best comments in next week's episode just so I can use them as my own.
I would go back to my college days and say, do not call Comcast. If you did that, you'd have 3 extra years of your life from waiting on hold. Go into the future and figure out all the lottery numbers, then go back and use them. Simple but effective. I'd bring all my money back to the 1700s and buy a bunch of gold since $1 was worth more then. Do I really have to explain why that wouldn't work? Modern money would be worthless. I would go to the future because I want to go to a different generation. Yeah, but what you don't realize is the future hipsters will be listening to today's music saying it's better. I would go back in time and create Comcast. It was you. I'll go to Nazi Germany and meet my hero Adolf Hitler. Was not expecting that. I will stop you from creating a YouTube channel. But what if in doing that you accidentally caused me to create it? I would eat my taco from last night again. How good was that taco? I'd go back to when memes were actually funny. You'd have to go back pretty far. I would go back 1,000 years so I could see the dinosaurs. Should we tell him? I'd buy a sports almanac and go back to 1985, bet it all, and make my own casino and hotel. Where have I heard that one before? I'd go back and say first on this video. Yeah, what a great use of a time machine. And finally, I'd time travel to my funeral and convince everyone I'm a ghost. Troll till the end. So that was pretty fun. If I ever get a time machine, I'm gonna be sure to never let any of you near it. And of course now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. And this week we have 3 in 1. It's like a bonus Dummy of the Week. This group of people we have are Karen, Paul, and Brett. They were on vacation in Florida, and I guess they had trouble deciding what to do one day. So they woke up and thought, you know what, let's rob a bank. Now, robbing a bank on vacation is already dumb enough, but these people took it to a whole nother level because their getaway plan in particular had one little flaw. You see, after the 3 of them go into the bank, rob it, get the money and leave, they tried to escape in, get this, a taxi cab. That's right, they tried to get a regular cab driver right outside the bank to help them escape. I mean, what did they expect? He just wouldn't notice they were robbing a bank right in front of him? Hey taxi, can you give us a ride? We just robbed a bank. Oh yeah, sure. Hop right in. Needless to say, they didn't get very far. But the thing that confuses me the most is they had 3 people. Are you telling me none of them thought to be the getaway driver? Haven't they even played Grand Theft Auto? Amateurs. But anyway, let me ask you guys this for next week. What is the best way to become famous? Notice I said famous, not infamous. You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeFamous on Twitter, and I will read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. Most Americans have less than $1,000 in savings. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up because I don't even have any reasons anymore. And if you want to subscribe, be sure to do that so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. My last words will be, I shouldn't have worn this hat. My last words would be, it's just a prank, bro. Then someone gives you the ultimate prank, shooting you. Guys, getting hacked is something we all fear, and I'm willing to bet that most of you have no idea what you should do if you ever get hacked. So that's why I made this video. I'm gonna tell you the steps you should take and what you need to do if you ever find yourself getting hacked by a hacker. This video could save your life, or at least your computer. The first thing you need to do is change your password from password 1 to password 2. Password 1 is a very popular password because it's easy to remember, it's strong, and has all the characters required by many sites. This includes uppercase letters, lowercase letters, and a number. However, if your password gets hacked, then you need to change it to something equally easy to remember and strong, and password 2 is different enough where you can still remember it, but that hacker is never gonna guess it. The next thing you want to do is change your username to say unhackable. Now that you have a target on your back, having already been hacked, you need to secure yourself and let other hackers know that you're not to be messed with. Adding unhackable to the end of your username or changing it to that completely is a great way to fend off hackers because they will know that you're no one to be messed with and possibly are already a hacker yourself. The next step is pretty important. You need to get help from that friend who's good with computers and stuff. We all know a friend who's really good at fixing computers, and those friends are usually hackers themselves and can help you counter-hack your account. Just call them up and tell them that you need help hacking someone who stole your password. They'll probably be happy to be able to help you and also test out their skills.
When you're talking to them, be sure to include some hacker phrases such as, "They bypassed my Unix firewall," or "I reviewed the logs in PowerShell." This will impress them with your computer knowledge and they'll be more willing to help you. Next, before you go any further, you want to turn off all electronic devices in your home. Skilled hackers are not going to stop at just your computer. You want to turn off everything including your TV, your printer, your microwave, and your dishwasher. Oftentimes, hackers will hack these devices as well and disable them to distract you while they're hacking your Wi-Fi. Now for the next step. Once your network has been compromised, you need to delete the internet off your computer completely. There's just no way to trust that the hack was removed without deleting the entire internet. To wipe the internet off your computer, what you need to do is go onto your desktop and look for the Internet Explorer icon. You may also have internets such as Google Chrome Explorer or Firefox Explorer, and if you have these, they will need to be deleted as well. Now to delete these internets, all you have to do is right-click on the icon and click delete. That will delete the internet off your computer. We're almost done, but there are still a few more steps, and this next one is especially important. As soon as you find out you're hacked, you need to email your president. Obviously, this is going to vary by country, but everyone knows that the best way to deal with getting hacked is to enlist the help of your head of state. Barack Obama, for example, reviews all emails he receives and will help you fix your computer. All you have to do is email barackcomputersupport@whitehouse.gov. Now, it might take a little while to respond because he has to get help from the FBI to counter-hack the hacker on your computer, but he will help. Next, after you complete the previous steps, if you haven't already, you want to turn off your computer so it can't be hacked any further. To do this, simply look for the power button on the screen and press it. Once the screen goes black, that means your computer is off and safe from hacking. Now for the final step. Assuming you've already run a software antivirus scan, you need to clean out your computer physically. Make sure your computer is unplugged and use a vacuum to suck out any dust and debris. The dust in your computer is just full of viruses and errors put there by hackers, and you want to suck out as much of it as you can to clean it out. Once you complete all these steps, you should effectively get rid of any hackers that have hacked into your computer, and your data should be safe. Although if they've already done damage, you're going to need to enlist professional help, of course. Still, I hope this video was helpful, and now you'll know what to do if any hackers try to come after you. All right, pretty good video. Alright guys, I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click them or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. Looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and last week I asked you what you think is the best way to become famous. And let me tell you, you guys know what you're talking about. So let's get started. Clickbait all the way. The best way to become famous is to find a way to actually double your internet speed for free. To be famous, you must be a dummy of the week. There is no other way. I would do nothing. Kim Kardashian does that well. Yeah, we're all assuming that you actually have to do something to be famous. Release Half-Life 3 unexpectedly. Yeah, but that would only work for Gabe Newell, and he's already pretty famous. Just kill yourself, you'll get a... That's terrible. The best way to become famous is to comment first before anyone else. Yeah, I hear all the top stars in Hollywood became famous from commenting first on YouTube videos. By playing Infamous. You know, it's counterintuitive, but I could see how that would work. Film yourself screaming at video games. Make a meme. No, in this day and age, you have to take it a step further and become a meme. Report news and drama on YouTube. Start a Minecraft YouTube channel, obviously. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how Tom Cruise got his start. The best way to become famous is to ask nicely. I'm sure they'll understand. Be infamous on opposite day. The logic checks out. The best way to be famous is to be the daughter or son of someone who is also famous. Best way to be famous? Make Roblox obbies. I don't know any of those words. And finally, create drama. Hey, PewDiePie, this message is for you. You dumb person, I don't like you or your stupid video channel. You want to start some drama? Come after me, bro, fist. I don't like you. Alright guys, so that was pretty good. Don't forget me when you're at the top, okay? Now before we do Dummy of the Week, I want to tell you guys about something you have been waiting for a long time. Yes, this hat is now available. You can get one yourself. The link will be right in the description. Unfortunately, it's for sale, and you guys can wear it ironically, not ironically, and I'll tell you what, if you guys send me pictures of you wearing it on Twitter, I'll put them in some future videos. So if you were one of the people who wanted one of these, definitely be sure to let me know what you do with it, and I will be looking forward to that. And now, of course, it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. And afterwards, I have something special, so stick around for that as well. This week, we have a guy by the name of Jack Means. Now, Jack was charged with misuse of 911 because he called 911 for a very strange reason. You see, one night, Jack was just having some fun, drinking quite a bit, and realized that he had no more vodka. So he asked his girlfriend to go get him some more. But she refused to go get more vodka for him, and he got quite angry. So now at this point, he's completely out of vodka, and I mean, what's he to do? Call it a night? Perhaps say, oh, that's enough drinking for today? No, he thought it would be a great idea to call 911 about it. Apparently out of spite, he called and made up a story that his neighbors were yelling and fighting really loud and they need to come immediately. When the police showed up, they realized he obviously lied, so they asked him why he would do this. And he gave the completely logical reason that he prank called 911 because his girlfriend refused to buy him vodka. What can you say? He's truly a saint. Now hold on, because I'm not done yet. I actually have another news story. It's not really Dummy of the Week, but I thought it was so funny I just had to share with you guys. Let's call it Troll of the Week. And this is about a guy named Alan who completely trolled his son. You see, Alan was fed up with his son acting all thug, which involved being very disrespectful to his parents, smoking pot, and going on joyrides with his friends, and he decided, you know what, enough is enough. He's gonna punish his son in a very unique way. So what did he do? He took his son's '98 Ford Explorer, a car he had generously purchased for his son on his birthday, and sold it on Craigslist. But that's not all. To rub salt in the wound, he sold the car to someone who lived very close by at a very deep discount, just so the son would have to see that car driving around all the time when he now had none. Now that is how you troll your kids. So for next week, let me ask you guys this. What is the worst thing you've ever done? It can be a short comment or a short story, that's totally fine. So leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoe on Twitter and I will read my favorite ones next Monday. And now, of course, it's time for this week's fun fact. You have no friends. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up or else I will email Gaben and tell him to never release Half-Life 3. Also be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video, and if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. If I had a time machine, I would go into the future so that I can steal another time machine. I'd go a week into the future so I can see the best comments in next week's episode just so I can use them as my own. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe and today I'm going to teach you all the steps you need to become a elite hacker. It's really not that difficult, just takes a lot of dedication and patience, but I'm sure you guys can get yourself through it. So why don't we get started and get on your way. The first step is to install the operating system known as Linux. This is a very famous operating system known to hackers all around the world and comes pre-installed with hacking tools such as Terminal and Gparted, which you can use to hack into even the toughest government databases. Be careful when searching or downloading this operating system though, because it is well known as an illegal hacking operating system and your ISP may flag you to the FBI if you do too much digging around it. Next, you're going to want to attend hacker school. This is not really that well known, it's a pretty well kept secret, but all the top hackers in the world go to hacker school. It's kind of like regular university, except for hackers. For example, Edward Snowden, the famous hacker, attended one of these underground hacking schools, but not that many people even know they exist because they are very secretive and highly illegal. Once you have the most basic hacking skills, you can now join a hacker gang. Obviously, it's much better to work in a group because then the group has the top skills of each member and it makes them much more efficient. If you can assemble the right team of fellow hackers, you can even pull off some amazing hacks such as hacking a Gibson supercomputer. Another requirement is to come up with a hacker name. To be a hacker, you're going to need a cool alias.
All the most famous hackers in the world all have really neat names. These include Acid Burn, Zero Cool, or Crash Override. Next, you're gonna need a hoodie with fingerless gloves. If you're gonna be a hacker, you need to dress the part, and these pieces of clothing are basically standard hacking attire, and if you don't have these, no one's gonna take you seriously as a real hacker. It's no coincidence that most stock photos of hackers have the signature hacker hoodie. It's really the most realistic depiction of what professional hackers look like. The next step requires a bit of investment, but you need to get at least 3 monitors. The number of monitors you have is a sign of your hacking skills. Starting out, you may only have 1 computer, but as your skills increase, you can start to hack multiple computers at once, requiring multiple monitors. For example, there's a rumor that Edward Snowden, one of the most famous hackers in the world, has 17 monitors covering an entire wall in his home. Obviously, that number of monitors would be overwhelming even for some advanced hackers, but if you're just starting out, 3 monitors is a good starting point. We're almost done, but the next point is pretty important. You need to turn off all the lights in your room when you're hacking and also get some blackout curtains. You want the room to be as dark as possible. The reason being, so you can focus on your hacking and not have any distractions. The only exception, of course, is the lights from your computer itself. Everyone pretty much knows that the better hackers have the coolest looking PCs. Finally, this one may be tough to swallow, but it's a true rite of passage for any hacker to be investigated by the FBI. Very similar to how rappers aren't taken seriously until they've been to jail. As a hacker, no one will believe that you're the real deal until you've been investigated by the FBI. For example, one legendary hacker, Kevin Mitnick, was on the run from the FBI for 2.5 years, cementing him as one of the most famous hackers of all time. And alright, that's pretty much it. You guys now know all the steps that you need to become a legitimate hacker, so please hack responsibly. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video and found it helpful. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Also, as I mentioned in previous videos, this hat, this Kill Me hat that you guys were asking about, you can now actually get one for yourself, so I'll put a link to that in the description as well. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today is the first episode of possibly a new series that we can call for now Weird News of the Week, where I go over some of the weirdest news that I've read and I think you guys should enjoy. We got some interesting stories, so let's just jump right in. The first news story is about a dramatic police standoff that ended in a way that no one could have predicted. This took place around 12 a.m. in Detroit, where police were called in for a domestic violence situation between a man and a woman and that there was possibly a weapon involved. Police officers blocked off several streets and surrounded the house with their SWAT team, and it was an intense standoff of 11 hours before they finally decided to raid the home. When they did enter, they made a shocking discovery. The house was empty the entire time. That's right, at the end of the day, the police had an 11-hour standoff with nobody. The next story involves Kim Jong-un, the dear leader of North Korea, when he caught flack recently for appearing in a photograph smoking. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, why is this such a big deal? The North Korean dictator can really do whatever he wants. Why is it important that he was smoking? Well, it happens to be that he was caught smoking right in the middle of a major anti-smoking drive where they were promoting the importance of quitting smoking nationwide in North Korea. Now, the North Korean government said many people had quit smoking because of these ads they were running as part of this campaign, but apparently Kim Jong-un was not one of them. Next, we have quite an interesting story about a brand new dog park in New Jersey. You see, local residents had been asking the government to build a park where dog owners could bring their pets and they could run around and run free and interact with other dogs. And they were delighted when the dog park was finally completed, until they realized that because of an old law, there was no dogs allowed in the dog park. You see, the whole point of a dog park is it's specifically designed to be a fenced-in area where dogs don't have to be on leashes and they can run and play with their owners. But in this area, there's still a law on the books that says that all dogs must be leashed when outside in all areas, even in a dog park where it's specifically designed to be fenced in for dogs. One member of the local government council, a member of the government, was going to bring his dog to the dog park, and a policeman informed him that he would not be able to bring his dog inside. So at least for now, that community now has a dog park where you just can't bring your dog.
Next, we have a story about a guy named Alan in San Antonio who's the victim of an unusual carjacking. You see, Alan had been minding his own business, just pumping gas into his car, when a thief came up and hijacked his car and threatened him at gunpoint, until the thief realized that there was a problem. He didn't know how to drive stick shift. So what did the thief do? Perhaps say, you know what, I can't drive this car, maybe I should leave and give up? No, he threatened the owner and made him drive the thief around and teach him how to drive stick shift. Then after some time of essentially kidnapping this guy and forcing him to drive around, the thief decided that he would take another stab at driving this manual transmission car, and then he crashed into a house. Apparently on drugs and not thinking straight, the thief then tried to burglarize the house that he just crashed into. Now at this point, the second victim who lived in the house was able to call the police, who came and tased the thief and arrested him. You really just can't make some of this stuff up. Finally, a bit of irony. In Vancouver, the fire department had been called to a scene of a car on fire. When they arrived at the scene, they realized that the car on fire was for that of a company that specialized in fire prevention and safety. I think this picture of the scene really speaks for itself. There's really not much more for me to say about it. So that's pretty much it. Those are just the weirdest stories I found from this week. If you guys liked it, let me know, and maybe I'll make this a continuing series, maybe do it once a week. So if you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm Theo, Buy This Hat Joe, and last week I asked you, what is the worst thing you've ever done? And you guys are just evil, so let's find out. Worst thing I've ever done? Worst thing I ever done was subscribe to your channel. Alright, let's just get that one out of the way. I bought a Kill Me hat, then I got killed. But thankfully I'm alive. What are you, Jon Snow? And yes, I'm still plugging this hat because it's only going to be on sale for less than another week, and then you'll never be able to get one again, so if you want one, link's in the description, check it out. Next, joined the Cool Kids Club. What an unfortunate name. The worst thing I've ever done is read through all the original comments that say, the worst thing I've ever done is sub to this channel. And there are a lot of those. The worst thing I've ever done is dropping a Nokia phone while standing in a nuclear power plant right above the reactor core. See, now that is a funny joke. Why can't they all be like that? The worst thing I ever did is pick up a penny from the ground. I don't even think that penny could buy enough food to replace the energy it took to pick it up. Upgraded my mom's shampoo to glue. What a great prank. I'm sure you all got a great laugh out of that. I signed up for Club Penguin without my parents' permission. Yeah, FBI, I'd like to report a felony. The worst thing I did. I was trying to get on Your Dumb Comments for 5 months, and it wasn't even worth it. Playing Call of Duty? Get out. Worst thing I ever done? Spelled something false on the internet. I installed Internet Explorer on a Mac. I once tried to commit suicide by jumping out my basement window. Dumbest thing? I wore a shirt on accident that said "fuck you" to school, and no one said anything. Why do you even have a shirt that says "fuck you" in the first place? Then again, why do I have a hat that says "kill me"? I accidentally liked the Call of Duty Infinite Warfare trailer. Oh my god, what have I done? Don't come back until you've undone that like. I dropped the soap. I bought every Kidz Bop album. Hopefully it didn't sustain too much brain damage. Oh, here's a story. So I was at school and I really had to go to the toilet, but our head teacher is really strict on toilet rules, so she told all the teachers no one can go until lunch. Hate when teachers used to do that. So I sit at the front of my English class and I'm shaking around like crazy, and the teacher thought I was possessed and she was like, someone take this kid out of here. So some kid told the school office, what a snitch, and came back saying my dad was on the way. So I was like, no, I just need to go to the toilet, but no one listened, and I had to walk out of the school and go home, and that was the story of how I got sent home just for needing to go to the toilet. Wow, apparently Hitler's back from the dead, and now he's a school English teacher. I once unplugged a flash drive without safely ejecting it first. Gave to charity. I mean, I guess it depends on what charity. I peed outside the window from the 29th floor. Alright, you're right, that just makes you a dick. Unrelated to this video, but I have reason to believe Joe is actually using a green screen and lives under a bridge somewhere in Norway? How did you find out? I once showered in the nude. I know, disgusting. What are you, some kind of animal? I pressed I agree to the terms and conditions for iTunes without reading it. Oh, that's too bad. Now you can't use it to build nuclear weapons. Yes, that's actually in there. And finally, I went outside. I'm surprised you lived to tell the tale. And apparently a lot of you thought buying a Kill Me hat was the worst thing you ever did, so that makes me feel great. And now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where I go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have two parents, Devin and Deidre. Now Devin and Deidre recently had a kid, a baby boy. How nice. Except they named it something a bit unusual. You see, they named their kid Naruto. His name is Naruto Murphy. I mean, come on, that kid is gonna be screwed in school. Either that or he's gonna be king of the weeaboos, a fate worse than death. And alright, so how about for next week, let me ask you guys the reverse. What is the best thing you've ever done? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoeBestThing on Twitter and I'll read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. There's nothing we can do to stop the heat death of the universe. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Again, check out this hat in the description. The reason I'm pushing it so hard is because if we don't sell at least 150, then it's just not gonna go into production and no one's gonna get it. Just gonna get refunded. So if you want one, definitely go buy it now. It's the time to get it. Otherwise, you're never gonna get one again. But anyway, if you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The best way to become famous is to comment first before anyone else. Yeah, I hear all the top stars in Hollywood became famous from commenting first on YouTube videos. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we have a new episode of Weird News Wednesday. Yes, that's the new name of this series, where I go over some of the weirdest news that I've read over the past week. So why don't we jump right in? We've got some interesting stories to talk about. This first news story is about a guy named Joshua James, age 23, who had a really good idea for a prank, believe me. Now, his plan was he was gonna first go into the drive-thru of Wendy's, a popular fast food chain here in America. So what he did was go through the drive-thru, and then here's the genius part, threw an alligator through the drive-thru window, and then drove off. Apparently the police did not agree that this was such a genius prank, so they instead charged him with assault with a deadly weapon. I guess you could consider an alligator pretty deadly. Now, this next story is about a police deputy from Florida named Michael. Now, Michael and a few other officers were all attending a conference that was hosted by Mothers Against Drunk Driving, a really popular organization, and the whole point of the conference was to learn about how to deal with drunk drivers when on the job. And Michael was actually supposed to get a special award there for getting more than 100 DUI arrests and keeping all those drunk drivers at bay and doing a great job. But apparently, he didn't exactly take this whole thing as seriously as he should have. You see, after apparently skipping most of the training he was supposed to attend, other officers found him wandering around the hotel hallways, so drunk they described him as wasted, and get this, wearing nothing except boxer shorts. So essentially, this guy decided that instead of going through all that training about drunk driving, he would just get drunk instead. And who knows, maybe he was just doing some first-hand research. Next we have what is not so much a story as it is a picture, and it's probably better that instead of explaining it to you, I just show you. This is a driver's license of a guy in Florida, and do you notice anything strange about it? If you haven't spotted it yet, take a look at his signature. Yes, this is a guy who signed his driver's license with a dick. Need I say more? This next news story is about a guy named Michael LeCompte, who is really just a special kind of stupid. First, let me just show you his mugshot. I mean, this should frame the story nicely, set the tone a bit. Now, in this case, Michael was actually charged with speeding, but that is a bit of an understatement. You see, he was caught going 95 miles an hour in a school zone, where in many places the speed limit is 15 miles an hour, and that's not the end of it. When he was questioned about going so fast, he denied going 95 miles an hour. He told them instead he was going 115 miles an hour. That's right, he straight up admitted to going an additional 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, possibly meaning that he was going 100 miles an hour over the speed limit. Sometimes you just can't fix stupid. Finally, we have a truly bizarre story. This is the mugshot of a guy named Ronnie Hicks who was arrested for a DUI. But you see, he wasn't driving a car, he was driving a motorized wheelchair. People in the area had called the police, alerting them that there was a man in a wheelchair obstructing traffic, which sounds to me like he might have been just driving down the middle of the road drunk in his wheelchair. I don't even know what to think. But in any case, all I know is it's pretty weird. So those are just the weirdest stories I read this week, and I want to also again let you guys know there's only a few more days left to get this hat, so if you wanted one, now's the time. Links in the description. Probably not going to be available again. So I hope you guys enjoyed the weird news from this week. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section. If you guys come across any weird stories yourself, be sure to hit me up on Twitter and let me know, and maybe I'll talk about it in this video. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video, and if you want to check out last week's weird news, here's a sample. Links in the description. The first news story is about a dramatic police standoff that ended in a way that no one could have predicted. Next, we have a story about a guy named Alan in San Antonio who's the victim of an unusual carjacking. Finally, a bit of irony. In Vancouver, the fire department had been called to a scene of a car on fire.
Alright guys, so in this video we're going to be doing a quick tour of my apartment so you can kind of get an idea of my setup. First, we're going to start off with my office, my studio. Here we just have my lights, as you can see on the sides, a couple microphones, and then my desk. And then we also have printer, pretty standard stuff. And then I also have some interesting Philips Hue and lighting strips for the background. You can see me turn them on right now, as well as some colored Philips Hue lights. So I can just add a little bit of color whenever I want into the background of the video. Getting a bit closer to the desk, we can get a better idea of what I have. On the left, we have an AT2020 microphone, a pair of Philips X2 headphones. We also have a G502 Logitech mouse, as well as a Thermaltake mechanical keyboard, and then just some standard memory card readers, and of course 2 of my monitors, including a 144Hz monitor from BenQ and a old standard monoprice IPS monitor that has reasonably good color for its age, and I use that for better color and editing. You may have also noticed some of the acoustic foam I have on the walls, and that just helps to reduce echo, and that pretty much sums up my studio. Next, this is my bed, and specifically my pillow. As you can see, it's extra absorbent, of course, for the tears. Next, we have my favorite closet in the apartment. It's relatively empty except for a couple jackets, a vacuum, and a Swiffer, but I really enjoy this closet because it's a great way to hide away from the rest of the world. Next, we have this cabinet, which is completely empty except for a couple towels, but I thought I would show you guys because it would be really useful in the future for some storage solutions. Next, we have this ceiling fan, which I found to be especially useful at spinning around and blowing air around the apartment, which helps me keep cool and not have to use so much air conditioning. I also want to point out those unusual outlets in the corner because unlike most outlets, they're actually at eye level, so you could theoretically hang a TV there, even though I'm not going to do that. Finally, in my room next to my bed, we have some sort of portal to the demon underworld, which I haven't actually taken the time to go into it, but it wasn't even advertised with the apartment, so perhaps they just forgot about it, the previous owners left it here. But I expect this will come in real handy if I ever have to escape the apartment for some reason in a hurry. I can just pop over into that portal and go into hell. And you know what? Why don't we go in for the first time? I'll take the camera in, you guys can experience it with me. I haven't been in there yet. Let's see what it's all about.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm still alive, unfortunately, and last week I asked you, what is the best thing you've ever done? And not gonna lie, most of these comments were just completely unsalvageable, but I picked as many as I could. Let's get started. The best thing I've ever done is I created 45 million YouTube channels and subscribed to PewDiePie, proof on YouTube analytics. Oh, so that's how he got so big. The best thing I did was teach a bunch of white people how to dab. You've created monsters. The best thing I've ever done? Released my mixtape as an iTunes exclusive, and it was so fire that it burned down Apple headquarters. The best thing I've ever done is ask my dad for a small loan of $1 million. Wow, is that the real Donald Trump? Told someone that they were wrong on the internet. Fighting the good fight. The best thing I've ever done is switch to PC gaming. Welcome to the PC Master Race. Best thing I ever did? It was buying my iPhone 6S on release day, of course. Totally worth waiting for hours on end staying in a long line. Much better than my old crappy iPhone 6. I know, every new iPhone is definitely worth a several $100 upgrade. The best thing I've ever done is convincing my parents to stop buying iMacs. They should be eternally grateful to you. And finally, that's actually it. There were no more funny comments. Don't worry, you didn't really miss out. The rest of them were mostly just overused jokes about Comcast. And I do need to mention, it's basically the last day to get one of these hats. If you want one, links in the description. It's the last chance, probably not gonna be available again. And as I mentioned in the first video, if you guys send me pictures of you wearing it, I'll put them in future videos if you want. And now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. And this week we have a guy named Jeremy McCook, who's apparently very protective of his garden. You see, on this occasion, Jeremy's neighbor was actually having some sort of cookout or a party or something like that, and one of the neighbors happened to spot some yams growing on the fence line. Jeremy's yams. Anyway, the guest didn't know what they were, so he decided to dig them up for some reason. Well, Jeremy saw this and started yelling at the guy to stop digging up his yams. Who wouldn't? But then the argument escalated until Jeremy pulls out a gun and pistol whipped the guest and then shot at him between the legs. Luckily, the bullet did not hit him. Shortly after, of course, the police arrived and Jeremy was arrested with several charges. Those must have been some good yams, man. But anyway, let me ask you guys this for next week. Hopefully we can do better. What is the worst concept for a TV show you can imagine? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below or use the hashtag ThioJoe Worst Show on Twitter, and I'll read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. 1 + 1 = you suck. So I hope you guys somehow enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. I once unplugged a flash drive without safely ejecting it first. Worst thing I ever done? Spelled something false on the internet.
Hey, what's up guys? Today I'm going to show you how you can get an HTC Vive for free, the latest virtual reality headset. And if you don't believe me, this is the one that I got for free a couple weeks ago. So I know the method works. I'm going to tell you how to do it. It's actually surprisingly easy, and everyone I've had try this, it's worked for them. So why don't we go to the computer and I'll show you what to do and why it works. So if you were to actually try and go to the Vive website and buy one yourself, you would find that it's about $800, which is expensive, but I personally think it would be worth it anyway for this new technology. But I think some people at HTC Vive actually realize that this is a pretty expensive product and they want to get it into as many hands as possible, even if people can't necessarily afford it. So it seems like there are some individual people at Vive who are authorized to actually give out free Vives, and that's how I got mine. I somehow got in contact with one of those people and they told me what you need to do to basically apply for a free Vive, and they said that at this point basically anyone who applies will get one. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do. It's a bit unusual. I guess they don't want everyone doing it, but hopefully at this point you guys will know what to do to get one free. So you probably want to be able to do it quick before they run out. So here's what you need to do. First of all, go to any browser and then go to youtube.com. And then we need to go to the Valve channel, the official Valve channel. So just type in Valve. And then it should be the first result, the official channel. And then you'll see some trailers and all that, so you know it's correct. And then the next thing you want to do is find the following video. I believe it's one of the least viewed videos on their channel. Maybe that's why they picked it. So you just want to kind of sort by least popular. Okay, here it is. So it's free to play the movie Korean. I don't know why they picked this particular version or this video, but this is the one, probably because free to play, it's a reference to a free Vive. So this is actually kind of a cool movie if you want to watch it yourself. And then basically what they do is look for comments that are basically talking about the movie and for people who appreciate the movie, and then they give out Vives to people who talk about the movie and enjoy it. It's kind of like a charity thing. So basically all you need to do is type in a comment talking about something in the video. So let's talk about, I don't know, we'll look at, basically the movie is about players of video games who kind of work hard to become professionals. So let's leave a comment, something like, hello, I very much enjoyed this video. It's very inspirational to see how hard these players work to become better at their skills. Can I have a free Vive? Something like that. And then you just leave the comment. And I actually deleted my previous one after I got the Vive so I could do this again. but I probably won't get another free one, but you can see that I already got mine. And then you just leave this comment on this video, and again, I would just watch the whole thing and maybe pick out a part that you enjoy the most out of this video and reference that so they kind of know that you watched the whole thing. But definitely don't copy my comment, or else they're just going to be like, all right, this person didn't even watch it. They just copied this other guy. So you just want to leave a comment saying, complimenting the video. And then next, I'll show you what happened. I got a message from someone at HTC saying that I got a free Vive because of my comment. This was from a couple weeks ago, so you'll see that. And so this was the message I got right from YouTube, and as you can see, it's from HTC, and it's from a guy named Edward, who's apparently from the HTC Charity Distribution Division. I've never heard of that, but let's see what he has to say. It says, "Hi there, we noticed you enjoyed the free-to-play documentary on YouTube and appreciated your comment. I work with the HTC Charity Distribution Division and was wondering if you would like a complimentary Vive. We have a stock reserved for big fans, and I definitely think you deserve it." So that's pretty cool. Basically, I just responded to that guy on YouTube, and I did, of course, check to make sure it was the official HTC channel, and it was. So I messaged him back, and then later on, we just exchanged info, address, and all that information. And then a couple days later, I had my Vive. Interestingly, they had sent it overnight via FedEx, so that was a nice touch. So yeah, that's pretty much all you have to do is find this video, free to play, the movie in Korean. It's not actually in Korean, but leave a nice comment, something you liked about it after watching it, and wait for them to reach out, because you are a big fan if you're watching this for sure. Then soon after that, you'll get the message, free Vive in the mail, and you'll be able to play those games. It's a lot of fun, believe me. Definitely worth a shot. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. I doubt you ever thought this was possible, but it definitely is, and I would definitely try this soon as well, because I don't know how many of these they have to just give out, especially if this is going to be a popular video. So definitely check it out as soon as you can. If you guys want to continue watching and watch some other tutorials I have on the right hand side, you can just click those or look in the description. The video links there as well. And if you guys want to subscribe, I make new videos several times a week, so I think it should be worth it. Looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter or anywhere else. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to teach you an awesome trick that the cell companies definitely don't want you to know, and that is how you can trick your cell phone into giving you unlimited cell data no matter what carrier you're on, and it will also work on any cell phone that you might have, and it's so simple you probably won't even believe it until you try it yourself. In this video, I'm going to explain what you need, how to do it, and why it works as well, so stay tuned, it's surprisingly easy. Now first, the most obvious question is, how could this be possible? Most cell phone companies no longer offer unlimited data plans, and of course, they track how much data you're using. And this is true, but we can actually trick the service into thinking that you haven't used any data at all. You see, cell phone companies keep track of how much data you're using in the following way. Whenever you download a document, fetch emails, stream a video, anything like that, your cell phone downloads that file and then records how much data was used in that connection. After the download is completed, your cell phone sends a TCP data packet back to the cell trunk in the service containing information about how much data you just used for that file, which is called a file report. But knowing this, if we were able to somehow block the file report from being sent back to the cell company, it would look like to them that you didn't download any data at all, even though you did download that file successfully. Now, you may be thinking, how can we block just that file report without blocking everything else? Well, it turns out that that file report is actually sent from the phone on a separate frequency that's not used by anything else. So we just need to find something that will block that single frequency, which is possible, and that's exactly what I'm going to show you today. Now, to do all this and get the unlimited data, you're only going to need three things. First of all, your cell phone, of course. Next, your cell phone case. And finally, bear with me, yes, a roll of duct tape. I'll explain. It turns out that when properly placed and configured, duct tape has the exact properties required to absorb the frequency used by the file reports, which happens to be 9.01 kilohertz. Now, I'm going to explain all the science behind this, which might get pretty technical, so if you just want to get right into the tutorial, I totally understand. You can just skip ahead past all the technical stuff. So why don't we get into some of the fun science stuff? Now, based on several scientific studies that have been done on duct tape, specifically regarding the absorption patterns for electromagnetic frequencies, we know that in the one we're concerned about, duct tape has a transmission value of about 0.001. This measurement would have been done with a tool called a spectrophotometer, but basically all you need to know is that the duct tape is going to block 99.9% of the signal used by the phone to send the file report. We also know, based on several published tests and reports by Bill Gates himself while he was developing Windows, that most network parity systems require at least 70% of an original signal to reconstruct any missing parts. So if the duct tape is blocking 99.9% of it, there's no way that signal is going to get through. The reason this happens and that the duct tape is able to block the signal is that when the frequency is sent out by the phone and tries to pass through the duct tape, it induces a tiny electromagnetic field in the duct tape itself. Because duct tape is an insulator, this field is obviously going to be minuscule, but it does create what are called eddy currents, which are essentially small electrical currents that exist within a planar material, such as a piece of tape, instead of a wire. As the phone tries to send the signal, it may detect that it's not getting through and is being blocked, which means the phone may try to send it at even higher power. But as that higher power is amplified, the eddy currents within the duct tape are also amplified, further strengthening the blocking abilities of the duct tape, so nothing gets through no matter how strong the phone broadcasts. Now, this special property that exists in the duct tape is because of the hexagonal lattice of the tape's adhesive, but we're not going to go that deep into the science today, unfortunately. The short summary is that duct tape is able to block a very small number of random frequency bands, most of them useless, but 9.01 kilohertz is one of them, and we could take advantage of that. There are actually a few other materials that are able to block the 9 kilohertz spectrum, but duct tape is by far the cheapest and the most convenient, unless, for example, you want to go out and buy some pure strips of platinum. So by now you're probably ready to actually do this, and despite my long-winded explanations, it's actually very simple. So why don't we go over to the table and I'll show you what you have to do. Alright, so once you have everything together, your duct tape, the phone, and the case, all you need to do is create a strip of folded duct tape that's about the same size as the phone. So let me show you what I mean. Now, let me find the end of this. And scissors will always help. So take out a piece of duct tape, and we don't want it to be covering any of the cell phone, camera, or flash, and this is not going to go directly on the phone. We're actually going to fold it. So if we fold it about this long, that should be okay. So now you can see it's long enough to cover most of the phone, but it's not going to cover the flash or the camera. And we can actually just cut that right now and put it in the case to make sure. Perfect length. So now this is going to be covering a majority of the phone, but not the important parts. Now, this is all that's required. Depending on the thickness of your case and your phone, might be the only thing that's going to fit. But if you can add more strips and layers, that will always make it more efficient. So it might work better if you add more layers. So let's just add a couple more layers, and we can just do that by putting it on like that and folding it over. Just like that. So we have about five or four layers right there. And then all you have to do is stick that in the case so it's not covering up anything, and put the phone in there. And if it's too thick, you can use less layers, but that seems to fit okay. Well, it'll work for the purpose of this video. Probably need to take off a couple layers, but you get the idea. Either way, do not attach the tape and stick it right onto the phone. It'll just make a mess that's difficult to remove, and it's not necessary, so you always want to fold it, of course. And that's all you have to do. Okay, now after that, your cell phone is no longer sending file reports to your carrier, so they don't think you're actually using any data. Now, unfortunately, there's no way to tell if this worked until your next bill comes and you can see the data usage, so don't go downloading tons and tons of gigabytes until you're sure it's working. Also keep in mind, your cell phone in the settings may still show the actual amount of data you're using, but it won't count because it's not actually being sent to the carrier to be recorded. As you can see in my cell phone bill here, it shows that I used 0 gigabytes in the past month, so there was no charge, even though in reality I actually used quite a bit of data, as you can see here in my phone settings. Finally, the best part about this trick is it's not software based, so it cannot be patched by the cell companies. the cell phone file report frequency is determined at the time the phone is manufactured. So the only way the cell service companies could fix this is if the cell manufacturers were to change the frequency going forward. And because this is such a widely adopted standard, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So there you have it. You can now get unlimited cell data no matter what carrier or phone you're using, and I really hope you guys found this video helpful. Let us know down in the comment section maybe what carrier you have and whether it worked for you. And also, if you found this video helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you guys want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. I think you'll enjoy those. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. So thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm Theoretical Joseph. Thanks for that unintended suggestion. And last week I asked you, what is the worst idea for a TV show ever? And let me just say, I hope you guys don't become TV executives. Let's get started. A show on the internet that involves a gnome talking about drama and making exaggerated facial expressions. Yeah, who would watch that, right? Worst TV show. A Day in the Life of a Lamp. What a bright idea. Ha ha. This one's actually pretty well thought out. A show of all straight men that are told they are going to be on a show with all gay guys, and they would be voting on who is actually the straight guy. They're all told this because all the contestants are actually straight, and they would try to act gay so they would win. So you'd have a bunch of straight men acting gay and voting on who is the least gay, and it would be called Sausage Fest. That actually sounds really entertaining. I think putting a rich family named the Kardashians in a TV show for everyone to watch is a pretty shitty idea. No argument there. A cooking show in which ThioJoe is the main cook. Hey, give me a microwave and some ramen and I'll be good to go. The worst TV show would be an hour-long show of your dumb comments. That would never happen. I'd suffer too much brain damage before the end of it. School of Dabbing. You know, I never understood dabbing. It looks like you had to sneeze while you were doing a Hitler salute or something. A TV show that doubles its playback speed with every episode that gets aired. And imagine that the actors had to act slower every time so it looked regular speed when it was played back. That would be funny. A TV show where people build things to impress an orange rich guy and hope you don't get fired. I'd watch it. Anime. ThioJoe Teaches Kids, an educational film. Yeah, I'm really good with that educational content. ThioJoe TV, all he does is find ways to kill himself. A TV show that revolves around Kim Jong-un. Not gonna lie, I would totally watch a reality show about Kim Jong-un. The Real Housewives of Africa. A TV show like Dr. Phil, except it's Dr. ThioJoe instead. Oh yeah, I would have tons of great advice, let me tell you. And finally, a show about the Kardashians' children. No, it must not continue. I think you guys should pitch some of these ideas to Netflix. Now, before we get into the question for next week, I want to let you guys know about my Twitch channel. I thought it might be fun for you guys to come and hang out and chat and laugh at me being bad at video games. So I'm going to try out a schedule of streaming on Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the same days I upload videos at 5 p.m. Pacific. And yes, that will include today. I'll be streaming, so I hope to see you guys there. I'll put the link in the description. It's just twitch.tv/ThioJoe. But anyway, now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have a guy named Sor Angel Velez who got in an unusual fist fight. You see, he was just at a local park, taking a walk, and also at the park were 2 off-duty police officers who were watching a swan that was walking around along with its babies following it. Then things took a dark turn. Apparently Velez was walking too close to the swan, so it started to act aggressive, probably to defend its children. So Velez walked further away from the swan to avoid it, but then changed his mind. So what did he do? Well, he turned around and walked back to the swan and punched it. He punched the swan. Keep in mind, this is right in front of 2 off-duty police officers who saw the whole thing, so they arrested him, called 911, and he was charged with the attack. But wait, I actually have another segment. We can call it Weird News of the Week, this time involving the infamous Windows 10. This week we have a news story about a woman named Terry Goldstein of California. Now, Terry is an average computer user who never even heard of Windows 10 until... You see, one day Terry was using her computer, just minding her own business, and it tried to force her to update to Windows 10 and automatically install it. Now, at some point, apparently the update failed, and right afterwards, this caused her computer to repeatedly crash and become so slow afterwards that it was basically unusable. So what did she do? She sued Microsoft and won. Yes, she won $10,000 from Microsoft in court because the Windows 10 upgrade broke her computer. Just another reason to upgrade to Windows 10. So now let me ask you guys this for next week. Why is PC so much better than Mac? You can leave your dumb comments down in the section below and I'll read my favorite ones next week. And I think from now on I'm not gonna bother doing the Twitter hashtag anymore. Barely anyone uses it, so we'll just do YouTube only for now. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. You're not as funny as you think you are. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you're alive, and also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. The best thing I've ever done? Released my mixtape as an iTunes exclusive, and it was so fire that it burned down Apple headquarters. Told someone that they were wrong on the internet. Fighting the good fight.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to teach you how you can get a faster internet speed that you're currently paying for without paying anything extra, no matter what internet company you have. I'm going to show you what you need, how to do it, and why it works. So stay tuned. I'm sure you're going to be surprised at how easy this really is. We're basically going to take advantage of how your internet company sets the speed limit for your connection and then remove that limit. In most cases, this will mean that you will get the fastest internet speed possible that your ISP offers without paying anything. Let me explain. You see, this is how your internet company sets your connection speed. When you buy an internet plan, the company will mark your account for whatever speed you bought, of course. Then, once your router and modem are set up, they will send a signal to that equipment called an account setup ping, and this contains information about your account. Your modem then saves this information because it's required to be able to connect to your ISP. That's why whenever you get a new modem, you usually have to call your ISP for them to send a refresh signal for it to work again. This first message sent to your modem contains data on what internet speed you should have so that your router doesn't request more bandwidth than what you're actually paying for. So then anytime you go to use the internet to download a file or anything like that, your router sends another signal to the ISP requesting the file at whatever speed you're paying for. And this is called a speed pulse signal. And this signal is essentially a simple standing wave, and how it works is the internet speed is actually determined by the amplitude of this signal. Now that all sounds complicated, but all you need to know is that if you amplify the speed pulse signal, your ISP is going to give you more bandwidth and therefore a faster internet speed. Now, of course, your router is supposed to send the correct signal from when it was first configured with your account. But here's the secret. We can actually amplify the speed pulse signal ourselves. So that means that if we were able to amplify and max out the speed pulse signal, we would get the maximum internet speed capable of the ISP, so you're essentially tricking the ISP system into giving you your maximum bandwidth. So now that you understand how your internet speed is determined, you may be wondering how we can amplify that speed pulse signal so that we can get the faster internet speed. And that's exactly what I'm going to show you in this video. Now you're only going to need a couple things. First of all, some electrical tape, any kind will do, and also 2 rechargeable AA batteries. Used correctly, these will be able to amplify the speed pulse signal and max out your connection speed. As usual, I'm going to go into the science behind all this and all the technical aspects, but if you want to get right into the tutorial, you can just skip ahead, that's fine. So now let's get into the cool science stuff and explain why this works. You see, the speed pulse signal is first generated in the router and then sent to the modem. The frequency is going to change depending on your ISP, and it really doesn't matter. All we need to do is be able to somehow amplify the speed pulse signal at some point between the router and the modem, so then it will be automatically forwarded to the ISP to initiate the file transfer at the additional amplitude. With a little bit of physics knowledge, it's really not that difficult to figure out how we can do this. We're going to use the batteries to create a type of transformer that will step up the voltage of the signal. And no, I don't mean transformers like the movie, I mean an electrical transformer. Transformers look like this. They're essentially 2 coils of wire that sit next to each other, but they have very interesting properties. Depending on how many turns are in each coil, we can use a transformer to either increase or decrease the voltage in a circuit. This can be calculated by the following equation. The voltage in the secondary coil divided by the voltage in the primary coil equals number of turns in the secondary coil divided by the number of turns in the primary coil. So for example, if there are twice as many turns in the second coil as the first, you're going to get twice the voltage. Let me show you. If we have any voltage X
and we have 1 turn in the primary coil and 3 in the second, if we solve for the voltage in the second coil, it will be 3 times X. So we use this very simple transformer to multiply the voltage by 3. This works through what's called magnetic induction. As any current passes through a wire, it's going to create a magnetic field, and if you put a changing magnetic field next to another wire, it will induce a voltage in that wire. So in the case of a transformer, we're essentially wrapping a coil of wire around itself multiple times so that the magnetic field induces a voltage onto each turn of the coil as if it were its own wire, so it's multiplied by the number of turns. So in layman's terms, we're basically double dipping on the voltage induction so that we can get a higher voltage than what we put in. Now the amplitude of the signal that I was talking about before is the same as the voltage. If we amplify that and step up the voltage, it's going to max out the connection, which means that the ISP is going to give us the maximum internet speed it can. Finally, to make it easier to amplify the signal, we're going to use the 2 batteries as the transformer cores. This is going to simply augment the amplification by adding extra electromagnetic field strength. Now, no matter how complicated this sounds, it's going to be way easier to understand once I show you, and I'm sure plenty of you are eager to get started, so let me go and show you what you have to do. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is find your router and modem. This is going to be different for every internet service provider, but you should be able to figure it out. As you can see, this is my router, and then in here, don't mind the mess, is my modem, which actually goes to my ISP's fiber line, but for you, it might go to a cable modem that hooks up your cable. It doesn't really matter. All we need to worry about is the cable that goes between your router and your modem, and then you want to just unhook that. Alright, so you just want to unplug the wire that goes between your router and your modem. If you don't have that, if you have one of those combination router modems, you want to unplug the wire between the computer and the router modem. Also, you want to make sure to only touch the Ethernet cable. Be careful, because if you have fiber lines like in there, they're very delicate, and if you break them, they're a pain to replace. So let's head on to the next step. Alright, so once you have the Ethernet cable, the electrical tape, and the batteries, this is what we need to do. We're essentially going to coil the wire around the batteries in such a specific way as to amplify the signal. So first thing you want to do is cover the battery terminals with the tape, because we don't want them touching at all. It's really just to be safe, also so no electricity escapes and dampens the signal at all. Okay, so once the battery terminals are taped off, next you're going to want to get a big piece of tape ready so we can secure it once we coil the wire correctly. So just tear that off, lay it aside. And now what you want to do is find about the middle of the cable. It doesn't really matter exactly where, just to have enough space. And you want to wrap once around this battery. And once you do that, just once, we're going to tape this off to make sure that it stays in position. And this should be enough to keep it like that. And that's the first one. Now for the second battery, we're going to do the same thing, except a little bit different. So get another long piece of tape ready. And then we're going to wrap it 4 times this time. But it has to be as close to this other battery as possible. So 1, 2, 3, fourth one might be difficult, 4. Okay. And now we can tape that up, make sure it's all secure. Make sure the wires are coiled as tightly as possible. Then, once we do this, we can tape the batteries just a little bit to keep them parallel, just like this. So this is it. It looks weird, but if you watched my science explanation, this is going to look very familiar. Essentially, the signal comes into the first coil, and it creates an electromagnetic field through the battery, and then by the time it gets to the second coil, that's where it's amplified by that same electromagnetic field through induction, and when it exits, it's going to be at a higher voltage, higher amplification than when it came in through this makeshift transformer we created here. So by the time it gets through this whole contraption, the signal is going to be maxed out, so the ISP is not going to limit your speed, it's going to give you the maximum speed possible. So now we can go and hook it back up and see what happens. Alright, so now we have this really weird looking cable, and we're going to put it right back where it was before. And the only thing you really need to know is that the side with the single coil needs to go towards the router, and the side with the 3 coils needs to go towards the ISP, down the line towards your ISP, so to speak. So I'm going to plug this side with the 3 coils into the modem, and then I'm going to put this side into the router. So once you do that, let's go and test it out and do a speed test. Okay, so let's do a quick preliminary test on speedtest.net without the special cable at all and see what I get just as a quick test. And it looks like it's going to be between 90 and 100 megabits. That's pretty typical. I pay for 100 megabit internet, so that's exactly what I would expect. And the upload speed should be pretty similar once that starts. It's 100 megabit up and down. Let's find out what the upload speed looks like. And it still looks like it's going to top out maybe in the 80s, maybe 90s. I almost never get the full 100 megabit. So pretty typical. We can only hope that it'll be faster in the special cable test. I know that my ISP does offer gigabit, so hopefully in that next test it'll be faster. So why don't we go change the cable out and see what it does. Alright, so let's run this test again. And oh my god, this is awesome. Okay, so as you can see, this cable unlocked the maximum speed for what my ISP offers, which is obviously gigabit internet. I couldn't have even hoped for this kind of speed, but I guess that speed pulse signal was amplified and maxed out, and now I have the maximum speed available by my ISP. So I'm definitely going to enjoy this gigabit internet from now on. Alright, so obviously this is pretty amazing what you can accomplish with just a couple of batteries, and I can't imagine that ISPs are going to be able to patch this anytime soon. It would mean they would have to completely change how their networks function. So enjoy this, and hopefully it works for you as well. So why don't you guys let us know down in the comments what kind of internet speed you were able to get, and maybe your ISP as well. It should be interesting to see. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to also give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can more than double the performance of your current graphics card, meaning you get higher FPS on basically all games, as well as being able to increase the graphics quality as well. Now, it's important to note that this doesn't even involve overclocking, so if you've already done that, you can do this as well. So first, let me explain how this works, and then I'll show you exactly what you have to do, and then we can do a test afterwards to see how much it worked. You see, just like how CPUs can be overclocked to unlock their full potential, graphics cards often do not use the full resources they're capable of by default when they're shipped from the factory. The reason is that graphics cards manufacturers have to guarantee a certain level of performance for every single graphics card before it gets shipped to the consumer. But each graphics card is going to differ slightly from the manufacturing process and might not have the same capability of performance. So they lower the baseline of performance below what each graphics card usually can so that they're sure that every graphics card is capable of that certain guaranteed level. This means that almost all graphics cards have additional unused resources. They're just deactivated to match the lowest common denominator of performance. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through how you can unlock those extra GPU resources, and fortunately, this can be done right in Windows with no difficult overclocking required. In fact, if you happen to already have overclocked your GPU, you can still do this and unlock those extra resources so you'll get an even bigger boost in performance than you had before. In most cases, I've done this and had people try it. It seems like you can usually double the performance of your graphics card, which is pretty crazy considering it really is only going to take a couple of minutes. So now let's head over to the computer and I'll show you what you have to do. Okay, so here we are in Windows 10, but this should work for any version of Windows really. The first thing you need to do is go to the Start panel, then go to All Programs, and go down to Windows Administrative Tools, and find Performance Monitor. Don't mix that up with Resource Monitor's Performance Monitor, and you want to also run that as an administrator. And now we have the Performance Monitor. So what we need to do is create a data collector set. So this is going to go and collect all the extra resources that are available for the system,
and we're going to create one ourselves, so it's going to be user defined, and we're going to use this to collect any extra resources that are available in your graphics card, and so it will improve the performance. So the first thing you need to do is go to user defined. We can right click new data collector set and then check create manually. We're going to do this advanced, but I'll walk you through it. Now you can call this really anything you want. Let's just call it graphics, so it's easy to remember. And then you want to check performance counter and system configuration information. You don't have to check this, it doesn't matter. And create data logs. Next, then this is gets a little bit complicated. First, you want to add some performance counters. So what you want to do is add, and then find remote graphics. It's already right there. Remote FX graphics. And this is basically going to allow us to modify some of the properties of the GPU. And the ones you want to select are frame quality. So highlight that and click add. You also want to do graphics compression ratio. That's going to increase the visual performance of the graphics card by actually compressing it less, so each frame looks better. And then of course output frames a second. This is going to increase the FPS in games overall. So then, now that those three are selected, we can click OK. And then for the sample interval, what we want to do is basically set this as the same as your monitor refresh rate. So for me, it's 144, and that's just going to set the sample interval for how often to check for this extra quality and change it. So if you have a 60 Hertz monitor, 120 Hertz monitor, you just put that in there. Click next, and we're not going to do anything with the registry, so you can click next to that. And then for root directory, just keep that the same, doesn't really matter. And then next we can click default, and don't change that. And now that we created this, we can do open properties for this data collector set and click finish, and now that's going to open this. Or alternatively, you could just right click on this and hit properties and open that way. So the first thing you need to do in here, we're going to change some of these properties, but it's not that difficult. The first thing we need to do is add some keywords, and this allows the operating system to know what we're actually wanting to do with the GPU and which one to increase. So if you just left it like this, nothing would happen. The first thing you want to do is click add and then GPU. So Windows is going to know that we're modifying and unlocking a GPU as opposed to some other maybe integrated graphics or something like that. And then the next thing you want to add is the name of the graphics card. So for me, it's NVIDIA GTX 980. And then finally, we need to add the multiplier to see how much we want to actually increase the performance. So any value between 1 and 2 will work. So you could do 1.5, and that would multiply the graphics by 1.5 power. But we're going to do 2. That's the maximum. And if you go above 2, it wouldn't do anything anyway. But you could do 1.5, for example, but there's no reason to do anything less than 2. We want the maximum we can get. That's the hardware limit. Next, we want to go to the, you can click apply, by the way. Next, you can go to the stop condition. So we want to check overall duration, which determines the cycle length for increasing the performance. And 1 second is pretty good, actually. If you have a really good computer, you can set it higher, maybe to 5. I'll put it on 3 for now, see how that goes, click apply. And then that's pretty much it. That's all you have to do for this. And then we can click OK. Now what we need to do is click graphics. So click it in this panel, and this is going to show the different data collectors. And what we want to do is click data collector 1 performance counter, right click that and hit properties. And this is going to bring up this window here. And again, you want to make sure the sample interval is what we entered before. It should stay default. And for this, you can keep it binary. Then for maximum samples, what we want to do is multiply the sample interval by 2. So in this case, it would be 288. And we do that because we're doubling. We use that multiplier from before. If you were doing 1.5, for example, you would do your interval times 1.5 and put that in here. But I'm just going to assume that you're putting it on 2. There's no reason not to. And this is just to ensure that there's enough data to work with when generating the samples to display. You want to have a buffer of about 2 at least. So this should be good enough. If you have a really slow computer, you might want to lower this, but you can probably do 2 and it'll be fine. And now we can click OK, and that's it. So now all you have to do is just restart the computer, and then it's going to auto load the configurations on startup. If you just try to do a game right now, it wouldn't do anything. But after you restart, there's nothing more to do.
Okay, so now that we did all that, we obviously need to figure out if it worked and how well. So I'm going to do a before and after in a game, and we can compare the two. So let's go back to the computer real quick and do that test.
Okay, so I've loaded up Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and as you can see, I've put all the settings on max as high as they go, so this will be pretty strenuous on the graphics card for a good test. So why don't we go and do a before and after. First I'm going to record without the upgrade, and then afterwards we'll see how much it improved. Hopefully it'll be a good increase. Okay, so without the upgrade, it looks like I'm hovering between 66 and 65 FPS, sometimes going up to even 67, but I have a 144 Hz monitor, so that's really not good enough, so I'd have to lower the settings unless we can somehow raise that FPS. If you had a 60 Hz monitor, that'd be fine, but hopefully we can get above 144 at least with the upgrade, so why don't we go and change that and do the upgrade, and then I'll come back and see what it looks like afterwards. Now I'm back in the game after doing the upgrade, and I can already see that the FPS is way higher, topping into the 160s, 170s even. Way better than before, which was at the 60s. I think this is probably closer to tripling, not even doubling. So now I should have no problem running CSGO on max settings, even with that higher FPS. So clearly this worked and got a great result out of it.
So there you have it. We saw a huge increase in the FPS and performance even on the highest settings. And that was just one game. This is going to increase the performance of the GPU overall, so it's going to increase the performance of all games. So if you've been thinking about getting a new shiny graphics card, you may try this and find out you don't even need to. And if you do have a new graphics card, it's going to work even better. I hope this worked for you guys. I'd be interested to hear down in the comment section how it went. If you got a huge increase, maybe a more moderate increase, you can let us know down in the comment section below. Also, if you liked this video, found it helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you want to continue watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and last week I asked you why is PC better than Mac? And now I'm going to read the best answers, so let's get started. PC is better than Mac because you can delete the unnecessary file known as System32. Political correctness is not better than Apple's. PC has a recycle bin and Mac has a trash can. PC is obviously better for the environment. PC is better than Mac because of the System32 virus. Yeah, you know, I've never heard of a Mac that got System32. Because Mac stopped being cool, well-crafted, and innovative about 12 years ago or more. Wow, I never thought I'd see a serious comment on here. PC is better because you can delete System32, it's more customizable with a better operating system, and you can add Intel 2000 graphics card. Yeah, it's all about those Intel integrated graphics, let me tell you. It isn't. Can you play Dark Souls 3 at 120 FPS 4K on a PC? No. I mean, you can't do that on a Mac either, but that's besides the point. Macs are better because it doesn't keep asking you to update to Windows 10. I don't know, with how hard Microsoft has been pushing it, they might soon. PC is better because Mac stands for merely awkward communists. Explains a lot. PC is just jealous of all the 5 FPS games we can play on Mac. Yeah, gaming on Mac is more of a slideshow. PCs are better than Big Macs because Big Macs make people fat. Because Mac has literally dozens of games to choose from, but PC can only download games from Steam, which is only a measly 500 million games. Because you can win $10,000 after a failed Windows 10 upgrade. Well, Steve Jobs used a Mac and he died. Yeah, you know what, I never realized that everyone who ever used a Mac is guaranteed to die one day. It's not safe. It has copy and paste. Because viruses are so much fun. I know, it's like a game trying to remove them all. Obviously because it comes with Internet Explorer, only the coolest kids use it. PC is better because PC stands for perfect computer and Mac stands for Macs are crap. Huh, I never knew that, interesting. Because you can change the oil in a PC, and on a Mac, you just have to throw it out if it runs out of oil. And finally, you can't use Windex on Mac. Yeah, I know Windex is great for cleaning windows. It says so right on the bottle. So those are pretty good, and now of course it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have a guy by the name of Jimmy Schumann, and Jimmy thought he would pull a Grand Theft Auto and steal a boat, but it didn't exactly go as planned. You see, Jimmy went to a boat dock with lots of boats and saw one that he wanted, and apparently the owner was nearby but wasn't paying attention. So Jimmy climbed onto the boat, snuck on, and started to drive away with the boat, while the owner watched helplessly from the dock. But Jimmy made one critical mistake. The boat was still tied to the dock when he tried to drive away. So he didn't exactly get very far, and it turns out the owner, who was pretty close by, was a retired police officer, so he subdued him while the police arrived and arrested him. So let that be a lesson. If you ever go to steal a boat, untie it first. And now we have another weird news of the week, this time again somehow involving Microsoft. You see, Microsoft was throwing a party for some interns, and they sent out probably the most cringy invite email ever. Maybe it's best if I just read you the best parts. Keep in mind, this is a real email sent by Microsoft. It says, "Hey, Bay intern." Wow, I'm already excited about this party. "We're throwing an exclusive party the night of our event in San Francisco. There will be hella noms, lots of dranks, the best beats, and just like last year, breaking out the Yammer beer pong tables. Hell yes to getting lit on a Monday night." I don't know about you, but that party sounds pretty dank swag, you know what I'm saying? But you know what? At least they tried. But anyway, let me ask you guys this for next week. What is Microsoft gonna do to force you to upgrade to Windows 10 next? You can leave your dumb comments in the section below and I'll read my favorite ones next Monday. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. 7 million children die of starvation every year. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up for some reason, and also subscribe so you don't miss out on next week. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Worst TV show, A Day in the Life of a Lamp. What a bright idea, ha ha. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you a really cool trick on how to get Overwatch, one of the most popular games these days made by Blizzard, for free. I'll quickly explain why this is going to work and then do a walkthrough to show you exactly what you have to do. You shouldn't really have any problems with it, should only take a couple of minutes, so let's get right into it. You see, just like any other game, when you go to buy Overwatch, you buy a license key from Blizzard, and that allows you to play it on your account. But Blizzard actually has other types of keys, not just ones you can buy, called developer keys, and these are meant to be reserved for developers that do developing on their games and do testing, and they have these keys that are essentially free for these developers so that they don't have to buy the game for every account they're testing on. It makes sense. However, you might be surprised to find that it's actually relatively easy to get one of these free developer keys right through Blizzard's Battle.net client. And then once you get that key, it's tied to your account and you have free access to Overwatch. And I've tried this on several different accounts and had friends try it just to make sure it always worked, and every single time it's worked, and so I thought I would show you guys so you can get Overwatch for free as well. Now, one final thing to keep in mind is that this is definitely not an official method supported by Blizzard. It's definitely not anything like a promotion, so theoretically they could revoke these dev keys at any time, but it's still free, and the worst thing that would happen is you just have to buy the game. But anyway, enough talk. Why don't we head right over to the computer and I'll show you exactly what you have to do step by step so you can get your free game. Okay, so here we are at the computer, and when you're here, what you want to do is open up the Battle.net client like I have here, and then as you can see, I preloaded Overwatch so I can run it, but I didn't purchase it. You can see here it says buy game, and then let me show you. If I click play, it's going to say searching and then no Overwatch license found. So obviously I did not buy this, so we can cancel that and exit it. So what you need to do is first go to the settings. So you go to this, click this thing and hit settings, and then go to game settings, and then look for this box here that says additional command line arguments. We can check that box and you're going to see this additional field pop up. Now this is going to let us execute certain hidden commands through this client, and none of these commands are actually published, but if you look hard enough on the internet, they're there. You can find some interesting ones, but in any case, the ones we're concerned with are going to be how to get the free game for Overwatch. So what you want to type in here is actually the following: plus key space and then quote request space Overwatch. And it has to be typed
exactly like that, with a capital K, a plus, and the correct number of spaces, just one between each thing. And then you also want to type in space dash dev, just like that, capital DEV. And you want to notice there's a plus in front of the key and a dash in front of the dev. They mean different things, but I'm not going to get into it. Just don't mix them up. And then, so what we're going to do is basically use this to initiate an automatic request for a dev key on your account. So the dev marker actually marks your account as a developer account, but then you also need the key request, and that's going to request the key to be attached to your account. So you don't have to get into the specifics of how this works, just make sure you do it exactly, and it'll do it automatically. So then we can click Done, and then you want to close the client, so just hit Exit, and then we can restart the Battle.net client, and this is going to refresh it and make sure that it actually goes ahead and runs that command that we entered on startup, because it runs them on startup. So at this point, once you restart the client, you basically have to just be patient, because what happens next is once your account has been flagged as a developer account and requesting the key, you just have to wait for what is going to be an automated email to your account email address associated with your Battle.net account, and it's going to notify you that your Overwatch license has been granted. And it might be instant, it might take a day or so, but I'll show you once mine arrives what it looks like so you can know what to expect. So I'll be back once I get that. Okay, so I just noticed that I got this email. It was actually from a couple hours ago, but I just saw it, and it's from Blizzard, and it says that my request for the key was accepted. So as you can see here, it says request accepted for Overwatch, the name of the game. Hello ThioJoe, we've received a developer key request from your Battle.net account. Your request has been accepted. Your key will be automatically activated on your account within 24 hours. Enjoy your adventures. So why don't we minimize this and go back to the Battle.net account. And as you can see right now, I haven't restarted the client in a while, so it still says buy game. So why don't we try and exit it and restart and see if it fixes that and then adds the game when we restart it. Alright, so it doesn't say buy game anymore, so I'm assuming it applied it and they activated the key. So let's hit play and test it out for sure. See, alright, connecting, entering game, didn't say that before. And awesome, it worked. So now it says I'm in game. Why don't we go to the training, and we can just do tutorial, so we can join the tutorial, and entering tutorial. Looks like it works fine, and it worked. Okay, so as you saw, that's all you had to do. Pretty simple, really. And as I mentioned before, not really sure if Blizzard is going to catch on to this or how long it'll take them before they do. So they might fix it, they might not. Better to just try it now before they fix it. I should also note at this point, if you're wondering whether this method would work for any other games on Battle.net, I've kind of tested it, and it seems like this one only works for Overwatch. It might be a little bit different for other ones like Diablo 3. I'm still experimenting with that. So I know this works for Overwatch, but it might not work for any other games. I'll probably make another video if I do end up figuring it out how to do it for any other game on Battle.net, so I'll keep you posted on that. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully it helped you out. Why don't you let us know down in the comment section if you got the game for free, maybe how long you had to wait, and if it's working for you in general. If you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. And if you want to keep watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you how you can potentially double the processing power of your CPU using a method you probably didn't even know is possible. And this doesn't even involve overclocking, so if you already have overclocked your CPU, then you can still do this method and get even better performance out of it. I'm going to explain how this works, what you need to do, and then we can do a quick test afterwards to make sure it worked. It's actually a pretty easy process, but first let me explain how it works. You see, every CPU that you buy will have an advertised number of cores, and for every core, it basically allows multiple programs to be processed at once on each core. But over time, these different cores may degrade and lose performance. To fix this, nearly all CPUs put out by manufacturers have what are called redundant cores, which basically act like backup cores in the CPU. So if one of the cores fails, a backup core will be activated to preserve the level of performance. And in most cases, there are just as many redundant cores as regular cores. So there really are double the amount of cores as advertised in the CPU, even if they're not all being used at once. This is all meant to increase the lifespan of the CPU, but these days it's really unnecessary because with modern technology, CPU cores rarely ever fail, meaning that in most cases these redundant cores sit unused for the entire life of the computer, while they could be used to increase the performance of the computer. So what we're going to do is actually activate all the extra cores to maximize CPU performance. And even in the unlikely event that some of the cores lose performance or die, you still have more cores than you started with, so there's really no downside to doing this at all. So then you might be wondering, if there's no downsides, then why do CPU manufacturers not ship them with all the cores activated? And there's really two main reasons for this. The first is so they can control the processing power of different models of different price points of a CPU. For example, a manufacturer may produce only one type of chip, but for a lower end chip, they'll deactivate more cores and just sell it at less money, and that way they can save manufacturing costs. So if you do buy a lower end CPU chip, you may actually be getting the same exact one as a higher end model, just with more chips deactivated. The second reason is CPU manufacturers want their CPU performance to remain stable over time. If they were to just ship them with all the cores activated at once, then as these cores die over time and degrade, the performance of the entire CPU would drop, and this would cause bad reputation for that manufacturer. So what they do instead is under-promise on the performance, so there's a lot of headroom, so even if some cores die or degrade, those redundant cores will replace them, keeping it above a certain level of performance, so you always get what you expect. And for the most part, this makes sense and will keep the average consumer happy, but we of course want the maximum performance possible. So now, why don't we head over to the computer and I'll show you what you have to do step by step to activate these redundant cores and get that maximum performance out of the CPU. Okay, so here we are at the computer and I'm using Windows 10, but it doesn't matter what version, it's going to be the same process. The first thing you want to do is go to the Start menu and type in msconfig, and if you're on Windows 8 or earlier, you can click Run and then type in the same thing and just hit Enter, and then it might ask you to run as administrator and type in a password. But then this is going to come up, and what you want to do is go to Boot. And be very careful here because you don't want to click anything I don't tell you to, or else it might mess up your boot process. So don't click anything except Advanced Options. And then this is what we're looking for. It says number of processors. And I want you to notice something. If we check this and look through here, we have the option to select up to 16 processors, or cores really. But if you look at Intel's website for my processor, which is the 5960X, and you scroll down, it says that there are officially only 8 cores here, and there's 16 threads. But here, it allows us to choose up to 16 processors. So while the CPU only officially has 8, there are 8 more called threads, and the total number of cores is, including the redundant cores, is the threads. We can choose up to 16. So we can choose all that are even unadvertised in here, so that this will allow Windows to boot up and activate all 16 cores. So that's what we're doing here. It's going to be using double the amount that is normally allocated to Windows. So we want to check obviously the maximum number here, and then we can click OK, and don't click anything else, and then OK again. And we can exit without restart here. But we're not done yet because that only allows Windows to use all the cores. So booting is going to be faster, the operating system in general will be faster, but any other actual programs won't be able to see those cores. So Photoshop or Microsoft Word, all those programs won't be able to see those extra cores, only Windows. So we need to activate them for the system as a whole so every program can see it. So to do this, you want to go to the Start menu, and then go to All Programs, go down to Windows Administrative Tools, and then find Performance Monitor, and you're going to want to run this as an administrator. It's going to make you type in a password. And here is the performance monitor, which is going to allow us to modify the performance settings of different hardware in the system. So what we want to do is go to data collector sets, and then we're going to make a new user-defined data collector, which is going to allow us to collect any other resources, including these extra CPU settings, and make them available to all the programs on the computer. So here, once you select it and click this, you want to right-click, go to New Data Collector Set, and then this is going to come up, and we can call it anything you want. We can call it CPU, and then you want to click Create Manually Advanced. I'll walk you through it. It's not too difficult, even though it says Advanced. So you click Next, and then just check Performance Counter, and then we can click Next again. So then here, we want to click Add, and then find Processor. This is already highlighted, and once you do that, highlight the highest number under instances of selected object. Just look for the highest number. And for me, that would be 15. And that is because it's going to activate all 16 cores because the index number 0 counts. So it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 15. So 15 is really the 16th core, meaning all 16. So you want to highlight the largest number. You don't have to worry about how many cores each has, and just click Add. You can see that shows up over here. And then you also want to go to Process, not Processor, in here. You can click this to expand it and look for thread count and highlight that, and then click Add as well. And that's all you have to do for this. We can click OK. And then don't worry about sample interval, that doesn't matter. We can click Next all the way to the end and save and close. So by doing this in the performance monitor, it ensures that all programs are going to be able to access these extra cores because they'll be listed in the monitoring system, so they are visible to all programs on the computer. So before launching, they're going to look at this monitor and see those extra cores and be able to utilize them. So now we can just close that out, and we're mostly done. All you need to do now is restart the computer, because of course none of this is going to take effect until Windows boots up with those new options we set, and after that you're good to go.
Alright, so after all that, your computer should be much faster, but you're probably wondering exactly how much faster. So why don't we go to the computer again and do a quick benchmark test to find out exactly what kind of performance increase we just got.
Okay, so for these tests, I'm going to be using a benchmarking program called Geekbench. It's pretty standard for CPU testing, really popular. So the first test we're going to do is before the upgrade. As you can see here, it is not checked, so it hasn't booted with the extra number of processors that were hidden, so we can get rid of that. And I'm just going to run this test, and then I'm not going to make you guys wait for it. I'll skip to the end, and we can see the result, and then we'll compare it to after doing the upgrade. So I'll come back when it's finished. Okay, so the test is just finishing up, and we can see the results for the baseline test. Find that out. And it looks like it is going to be 12,879 for the multi-core score and 3,324 for single core. These numbers don't really mean anything right now, but we can use them to at least compare to the second test. And I expect the single core test is going to be the same, because obviously each individual core is going to be the same performance, but we should see a big jump in the multi-core score, obviously because we're going to be doubling the amount of cores. So I'm going to go do the upgrade real quick and then restart the computer and come back, and we can do the other test and compare it to this one. Alright, so I just restarted, and as you can see, I've done the whole upgrade. We can have all the processors checked they were booted with. And now let's run the second test, exit without restart, and click Run Benchmarks and see what it looks like now. And I'll skip ahead again, and we can wait for the results. Alright, so it looks like we're just finishing up now, and this test went much faster than the first one, no surprise. We can get these results as well. And 22,000. Okay, so it pretty much just about doubled. The original one was around 12,000. Exactly double would have been around 24,000, but still, that is almost double. And obviously, there's going to be some error in these tests. And as I suspected, the single core test is about the same. So look, it worked. It got pretty much double the score. And obviously, this CPU is now performing with much more cores and much faster. So this is a really great result. So there you have it. As we showed in that benchmark, there was a huge increase in CPU performance. And as I mentioned before, this is going to remain a higher performance level even if some cores degrade over time. But that's really unlikely. Most CPU cores are rated to last 6 years or more, so by that time, if it starts to degrade, you're probably up for a computer upgrade anyway. So I hope you guys found this video helpful and got just as great an increase. If you did, be sure to let us know down in the comment section how it went and let us know maybe what benchmarks you got before and after. And also, if you liked this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. If you guys want to continue watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and last week I wanted to know, what is Microsoft going to do next to force everyone to upgrade to Windows 10? And let's just say, I hope you're not right. Let's get started. Install Windows 10 or install Mac OS? An impossible choice. If you don't upgrade to Windows 10, they will delete your Minecraft account. Well, that'll handle the under 12 demographic for sure. They won't force me to do anything. I already upgraded, willingly. Microsoft will show your mom your search history if you don't. They will make Pokemon Go only usable on Windows 10. Kick your ass. Old-fashioned, but it'll work. Lock you in your basement until you upgrade to Windows 10. For a lot of people, that probably wouldn't make a difference. If you don't upgrade to Windows 10, Microsoft will force you to stay or upgrade to Windows 8 permanently. A fate worse than death. They are going to ask nicely, then do it anyway. The American way. And finally, use a Jedi mind trick. This is the update you're looking for. Now we're going to do something a little bit different. Transition. So welcome to Theo News Network, the best news source in the entire world, giving you the juiciest stories from around the web. As our first news story ever, we're going to get into some intense drama, this time involving the YouTuber FouseyTube. Now, he's been controversial recently, but things really kicked off yesterday when President of the United States Barack Obama tweeted at FouseyTube saying this: "You faked that video, are you serious? I'll beat your ass." Now keep in mind guys, that is the head of state of one of the most powerful countries in the world. Definitely something you would never expect to come out of him. Now, FouseyTube did respond just minutes later saying this: "Yo bitch ass ain't got shit without your Secret Service. I'm coming over." Now, we're not exactly sure what happened next, whether FouseyTube actually went to the White House to fight Obama, but it's probably unlikely because, as we all know, the White House is guarded by the tormented soul of Richard Nixon, so he probably couldn't even get close. Next, we have a breaking, huge news story involving a YouTuber, Leafy is here. Love him or hate him, he has a huge audience, incredibly popular, and really well known for his exaggerated video titles. But just the other day, he did something that really surprised everyone. He made a title that was not in all caps. That's right, the video in question was called "The Cringiest Kid on the Internet Attempts to Rap Fire." And as you can see, it's not in all caps, which is really crazy, and all the other videos after that were in lowercase normal capitalization as well. Now, a lot of people were speculating what might have happened here. Did he get hacked? Why would he possibly do something so ridiculous? But if we look at his official Twitter account, he did actually make a statement on this matter saying, "Oops, had caps lock on that whole time, sorry." Leafy also later went on to the BBC to do an interview that day, explaining that it was all an accident. He didn't even know that all his titles were in all capitals until one day he happened to hit the caps lock and turned it off. Finally, we have a Theo News exclusive involving the upcoming iPhone 7. We have exclusive leaked information never before heard, and this is from a rock-solid source, our chief editor, Billy Bob Bollybib. Our sources indicate that for the iPhone 7, Apple will simply be re-releasing the original iPhone exactly how it was before, calling it the iPhone 7 Legacy. Now, I think this is truly going to excite Apple fans because, as we all know, the first iPhone was definitely the best out of them all. And it's a pretty genius marketing move and innovative as always for Apple. Here are some exclusive leaked photos we've acquired of the new iPhone 7, which of course is exactly the same as the original 2007 iPhone in every single way. We also have information about some of the features. These are going to include a smaller battery,
being made in China again, and a color screen. If all these leaks are true, I think we're gonna see a ton of sales for Apple. Even people who recently upgraded their phone are probably gonna get this just because it's the newest one. And another cool thing that Apple's doing for the iPhone 7 is they want the buying experience to be exactly the same as it was back in 2007 with the original iPhone. So they are pricing the iPhone 7 Legacy the same exact cost as the original iPhone, adjusted for inflation, meaning that this new iPhone 7 Legacy will cost $696 for the base 8GB model. So that is the news for this week, and we'll keep you posted, of course, if there are any important developments. Alright, so now for next week, I thought we would do something new. Instead of just asking you guys a question, I want you guys to suggest some news stories that we can discuss in the next video, similar to what I talked about in this one. And if you didn't already realize somehow, yes, all the news is going to be satirical, it's going to be a joke, and if you can't figure out what satire means, honestly, just unsubscribe now and never come back, please. So what you guys can do is leave a comment with some news stories that you want me to report on. Could be made up, could be real life. And you can also use the hashtag ThioNews on Twitter. And for next week, I'll just report the best news stories, either suggested or ones I came up with myself. And so here's the deal. Your dumb comments, in my opinion, is getting pretty stale. I mean, it's like every week I sift through literally thousands of comments and maybe find 20 that I think are kind of funny if I'm lucky, and the rest are just like the same overused jokes. It's just like every time I go to make a Your Dumb Comments video, I hate myself and want to kill myself. So we're gonna change it up a bit, and I was thinking, how can we keep the whole comments aspect of it while making it original? And I came up with a satirical news show. So as of right now, we're gonna try and see how this works out, and if it doesn't, probably still not gonna bring Your Dumb Comments back because I would rather die. I also want to point out you guys don't have to leave suggestions or comments to be used in the next videos. You can just leave feedback or what you thought of the video, if you loved it, whatever. I do like reading those as well. So that's the latest update. Next week, look for Theo News, and hopefully this will be much better. And of course, we're going to continue doing this week's fun fact, which is sometimes your best just is not good enough. So if you guys did like this kind of thing, give it a thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss out on Theo News next week. And if you do want to check out Your Dumb Comments from last week, here's a sample. PC is better than Mac because you can delete the unnecessary file known as System32. It isn't. Can you play Dark Souls 3 at 120 FPS 4K on a PC? No. I mean, you can't do that on a Mac either, but that's besides the point.
Hi, this is ThioJoe. Today I'm going to show you how you can get YouTube Red for free, and not just the trial, but I mean like permanently free. Now, YouTube Red is YouTube's premium service. You can see they have ads for it all over the place. And basically, it gives you some exclusive shows. If you go to youtube.com/red, you can kind of see what it's all about. You get some original shows. You get Google Play Music, all sorts of that stuff. But then it does cost money. It's like $10 a month. So, I mean, I think it's worth it. But some people don't want to pay, so they just want it free, so I guess that's who that video is for. So this should also work if you already have YouTube Red, but it doesn't really matter. Just how to get YouTube Red for free. It doesn't really matter. So anyway, first let's see what we're working with. I just made like a brand new Google account. If we go to the settings, you know, we can see it says account type. It says standard, so it's not like it's YouTube Red or anything like that. And then if we click on learn more, you know, it does let you get the trial, but we don't really want the trial. It's only for 30 days. We want to get it free forever. So I'm going to show you a trick that a friend of mine showed me, and I have no clue how he figured it out. He must have like special access or something, but it does work, as you'll see. So first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to have to go to the video that first announced YouTube Red. Okay, so that is called Meet YouTube Red. Okay, and then we want to find this one and click this. Okay, and then you can keep it going. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so once you get to this video, now this is where it kind of gets tricky. You got to do it exactly what I say. It's not that difficult. I'll put a link to this video in the description if you can't find it. Anyway, the first thing we want to do is like the video. So that's the first step. Then, because this is what they're looking at apparently. So then you want to go to share. So you click like, so then the share thing comes up automatically. That's why you do that. Then you got to go to email. Click that. And this is where we type in the code. So you type in red underscore trial underscore line unlim ext. So this says red trial unlimited extension. That's what that stands for. Okay, makes sense? Yeah, okay. So then we go at google.com. So basically this is the, I don't know what this is, the code or whatever. It's a unlimited extension on the trial basically. Anyway, so this is probably just for developers or email testing out and anything like that. And then for message, I don't know, you could type in anything you want, maybe just YouTube Red. It doesn't really matter. Then you can just click send email. So that's basically where now we have to be patient, because that's going to do something on the back end that sends a request, okay, to give you Red without paying, but you have to wait. Okay, you got to wait for the confirmation message where it's going to give you the special access code. So I'm going to skip until I receive it, and then I'll show you where to find it, but it's probably going to take a couple hours to show up. But apparently that's what it does. So then I'll show you where to do that. You just got to be patient. So we'll come back in a bit. All right, so it finally showed up. I checked it. It came an hour ago apparently. Anyway, this is what it looks like, okay? It's from YouTube. We got the check mark, so it's legit. And then here it says just automated message. I guess it was sent automatically. YouTube Red developer code, official use only, and then here's the code. So clearly this is meant for like developers and software engineers. Obviously it's not an official method, so don't go thinking this is some kind of promotion or something. They could possibly stop at any time, because if they figure it out, hopefully they won't. Anyway, so now that we have the special access code, we're good to go. Just copy that, obviously, come on. And then now we can go to the settings page, and obviously you can see, let me show you, we don't actually have YouTube Red yet. They just sent the code. Make sense? Okay. So now what we want to do, I got to redeem the code. Obviously, come on. So we go to play.google.com, because YouTube Red, Google Play, you know, they're tied together. All right, so you go here, you go to redeem, then here's where we type it in. We click, and then we click redeem. And then now you can see, it says code redeemed, success. So obviously it worked. Now we can close that out. We can go back here and we can just refresh and see if it worked. All right, so now obviously it says YouTube Red. We have it obviously changed. It worked. It says YouTube Red up here, and then we got YouTube Red now. And before it said learn more. Now it says manage. Why don't we click that and see what happens? And then now it says, look, YouTube Red price $00 a month. Next billing date, I guess obviously that's like a placeholder, so it'll never expire. And then billed by, and then it just says internal discount. There's no billing at all. So yeah, we got this. We tricked it into giving us this discount. Probably shouldn't be allowed to have it, but whatever. It's free for YouTube Red. I don't care about Google, so I want the free money. So there you have it. You know, it worked, and we're all good. And that's all you got to do. You got the free YouTube Red. So if you guys like this video, I guess give it a thumbs up, and also like leave a comment if it worked for you and all that stuff. And I guess what show you're going to watch. And then if you want to subscribe, you can do that too. You can check out some other videos on the right. You can just click them or look in the description. Like same links there too if you're on a phone. So I guess thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can double the amount of flash storage in your phone without having to buy anything special, without breaking your phone or anything like that. It's actually surprisingly easy. And as usual, first I'm going to explain how this is going to work, and then I'll walk you through exactly and show you what you have to do. You see, your smartphone uses flash memory for storage, and flash memory is a solid state type of memory, as opposed to a hard drive, for example, which has moving parts. So this makes flash memory much faster and more durable, and it also has some interesting properties that we can take advantage of. Now, flash storage uses what are called cells, and these are basically small units of storage, and you can combine as many cells as you need to give you more or less storage. So depending on how much storage your phone has, it will have a proportional number of cells. The important thing to know about flash memory, though, is that each cell almost always has what are called layers. Now, you may have heard of the terms SLC for single layer cell or MLC for multi-layer cell, but basically adding layers to a cell in flash memory allows you to store more data depending on how many layers you add. So for example, a 2-layer cell would store twice as much data as a single layer cell. And really the only advantage for single layer is that it's faster. And cell phones typically have multi-layer cell memory because it's much cheaper to produce. But here's the thing, most cell phone manufacturers don't actually enable all the layers in the cells. They only enable one of the layers so that the memory is a bit faster. So instead of creating single layer chips right off the bat, it's actually cheaper for them to create multi-layer chips and deactivate half of the layers so it acts like single layer chips. This means that half the memory in your phone is left unused, a consequence of cheaper manufacturing costs. But if we were able to reactivate these unused cell layers, we could multiply the amount of storage in the phone, and there is a way we can do this. You see, when the manufacturer created the flash memory chips, they deactivated the cell layers by simply powering them down, so to speak. But we can actually power them back up using a focused electromagnetic field. And this will actually give it just a tiny bit of jump start to permanently reactivate each layer. So in doing that, we could give the phone access to all the memory available in those chips. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do. Okay, so now that you know the basics of what's going on, you're going to need a few things. Your phone, of course, some wire, any will do, a few batteries, some sort of metal pan, and your computer speakers. This is going to seem really strange, but bear with me, I'll explain it all. Now, before I get into the tutorial, I want to do a quick scientific explanation on the process for those of you who are interested. And if you don't want to listen to all that, you could skip ahead, I understand, but it's actually pretty interesting, so I recommend sticking around. So let me explain how these cell layers get deactivated, and then how we can reactivate them. Now, every flash memory cell is made up of a transistor, and these are connected through what's called a PN junction. You don't really need to know the specifics, it's just what's connecting the different transistors together. And depending on the state of the junction, it's either on or off, 1 or 0. And that's how computers work in general. It's just a bunch of transistors, 1 or 0, that make up a program. But a particular flash memory cell is going to have several PN junctions to store enough data. But in every cell between the cell layers, there is a special PN junction that connects the different layers of the cell. And if we set that junction to 0 or off, that layer in the cell becomes inaccessible, and it's like it's not there at all. Now, the state of the junction, whether it's on or off, is just determined by its energy level. Above a certain threshold, called the knee voltage, it switches on or off. So if we're able to just temporarily get the knee voltage above the threshold, it will permanently activate the extra layers connected to it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add extra energy into the PN junction using electromagnetic induction and physical vibrational energy to jumpstart that PN junction switch open and reactivate those layers. Now, enough talk. I'm sure you guys are eager to get started, so let's head over and I'll show you exactly what you have to do. Alright, so now let's get started. The first thing you need to do is turn off your phone, but before we do that, I want to show you what we're working with. If it focuses, you can see that we have 32 gigabytes of memory free here, and it's only about 17 gigabytes used, so I'm almost halfway through, so hopefully we'll be able to double that to about 64 if this works. So then you can go ahead and turn off your phone. So the next thing we need to do is create an induction coil around the phone. So what you want to do is take these two batteries and then also get the wire and put the batteries close to the phone, probably behind it, and then we're just going to wrap the wire, I'm just using an Ethernet cable, around the phone and secure the batteries to the phone as best you can. So it might be kind of picky, but we got them centered pretty good, and just wrap that around enough until it's really secure and they're not going to go anywhere. It's working pretty good. And then you can just either tuck the wire
into itself so it doesn't go anywhere, or you could use some tape or something like that. That looks pretty secure. The batteries are right there. And we have this up, the phone turned back on, so you want to make sure to turn it back off again if you get the chance. So when you're doing it, just make sure that the cable doesn't press down on the power button and turn it back on. And also, you probably want to have a case on here so the batteries don't scratch the back, or maybe put like a tissue in between the batteries and the phone or something like that. Just use common sense. Okay, so once it's all wrapped up nice, then you can go ahead and get your pan, and this is going to allow us to amplify the EM field to a high enough strength. And again, I would recommend putting something in there so it doesn't scratch the phone or anything. It's not going to affect the process. And then it looks like that. So right now, believe it or not, with this wire wrapped around it and the batteries, there actually is an electromagnetic field being generated from the batteries around the coil and being applied to the phone. But it's not enough to actually kickstart those extra layers into activation. So we need to do a little bit more. So once you have all this, next you want to go ahead and get your speaker for your computer and just put it right on top of the phone, directly down on it. And yes, the speaker has to be hooked up to the computer for what we're going to do next. So what you want to do is go to your computer and just find any sound file. It doesn't matter what it is. You just want to be able to make sure that you can get it really loud. For example, I'm going to play a 300 hertz sine wave right onto the phone. And as I mentioned in the scientific explanation, that's going to add a little bit extra energy in addition to the EM field and kickstart those extra layers open. So now you just want to play the sound file for about 15 seconds, about as loud as you can, just like I am now. And if you have to, you can let it go for about 30 seconds, but 15 should be enough. So then of course you can take the speaker off and then just let the phone sit like that for maybe about 5 minutes, just a little while. And this is just to make sure that all the cell layers have a chance to activate after you energize them. And now we can go ahead and unravel this and see if it worked. Start to turn back on again, but that's okay at this point. All right, so there you have it. We now have 64 gigabytes of storage, double what it was before, way more available space now. If it's a little bit less, it probably just means that not all the cells were activated, but still worked, as you can see here. All right, so that's it. Your cell phone storage should now be double what it was before. And if it didn't quite double, if it's a little bit less, it could mean you just need to let it go a little bit longer, or it could also mean that some of the layers just aren't going to be activated. And this should also work on any type of cell phone, iPhone, or Android. They all use the same type of memory. And it's actually possible that it will more than double the storage if there are more than 2 extra layers in the phone storage. So I hope this worked for you guys. If it did, let us know down in the comment section how well it worked. If you got double or even more possibly, love to hear that. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you guys want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. Looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hello and welcome to Theo News Network, the best news source in the entire world. I'm ThioJoe, and we've got some juicy news stories for you today, so I hope you are prepared. Now, starting off, we have a story about Pokemon Go, probably one of the most popular games right now, definitely trending. I know everyone has tried it, I've tried it, you've probably tried it, but the creators of Pokemon Go have recently announced that they will be making presidential candidates Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump as playable and catchable Pokemon in the game, and it will be canon and integrated in the official Pokemon storyline. It's also speculated that their special abilities will include rhetoric, fear-mongering, and propaganda. It's also expected that Donald Trump will be available for the red team and Hillary Clinton will be available for the blue team, and nothing will happen with the yellow team because no one cares about that team. Also in Pokemon Go news, we have a user who wrote in to say that he has reported that at least one man has quit his job to go use Pokemon Go full-time. Now this is of course just rumor at this point. We will keep you updated if we learn anything more. Next, we have a news story about YouTube.com itself. They recently made a press release that says that drama will now be an official video category. They said that because drama is so popular these days, they want to make those videos way more easier to find. So now when you're uploading a video, you can select drama as a category. It's also rumored that from now on, drama channels will get a boost in subscribers and earnings
further promoting that genre. In related news, we're also getting reports that YouTube, instead of promoting channels based on watch time and views, will start to measure channel performance and promote based on how angry a channel makes the viewer. Now we're just getting some breaking news from our local affiliate in Seattle. Initial reports indicate that a local man has just realized that no one cares about him. Now let's see if we can bring up a live feed. Our sources say that the man's name is Bill and that he's an office worker, and this does line up, it does make sense, and he has just realized that literally no one cares, and you can practically see the sadness in his dead eyes. We will of course keep you posted if there are any developments. Moving on to science news, it has now been confirmed that rapper Trinidad James will be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. Now, Trinidad James, best known for his song All Gold in My Everything, has done extensive research in the field of theoretical particle physics. His accomplishment was that he recently made a breakthrough discovery of the true mass of neutrinos based on Fermi-Dirac statistics. So great news, Trinidad James, we were rooting for you the whole time. Congratulations. Finally, I regret to bring you this bad news, but it has been confirmed that the world has literally turned into hell. That's right, the flames of the underworld have engulfed the entire planet, and we are all now subject to its eternal torment. President Barack Obama has released a statement on this matter saying, "It's really not a big deal, we just need more restrictions to ban hellfire, and that will solve all our problems." So those are all the news stories for this week. Hopefully we survive until the next. Now I want to give a quick shout out to those of you who sent me pictures on Twitter of you guys wearing the Kill Me hats that you got. They actually got sent out, so congratulations. Good for you for getting the stupidest hat in the world. And so for this week, I want to do a shameless plug for my Twitter account. Got some great goofs and gaffs and Twitter tweets on there that should make you cry or maybe laugh. One of the two at least. Of course, it's just twitter.com/ThioJoe. Enter at your own risk. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Theo News. Let me know what you think down in the comments section. And if you have any ideas, you can let me know as well. Or use the hashtag Theo News on Twitter. Let me know anything you want me to talk about, any real life pressing current events, and I will talk about them, report on them. So I will see you guys again next week, and until then, don't die. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can get all cable channels for free, no matter what cable company you have, by basically tricking your cable box into passing all cable channels to you, even if you don't subscribe to some of them. I'll explain what you need to do this, and then of course why it works as well, and I think you're really going to be surprised at just how simple it is. We're going to take advantage of how the cable company system delivers channels to you and limits which ones you have access to, and then remove that limit. So you'll have access to all channels without having to pay for any of them. You see, this is how the cable company system works. When the cable company goes to deliver service to people, it produces one single signal, it's the same, that is sent to all houses and includes all channels by default. Now, this is because it's too difficult to produce millions of different signals for each household, but obviously we can't watch all these channels unless you pay for them. And that's because they have a system in place that restricts which channels you can watch, even though technically they all go to your house. By default, every single channel signal sent to your house is attenuated, which means that it's weakened to the point of not really being useful. So your TV by default can't watch a channel unless the cable box amplifies that signal, and it only does that if you subscribe to that individual channel. So when you buy a TV package, a separate signal is sent from the cable company to your cable box, letting it know it should amplify certain channels that you pay for so they can be passed onto the TV and watched. And if you don't buy a channel, the signal remains too weak and it's not amplified by the cable box, so your TV can't display it. However, we can actually amplify those TV signals ourselves, so it'll be passed through the cable box already amplified, meaning that any channel you want to watch will be available to stream on the TV. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to amplify the entire signal coming in from the cable company. And we can use some basic physics and mathematical principles to do this, which I'll explain. So now that you know what needs to be done, let's go over how to achieve that. Now you're really only going to need three things. First of all, of course, you're going to need the coaxial cable that goes from your wall into your cable box. Then you're going to need some CDs or DVDs, either one will work, and you're going to need about 4 of them. And finally, you're going to need some sort of tape. I'm just using duct tape, but any kind will do.
Now I'm sure you're wondering how a couple of CDs are going to possibly amplify the signal coming in through the coaxial wire. Well, the same properties that allow a CD to be written onto by a computer and store data will also allow us to manipulate the digital and analog signal going through the wire. Before I walk you through everything though, let me explain. You see, every type of material has a property called inductivity. The more inductivity, the more it is able to induce an EM field when a current passes through it. CDs and DVDs are specifically designed and constructed with materials of high inductivity. That makes it easier for computer CD writers to write data to the CDs, and it also makes that data more durable because it's less susceptible to interference. So if an electrical current is passed through a material of high inductivity, like a CD, it induces a stronger current back onto itself, amplifying that signal further. And if we do this multiple times with multiple materials, that signal will be amplified even greater each time. So if we place CDs along the wire at predetermined intervals to improve efficiency, we can actually amplify that cable signal without the cable box at all. And that way it can pass right through to the TV and all channels will be watchable. We also know from Maxwell's law that when two capacitive plates are placed next to each other, they induce an electromagnetic field between them. So we can use that as well, and what we want to do is arrange the CDs in pairs so that the EM field amplifies the signal. Now that may have sounded very complicated, but in practice it's very simple, and I'll show you what to do. So enough talk, let's go over to the TV and I'll walk you through it. Alright, so we're at the TV, and why don't we see some channels we don't have. For example, we'll do HBO channel 200. Got a lot of great shows on there, but I don't have it subscribed. And as you can see, it's going to say channel unavailable. It wants you to pay for the subscription to call the cable company. Obviously, we don't want to do that, so hopefully we can try out the trick and we'll get the free cable, all the channels, without having to pay for them. So let's go do that. Okay, so the first thing we're clearly going to need to do is unplug the coaxial cable that goes from your wall to your cable box. You don't need to unplug it from the cable box itself, just this side. And if it also goes directly from the wall into your TV, that's okay as well. Just unplug it from the wall side and we can move on. Okay, so next you want to get your CDs, or in this case DVDs. It doesn't really matter, but you probably want them to be blank, just so they're not important. I don't recommend using, movies or music CDs or anything like that because you might want to listen to them. And then, so we're just going to basically slide these onto the cable just like this, and I recommend you put the data side inward, and that's just so when we go to tape it, you don't get any tape residue or damage the data side anyway, so you can reuse these later. And so just slide on the two pairs facing inward for both of them, and then we can tape them on in a second. So once the CDs are on, we are ready to space them out using some tape, and I'll show you how to do that. So we can use some scissors to help out with that. Cut off some lengths that'll probably be about the same circumference as the CDs. This should be a good length. And then we can take one of the pairs, and then this is kind of tricky, but you shouldn't have a problem with it. We just want to space it out and use the tape to hold them spaced out. And then we're just going to hold this and go around the CD just like this. And as you can see, it's going to kind of hold them apart just like this. All right, perfect. So now as you can see, the tape's kind of holding them apart, and then you can maybe wrap it around a bit. It looks kind of ugly, so this is just a quick job from me, but if you want to spend more time on it to get it looking nicer, and then we can go do that for the second one. So what I kind of found is it might actually be easier to just take these off first before even putting it on and spacing it out, and then you can just kind of wrap it around your finger and roll it around right onto the tape, just like this. Again, probably could look better if I spent a little bit more time on it, but this will do for now. And then we can pop these right back onto the tape, and then you don't have to do it while it's on the cable, which might be pretty difficult. And then once you have these on, you can space them out even more and kind of secure this with more tape and just tape it right on directly. And then you can see it's going to stay in position like that. And then we can do that for the other one as well. And just tape it right to the wire. So now they're a little bit more spaced out, and this looks really weird, but it's what it's gonna look like. You could probably get it to look better if you really tried. And maybe if you wanted to hide these, you could again put it more behind the entertainment center or anything like that, so it's not really obvious, but I had to put it here so you guys could actually see it. So before this is gonna actually take effect, we just need to reset the cable box and the TV. And if you don't have a cable box, if it goes right into the TV, of course you just need to reset the TV. So the first thing we wanna do is reset the cable box. So that would be this thinner cable. Just unplug that. Let it go for a few seconds, and then plug it back in. And it's important to do it in this order, and I'll explain why in a second. And then we can unplug the TV after the cable box is all restarted completely. You can unplug that, and then just plug it back in. And the reason we have to do it in that order is because first the cable box resets and then sees the amplified signal and passes it on. And then the TV resets and it sees the amplified signal come from the cable box, and then it passes it on to be displayed. So now we can go and check out and see if it worked. All right, so we just did the trick. We've got the CDs on here, and we can check out if HBO and the other channels are available right now. HBO we know is not available, so we can check that out. And all right, looks like it's showing up now. Perfect. So basically the wires are amplifying the signal right now, and they're sending it through to the cable box, and the TV is able to see that signal because it's not too weak, it's amplified enough, and it's working perfectly. So don't move any of the wires or anything like that because it could affect it or make the image look bad, but we know this worked, so that's awesome. So there you have it. As you saw, the premium channels that weren't available before now are, and I can watch HBO as much as I want, any other channel as well. Now this should work all over the world. I believe that all cable companies use the same, if not a similar method for delivering cable channels to subscribers. The only exception I can think of is if you have fiber TV as opposed to coaxial, because then it's a digital signal, not analog, but it should still be worth a try. And if it doesn't work, unfortunately it's possible that your cable company just uses a different system. But anyway, for those of you who it does work for, congratulations on being able to watch any channel you want now. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up and let me know down in the comment section what you thought so I know you enjoyed it. Maybe tell us what cable channels or shows you're gonna watch now that you get them all for free. If you guys want to check out some other videos, I've got those on the right hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I think it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hello and welcome to Theo News Network, easily the best news source in the entire world. We've got some great news stories for you today. Let's get started. The first news story is actually a tip by one of our viewers about a man who died, unfortunately, under mysterious circumstances. This is truly a sad story. The elderly man, whose name has not yet been released, was found dead in his hospital bed, originally thought to be from old age. But suspicions started to stir when a nurse reported to the police that she had seen the man alive mere hours before he was found dead. The nurse is quoted as saying, "It was weird. I went to check on him before lunch, and when I came back, he wasn't alive at all. I don't know how this could have happened." Police are still investigating all the possibilities, but they haven't found any suspects at this time. We will keep you posted if we learn anything new. Next, in tech news, Apple is expected to announce a new version of the Apple Watch this week, reportedly called the Apple Watch We Don't Give a Shit Anymore edition. Some leaked screenshots indicate that the new Apple Watch will simply be the recently released iPhone SE with a wristband attached to it. In regards to this, Apple CEO posted on Twitter saying this: "At this point, people will buy anything we make, so who cares?" This news may be disappointing to some Apple fans who were expecting an announcement of the long-rumored Apple Pocket Watch, and that would be exciting, but everything at this point is just speculation. Next, we have a news story about the Olympics this year. Head Olympic officials were surprised to find that the Olympics were being held in Rio. It turns out that when they announced that Rio would be the next host of the Olympics, it was supposed to be a joke. Thomas Bach, president of the International Olympic Committee, is quoted as saying, "Wait, we were joking about Rio. You thought we were serious? It was supposed to be in Stockholm. This is going to suck." Bach and other Olympic officials reportedly thought that everyone was simply playing along in their joke and not that the Olympics would actually be held in Rio, Brazil.
In government news, the USA has passed a new law making owning illegal guns illegal, making it impossible to do so. Representatives hope that this will stop criminals from being able to keep their illegal guns. With this new law, all criminals who currently own illegal guns will be forced to turn them in, and they have no choice because they're illegal. And that brings us to the point for this week. Why hasn't the government made a law banning terrorism yet? Across the past several weeks, of course, there have been several tragedies and atrocities, but there is a solution that apparently no one has looked at, and that is to ban illegal terrorism, just like they're banning illegal guns. If we banned terrorism and made it illegal, it would instantly stop. But because of gridlock in Washington and the refusal of Republicans and Democrats to work together, this has not come to fruition. So President Obama, I'm asking you, do the right thing and ban terrorism worldwide. Make a law that makes it illegal throughout the entire world. Now for our next story, we have another news tip from a viewer. This time, again, it's unfortunately sad news. In Columbus, Ohio, it's being reported that there was a tragic fire at a cemetery. In the middle of the night, the entire thing burned down. Crime scene investigators unfortunately are reporting that over 500 were found dead. Officials have not told us any more than that, but unfortunately, at this point it sounds pretty bad. In business news, internet service provider Comcast recently announced that they received approval for a giant swimming pool filled with liquid gold on top of their headquarters. They said this gold pool will only be available for use by top executives and any members of Congress who want to stop by and check it out. The company previously requested city approval for a 1,000-foot skyscraper made of solid gold, but the city did not approve that plan because Comcast had not donated enough money to the government that year. As a result of all this, other cable companies such as Verizon and Time Warner have apparently gotten jealous of Comcast's gold pool and announced amazing structures of their own. Verizon, for example, announced they will be constructing a huge solid cube of platinum that serves no purpose other than being expensive. And Time Warner said that they will now be covering their entire headquarters with encrusted diamonds. In science news, there was a comprehensive study by the World Health Organization to investigate the best time in someone's life to have children. As part of this study, there were several considerations, including financial stability, maturity, intellectual development, and education of the parents, along with many other factors. The results of the 20-year study found that the best time to have children is never. Interviews with millions of parents indicate that spending your entire life dedicated to raising another human being generally sucks and is not worth it. Some statistics from the study also show that over 100% of parents would rather die than have another kid. This is some truly eye-opening science. Finally, in other news, in response to Brexit, the US government has announced a vote that will decide whether America will remain part of the United States. So those are all the news stories from TNN this week, and now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over a real-life story from someone who's just been a big dummy. This week we have a guy by the name of Derek Foreman who has a short temper and a picky appetite. You see, Derek at the time was living with his mother, and one night his mother brought home dinner, Chick-fil-A, but that was her mistake, because apparently Derek really hates Chick-fil-A. Now, any normal person might be disappointed at having to eat at a restaurant they don't like, especially if someone bought it for them, but Derek had a different reaction. Instead, he headbutted his mother in the face. That's right, he didn't like the food that his mother bought for him, so he headbutted her and split open her lower lip. And I'm glad to say that he was arrested and charged with the attack, so he's probably gonna spend some time in jail where he'd probably only hope to be able to get Chick-fil-A. So that's it for this week. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to give it a big, fat, huge thumbs up, because why not? Also, if you guys have any suggestions of your own, you can let us know down in the comments section or use the hashtag ThioNews on Twitter, and I'll see you again next week. And of course, here's this week's fun fact. I'm on 14 different medications. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, again, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Let us know down in the comments section. I'll see you next week, and if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Moving on to science news, it has now been confirmed that rapper Trinidad James will be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe. Now, Microsoft recently released their Xbox One S, a major update to the current Xbox One, and it's got a lot of new features, but it is pretty expensive, especially as an upgrade if you already have a current Xbox.
But in this video, I'm going to tell you how you can get an Xbox One S for free right from Microsoft themselves. And it's actually surprisingly easy. So I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do to get one and then show you the one I got myself for free. You see, when Microsoft first announced the Xbox One S at E3 Expo, they apparently wanted to reward current Xbox owners and loyal customers that were in attendance at that press conference where they announced it. And those who were there were told a secret method on how they can get an Xbox One S for free by doing a certain procedure on their current Xbox. And that's exactly what I'm going to demonstrate in this video. So really the only preliminary requirement is you have to have an Xbox already, whether it's an Xbox 360 or an Xbox One. However, you could theoretically go to a friend's house and do it over there. That could work as well. So as a bit of background, Microsoft has a history of giving away these special prizes to those who attend their press conferences in person, usually media reporters. For example, at Microsoft Build 15, a developer conference they hosted, they gave away a free year of Xbox Live to anyone who was there. But after E3, everyone was buzzing about how they were going to get a free Xbox One S, but they couldn't say how because they signed non-disclosure agreements. Now, I wasn't there, I didn't sign an NDA, but I did find someone who was willing to spill the beans, and they told me what you need to do to get the free Xbox One S, and that's what I'm going to tell you. It basically involves changing several specific settings in your Xbox Live account and console settings that will essentially flag your account to receive a free shipment for an Xbox One S from Microsoft's system. And of course, in a minute, I'm going to go to the console and demonstrate it so you can just follow along. The process is also completely automatic, so anyone can do it. You just need to be logged into Xbox Live, but it does not have to be a gold account. A silver free account will work fine as well. Then after going through the whole procedure, the Xbox Live system will see that your account is marked to receive a free Xbox One S, and then it's really just a matter of waiting. Eventually you will get a pop-up on the console notifying you that you will be receiving a shipment to confirm it and confirm your address, and then they'll just ship out the free Xbox One S after a little while. Now, I do want to stress that this is definitely not any official promotion by Microsoft or anything like that, so you guys are really not supposed to know about it at all, and if they find out too many people are doing this, they're probably going to stop it if they figure it out. So if you do want to get that free Xbox One S, now is probably time to do it before you can. But enough talk, why don't we now go over to my current Xbox and I'll walk you through what you have to do. Alright, so here we are at the Xbox 360, but it's the same exact process if you have an Xbox One. And I'm just logged into a brand new silver account, randomly generated name, to show you that you don't even need a gold account to do this. Now, the first thing we need to do is actually customize our avatar in a very specific way to alert the system that we should be getting the Xbox One S for free. And that's just the way they decided to do it, I guess. There's more to it after that, but I'll get to that later. So what you want to do is go to the Social tab and then click on Avatar Store. And that's going to bring up the Avatar Store. Once it comes up, we can just press B to go back and customize our avatar. So just press B, and now we can get to change my features. Now what we want to do is actually change everything about our character to green. I guess green is Xbox branding. It kind of makes sense they would make this part of it. So what you want to do is first look at all these and notice that for hairstyle, there's no green option. So if you pick a color, there's no green option. There's all the natural colors. There's even red and orange. But we need to do green, and there's actually a secret way to enable additional hair colors, and that is to simply leave the hairstyles box highlighted just like this for about a minute, and then you'll notice that it will spin, and then if we press A, once it spins, you'll see it will give us the option to do even more hidden colors, and that's part of it. It kind of makes sense. So I'll show you that once it happens. All right, there it goes, and you notice it spin, and now we press A immediately as it's doing that, and now it's pink, but we can actually change that. So now you'll notice there's lots of other colors and even green. So we now have hidden colors, and now we can do green, and we can move on. So that's the only part of the My Features we have to change. Then we need to change the clothing, so go to Change My Style, and then we can go to Shirt, and you want to find the Xbox branded jersey, so that's this one, makes sense. And then for headwear, you want to find the green hat, that would be this one, so pick that. And then for the pants, There's some green pants, surfer shorts, that's them. Pick that, just anything green. And then there's shoes, there are some green shoes, I believe. All right, so these are pretty green. Those are the ones. And now your character is all decked out in green, so it's kind of like a branding thing for them. And that's the only settings you need to change here, nothing else, no accessories or anything like that, just the clothes and the hair, and then we're done with that one. So we're not quite done yet, that's just the first step, but basically the Xbox Live system is going to spot this avatar that you have and mark your account. But then there's more we need to do to actually get the Xbox console, and that's because we marked the account to receive the free console, but we need to mark the console itself, and both are requirements. So next to flag the console, we need to actually go to System Settings. So you can just press the Xbox menu button and go to System Settings. And yes, we can exit, that's fine. Then you want to go to Console Settings, and then at the bottom, Console Name. And the default might be Xbox One or Xbox 360. We want to go down to Custom. And to flag the console as one that we got at E3 to be marked to get a free Xbox One S, you want to do Xbox One space S space E3. So obviously we're going to get a free Xbox One S because we were at E3. That's what that means. So now the Xbox Live Network is going to see that you both have your account and system itself marked as this special parameter, and I guess they do both of these requirements, so there's no way that anyone would accidentally do these things, because obviously it's possible someone just might want to make their entire avatar green, but changing it to Xbox One S E3, you would have to know to do that. And now at this point, we just have to wait. It's probably going to take a while to confirm all this. You probably need to wait maybe several hours, and then we're going to get a message. I'll show you that. So what you can do is just turn your Xbox off at this point. It doesn't need to be on. The parameters are already set in your account online in the cloud. So what I'll do is I'll wait a few hours and then come back and we can see what happens. So I'll see you then. All right, so it's been about 7 or 8 hours, and that should be enough time. We can log back in and hopefully get that alert to know that it worked. If it doesn't work in that amount of time, I would say give it 24 hours. It should definitely show up within that time. You don't have to be logged in or anything. So let's log back in, and it should pop up pretty quickly if it worked. So we shouldn't have to wait very long at all. Should come up any second, really. Okay, there it is. All right, so it says, congratulations, free Xbox One S. Your eligibility for the free Xbox One S has been confirmed. Your console will be shipped via overnight courier, that's pretty nice, to the address associated with your Xbox Live account. Cool, so we don't have to type it in. Would you like to confirm the shipment to that address? All right, so I know that mine is correct, so I don't have to change it or anything. So I can just ship it right to the address that's associated with my account, click yes, and now it should work. So that's pretty awesome. So after that, you should actually get an email with a tracking number within a few hours after confirming this, and that way you can actually track your package, which is pretty cool. And like they said, they do overnight shipping, which is pretty awesome. You can get it the very next day. You don't even have to wait for it. So I guess at this point, I'm just gonna wait for it to arrive, and I'll come back and show you guys when it does. All right, guys, so it is the very next day, and I got a package from FedEx, which I'm pretty excited about. I think you can expect what it is. Take out the packaging. Of course, it is a free Xbox One S. You can see this is the new one. It says it's the launch edition, of course. And you can see it looks really cool. Gonna replace my Xbox 360. Pretty excited about it, especially considering I didn't even have to pay for it. All right, so there you have it, a free Xbox One S. Now, of course, you do already need to have some sort of Xbox, but it is pretty crazy that you can get one for free. Now, you could also go over to a friend's house and log in with your own account there, but there might be some sort of limit on how many each Xbox can receive because it's both tied to your console and your account, but it's still worth a try. Also, I think it goes without saying, this probably won't last forever. Microsoft does tend to let these things go on for a while, but like I said, this isn't some sort of official promotion they're doing, so if it doesn't work for you, unfortunately, you're probably just out of luck. Now finally, you may be concerned about whether this could potentially get your account banned or not. I highly doubt that because there's no real way for them to know who was supposed to be able to know how to get this and who wasn't. If you're really worried about it, you could just sign up for a free silver account and do it on that, and that way your regular account isn't tied to it. But you shouldn't really have any problems. I've had a lot of people try this, myself included, and there haven't been any negative effects for any of them, so I think you'll be fine. So that's about it. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Let us know down in the comment section how it worked. If you got your free Xbox One S, what games are you gonna play on it? Let us know. Also, if you want to keep watching, I've got some other tutorials on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I usually make videos multiple times a week, so it should be worth it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and of course this is Theo News Network, obviously the best news source in the entire world, so we got some interesting stories, but first I needed to address something. It has come to my attention that some people do not like my videos. I wasn't aware of this, I had no idea. I mean, just reading some of these comments, ooh, loser, idiot, I don't know, these are pretty bad, I don't know what to do about these. Oh, that's a bad word. Not sure how to handle this one. Well, anyway, to fix this issue, I've actually decided to introduce a brand new feature on this channel. I think you guys are gonna like it. For those of you who hate my videos, you now have the ability to not watch them. You should all start to feel the restraints on your chair loosening so you can actually take them off. So if you don't wanna watch my videos anymore, you now don't have to. Hope that'll help. Also, you guys might have noticed, pretty exciting, I'm probably gonna pass 1 million subscribers pretty soon, although it's kind of misleading because most of the subscribers don't really wake up out of their comatose state unless they hear the word free, and the other time they're just kind of dribbling all over the keyboard. But for the 30,000 or so of you who do watch the rest of my videos, it should be pretty exciting. Thank you guys for watching. Of course, the 1 million subscriber milestone is the most important one because after that I get to delete my channel. Obviously, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna keep trying to make better and funnier videos for you guys always, so thanks for watching. For those of you who do, and follow me on Twitter. I only have like 14,000 followers on there. It's embarrassing. But anyway, why don't we get started with the news? Enough of that. We got some lighter news we can start off with. This is a pretty fun story. There's actually a new theme park opening in California based all around political correctness. The theme of the park is political correctness and social justice. It's going to have some really exciting rides. For example, you have the trigger warning water slide or the tunnel of tolerance, and for those of you brave enough, microaggression mountain. Definitely worth checking out this summer. Next, we have a news story that I really was not expecting. It turns out the DEA in the United States, the Drug Enforcement Agency, they created the whole war on drugs just so they could collect all the drugs for themselves. What happened was a whistleblower from the White House actually leaked secret documents that reveal that the DEA keeps all the drugs they confiscate and throws monthly parties just among themselves. In response to this news story breaking, the DEA actually made an official statement on Twitter saying, "What? Did you think we would just waste all that dank weed?" The White House also launched an investigation as a result of this story, and they uncovered some old memoirs from Ronald Reagan, who started the war on drugs, and it turns out the only reason he did that is because the White House ran out of marijuana for their parties, and they needed to get more, so that's why they started the war on drugs. Okay, next we have some shocking political news. This is a Theo News exclusive. It has been confirmed that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are, in fact, the same exact person. No one is really sure how he or she pulled this off, and no one even knows who is the original. Is it Hillary Clinton pretending to be Donald Trump, or the other way around? No one's sure. And interestingly, he or she is still running for president as both candidates. So now if you go to vote, just know that it won't make a difference who you vote for, as usual. Finally, we have a pretty huge news story. You guys have probably already heard this, but it turns out that Harambe, the gorilla who was killed tragically just a couple months ago, has actually been brought back to life through a medical miracle. However, just a few days after he was brought back, another child fell into his exhibit and he was killed again. So now we're hearing that he's gone for good this time, unfortunately. And in other news, weather reporters have been controlling the weather the entire time. So that's all the Theo News Network stories, and this week, instead of Dummy of the Week, we have more of a Genius of the Week, really. It's a guy by the name of Mark Walters. He is a guy who lives in the crazy state of Florida, and he is a true entrepreneur at heart, and instead of playing Pokemon Go, he thought he would capitalize on it. So he started a service where he will drive you around to catch Pokemon for $25 an hour. He'll pick you up in a BMW, pretty nice car, stop wherever you need to, drop you off wherever you need to. Basically like an Uber for Pokemon Go, and apparently it's pretty popular. So it seems like a pretty good deal if you're into that sort of thing, I guess. So that's it for this week. If you guys have any suggestions, leave it in the comment section below or use the hashtag ThioNews on Twitter, and I'll see you next week. But first, of course, here is this week's fun fact. I don't even know. I don't know. So if you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up. Do it for Harambe. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's video. And if you want to check out last week's video, here's a sample. Next, in tech news, Apple is expected to announce a new version of the Apple Watch this week, reportedly called the Apple Watch We Don't Give a Shit Anymore edition. Alright, so I passed a million things or whatever, so I'm going to do a special on how to do the one thing with the computer. You know what I'm talking about, how to get more of the stuff. Look, there's not enough, we're going to get more of it, okay? So first you're going to need one of these, I forget what they're called. If you don't have one, look, I don't know what to tell you, just figure it out. All you have to do is just stick it there until it works. Then just take that thing I was talking about before and put it in the fridge for a while, I guess until it's cold, it doesn't really matter, and just leave it there. Then you need to get one of the blue ones and do this. Just, look, you'll know when it's finished when it's done, okay? I don't have all day, and then just put it over there, I don't really care. All right, next, just, look, this one's pretty tough, so just, you know what, I don't even feel like explaining all this stuff, just figure it out yourself, it's not that hard. For the next part, I kind of forgot to bring it with me, so I can't really show you. You know one of those things, it's like a square kind of with the computer stuff on it, just get one of those and turn it on until it does something. Pretty self-explanatory. All right, now you gotta go take that thing out of the fridge because I forgot it's actually supposed to go in the freezer, so just put it in there. All right, now for the next part, you're definitely gonna need someone to help out with it. You can't do it yourself. I have someone coming over, so they're gonna... All right, well, they're not coming, so sorry, I can't show you. Just figure it out yourself, I guess. All right, so for this step, look, I don't even know what to do, to be honest. I just kind of do stuff with all the stuff until it works. You know, it'll seem to work, and then you know it's working. So look, I can't baby step you through this one. You're gonna have to use some critical thinking, all right? It's, you know, it's not that hard to fix. You know, it's just do it and then just go on. Okay, this part's pretty important, so just please pay attention, okay? You gotta take this thing and plug it in. Shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to do this stupid video. Like I said, this is pretty important. You just gotta take the computer thing and just put it where it's supposed to go. Finally, we're almost done, thank God. All right, so just take that thing you made. I don't even know what the f it is, to be honest. Just plug it into the computer, and then look, yay, there's more stuff to make the computer better. It worked, woohoo. What? I'm done. That's it. Go away, stop bothering me. This video is for anyone who wants to make a ton of money without doing any of the work. It's possible, folks, and all the 1%ers and big bankers on Wall Street are keeping it a secret from you. They want to keep the poor people down, and they want to keep all the money for themselves, but not anymore. Not after today. You guys are going to learn how to make all sorts of money with zero work involved. All that BS about going to college, getting an education, getting a good job, it's all BS to keep the sheep down, keep the sheep doing useless work, but you don't have to do any of that. It's possible to make tons of money with no work. Through years of research, I discovered a secret technique that is guaranteed to make anyone tons of money. At first, I wasn't really sure it was even possible, but I never stopped trying. During this time, I even quit my job because going to work every day was annoying. And when I couldn't pay my rent, there was nothing, I repeat, nothing I could do to possibly make more money. Believe me, I tried everything. But then, it all clicked. I finally discovered the truth, and I haven't worked a day since. And I'm gonna show you how to do that for free in this video. I've got no book to sell, no website to subscribe to, no course to pay for, just free money for nothing. Now, before we get started, you're going to need a couple things. First of all, a computer. Hopefully you already have one of these if you're watching this video. Next, one television set. You're also going to need a remote with batteries in it, of course, so you can operate it. And finally, a couch. So now, let me walk you through what you have to do. And of course, this is gonna be no problem because all the best stuff in life comes easy. So why don't we go to the computer and I'll show you how to do the first step. Okay, so now that you're at the computer, you wanna open up an email program. Anyone will do, because we're gonna send an email. Now in the recipient field, you're going to wanna put Barack@whitehouse.gov. That's right, we're gonna email the President of the United States and America. So the subject, we're gonna put money. What else? We're looking for money. Now we need to compose our email and let the president know that we are demanding the money that we are entitled to. So, for example, let's say, "Dear Mr. President, you may not be aware, but I am a human being who is currently alive. Therefore, I believe that I am entitled to a large sum of money which you are keeping from me. I know that the US government has a lot of money and even has the ability to print money itself. So, I am saying that I would like it if you were to simply print some extra money for me. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. And of course, I am already entitled to it. As I mentioned, I am a person. I would much appreciate it if you would send me this money, because as far as I'm concerned, it is a tragedy that I have had to work to earn money up until now. Appreciate ya. Many thanks, Joe." And then we can just click send. Alright, so now that you're done at the computer and you sent that email, you want to go to the couch where we will complete the process. At this point, you will just want to relax and sit down on your fat, disgusting, lazy ass and watch TV. Do this for the next 5 days. If you haven't already, you'll of course want to quit your job, because it's only a matter of time before your riches will arrive. After approximately 5 business days, you should receive a letter in the mail from the President of the United States himself. So why don't we go over to the table and open this up and see what's inside. Alright, so this is the letter I received, and as you can see, it is from the office of the President at the White House. So why don't we open it up and see what is inside. Now we're talking. It's a big stack of money, and of course, let's read what the President has to say. He says, "Dear Joe, here is your first daily payment of $5,000. Not as much as I expected, but okay, to which you are entitled as a result of being a living person that is capable of breathing unassisted." All right, seems fair enough. If you feel that you are entitled to more money, please fill out the included form and we will immediately adjust your payment, okay? Thank you for contacting me. Even though I've never heard of you before and you seem to have done nothing with your life except sit on the couch watching daytime television, it is a great honor nonetheless to have a chance to speak with a real live person. Sincerely, Barack Barry Obama. And that, wow, that's his real signature. So let's, you know what? I don't know what kind of joke they're trying to pull though with this $5,000. I think that's way too low. So let's check out this form. All right, so here's the form they give you, additional entitlement form. So why don't we fill this out? Do you deserve more money? Just gonna say, of course, yes. So there's a big check mark there. And how much money do you deserve? Well, I'm just gonna put infinite money because being a person that is named Joe, I have no worldly limits. And so I'm just gonna send that back to the return address, and we should get a response with infinite money, as much money as I want every single day, and that should be everything. So there you have it. You can now be rich like you always knew you would, without having to do any of that unnecessary work. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you next time. All right, it's a shame that I have to make this video, but apparently there are people out there who are so stupid. So stupid, they are like literally beyond comprehension. It is impossible to understand how stupid they are. And you know, we're gonna delve into that dark corner of humanity today with my most recent video, how to make money without working. Now, I really thought when I was making this video that it would be like incapable of being misinterpreted. I thought just looking at the title, it would be pretty obvious that it was a joke. I was wrong, apparently. So let me get into this video a little bit. By the way, the video itself says that you basically can make money without working by sending in email to Barack Obama and he'll send money back. And it's a pretty obvious satire making fun of people who think that they're entitled to money that they don't work for. They think that everything should be handed to them. That is the point of the video. It's not to trick people, it's to make fun of those people. I never thought that anyone would actually believe this video, but they did, so we're gonna get into that. Now, let me first set this up by explaining some of the obvious jokes I threw in there to make you laugh. First of all, I blamed poor people on the rich bankers on Wall Street keeping all the money for themselves. A popular cliche. I thought that would tip some people off. I said I did years of research in a dark room in front of my laptop. I said that I discovered a secret that, you know, only the 1%ers knew. Then I proceeded to say that you write an email to the president basically saying, I want some money, can you give me some? So that was the content of the email. Not meant to be believed, by the way, like some people don't understand. And then, so after that, I go and say, oh yeah, the next step is to sit on your lazy ass. Do I have to explain how that is not a joke? Or do I have to explain that one to you guys? Like, I thought that would clue some people in, that I said part of the process is to sit on your lazy, disgusting fat ass. But apparently that flew over some people's heads. Okay, then I say that you get a letter in the mail from Barack Obama himself, and the letter says, yes, you are capable of breathing unassisted, therefore here's $5,000. My frustration is gonna be pretty obvious when we go through some of the comments. I just want to set it up, okay? We're just getting started. And I threw in some extra little jokes, you know, just like a little bit of Easter eggs that are kind of obvious, but I thought they'd be funny. August 35th, that's the date of the letter, you know, that doesn't exist. For the signature, it's Barry Obama, and I just scribbled as the signature, okay? Then there's a form that says, how much money do you want? And that's the form that you send back. Now, you might think, Joe, why are you so frustrated over this video? This is obviously a joke. Who would take this seriously? If you're one of those people who like actually has a brain in their head, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. I'm about to rip your faith in humanity right out of you, okay? So prepare mentally and physically for the stupidity that you are about to encounter in this comment section. Are you ready? All right, let's scroll down. Let's see some of these comments from real people, by the way, who watched this video in its entirety. Okay, these people watched this video, the same one that I just described. I don't know how this is true, and if anyone noticed, but the date on the letter is August 35th, 2016. This is not possible. Really, what makes you say that? I took this guy seriously for a minute. Glad I caught up to him bullshit before trying out some of his experiments, which some of it looks extremely dangerous. Yes, guys, if you watch this video, you know that it is life-threatening to send an email and sit on the couch. It's valid in India or not. How are these people capable of breathing on their own? How did he even form those words on the keyboard? After watching this video and thinking that you can send an email to the president and get $5,000 mailed to you every single day, he asks if it's valid in India. This channel is AIDS. Actually, there's no argument there. You know what? Fuck you, this is shit. fuck lie. I don't even think I'm capable of responding to that level of intelligence. I think he's just so far above us that we will never be able to comprehend what's going on in his brain because he will always be able to outsmart us. This honestly has to be one of my favorites. Look at the date, Aug 35, 2016. It's August 19th, 2016, dumbass. Oh, she told me. So I responded, are you in Mensa? You know, the high IQ society. She responds, no, but I know you're in the dumbass club. Well, Camille Yeti the gamer, you got me. You spotted it. You spotted the one thing in the video that suggested that it might not be real. The date, August 35th. Trill Will Willie wants to know, is this real? Is this real? Is it possible to get $5,000 a day from writing an email to the President of the United States? Is it possible? Is it real? Guys, I don't know. This is not real for sure. At least he's sure, guys. At least he knows. Joe, how about making you great tutorials instead of this video or many others? If you like making these, start a new YouTube channel. Oh, you mean a new YouTube channel with fake tutorials? Haven't thought of that. Don't get me wrong. I like you, but please make something useful. Farewell and have a nice day. Oh, you know, thank you for that suggestion where I should make a new YouTube channel with joke tutorials on it. You know, that's a great idea. I'm surprised no one's done it before. Thank you, Yasin Ferjani. I can go do that right now, actually. Rohit, he's at least a bit skeptical, asked how they find your address to send you the money. That's the question he has about the video. That's the one thing that he's got questions about. The rest of it, it's all fine. He just wants to, he's curious. Wait a minute. How did they find his address? You're gonna have to keep thinking about that one. The date, nice try. Next time, show us how to unsubscribe you without doing anything. Hey, is this in America only? Not in other country? I don't know, I haven't tried it in any other country. Why don't you email your president and see if he'll send you some money, okay? Go ahead and do that. Joe, I am a citizen of India and living in India as well. Can I get the money too? I not live in US, then how I get money? I don't get it. I just don't get it. That these people are really alive? These people exist. They are real. I don't know if I can last much longer going through these. We're gonna have to finish up pretty soon. I think that there is no 35th August in the calendar. He thinks. He's not sure, but he has a suspicion that August 35th might not be a day on the calendar. Not sure about that one. Maybe we'll have to go check. Can anyone go and check if the 35th of August is in the calendar? I'm sorry, but your scientific explanations for all the other videos you have done look to be very convincing, but practically they have hardly worked out for me. Oh, I guess apparently some of them worked. I follow all your videos, but none of them unfortunately worked. So now you give me a solution. He wants a solution as to why they're not working. Apparently he's watched several of my videos, and I don't think there's hope for him. I think we're gonna have to just put him out of his misery and hide him and ban him from the channel. There's nothing I can do for him at this point. Dude, you are just really sad. Well, after reading these comments, you're right. I don't care if this is a joke or not. Spoiler, it is. You lost a subscriber. Best news I've heard all day. Alright, I think I'm done with these comments. I just had to vent a little bit. So, I just want to say, if there are any of you out there who still have not got it through your apparently very thick skulls what this channel is about, it is a satire channel. I am going to read you the definition of satire, and I want you to pay close attention, all right? I want you to remember this for the future. The use of humor, irony, exaggeration, or ridicule to expose and criticize people's stupidity or vices, particularly in the context of contemporary politics or other topical issues. I don't really focus on politics, but I think it should be pretty obvious what this channel is about if you have half a brain cell, especially considering I just told you. The point of this channel is to make fun of stupidity, whatever that may be, whether it's making a video, making fun of people who just want to get everything for free. Oh, free cable. Hey, is it possible to get free cable? No. Oh, well, I want to know how to do it anyway. That's the kind of stuff I'm making fun of. Oh, you know what? I don't feel like going to work today. Is there any way I can get free money? Oh, let me just go on YouTube and search it up. That's the kind of stuff I'm making fun of. I'm not hoping people will do that and find my video. It's just, in general, making fun of the people who do that, okay? If that makes sense. And sometimes it seems like I've gone too far because I have not been obvious enough, or these people kind of flock to my channel and think it's a legitimate source of magical tutorials, basically. So they subscribe and watch multiple videos and wonder why they're not working. So if there are any of you out there, I genuinely suggest that you be more skeptical. This is ridiculous that there are this amount of people that they just don't even have a clue. They don't even have a clue. It's shocking to me, and it's kind of funny, but it's more sad, and that's really why I wanted to make this video, to just vent and kind of make a public service announcement that there are people that are this stupid, and if you see them in real life, try to do, you know, they're beyond help. I think this video is done, so to those of you who actually understand what this channel is about, or now understand or get a better idea, thank you guys for watching. I have mentioned this, we passed 1 million subscribers. I don't know how many of them, how many of you actually know that the videos are jokes. Hopefully it's at least a majority, but there's no way for me to tell. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Maybe I'll do more like this in the future, just off the cuff. If you did enjoy this video, leave a comment. If you're gonna leave something vitriolic, just don't even bother. I'm gonna probably start putting more filters because I don't even want to see this stuff. You know what I mean? It puts me in a bad mood when I see this stuff. So keep it to yourself. If you guys have any legitimate suggestions, I would love to hear them, or on Twitter. So I've rambled on long enough, I think. I will see you next time, hopefully, if I don't jump out a window after reading more comments. So as usual, have a good one. Hello everyone, and welcome to Theo News Network. Of course, guys, this is the most reliable news source on the entire internet, believe me. And unlike what some people have suggested, I do actually have words on this piece of paper. So we're gonna get into some of the best news stories from this week. Why don't we get started? First news story, I think you guys have all heard about this. Ryan Lochte, a swimmer for the US swim team in the Olympics, was caught lying about a robbery that supposedly took place. Turns out it was not exactly the truth. During a later investigation, he and his team admitted that they didn't actually get robbed, but instead they had vandalized a gas station bathroom, and that the security guards were trying to get them to pay for the damage, and they made up this robbery story to cover it up. However, it turns out that the whole thing was a viral marketing stunt by Pepto-Bismol, which they say will prevent you from destroying your own bathroom. Next, we've actually got some pretty sad news. There's a man who died after he did not get enough likes on Facebook. He was in the hospital, and as a desperate attempt, he put on Facebook that if he got 1,000 likes, he would live. The disease he had waited about 1 week so he could reach his goal, but then after that time, he only had about 900, so he passed away. So very unfortunate. If you guys do see on Facebook your friends posting important causes that require a certain number of likes, be sure to like it because it does make a difference. Next, we've got a pretty funny mistake someone made. I think we've all been there though. There was a man who accidentally climbed Trump Tower after making a wrong turn. He says that the GPS he was using to navigate to his destination had him going right through Trump Tower, and he didn't really know what to do, so he got out of the car and figured he would have to just climb over it because he didn't have any other choice. He did hope that he would at least get a little bit of fame out of this mistake, but unfortunately for him, everyone kind of forgot about him the next day when a funny cat picture went viral. Now, this next story is a ThioNews exclusive. You're not going to hear this anywhere else. The White House has confirmed to us that last week there was an alien visitation to Earth. However, they didn't last very long, and they decided to turn around because they didn't want to deal with our shit. Anonymous government sources report that the alien ship hovered above Earth for about 5 minutes with the creature looking out the window and then looked disgusted in an alien sort of way and then turned around and left immediately. But you know what? I think this is good news for the alien. He really dodged a bullet there. For our final news story, it's really some great news, and I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but of course I am. You guys may have heard that Gawker.com, a popular tabloid website, will be shutting down very soon. They've announced it. And as part of shutting down, they will be liquidating any assets from their headquarters, which mostly consists of trash bags filled with garbage, which their reporters used as inspiration in their articles. So I think we can all be happy that Gawker, a true dumpster of the internet, is now gone. So those are all the news stories for ThioNews, and now it's time for Dummy of the Week, where we go over some real life stories of people who were just big dummies. And this week we have 2 criminals from New Jersey whose robbery of a cell phone store didn't exactly go to plan. In the security footage, it can be seen that there are 2 criminals who enter the store and point a gun at the clerk and then apparently start taking money and other things from behind the counter. But apparently at some point they let the employee go, which was a big mistake. You see, the employee not only got out of there and left the store, but he actually locked the criminals in by locking the front door and lowering the metal storefront gate so they couldn't get out. But it gets better. With the thieves locked inside, a crowd of onlookers formed outside the store and they started laughing at them, and the criminals even found the keys and tried to give it to people outside to unlock them, and they wouldn't do it. Now, apparently the robbers were a bit smarter than usual, and they were actually able to use some tools they found to unbolt the window in the back, and they did escape, but I can imagine that they won't get very far. Considering all the people outside taking video, their voices and faces are pretty well known, and the police are probably gonna find them pretty soon. All right, so now I thought I'd do something a little bit interesting. I'm gonna give you guys a mystery video suggestion. So in the description is a link to a video. I'm not gonna spoil what it is, and I think you guys are gonna enjoy it because I did myself. And maybe in the future I'll do more of these where I just show you guys a video that I think you'll like. So let me know if you guys think it's funny, and maybe I'll find some more good videos for you in the future. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. But of course, here's this week's fun fact. You are now aware that you can see your own nose. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to give this video a very good thumbs up and also subscribe so you don't miss out on other videos. And if you want to follow me on Twitter as well, that would be great. And if you want to check out the last ThioNews episode, here's a sample. Okay, next we have some shocking political news. This is a ThioNews exclusive. It has been confirmed that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are in fact the same exact person. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can drastically increase the battery life of your phone, probably more than doubling it, and it doesn't matter whether you're using an iPhone or an Android phone, both will work. We're basically going to use some household items to reduce the amount of wasted energy outputted by the battery so it will last much longer. I'll be explaining what you need to do this, which really isn't that much, and then how it works, and of course show you how to do it. And it's actually surprisingly simple, so stay tuned, I think you're gonna like it. First, for a little bit of background understanding, let me explain how modern cell phone batteries work. You see, inside every phone, you obviously have a battery which supplies power to every component in the phone, whether it be the CPU, the RAM, the GPU, all that. Connecting all these components are a series of very small and complex wire systems called microcircuits, similar to what you'd expect with a typical copper wire circuit, but much smaller. And because phone manufacturers want phones to be as slim and thin as possible these days, they often use the bare minimum amount of insulation around these circuits as necessary. However, this causes a slight problem, because we know from basic E&M physics that any wire with a current going through it will have an induced electromagnetic field around that wire. This can't be avoided completely, but it does mean that some of the electromagnetic energy, which normally would be used to power the phone, will be lost to the magnetic field. You see, with proper insulation, the magnetic field around the wire is heavily suppressed.
the insulation essentially blocks some of the field and redirects it back into the wire so it can be used. Therefore, all the energy put into the wire actually does reach its intended destination. But if it's not properly insulated, the magnetic field will dissipate its energy into the phone's outer housing, other components, or somewhere else where it's just wasted. And this is the case for basically all modern smartphones on the market today. That's why older big phones seem to have a much longer lasting battery, because they didn't worry about getting the phone so thin so they had proper insulation. However, not all is lost. If we can find a way to add insulation ourselves to the phone, we can block that wasted energy, meaning the battery life will last much longer. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this video. So now that you know what needs to be done, let's get into how we can create our own insulation. And you're really only going to need a few basic household items. First, of course, you're going to need your phone and a case that goes along with it. Then you're going to need a piece of basic printing paper, the thicker the better, but it doesn't really matter. Then you're going to need some basic tinfoil, doesn't matter if it's stick or non-stick, and also some regular tape. And finally, you'll need to get a pair of scissors and a ruler or a tape measure. That may all sound strange, but don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do, and then it'll all make sense. So first, let me explain how we're going to use these items. In a nutshell, we're going to use the tinfoil's properties as a conductor to reflect and block some of the magnetic waves that normally would be wasted in the phone. So instead of the electromagnetic field escaping out the back of the phone, the most vulnerable point, we can arrange the tinfoil to redirect it back into the phone to be used. However, simply slapping some tinfoil onto the back of the phone won't be enough. We need to actually orient the tinfoil so it follows along the magnetic wave lines so it can be reflected properly. Since the phone is vertical, we can assume that most of the electrical current will flow from top to bottom or vice versa. Since magnetic fields are always perpendicular to the current that induces them, we can use horizontal strips of tinfoil so they'll be in the same direction as that field. And using Gauss's law, we know that when an inductor, in this case the tinfoil, is exposed to a magnetic flux, it induces a current related to the surface area of the surface. I won't get too far into the math on calculating the size of the strips, but we do want the strips close together, just not touching, to optimize the flow of the field. And if we use strips that are about 1/2 inch wide, that should perform nicely. So now we know what needs to be done. We're going to use carefully shaped strips of tinfoil that will prevent the wasted energy from going outside the phone. But enough talk. Now let's go over to the table and I'll demonstrate what you need to do. Alright, so here we have all the materials we're going to need. We got the tinfoil, scissors, tape, a tape measure, and some paper. We also have the phone and the case. We don't really need the phone right now, so we can just deal with all this stuff. Now the first thing you want to do is we're going to kind of make a template for where to put the strips of tinfoil so it can fit easily into the case, which will block out all the extra magnetic waves. So what you want to do is simply cut out a piece of paper that is about the same size as the case. It doesn't have to be perfect, you can always trim it later. Maybe we'll start off a little bit larger than we need to and then adjust it accordingly. So we can get this out of the way. And now we can see it's a little bit big, so we can just cut it maybe right there, like this. Still needs to be a bit thinner. And that fits pretty well. And what you might also want to do is do a cutout for where the camera and anything like that might be, just so you don't cover all that up when it's in the case. And it wouldn't have much of an effect. It won't reduce the efficiency that much. Okay, and that looks perfect. All right, so this is going to basically be our template that we're going to attach the tinfoil strips to, so just make sure it fits in the case. So next we want to get the tinfoil, and we're going to cut 1/2 inch wide strips. So let's clear this out first. So to do this with the tinfoil, what you might want to use is a marker. It's not necessary, but it might make it easier, just so we can more easily cut. And you can just mark about every 1/2 inch down the tinfoil. Just make a little mark or a notch or anything, it doesn't really matter. One there, one there. And then also to make it easier again, what we can do is fold this right in half
and then we can basically get double for each cut. So it's less work for us. Or you know what, even fold it again. And that should make it very easy, and we can just cut at each mark. And every time, since we folded it twice, we'll get about 4 strips. So that should make it very easy. Probably don't even need all these marks, but for the sake of efficiency, we can do that. All right, so we definitely have more than we're gonna need. And at this point, you just wanna cut these into strips and make them longer than you need, because we're going to cut them down closer to the size we need in a bit. So just keep cutting these. And like I said, what we're gonna do is cut them down to size. We want it to go all the way across, so don't cut it any shorter than that. And then we can keep cutting these. And depending on how many times you fold it, or if you were to go the long ways, there would probably be more that you could get out of it. So just keep that in mind. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. And these don't have to be exactly 1/2 inch across. As long as they're pretty close to each other and a 1/2 inch, it'll be fine. It's not like this is exact science. So now we have a pretty good number of strips. And what we want to do is we're going to need, let's see how many we'll need. All right, so we're probably going to need like 8 or 9. And then what we want to do is figure out how long the case is so we can kind of get a better idea. Looks like it's about 2.5 inches across is how long we're going to want each strip. So let's measure out one of these and cut it to size, and then we'll use that as to get an idea for the rest of them. And then what we can do is just stack all these on top of each other and then cut it to the same size as that first one. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm lining up the end of each one to the first one, and then once we have enough, we'll just cut them all at once, and then we know they will be the exact same length, or at least pretty darn close. All right, so here they're all stacked up, or at least enough. And I should mention, before you cut them all, maybe make sure that they do fit in correctly. And yes, that does fit correctly. So we can just make sure these are all lined up with the first one. There we go. And now all these in my hand will be the correct length. And then we can start putting them into the phone. Yep, they're all pretty good length. We can just tape them in there. So what you'll probably want to do is first take out this piece of paper, of course. And as you can see, the shape doesn't really matter. This is kind of cockeyed, but it doesn't really matter. And we can just start taping these on to the piece of paper using the regular tape. So what you want to do is start at the very bottom. So the bottom piece will be flush with the bottom. And then for each next strip, you want to get as close to the bottom strip below it as possible without touching, because we're going to want to fit as many of these as we can. So you can kind of see it's very close, maybe an 1/8 of an inch or less to that. So these aren't going to be touching. They're not going to conduct anything between them. And theoretically, if you did tape over it completely, so even if they were touching perhaps, that they wouldn't conduct electricity between them, but we don't really want to take any chances. So just get as close as you can, and we'll see how many we can fit on here. So right now we've got about 4, and then I'll show you what you can do once we get to the cutout, because it will be a little bit different. And also you'll notice on some of these, they don't exactly reach all the way across, but that's okay. We mostly want to cover just the center of the phone, because that is where all the circuits are going to be. If the edges aren't covered as much, it won't really matter. You're not going to ever get 100% efficiency, so this will be good enough and still much better than what the phone was doing before, so it doesn't really matter. Now, once you get to the cutout, all you want to do is just cut these to size, however wide each side is. So for this, looks like about that long, even if it's closer to square. And these have to be a lot less precise anyway. Just kind of eye it, and it might be easier if you attach the tape to the piece of tin foil first and then stick it on, so then you don't have to delicately handle it as much. It's a bit easier. Now you might be thinking why you don't just tape this
vertically to cover it all up. And like I mentioned before, you have to have them horizontal because they need to be perpendicular to the electromagnetic field lines. If we did that, then it would just conduct up and down. We don't want to do that. It has to be side to side. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more work, but we can do it. And finally, what you might want to do is tape along the edge just so they kind of stay in place. That way it doesn't come up and just makes it easier to handle. Okay, so now that you have this template thing with the tin foil and the paper, to put it into the phone, what you're going to want to do is actually face it inwards into the case, and that's just so the tin foil doesn't touch the phone and scratch it or conduct anything like that. And just thinking about this now, it seems like I kind of did this in the reverse for the cutout, so I can adjust that right now. So now, looks pretty good. Fits right in there. And now that you have this all set up, all you need to do is put your phone into it normally like you would, and it shouldn't be too much thicker so you won't even notice it. And again, what's happening is when you put the phone in there, the battery is sending energy throughout the phone, and it's going to create these micro electromagnetic field lines that are not even noticeable. They're barely perceptible even if you use some sort of electronic meter. However, it's enough where it's going to be blocked by these strips of tinfoil and then redirected back into the phone so they can be used to power all your apps, games, all that sort of stuff. So we can just slip this back in and you'll see, can't even notice that it's in there at all. Looks completely normal. And that's it. Your phone should be much more battery efficient at this point. Okay, so that's all you need to do. However, you may be wondering just how well this is going to work. So why don't we do a quick test? And Android does have a nifty feature that gives you an estimated remaining time of battery life so we can know exactly how much of an increase in battery life this trick will give us. So let's head back to the table and we'll test it out. Alright, so at this point we want to do a test because we want to know exactly how well this worked or if it even worked at all. So why don't we check out the estimated remaining battery without this little trick and then we'll do it before. So right now it's pretty fully charged, and as you can see it has 14 hours, 13 minutes remaining, and we want to see what it says for remaining if we were to put this trick on. So we can just do that. And now that should basically instantly increase the efficiency. We give it a few seconds to make sure that it refreshes, and then we can just go ahead and check it out now and see what it says. And okay. Wow, all right, so it more than doubled. You can see it says now 29 hours and 40 minutes. Before it was about 14 hours, so double would have been 28. So this clearly worked. We got a huge increase in battery, and this 99% of battery is gonna last much longer now because we were able to increase it with that trick. So this is a really great result. So there you have it. With just some basic tinfoil and paper, you're able to possibly double the performance of your battery. And as I mentioned before, this should really work on any type of phone. Although keep in mind, the older the phone, the less difference this will probably make because batteries become less efficient over time in general. Still, this should make a big difference either way, and I think you'll be happy with the result. So I'd be interested to hear if this worked for you guys. Let us know down in the comments section how much of an increase you got, and perhaps if you're using an iPhone or Android, maybe we can get an idea of which phones it works best on. Also, if you guys did enjoy this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. If you guys want to keep watching, I've got some other videos I think you'll like on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos multiple times a week, so I think it should be worth it. I'll be looking forward to hearing from you guys, so as usual, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Alright guys, today, you know what? You might want to sit far away from the computer screen because you may be at risk of punching it after watching this video. We're going to delve into, again, the deepest, darkest parts of humanity to find and explore possibly the stupidest people on the entire planet. So the video that I'm going to be looking at today, and not just the video, we're going to first look at the video and then the comments are going to be probably the best part. The video is called "The Moon is Not What We've Been Told, Proof NASA Lied, Flat Earth Proof 3. This isn't even the first one. Now, I had a hard time going through this video and even understanding what he was saying, but I'm gonna try to first explain this and set it up, and then we can look at the people in the comment section who, like, not only believe this, but, like,
they have their own little arguments, okay? So, let's just start off with the description. The title is enough, but it says, have you noticed how you can see the blue sky through the moon during the daytime? How can that be possible? Should we even be seeing the moon during the daytime? I don't know, guys. Sounds pretty crazy. There is much evidence that you can see through the moon. So that's apparently the whole point of this video. Is you can see through the moon, guys. The moon is not a physical object. It's a disc. It's a transparent disc is basically the point of this video. This also proves NASA did not land on the moon. Okay, we're going to find that out too, I guess. Is the moon even a physical object you can land on? I don't know. I want to find out. You know what? Let's get into the video. So I'm just going to kind of skip through, and there's some parts I kind of marked down. First of all, they kind of took this Discovery Channel thing and they put only one side of the moon is confirmed to exist. What does that even mean? So here he says, there is no valid evidence of a dark side of the moon. And here he's literally saying that if you zoom into pictures of the moon, you can see stars through them. That's not dust or noise on the camera, guys. That's stars you can see through the moon. Makes sense. Of course, the classic, we can't have a conspiracy video without NASA faked the moon landing in all caps. I would have been disappointed if we didn't have that. Crystalline moon, the moon is transparent and emits her own light. Okay, so he's trying to say that the moon is its own light source. It doesn't reflect the sun. It actually creates light itself. Somehow. Good thing he's got this diagram, though. It explains everything. The moon is its own light source. How else would you see the moon at night? Come on. The solar system was invented to worship the sun. What? Okay, let's start out with how did they invent the solar system? Are you trying to say that, like, the ancient times, back when they didn't even have flashlights, they were somehow able to project fake planets into the sky? Oh, that makes total sense. They invented the solar system because they just decided, you know what? Let's just make up some planets, guys. Let's just do that using all that technology we have, right? Why can we see through the moon, guys? Why can we see through the moon? Now, you might be wondering what he's talking about. Let's keep going. Let's see what he's talking about. There is said to be a dark object in the sky. All right, that kind of makes sense. So there's not just a fake moon. There's like a black disk that floats around the sky. Get it? And that's what a solar eclipse is. It's an X-moon. Look at this. Semi-transparent X-moons. Makes complete sense. So there's not just the moon. There's not just the sun. There's these X-moons going around there, guys. Oh, that explains this. Oh, look at this. Oh, look, you can totally see a disk moving in front of the moon. That's not the shadow of the Earth, guys. That's another disk in the sky. But wait, still don't believe it? Still don't believe it, guys? He's got this extremely scientific demo holding a CD in front of a light, and this is proof that there are black disks floating in the sky. What more proof do you need? Alright, honestly, this is probably one of the best parts of the whole video. The moon is proven to provide its own light. Okay, yeah, we can see the moon. There's no sun, obviously. But just see what he says next. The temperature of the water is colder in the moonlight? What? You mean it's not because it's nighttime and it gets colder at night? What's the explanation for this, though? The moon gives its own cooling light. I mean, I don't know how we never thought of this before. The sun has warm light, and the moon has cold light, guys. It makes perfect sense. This is just too much. Oh god, this is another one. Okay. Lunar waves on the moon, guys. This guy has proof of lunar waves on the moon. Just wait till you see what he's talking about. It's absolutely absurd. You see that? You see that going up and down? You see that wave going up and down? The sky is blue because of water above the glass dome. So that's obviously not a video artifact, for example, from a VHS tape that you would see if you've ever owned a VHS tape. That's a lunar wave of water above our sky dome. So this guy is saying that the Earth is flat, there's a dome above the Earth, and that outside of the dome is water, and that's why the sky is blue. And also, there's discs floating around in the sky somehow. And this was all invented, by the way, like hundreds of years ago. No one can land on the moon. Why is Bob Ross there? Why is there a picture of Bob? This doesn't even make sense. And of course, finally, the climax. The Earth is flat. Oh God, all right. I sacrificed a few brain cells to make it through this video. Now, you probably think, okay, this is just one crazy guy. One nut job who spent so much time compiling all this nonsense and made a video. No, he's not the only one. We're gonna go down the comments section where, again, I'm warning you, step away from the monitor. I want you to be at least arm's length away from the monitor so you don't punch it. Let's get started. Good, but not good enough. We live in planetary universe, meaning the Earth is the center, non-moving object, and the moon and sun rotates around her. Saw it myself, remote viewing via meditation. Oh my fucking God. There's no way this guy is this stupid. No, this is what he means, remote viewing via meditation. He literally means that he was meditating and claims to have gotten an enlightened view of the entire universe where he saw that the Earth is the center of it all. You could put all the evidence in their faces and they will still believe everything they were taught as a child to be true. It's called mind control for a reason. And you fucktards believe man has been to space. The globe spins, but you don't feel it. What the fuck is this? Zombies is what I call you. Mindless people who can't think for themselves. Yeah, this guy is the smart one. We're all the zombies, you mother... I heard an interesting theory that this whole realm is electromagnetic. What does that even mean, first of all? And the sun and moon are positive and negative, and the sun recharges the moon, causing light. You care to elaborate on that, how that works? The sun is positive, the moon is negative. Everything is electromagnetic. Not really following. It's so amazing to even be thinking about how majestic God's kingdom actually is. Kingdom. Kingdom. You mean kingdom? You know what confuses me even more than this nonsense? Is that these people who believe this stuff somehow make it through everyday life, like they actually survive. The moon absorbs light from the sun. It doesn't reflect it. That also doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. Alright, so he wants proof that the Earth is flat. He's not satisfied with all this evidence. He wants proof. But he's pretty sure that the moon absorbs light. So there's that. 2,300 brainwashed heliocentrists dislike this video. Those blasted heliocentrists with their sun is the center of the solar system propaganda. They blindly believe their socialist, occult establishment tells them to believe. Blind sheep led to the slaughter. Oh my God, I can't feel the right side of my face. I think I just had a stroke. This is quite the comment. This video is awesome. I'm surprised I haven't seen one like it before, but I just found this today via a Facebook post. Oh, no surprise there. I'm into truther videos, I bet you are, and flat earth videos, but this makes you question everything for sure. The part where I realized there was water behind the firmament, what is that? As written in Genesis. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Which I do remember reading, but it never dawned on me how literal the passage was, guys. I never realized there was actually water in the sky. If there was no dome firmament surrounding the Earth would be underwater. I just don't know. So many theories nowadays that it's impossible to discern the truth in any of them. You can't tell. You just can't tell which of these are true and which is not. Hollow Earth, flat Earth, recharging transparent moon. Who knows? Who knows which ones are true and which ones aren't, guys? Who can say? People don't believe in things till they watch TV. People don't just sit down and believe everything you see on TV. Do your own research and see the truth. The truth that the earth is flat and there's a dome above it and everything's behind it is water and there's a translucent moon and then there's also these like black discs that float in front of him and the earth is the center of everything but it's also flat. That's the truth, not that propaganda on the TV. I think I gotta stop before I have another brain aneurysm. Now granted, a vast majority of the people in the comment section obviously knew it was bullshit and they just kind of make fun of it, but those few people are like genuinely that stupid. How can you be that stupid? I cannot comprehend that level of idiocy. I mean, imagine you are so stupid that you wake up and think that, you know, the sky and the moon, they're not real. They're like conspiracies somehow that, the government like put them up there? I also don't understand why they assume that like all these organizations like NASA are lying. What purpose would it serve to lie that there's like a dome above the earth? What do you get out of it? You know what I mean? Like, okay, there's a dome above the earth. Why would it be bad if everyone knew that? I mean, really, that makes just as little sense as these theories themselves, that they think that, you know, there's some sort of conspiracy in the first place. And then if you go even further, it's like, okay, even if this nonsense was true, what would that change? It wouldn't change anything. It's like, what's your point? What's the point of spreading all this nonsense, even if it was true, which obviously it's not. It's like these insane people think it. Why do they feel the need to spread it? Like, what do they expect is gonna happen? Imagine right now, everyone started believing that the earth was flat. What would that change? I think I gotta stop. I don't even know why I'm engaging with this BS. If you guys have any thoughts, I would love to hear them, believe me. And if you want me to make more videos like this, I think it'd be a good idea. I think it'd be pretty fun. I've got plenty of other ideas like hollow earth, flat earth. We haven't really gone into the whole flat earth thing. I think it would be fun. If you guys do want to see more of that, give it a thumbs up, you know, show your friends, and maybe we'll do more. So I guess that is it. Again, let me know what you think down in the comment section. Subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Give it a like. Follow me on Twitter, all those internet websites. And I guess I will see you next time. Have a good one. Alright guys, so we have another video of people who are they're so stupid, I don't even think I can try to describe how stupid they are, so I'm going to show you. We have a video today that we're going to look at, and then we'll look at the comments as well. Now, the title of this video is Flat Earth Absolute Proof. Rockets don't get to space, nothing does. I don't know about you guys. Are you ready for proof that the Earth is flat? Absolute proof, and that nothing gets to space? I know I am. Why don't we get started and see what they've got to say? Now, the first argument they make is that there's a dome covering the Earth, and the evidence they have for this is a video of like a model rocket that someone shot up, and it's spinning, and then it stops spinning, and they're saying that that's because it hits a dome. So it says hitting the dome in 3, 2, 1, and then just stop spinning. Oh, did you see that? It hit the dome. Yeah, it hit the dome. It didn't explode or anything. It just kind of stopped. So clearly that's some proof. And that's kind of the basis of their entire argument, is that nothing can get past this dome or whatever. Then they've got this other video, I guess it's like a rocket spinning, that also hits the dome apparently, looks no higher than high altitude balloon at 100,000 feet. Well, clearly it looks like it's not higher than 100,000 feet, guys, so it must not be. This guy doesn't think it's 100,000 feet, so that's proof enough for me. Then my favorite part is he does a flight simulator video. He uses a video game to try and prove that you can't go above 100,000 feet. Why would that prove anything? You're using a video game. There's probably a limit they have that they just set arbitrarily. This is probably where he got the evidence that 100,000 feet. Look at this. I did a flight simulator test, and I couldn't go 100,000 feet. Must be the way it is in real life, too. Then they've got this video, more proof, video evidence that the Earth is clearly flat. It says, is this the round sphere of the Earth? yeah, kind of looks like it to me. But they're saying no, it's just wide angle lens, fisheye lens. It's distorting it, right? That's why it looks round. And that, later on, or is this the curvature when it's flat? Oh, there you go. Look at that. It looks flat in this video. Therefore, the Earth is actually flat. Meanwhile, they don't really recognize that a fisheye lens can not only make a round thing look more round, but if you put it on the other side, it reverses the curvature and makes it look flat. So I guess he didn't think of that. So it's only a fisheye lens when it makes it look round, but the fisheye lens making it look flat, no, that's actually what it looks like. And then of course he finishes off strong. Space is a science fiction, guys. Space is a science fiction. It's not real. Now, if you can still watch this video, if you haven't already punched your monitor into oblivion, let's take a look at some of the comments, because of course, these stupid conspiracy videos are like flies to honey. You get the dumbest of the dumb who start commenting on this nonsense. So it just gets worse from here. Why don't we look at that? Oh boy. Sometimes I wish that America had not faked the moon landings and that the photos from space are real. But that is just wishing. And wishing is like believing. You can believe all you want, but that doesn't mean anything you believe is real. Oh my God, did these people not see the irony in their stupidity? Open your Bible, it's the truth. It's sad people rather believe a lie than the truth. They are that clueless. No propulsion is possible in space, guys. The conservation of momentum, the laws of thermodynamics are all wrong because Barbella knows that propulsion is not possible in space. Wow, that's really cool. That's why NASA is a fraud. They can't pierce through the plasma dome. Plasma dome? Where did that even come from? The video didn't even mention plasma dome. They just invent new crap. So they can't send satellites into space, much less rovers on Mars. Arizona really with the red tint added in. What does that have to do with the rest of the comment? Arizona? What is this? None of the round earthers, really, seem to be addressing anything in the video. Why is that? Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure everyone in the comment section is pointing out very specific reasons why this is the stupidest video on the planet. If the rocket reached an altitude of 73 miles, where's the low curved horizon of the globe? We kind of already showed that. I doubt any of the roundheads. Yes, that is what normal people are called, roundheads. I doubt any of the roundheads have been to space or anything that went higher than a few miles. Really, I highly doubt any of the flat earthers have as well, so I don't know what your point is with that. Oh, here's one. With a name like Dab Kid, this is gonna be extremely insightful. It's so funny to see how mean and defensive people get when something that challenges everything they know and think is true on multiple levels. That's right. The Earth is flat, and it's true on multiple levels, and that's why people get mad when they watch it. It's because they just don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe the truth. Type of people don't question NASA or ask, why would they lie to us? Why wouldn't they lie to us is what I want to know. Why wouldn't they lie to us, that evil, lying organization? Bruh, that's the easiest part of all this shit. If you stuck on that, stay on your side. Don't dive any deeper into this. You hear that, guys? If you don't believe what we're saying, just go away. Just don't dive any deeper into this. You're wrong. We're ignoring you. Don't dive any deeper into this. Stay on your side. We're right. This might be one of my favorites. The Earth has a no travel shield up right now. There's been a surge in entities that travel the universe to watch shit burn, and they are here right now. You hear that, guys? There's a surge in entities. I don't know where he heard that, but apparently there's a surge in entities around us. The shield has been placed on top to stop that from happening. I think it's also got something to do with CERN as well. Where did that come out of? Where did he get that from? CERN? The super collider? Oh, there's a big scientific facility. They must be dealing with the flat Earth. It must be related. So that's why there's so much disinfo about the flat Earth. because there is actually, and very literally, a dome protecting us right now. Yeah, that's why there's so much disinfo about flat Earth, guys. It's because there's a dome protecting us from the entities outside. Oh my god, he actually responded to some comments. Alright, so this is a normal person saying, I love how the intro to the video is a Google Maps image, which is from satellites. Where do they think satellite maps come from? Pretty common sense. And flat water, well, he has a response for everything. An airplane. I actually worked in satellites. They don't exist. Sorry. Wait a minute. What? Hold on. What? You worked in satellites, but they don't exist. He worked in satellites, but they don't exist. Something doesn't match up here. Sorry if you've already woken up and this message is late. I'm guessing you still believe you live on a spinning ball holding water. Yeah, kind of. Anyways, sats aren't real. Nothing gets over 100,000 feet due to limitations of physics. Life goes on. Oh my god. He's actually this stupid. He's actually this stupid. Satellites aren't real, guys. You heard it here today. It's just airplanes taking those pictures. So, go home. Life goes on. I don't know how GPS works. Must be planes, I guess. The rocket did not hit a solid object. Thank you, Dennis. Finally, someone making sense. Could it be either or some other medium? I had high hopes for you, Dennis. You were supposed to be the savior. It is not possible for a rocket to suddenly stop like that. It's not possible, guys. There is no physical explanation whatsoever for why a rocket could stop that fast spinning. You know, there is no sort of mechanism that would eject in the opposite direction of the spin that would cancel out the angular momentum that would stop it from spinning. It's not possible. It had to strike something at the edge of the void. It made the clear sound of an object underwater. So we now know the truth thanks to John Smith. It was underwater somehow and struck an object, and that's how it stopped. Even if people knew the truth, the social pressure to believe in the globe Earth is just too great. I don't think it's a surprise that most of these stupid comments have incredible spelling mistakes. Not everyone is brave enough to have their own beliefs, and going against the globe Earth would basically shatter their entire perception about who they are, what made them, and why they are on this surface. Calling flat earthers stupid seems to be the easy route. It really is. I'm just curious to see how long the lie will last before they are called on their bullshit. It's like a slave trying to be rich to impress a girl. What does that... What? Eventually he will have to prove he has wealth. Oh, yes, of course. You ever think that maybe you need to prove that the earth is flat over the overwhelming evidence that it's not, you goddamn... They even made a TV show called Under the Dome to mock you. Yeah, you guys remember that TV show? That was to mock everyone for not believing that the earth was under a dome. That's why they made that TV show. Nothing gets to space because there's no such thing. There's no such thing as space, guys. We live under the firmament on a flat earth like the Bible states. Well, there it is. The explanation we've been waiting for. You know, it actually might be nice to be this stupid. I mean, can you imagine just not having a care in the world? Ignorance is bliss. You just wouldn't even have to worry about anything. You are so stupid that you just come up with these ridiculous theories and walk around like, I have the answers. I know that the earth is flat. And then you're happy. You're good. You're good because you're right. You don't have to worry about anyone else. Everyone else is stupid, but you are not, and therefore you're happy. Holy crap. All right, this one's way too long. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You know what? Let's just read everything in all caps because that's the most important part. Flat Earth and the truth it is bringing is our salvation and our awakening. Whew, this is better than I expected. Those that would have us under control are terrified that if enough of us see the lies and share the truth, they will be in fact removed from the high place that they reside in. Oh my god. Okay, I don't get... Hold on. Can someone explain to me how this argument works? Why does lying about around Earth somehow keep you under control? It doesn't make sense. What would that have to do with anything? None of these arguments make sense. None of these comments. Oh my god, there's actually like people responding to comments, like explaining this. So this person says, I'm trying to keep an open mind on all this. 2 questions. If the earth is flat, how thick is the ground beneath us? Very good question. Also, if there is a dome above us, where does it come down at? It has to touch the ground at the base. Let's see how they rationalize this. We're not floating in space, you know. What? Then where are we? I guess it's turtles all the way down. Perhaps the Earth dome going to the ring of Antarctica, but there's no way of knowing because you can't explore it? What, you saying we can't go to Antarctica? The most important thing to do is test the curvature of the Earth with binoculars or telescopes. I'm assuming you know of the Flat Earth map. There's a map they invented? Holy crap, this is too much. Testing the curvature of the Earth with binoculars or telescopes? I'm pretty sure the Earth is big enough where you're not going to just be able to see the curvature through binoculars, okay? Another explanation, nobody has gone down more than 8 miles. Dome could be electromagnetic, not necessarily solid. What do you mean dome could be electromagnetic? They're just like using random buzzwords that they are regurgitating that someone mentioned one time. They don't even know what that means. There is a disagreement on that in the flat earth community. There's a flat earth community. There's a flat earth community and they're debating these things and they are disagreeing on where the earth goes down. It goes past the Antarctic, which is the rim where nobody can go if there's a solid dome. We're gonna have to finish up. I don't think I can take more of this. This is just absurd. Lots of idiots believe everything NASA says, and them bullshit videos, guys. Them bullshit videos like them walking on the moon. LOL, yeah, so dumb, shake my head. There's 4K cameras. Why don't you go back to the moon and record yourself on the moon showing a 360-degree view with a 4K camera? That will never happen. Why? Because no one has ever gone to the moon. NASA is a bunch of bullshit. Wake up. Stop watching football games. Those are fake games. Plays, the hits are real, but the thing winning and losing is fake. So, oh my god, this guy literally just went from saying that NASA is fake to football is fake? What the fuck is this? What? Where did this come from? Where do these guys... Is everything fake? What is real? What is real? Football's fake too, guys. Oh my god. That's too much. That's too much. Okay, you know what? I gotta stop. I think you guys are ready to stop too. I don't want to do permanent brain damage to you guys. I think we've seen enough. We've learned... What have we learned in this video? So we know now that nothing can go above 100,000 feet. We know that there's a dome. Could be electromagnetic, whatever that means. The Earth is flat, of course. That's a given. If you didn't know that already, what are you doing? And football's fake. So that's what you should take away from this video. Now, there are 2 things that I don't really understand about the whole flat Earth thing. First of all, if there is a dome, who put it there? All right, because I'm pretty sure that if the Earth has been flat this whole time and they didn't want anyone to like discover that it wasn't, they would have had to put that dome in a really long time ago. Right? So what are you saying, like the 1st century they just invented this dome? Like electromagnetic dome? Kind of seems a bit fishy. Plus, you know, I just kind of thought of one simple test we could do to prove, you know, even if you are a flat earther, you can do this test. So you get 2 flat earther friends, right? They're trusted friends, they're not gonna lie. You fly one to the other side of the earth, the round earth as they would put it, the liars. And then you call them up, you know, and say, hey, it's daytime here. Is it daytime there? Well, no. It's nighttime here. What could possibly explain that? Or, you know, maybe, just maybe, the Earth is round. You know, just maybe that could be an explanation. You know, I don't even know why I engage and try to argue against this bullshit. It's just, these people, I'm trying to imagine someone that is this stupid in real life. I mean, do they walk around? Are they among us? Like, if you go to the grocery store, is there a person that, like, thinks the Earth is flat? What would they look like? You know what I mean? What do they do with this newfound knowledge that the Earth is flat? What do they do about it? You know, when they're watching football games, you know, they go to a sports bar or something, do they try to tell everyone that the football is fake? What do they do with their lives? You know, this is how we know that we've reached a pretty good point in human history where we can support people that are so dumb that these people are able to survive. You know, natural selection is out the window here because these people who are unbelievably stupid just are not dead. You know, that's proof enough that we're doing pretty good as a society. And I think that's pretty much all I want to say. I need to take a break. If you guys did like this video, give it a thumbs up and let me know if you maybe want me to do more of these. I'm thinking about doing more of these like rant, just exposing and showing you the stupidest people that I can find on the internet. I think it's pretty fun, if not rage-inducing. Hopefully your monitors are still intact. Hopefully you didn't punch your monitors while watching this. So let me know what you think. Definitely give it a thumbs up. I'll kind of use that to gauge it. And also subscribe. So thank you guys for watching as usual. You might want to follow me on Twitter. I usually try to post funny stuff on there, good stuff. And I guess that's it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. So thank you for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one, if you still can after watching this video.
Hey, what's up guys? This is ThioJoe, a YouTuber. I'm going to show you how to get all the games on Steam for free. It's a pretty big secret. I don't think Valve wants you to know, but I'm just going to show you how to know. It's pretty easy, and it works on any operating system, but I'm using Windows 10, but it shouldn't really matter. So all we're going to do is basically use a hidden Steam console that you probably don't know about. So you can kind of see here. So this is the Steam console. I bet you probably don't have this unless you enabled it. So that's what we're going to show you how to do. We're going to show you how to enable this, and then we can get the free games using some special commands. So let me show you how to get this free console first. So first thing you need to do is you need to exit Steam. And then you need to find the install folder where you installed Steam. So it's probably going to be PC, C, program files, x86, Steam folder. And then all you have to do is right click this, and we need to make a shortcut, okay? So we're going to hit send to desktop and create shortcut, okay? You have to create the shortcut. Now, next thing you need to do, we can minimize this. We can just rename this so we know what it's called. Say Steam with console, okay? So now we'll know what it is. And then what you need to do is you need to right click this and go to properties, and then here it says target. So all you need to do is add this at the end of it, is space dash console. And I don't know if it needs to be lowercase, it doesn't really matter. And then console, and then when you launch Steam, it'll show up with the console in there. And let me show you after it connects. So now it says console. So you can test this out yourself. It'll show up, and then now you have the console. So now that you have the console, we gotta type in some special Steam commands, and we're gonna do some other computer commands, but I'll walk you through it. It's really easy, not that difficult. So first you need to tell Steam which games we want, which is obviously all of them. So what you need to do is go to the console in Steam that we just opened up, and we want to type in app underline mark underline validation space, and then type all. So then that's gonna make it so it marks all the Steam games to be validated, and then that way all the Steam games will be added to your account. Now it doesn't do it right away, we're just telling it which games we want to do, which ones. So we need to do a little bit more before they actually work. So the next thing we need to do is make sure we have Steam's official security certificate set up, or else it's not going to be able to activate the games on the computer. The Steam program won't activate them. So what we want to do is we want to open up the task manager. You could press Control Shift Escape, okay? And then you want to right click Steam Client Bootstrapper. It might not be right at the top for you, but you just do that, right click Steam Client Bootstrapper, and then you can close the task manager. And then what you need to do is go to digital signatures, okay? And this is where you find the one from Valve. And then you click details, and then you click view certificate, and then we could click install certificate. So this takes the certificate and installs it locally so we can use it all the time. So you click current user next, and just keep clicking next, and then it says the import was successful.
So now the certificate will be used to confirm all the games, and without it, Steam would try to install the games, but they wouldn't be validated because you don't actually own them. But with the certificate, the games will work. Now, keep in mind, if you ever go to play the games on another computer, it's tied to the computer, so you'll need to do that again. Just install the certificate because it's unique to the computer, but it should still save everything to your account, so it'll still work. It's just the games won't be installed to your account, but it basically is the same thing. So now that we did that, we just need to go on to the final step and actually get the games. The best part, we want to get the games. This is what we're doing the whole video for, duh. So what we need to do, we actually need to restart Steam one more time. So we marked them all for validation, and we installed the certificate. So we want to restart Steam again using the Steam with console, and we just want to wait for that to start back up. And then now it'll open up after certificate, it'll load the certificate, it'll all be good. And then what we can do is type in the final command to get the free games. Of course, we want to get the free games. So what you want to do is go to the console, and then you want to type in this special command, app _ start _ validation. And then, so this is basically going to actually start to validate the thing. So what you want to do is just press enter, and then you'll see this pop-up come up. And look, it says Valve Corporation Developer Validation Options. So this is gonna let us start the process to actually get the games, the best part. So now what you want to do is, there's 3 different developer validation options. The first one is Steam games, that's the one we want to do. Then there's also software, because Steam also has software. We don't really care about that, and the drivers are always free. That's like if you want to update your graphics drivers. So we want to click 1, okay, and then for Steam games marked, look, it says all. Remember when we selected all in the first step? So it does that, and then we can click yes, and then now it's gonna start adding all the games and validating the games. So look, it's going one by one, and every time it's gonna add a game onto the computer. So this is pretty cool, and you can notice that this might take a while, but there's 10,000 games on Steam, so of course it might take a while. But you know what, let me show you what happens. So if right now you could see my Steam library, I don't really have that many games, right? I kind of have some, but there's not that many, and right now it's starting to add them. So let me show you them all come up. So what you want to do is exit Steam, and then we can just go and after we do that, and we can restart it again, and then it'll come up, and we'll see even more games on the count now. And then look how many games I have, way more than before. And now look, it says locally validated systems games. So you'll notice it's not technically tied to the account, but you can still get achievements, you can still play multiplayer. It's installed under the local computer. So that's why I said if you want to play it on a different computer, you can still do that. You just gotta do this certificate, you just gotta do the commands again, because the installations are tied to the computer, but you can still get achievements, you can still have all the settings tied between the accounts. So it's basically like you own the game, but they have to be installed individually. And then, so that's why they show up under here. But look how many already, and if I refresh again, there would be even more. Look at how many more games there are. There's tons of them now. And I didn't even have like barely any of these before. And I don't even know what order they go in, but there's obviously a ton of new games. So now I can basically just play any game I want. Look, I can install like normal and install the game and then play it. And I already had some of them, I guess, so they're already installed, but we're all set. Now, one thing to know is if new games come out, then you probably need to do this again, because look, it's only going to download and validate the current games in the Steam store. It's not going to know to do it every time. So if there's a new game that comes out, you're going to have to keep doing this. But it should only do it for the ones that you don't already have, so you're not have to wait this whole time. So in a couple hours, that's all you should probably have to wait, and it's totally worth it. You get all the Steam games, so it doesn't even take that long. So that's all you have to do. And I mean, I don't know how long this is gonna work for. Even if Valve patches it though, I bet you'll be able to keep the ones you still have. I don't think they can take them back, but you might want to do this quick, because I don't know if this will work forever. Probably not. But I mean, you'll still get to keep the ones you already have, because it's not like they can take them off the computer. and it's tied to your computer, not the account. So it's not like you're going to get banned or anything. It'll work for any account that you have on the computer. So it'll work for anything. And then look, I can show you something else cool. If you change this instead of console, if you put developer, it kind of does the same thing, but let me show you what it does. It adds a few more things you can do that are pretty cool. I think you'll like them. So let me just wait for this to pop up. And then, so look, it says the console's still there, but you have a few other options. So for example, if you press F6, it pops up this weird window. I don't really know what it does. I think it's like if you want to make some skins or something for Steam, and then like you can click on things and it tells you about them. I don't really know what it's doing, but it's still kind of cool. It shows you the layout of Steam. You can just click all over the place. So I guess if you wanted to make a custom skin or something, and then also if you press F7, it brings up this weird window. I don't know what this is, but then I guess it's like also if you want to make a skin, some weird window with weird secret commands. I don't even know what this is, but I guess maybe some of you can figure it out. I don't know what any of these buttons do or anything. So you can try that out. And then finally, if you press F8, it brings up this test achievement, Tartan Spartan. Not sure what that means. And it's just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I don't think it actually gives you achievement. It just shows a test. So that's kind of cool. And then, so that's it. That's some other cool stuff. I don't know if there's any other commands besides that. I'm sure there are. Maybe you guys could figure it out, but I just thought you'd find that kind of cool. There's weird text boxes and commands. Maybe you could figure out more cool stuff to do and let us know in the comments. And then that's all you have to do, and then you have all the free Steam games, every single one on Steam, and they'll just keep validating and keep getting added to your account, and then you're all set. So you don't even have to buy the games anymore. You just get them all for free. So that's how you get all the Steam games on the Steam for free. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to like the video if you did like it. Let us know which favorite games you're gonna play. If you want to see some other good tutorials on the internet, those could be on the right hand side. You can click them or look in the description. Like if you're on a phone, the same link. And I hope you guys stick around. I want to hear from you what you guys think. Did it work for you? Let us know. So thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm going to show you how you can get 1 million subscribers. This is exactly what I did to get as many subscribers as I have, and it's definitely something YouTube does not want you to know how to do. And no, of course, this doesn't involve buying subscribers or any of that nonsense. This is a real method, it's legit, and I'm going to go over it today. Basically, we're going to generate a special redemption code that we can put into YouTube that will give you higher priority in the algorithm, so your videos will always be at the top of all suggestions, whether it's search or suggested videos. And so as a result of this, YouTube will promote your channel until you reach the specified number of subscribers that you request. Now, that all might seem a bit complicated, but I'll walk you through it. It's actually very easy. Let me show you what I mean. The process is basically that we go to the Google Store, which will allow us to redeem certain codes, and then we put in this special code that we will calculate and is unique to your channel. Then you simply wait for the subscribers to roll in. You'll notice your videos getting way more views than subscribers, and of course, the more videos you have, the faster this will go. You can see that I just figured this out last month, and the redeemed code I entered actually shows up in my order history. Then, if you look at my channel stats for the same time, there is a huge spike in subscribers and views as a result of this. So all we have to do is calculate the code that is specific to your channel and then redeem it. It does involve a little bit of math, but it's pretty basic arithmetic. You shouldn't have any problem. I'll walk you through it. Before we do get started though, you'll need to write down some basic information about your channel so we can use that in the calculations. First, you'll need your channel ID. This is not your username, so don't mix that up. If you go on YouTube and click My Channel, your channel ID will appear in the URL as a long string of numbers and letters. Next, you'll want to write down the number of subscribers you want to get. From what I understand, the maximum is 1 million, so we'll just use that for this video. Finally, you need to write down your current number of subscribers, and don't worry if this number changes. As long as you had that number in the past day, it'll still work. And also for this video, I'm just going to use the number 500 because I already have over 1 million subscribers, so the calculation wouldn't work. So 500 will just be our example. So now that we have everything we need, let's go over to the table and I'll walk you through how to calculate this. Okay, so the first thing you'll do is write down your channel ID because the first step is to convert that channel ID
into a number. And we can do this by assigning a value to each letter in order of the alphabet. So for example, we can do U is 21, C is 3, and so on. And if there's a number, you just put that number, and you can ignore any special characters like a dash. So I'll just go ahead and do that, but you can do it yourself. And like you can see, you want to string all the numbers together. You're not adding them, you're just creating a big long number. And the reason it's so long is because, of course, it has to be unique across all channels on YouTube. And we're going to call this whole number the UMRN, U-M-R-N, or Unique Mathematical Routing Number. And don't worry, because the most difficult part is now over. We have our UMRN, we have our sub number, which we can write down as number 500. That's the example we're using, and the sub goal is 1,000,000. We can write that as 10 to the 6th. And these are gonna basically be the 3 function parameters that we're gonna use in our calculation, so we can separate these out. Those are not gonna change. Now the next step is you wanna look at your UMRN and look at the last number that is greater than 2. In my case, the last number is 7, so we can write that down, x equals 7, we can call it x. But for example, if your last number is 1 or 2, you would go to the last number that isn't less than 3. So pretend my 7 wasn't here, the next one would be 3. Now you want to take that number and draw a regular polygon with the same number of sides as that. So I'm going to draw a septagon, but you might draw a triangle, for example, for 3, a square for 4, etc. It doesn't exactly have to be a work of art. I'm definitely no artist. And they might not look exactly correct, but you can see that there's different vertexes, and there are at least 7 sides. I guess you technically don't need to draw it out. You could just look up a picture, but it should make it easier to understand the next calculation. So now we need to calculate the area of our n-gon, assuming that each side is equal to the current sub number, in this case 500. So for example, this side is 500, and all of them are the same. And we know that the area of a septagon is the following formula. A equals 7 over 4, s squared cotangent 180 over 7, which is the same as 7/4 s squared tangent 180 over 7 to the -1. And remember that s is 500 here. So now we can just plug all that into the calculator, and of course you want to be in degree mode or else radian mode won't work. And also remember that you're only going to do this calculation if you have the same number as me. You're going to have to look up the area for your n-gon. It's not going to be the same necessarily. So we can type this in ourselves, 7 over 4, 500 squared times the tangent of 180 over 7 to the -1. And that gives us 908,478.111. And we could call this little a, and we can just keep it to about 5 significant figures. So it would be 9.0848 times 10 to the 5th, and that'll be the value we'll use later. So I would box this up so we can reference it easier, and then we can move on. Now for the next step, we're going to need to calculate the nth iteration of the Koch curve using this value a that we just calculated. And the number of iterations that we're going to use is equal to x, in my case 7 again. We're going to be using this number several times. First, of course, though, we're going to have to know the number of polygons in the Koch curve before we can, of course, calculate the area. So the formula for that will be Tn equals n minus 1 equals 3 times 4, n minus 1 equals 3/4 times 4 to the n. And then we'll need to use that with the area of the first iteration, which is an equals n minus 1 over 9 equals a0 over 9 to the n. Luckily, we can collapse these into a much simpler function. Otherwise, we would have to completely calculate manually each iteration 7 times, but we don't want to do that. That would take forever. So we're just going to collapse this into a much simpler function, and that would be n equals a to the 0, 1 plus 3/5, 1 minus 4/9 to the n equals A0 over 5. 8 minus 3, 4/9 to the n. And then for this, the A0 will just be our A that we just calculated. So A0 equals our A, and then we can go through and calculate that. So after plugging all that into the calculator, we will get AN equals 1.4517 times 10 to the 6th. And again, you're gonna wanna keep this value at least to 5 significant digits. You can do more, but it might make it more complicated. And of course, we can box this up. We're gonna use this again, and then we can move on. Next, I'm sure many of you already guessed, but we're gonna be using the Mandelbrot set. I probably don't even have to write it down, but I will just in case for some of you. So of course that would be z n plus 1 equals z squared n plus c. And that is a 2. Now with this, we're just taking a point called z in a complex plane where z1 is z squared plus c, and z2 is z1 squared plus c, and so on. And luckily, we don't have to do the entire fractal. We just have to calculate the first iteration, so it should be easy. And as you guessed it, we're gonna assign c as our constant as 7, so c equals 7 equals our x. For z, however, that's actually a vector, so we're going to use the coordinates of our umrin and our subgoal. So our umrin we'll call u, and our g we can call g as goal. And I messed that up, but that means that z will be our coordinates u comma g. So therefore z1 equals u comma g squared plus c. Of course, to square this, we're going to need to do the vector product, so we can just write that down. U cross g equals I, j, k matrix. So that would be u1, u2, u3, g1, g2, g3. I'm going to assume that you guys already know how to calculate this, so I'm just going to speed through it and write it down for those of you who maybe aren't sure. And I already did the calculation before, so you don't have to sit through it. The result is going to be 0 I hat plus 0 j hat, which makes sense because these are both x and y plane coordinates. When you do the cross product, the perpendicular vector is going to be in the z, so there's not going to be any x or y component. And the z is going to be 8.1384 times 10 to the 17th k hat. And we're still keeping this to 5 significant figures, and since these are 0, these just drop out, so pretty simple. So now we know the z value has a magnitude of the magnitude of this, and that's just going to be 8.1384 e to the 17th. And for c, it's still 7, but compared to something that's 10 to the 17th, that is so insignificant, so we can just completely ignore it. We're only using 5 significant figures, not 17. And that will be our z value. All right, so that's not too bad. We can move on. There's just a couple more steps. Next, we want to take all this we've got and plug it into a third order nonlinear partial differential equation. In this case, we're going to use the Korteweg-de Vries equation, which I can write down as partial of u over partial of t equals 6u partial of u over partial of x minus third order partial of u regards to partial of x squared. Now you're probably wondering which functions we're going to be using in this partial differential equation as u, x, and t, for example, and that is a good question. And YouTube, to calculate subscribers, actually uses a couple formulas that we can take advantage of. First, we're going to use the Cantor function, should be pretty familiar. That would be c z y equals sum k equals 1 over infinity b k zk. All right. And then also the Riemann zeta function. So you're going to want to plug all that in and use our variables, and you will be left with the vector sum 9.001 e5 j hat plus 1.993 k hat plus I, that is an imaginary number, times c, the speed of light. So we can just box that up to use later, and I'm sure you're going to wonder about this imaginary number. Don't worry, that's going to drop out in the very next step, so there's no need to worry. So we can put that aside, and this should be the last piece of paper we're going to need. So finally, all we need to do is take all this and plug it into the Navier-Stokes equation, and specifically the Cauchy momentum equation, which of course is the partial regards to t of rho u plus gradient times rho u cross product u plus pi equals gradient tau plus rho g. Now, you were asking about this imaginary number in the previous equation, and to get rid of that, we need to convert the Navier-Stokes into 3D spherical coordinates. So that is pretty simple. It's going to be radius rho partial u tau regards to t plus vr partial ur over r plus u phi over r times partial ur over regards to phi plus uz partial ur over partial z minus u squared phi over r. Okay. So now you should be able to see that when we replace these with all our vector differentials from the last one, most of this is going to drop out. In fact, this will drop out as well as everything except this first factor. So you didn't think I would make you do anything complicated, did you? So we just have to remember that r equals u tau over t. So when we go to plug this into the Umrin, we're going to get the result as a matrix. So let me quickly do that. And then when we go and take the determinant of this matrix, we'll get our special code. So let me calculate that out real quick. And this is what we will type into the Google Play Store and redeem our subscriber code. And that's all you have to do. We now have the code that we need, and you're done. All right, so after you do those calculations, you will now have your special code that you can use to redeem. And as you can see, if we go to the Google Play Store and redeem it, it will now say success. You can also look in your order history. It should show up there so you know it worked. And now you just have to wait for the subscribers to roll in. You should see the subscriber count increase significantly over about the next month. And that's it. Now you can be the next big YouTube channel, and I bet there are a lot of big YouTube channels that did exactly this process but didn't want to share the secret, but now you can be one of them too. So if you guys did enjoy this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. And if you want to let us know down in the comment section, that'd be great. Did it work for you? How many subscribers have you been getting? And how many do you want? Also, if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos on the right-hand side. You can just click those or look in the description for the same link, like if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe to this channel, I make new videos every week, so it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. So as usual, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. I finally figured it out, guys. I figured out the secret that the government and NASA don't want you to know. There are no forests on flat Earth. Wake up. You know, I've made a couple other videos like this where we explore the dumbest people in the entire world, and you know what? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, this video I'm about to show you. I'm not exaggerating. You hear people say that all the time. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, you don't understand. This video that I'm about to show you is literally the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life. It's like a new element on the periodic table of retardation. It's totally unheard of, and you guys are gonna be amazed that there are people that believe this stuff. And you know what? You might be thinking, there's no way someone could believe this. This has to be a joke. You know, you can make a joke video and for people to believe you and think you're serious, and maybe make it a few minutes long, but to make one that's an hour and a half long, I don't know. I hope he's joking. I legitimately hope this guy's joking. But we're not gonna just stop there. We're gonna look at the comment section, because as you know, that's often the best part. There are people who, even if the video is joking, even if the video is trolling, you know there are people in the comment section who take it hook, line, and sinker. So you know what? Put on your tinfoil hats and sit at least arm's length away from your monitor so you are not tempted to punch it while watching this, and hope you have the strength to get through it. Why don't we get started? So the video is called, as I mentioned, There Are No Forests on Flat Earth, Wake Up. you're thinking, wait a minute, what could this mean? There are no forests on Earth? Is this guy a nut? We can see forests. Well, that's not his point. You're gonna see in a bit. It gets even weirder than that. So let me run through the best parts of the video and I'll try to explain the best I can his hypothesis, which is really quite interesting. So as you can see, he thinks there are no forests on Earth. What could he mean by that? So the basis of the beginning of his argument is that all trees used to be like incredibly massive, and he's showing these old pictures of sequoia trees, and he's trying to say that the current trees that we have today are mere twigs compared to the size of the trees that used to exist before they were cut down. So he's showing some examples of some sequoia trees, and he's saying that these are closer to the size of the trees that were normal a long time ago. Then he shows some petrified plants, and he says how living organisms can turn to stone, basically, and he uses this to make an interesting argument. He has a picture of a stump of a tree. Look familiar? Does this ring a bell? Perhaps? Wait a minute! Look, it's the Devil's Tower in Wyoming! Whoa, wait a minute, no. It can't be. The Devil's Tower? It's actually a giant tree stump! That's right, he is saying that mesas, including the Devil's Tower, is actually a giant ancient tree stump that turned to stone. What is this? Now, for those of you who are not really aware, the actual way this was formed is when a long time ago magma formed in a column under the earth. It kind of bulged out, but it never exploded as a volcano. The magma and the lava went up into the earth and kind of formed a bulge and just stayed there in a column, solidified, and then the rest of the earth around it eroded and it left this structure. But no, he's saying that it's actually a tree stump. As evidence for this, he shows you pictures of the side of Devil's Tower, and he says that look at these geometric shapes. There is no way that lava formed this. That's his entire argument. He's basically saying that living things create hexagons, and therefore, this must be a living thing. This giant tower must be a living thing because it has hexagonal shapes. Ignoring the fact, of course, that there are plenty of non-living things such as quartz that do form hexagons, but no, this is obviously a tree stump. And look, if we calculate based on the width of this stump, we can determine how tall. Oh my god, look at that. It was actually a huge goddamn tree. Holy crap. Guys, look how big that tree must have been. But that's not the only one. Look at all these. Look at this. This is also the stump of a tree, but this one's just lower. It's kind of closer to the ground, but this is still a petrified stump of a tree. He then says that this one as well must be the stump of a tree. Look at it. It's the same rock formation. These aren't crystals or these aren't lava figurations. These are stumps of trees. He then goes on to say that, you know, these pictures prove that there's no way that could be lava. Just look at the lava. Look at the lava. Obviously, all lava should look like that on the right, and there is no possible way that any rock could look like that on the left. There's no way. And this is where it gets like truly insane. He's saying that this entire salt plain, which has to be hundreds of kilometers across, is the stump of a tree. That's what he's saying. He's saying, look at these geometric shapes on this hundreds of miles across salt plain. Obviously, this is a tree stump. Oh, look at this. Yep, looks like a tree stump to me. No difference there. More examples in Russia. Obviously, that's a tree stump. I mean, what more evidence do you need? These are clearly ancient tree stumps. I mean, you can see the pictures right here, guys. There is no reason to doubt this at all. Now, wait a minute. I have a question, guys. Who cutted these trees? And for what? And with what they cutted it? It just gets better because he then goes on to say not all the trees were cut. I mean, look at these pictures of broken trees. Obviously, some of the trees just broke, and you can see these pictures of these rock formations. These aren't mountains, by the way. These are broken tree stumps. Giant, broken, ancient, petrified tree stumps. You can see all these examples. They look exactly the same. All these mountain ranges are tree stumps. I don't think I need to explain this. Mountains. Yeah, do I really have to explain this? Look at that. Look at that on the left. It looks like a tree stump. Obviously, that is a tree stump. Look at that on the right. Look familiar? And then I'm not really sure where this came from, but he says that sometime between 1780 and 1815, there was a nuclear war. And there was a nuclear winter. I'm not kidding. That's what he says. In the 1700s, there was a nuclear war, guys. You forgot about that already? Do you need proof? Because look at these pictures of nuclear craters that he has on Google Maps. Look at that one. Look at that. That is not a lake. That is clearly a nuclear crater. I don't really know what this has to do with the flat earth, why that's in the title, or what this has to do with giant ancient trees, but it's the truth. But wait, he's not done yet. He has something else he needs to show us, which is equally as interesting, I guess you could say. And he shows us these pictures of modern quarries. This is what a quarry looks like. Notice the terraced edges of the quarry, these lines. More examples of a quarry, but wait a minute. Does that look familiar to you? Oh my God. That mountain range. Look at that. It's the same lines. Those mountain ranges, he says, are ancient giant quarries from the ancient people, I guess, who dug out these giant quarries. And you can see, look at this. Look at those lines. They look exactly the same as the modern quarries. They must have been dug out, and those are the people who cut down the giant trees. More examples. Obviously, these are giant quarries, and canyons are just ancient quarries that were dug up and discarded and forgotten about. The Grand Canyon, an old rock quarry, that's how it was formed. It wasn't that river eroding over millions and millions of years. It was a rock quarry, guys. So I have one question for you guys after seeing this video. Are you still sleeping? Are you? You've seen the proof right in front of you. All those mesas, such as Devil's Tower, are giant ancient trees that were cut down by someone. And those canyons that you see, the Grand Canyon, it's all a lie. Those are actually ancient rock quarries. And there was a nuclear war in the 1700s that we're just forgotten about. And of course, you know, the Earth is flat. I don't really know why that has to do with anything, but it is. Whew. All right, we made it through the video. We made it through. If you have not been virtually lobotomized yet and you're still alive, we're not finished yet because we need to look at the comments because, of course, that's not the end of it. The video is not the end of it. There are people who believe this. And you know what? Let's just say that they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. Whew. Okay, let's get started. This is fantastic. Funny, I am a lover of trees and mountains, and now I know why. The spiritual places that people go to, rocks, haha, are ancient tree trunks, have stored in them the memories from ancient times, and most likely are still recording today. Apparently trees are the equivalent of hard drives and record history. Very thought-provoking. I will never look at a rock or a mountain the same way again. Nice video. Now, this is an interesting comment, actually. He says, this video is a fucking waste of time, 100% psyop to ridicule and undermine the credibility of conspiracy nuts. So he's saying that, no, this video is not true, but it's actually a psyop by, I guess, the government purely to make conspiracy theory people, like the flat earth people, look crazy. That's why this video was made. It's a secret operation to make the flat earth people look stupid. This person left a real comment saying, complete lack of understanding of science, absurd. Totally normal, but there's someone who responded who's not buying it. All science is Masonic hoaxes to mislead the masses. To mislead. You might want to work on your grammar. And why are you swearing all the time? and talk about other humans' mental health. Typical demonic behavior. I don't know about you, but I did not notice any swearing in that comment, so not sure what this guy's talking about. Are you a that good programmed NWA slave that you can't think and talk normally? That's right. You can't think or talk normally, but this guy can. This is the most oblivious person I've seen in a long time. Hey friend, love the topic, check my no forced vids, just posted the biblical proof for this in my latest vid on this subject. Biblical proof, really? I want to see what this guy has. Let's check this out. Biblical proof, I'm curious. Oh my god, he's got like 10 videos on it. We're not gonna go there. You know what? We're not gonna go there. What bothered me were the side-by-side pics of capless mounds versus cut trees. Maybe in the book of Genesis, the Garden of Eden had really big trees and majestic beasts. We forgot about our origins. It's true, we forgot about our origins, guys. The Garden of Eden had all these giant trees and majestic beasts, and we just forgot about them. Here we have a real skeptic. I think you have presented much good and startling information. Well done. What evidence do you have of nuclear war sometime between 1780 and 1815? Yes, he needs evidence of the nuclear war, but he's satisfied with the tree stump theory. Wow, what an incredible presentation. There is some difficulty at times to understand, but the incredible photos are just mind-blowing. Thank you so very much. Hi, this really freaked me out, as one of my first recurring dreams as a child was having my brain removed and placed in a giant mining robot. Yes, it must be related. The mining robots must have been controlled by brains, and this person had a remote view when they dreamed. They saw into the past, and that really happened. So where is there any information about the nuclear war in 1816? Just curious about that. That, you know, remember that nuclear war that no one seems to talk about that. I wonder why that is. I'm just curious. You know, why does no one mention that nuclear war in 1816? Could someone point me to some information about that? Looks like I get to lose the rest of my friends after I share this video. Worth it. This is gnarly. I made this connection last week, and now I see this video. I am smiling. Thank you. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical that this guy has any friends in the first place. But you know what? He must be right, because I mean, he just made that connection last week, and then miraculously he saw that video. It was not a coincidence. Guys, it's all true. Before the biblical flood, there was much more atmospheric pressure, which allowed plants and animals to become so huge. Accept Jesus Christ as your Messiah, He's the way, the truth, and the life. I don't know, I'm a bit skeptical. Can you point me exactly where the Bible talks about atmospheric pressure? I still don't get your point. None of us do. This is the best shit I have ever seen. Thank you. I feel sick to my stomach when I see now what they have done. Thank you for helping me out of the Matrix. I must say, if this was proven to be true, it will be the greatest discovery of our real past and origin. It will change and defy everything. Ghetto C with an insightful comment. No, this is gonna be good. Question, am I the only person that's thinking about the Jack and the Beanstalk story? For some reason, I believe the origin of that storyline correlates with this video and giants. He's right. Wait a minute, he's right. Jack and the Beanstalk, the giant tree. They're obviously the same. I think he ate one of those giant mushrooms. If you're uncomfortable about this, the system is balls deep fucking you, LOL. How did this guy's brain even learn human language? I don't understand. Anyone have sources where I can look into this further? What do you mean, look into this? The truth is right in front of you. The proof is right there. Did you not see the pictures? Well done. Fucking awesome job. I really hope in your profile picture you're not the one with the graduation cap, because I am not able to believe that you graduated any form of education. And your English is excellent. That's right. He has excellent English. Oh man. He would have fooled me that English was his second language. Never would have thought. Dragon Ball Z movie, The Tree of Might, showed the exact kind of trees/forest you're talking about on Earth. Everyone remember that documentary called Dragon Ball Z? This is exactly what it was talking about. What about what is underneath the mesas? Any evidence of root systems? Whoa. Whoa, you can't be asking those kind of evidence-based questions. Come on. Mind-blowing. Eye-opener. Maybe if by mind-blowing you mean it makes you want to shoot yourself in the head. I don't think I can take much more of this. I might actually have a mind-blowing experience myself. You are all in a dream. 144,000 people need to wake up and meditate together. That's what all religions have been trying to achieve for a long time. Is it though? Let's all meditate on September 11th from 0600 hours till noon and see the miracle happen. God bless and namaste. Repost for maximum awareness. Yeah, let's all meditate at the same time so we can awaken ourselves. I can't take it. If I read any more of these comments, I'm gonna lose it. Wait a minute. I have an idea. What if this guy who made the video was normal and he went crazy after reading all the stupid comments on other flat earth videos? And that's why there's so many of them. They all come as normal people to make fun of them, but they just go insane. That's why I always say, you know, take a break. You can't read these comments too long. You can't look at them too long or else you'll go insane. And you know, this is one of those videos where even the people who believe in the flat earth are calling this bullshit. And yet, there are still people who think it's real, as we saw. I think we've discovered a brand new species, Retardus maximus. You know, the very rare species of human. You almost never see them except on crazy videos on the internet. That's the only time they come out of their home. I don't know if I can top this video. I've got other ideas for these types of videos, but oh man, this one might take the cake. I also have made a couple other videos like this in the past. You can check these out right here. You can actually click on them whether you're on a mobile phone or on a desktop. It's a new annotation, so that's cool. So check those out. Thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think, and hopefully you're still, you know, capable of being alive after watching this. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and like you, I know that one of the most annoying things is when you're at school or work or even at home and you're trying to access a website, but they have a firewall set up to block certain sites and you can't access it, even if it's sometimes a legitimate site. So I'm going to show you how you can get past any web blocker firewall, whether it's set up by your school, work, or even at home by your parents. They all work about the same way, so this will work no matter what kind of firewall system is being used. So let me explain how this is going to work. You see, all web blockers use what is called DNS filtering, and what happens is when you go to type in a web address into a browser, such as google.com, the computer has to look up the IP address associated with that website so it can connect to it. So to do this, there are what are called DNS servers which tell your computer which IP address to connect to for a certain website. And so the request is first sent from the browser to the DNS server and then sent back with the correct IP address, and then the browser connects to that website through the IP address, not the web address itself. And these DNS servers are usually provided by your internet service provider. However, they can be locally set up, such as for a school or work network. So you can probably imagine how a web blocker works. The network is set up so that all DNS requests are sent through the web blocker's firewall, not directly to the DNS server. So when you go to connect to a website, the firewall first checks if that website is on a block list or not on a whitelist, and if it determines that it has to be blocked, it will not pass the correct IP address back to your computer to connect. Instead, it will redirect it to a blocked page so you can't access the website. Here's the secret though. All web blocking firewalls have a backdoor built into it. It's actually required by federal law so that emergency services and law enforcement can bypass the firewall if they have to, for example, during investigations. However, we can actually use this backdoor to bypass the firewall ourselves, and because it's required by law, it's not illegal. To activate this backdoor, you're only gonna need a couple things. First of all, just a USB drive, any size, doesn't really matter. You don't need much space on it at all. And optionally, but not required, an encabulator. This is a device commonly used by law enforcement, and it'll save us some time, but you don't need to use one. You see, how this backdoor works is the firewall looks for a special file on your computer, and if it detects this file, which is essentially just a basic text file, then it will bypass the blocker on that computer altogether. This is usually a very well kept secret, but if you look hidden deep into the user license agreements of these firewall services, it will mention this backdoor because they have to let users know that it exists, but most people don't read those agreements. To create this file, which is called a crypto key, just open up any text editor on your computer. You can use Notepad on Windows or TextEdit on Mac. Then you just need to type in the following text, which is the command parameters for the file. It's authority bypass, bypass all, all local users, and then you need to put the current date with no slashes or anything. So today would be 09/17/16 for September 17th, 2016. And it does need to be in that format. The first part is like a header. It tells the firewall what to do when it reads the file, which is to bypass the blocker. Then the bypass all is to simply bypass all blocks, so anything is available. Then the next part tells it to unblock everything for all users on the computer, not just the administrator. And finally, what day this is to be executed, which is today, obviously. Finally, you just need to rename the file to authoritybypass.txt, the regular text extension, and copy that file into the root directory of your thumb drive. Now for the optional part. As you saw, the bypass will only work on the current day that's listed in the file. But if you want to use it on any other day, you have to keep updating the file with the current date, which could get annoying. You can actually activate it permanently though, using the device I mentioned before, the encabulator. The device re-encodes the bytes on the drive to a polar fragment state, which is a fancy way of saying that it rearranges the data in the files. All firewalls are programmed to detect this encoding, and if it is detected, it will activate priority settings on that computer, meaning the bypass will become permanent. Now to do this, first unscrew the emulate probe from the deltoid container shaft. Then open the shaft and insert the thumb drive into one of the semi-boloid slots. It should fit nicely like this, as you can see. Then insert the probe back into the shaft until it touches the USB drive, but don't try to force it past that. Next, you'll want to turn on the device, but of course, first put on eye protection to protect you from the radiation. Once you turn it on, wait until the meter reaches about 100 coulombs. This means that sinusoidal deplenaration has been achieved. And that's it. You can now turn off the device and remove the thumb drive. After you do this, if you open up the text file, you'll notice some extra encrypted data. This will cause the permanent state, and this data is unique to the individual thumb drive, so you can't just copy and paste what I have here, you have to use your own encabulator. So now that you have the special file on your thumb drive, you're ready to go. Just plug that thumb drive into the school or work network computer, and it will work automatically. Of course, we do want to make sure this actually works, so why don't I go to the computer and do a test and show you the before and after to show you how it works. Okay, so here we are at the computer, and I've set up my router with OpenDNS, which is a free web blocker and firewall from the DNS level. And as you can see, I have blocked twitter.com. It redirects me, it doesn't let me go through because I've added it as a blocked site, just like I described. But I want to get through this, so what we're gonna do is try and plug in the USB drive right now. And you can see it came up, so we can give that a second. So now we should be able to close Edge and open it back up and go to twitter.com now. And there it is, it came up, so we have got past the firewall. Even though it is still active, it is not blocking us because of the file that we inserted in that thumb drive. And also, because I use the optional encabulator, the computer will remain unblocked unless the network administrator resets the status, which is pretty unlikely, so we are all set. So there you have it. In just a couple of minutes, we were able to completely bypass the web blocking firewall. And like I mentioned, because this is a universal backdoor, it'll work on any system, no matter what it is. Whether it's a local software or a network-wide filter, or even Windows or Mac, it'll work on everything. And once you unplug the USB drive, it'll go completely back to normal, so no one will even know that it happened. So I hope this worked for you guys. If it did, let us know down in the comment section whether it worked for you at school, work, anywhere else. And if you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And also subscribe if you want to see more videos like this, or follow me on Twitter as well. You can also check out some other videos right here, and you can actually click on them whether you're on mobile or desktop. It's a new special annotation, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully you guys enjoyed those as well. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hi everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can quadruple your internet speed for free. You may have seen some of my previous videos describing how to increase your internet speed, but this one is by far the best method, and it's very easy and only takes a couple of minutes. We're going to use some simple physics principles to modify our existing Ethernet cables, which will optimize the cable and maximize the throughput of our internet connection. We're also going to take advantage of the way ISPs deliver internet signals to maximize our speed. You see, when the internet company sends the signal to your house to connect to the internet, they are required, obviously, to give you the speed that you pay for. However, they know that over the long distance between their internet hub and you, there will be lots of signal degradation. So for example, if they want to provide someone with a 100 megabit connection, they actually have to initiate the connection with a much higher signal strength, or else by the time it got to you, it would be much slower. So in using a stronger internet connection signal, by the time it arrives at your computer, you'll have the 100 megabits you paid for. And when the ISP sends out the signal, they typically use about 4 times the desired final speed, because on average, the signal degrades by about 75%. Sometimes the signal may even degrade more, which is oftentimes the reason your internet speed may drop below what you're supposed to get on occasion. Here's the thing though. By far, most of the signal degradation occurs after it already enters your house. The internet lines that the cable companies use for internet are very high quality and degrade very little the signal over long distances. But the Ethernet cables you have in your house are actually relatively poor quality. They work well enough and most people don't even notice it, but they are actually very inefficient in reality. And these cables are the cause of most of the signal degradation of the electrical signal, and it occurs mostly between your computer and your router, not between the ISP and you. So if we can optimize the wires going into our computer, we can access the fully undegraded signal originally sent by the ISP. And because that signal degradation is not there that they were compensating for, we can access all of the signal. In most cases, this will mean that you will get about 4 times the internet speed that you're typically paying for and receiving. And if you're wondering about Wi-Fi, yes, that will also severely degrade the signal strength. Unfortunately, I haven't found a way to optimize the Wi-Fi signal yet, so we're going to stick to Ethernet cables for now. Now, to get started, you're only going to need a few things. They're household items, you shouldn't have any problem finding these. First is an Ethernet cable that goes to your computer. This is a very short one, but it's just as an example. Next, bear with me, but you'll need a flashlight. The brighter the better, but of course within reason. And finally, some aluminum foil, also known as tinfoil. Either will work, doesn't matter if it's non-stick. Now, this is how it's going to work. You see, typical Ethernet cables, like other wires, use copper wiring inside. Copper is a very conductive element, which makes it good for transferring electricity. Now, from chemistry, we know that copper is what is known as a transition metal and has 1 electron in its outermost orbital. This means that that 1 electron is not tightly bound to the atom at all, and is actually prone to escaping the electron cloud and moving around. So in this copper wire in the Ethernet cable, there are many extra electrons just moving around between atoms. This in turn causes a lot of interference, because the electrons from the internet signal have to compete with these random atoms moving around. However, if we can somehow manage to stabilize these electrons in some way, it would mean that the signal that we care about could pass through much easier with no interference. What we can do is use what is called the photoelectric effect, first discovered by Einstein. He discovered that when you shine light onto any material, it will emit electrons. So if we were able to emit electrons from the wires surrounding materials, these emitted electrons would then fill the outer electron shell of the copper atoms. Because the outer shell would then be full and stable, the electrons wouldn't move around anymore. Therefore, when the internet signal is transferred through the wire, it would no longer get all that interference. This is where the flashlight comes in. We can use it to cause the photoelectric effect and stabilize all the atoms in the wire, greatly increasing the wire's efficiency. So now that we know what needs to be done, let's go over to the table and I'll show you exactly how to do this. Okay, so here we have all our materials. We have the aluminum foil, we have the flashlight, and an Ethernet cable. I'm using a very short one just for a demonstration to save us some time. Yours will probably be longer. The first thing we need to do is wrap the cable with aluminum foil, and you want to make sure that basically all of this is covered. And this is just temporary. We're going to take this off after we're done. And you don't need a lot, so don't go and waste your whole roll of aluminum foil. Basically just one layer, about this much should be fine. And this is just so when we go to emit the electrons, nothing escapes and it all goes inside the wire as opposed to going out. It'll just make things go a lot faster. So after you have your cable mostly covered, it looks something like this. We're ready to go on to the next step. So you'll want to grab your flashlight, and as I mentioned, the brighter the better, but there is diminishing return, so don't go out and use a huge spotlight or anything like that. And we just need to turn on the flashlight and point it directly in to the wire. And you might have to secure this with some tape or something. That's optional. Mine's cooperating. So what's happening here is even though the Ethernet cable uses copper wiring, they typically have small fiber optic filaments running down the length of it in the shielding. So that light will be transmitted through the shielding and the fiber optic cables, and then the electrons will be emitted into the copper wiring. So you just want to let this sit for about 2 minutes, and of course you do want to stay with it in case the flashlight gets too hot or something like that. We don't want anything melting, so just use common sense and keep an eye on it. And it doesn't matter which side of the cable you use, the fiber optic filaments will transfer the light throughout the whole cable, so it doesn't matter. So after about 2 minutes, you can turn off the flashlight, take it away, and unwrap the cable. Just take all the aluminum foil off. We do not need it anymore. So now this cable is finished, and you'll notice it does not look any different on the outside, of course, but when I go to do the test and show you, it is very obvious this cable is pretty special. And maybe if you want to mark it somehow for future reference to know that this is optimized, you could put maybe a piece of colored tape around it or something like that so you remember. And that's all there is to it. Okay, so at this point your cable should be fully upgraded, but of course we want to know how well it works. So why don't I go to the computer and I'll do a before and after comparison. Okay, so I'm at the computer and I'm gonna do a test on speedtest.net. And first we're gonna do a test without the cable that we made. It's the regular Ethernet cable from before. So we're gonna do that one first, and then we're gonna do it with the cable afterwards. So I'm just gonna run it right here with the automatically selected server, and we can see what it is first. And it usually gives me a boost in the beginning. It's like a special feature they offer, but I pay for about 100 megabits a second, so it usually settles around there and a little bit lower. So it looks like it's gonna be about 100. So we're actually having a pretty good day today. It's actually getting the full speed, and for upload, it's not as good. It's kinda not up to 100. It's kinda dropping the 80s, but still pretty good. So I'm paying for 100. I'm basically getting 100, so that's not too bad. Hopefully it'll finish up soon, and then we can finish up and do the next test with the special cable. So here we have the results. We have 98.88 megabits per second and 97.16 megabits per second for the download and upload. And ping doesn't get affected by this. So we're gonna go on and do the next test. I'm gonna go replace it real quick and come back, and we can do the next test with the special cable, and it should be about 4 times more, so that'll be exciting. Alright, so I just swapped out the cable, and now it should be significantly faster, so we can do the test again right from where we left off. Same server and everything. Now it should be significantly faster. Alright, so we still get a boost in the beginning, and it looks like it's even more than 4 times. So we more than quadrupled it. That's pretty amazing. I mean, this is an awesome internet speed. I don't even think they offer this kind of speed in any package you could even buy. So this is pretty awesome. And hopefully the upload speed will be just as good. Yep, it's getting that boost, and it's dropping out to about the same. So it about quadrupled, even more so than quadrupled the internet speed. Again, the download is a bit faster than the upload, but this is an awesome result. We have more than quadruple the internet speed, so obviously this cable worked, and this is a great result. So hopefully you guys will get a very similar result. So there you have it. Our internet speed was successfully quadrupled using this method in our upgraded special cable. Now, it's important to remember that you might not get the exact same increase that we did. You could, for example, get a slightly slower or faster result depending on how much your ISP amplifies the original signal. If, for example, your internet company sends out a signal that is 5 times stronger, you'll get 5 times the internet speed. Also, the great thing about this is that the internet companies can't really do anything about it. They can't just weaken the signal because nobody else has the optimized cables. So this will work for you basically forever. So hopefully this did work for you, and I'm eager to hear from you guys about how well it worked for you. Did you possibly get an even faster internet connection from this? Be sure to let us know down in the comments section how well it worked. Also, if you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it, and be sure to subscribe because I make new videos every week. If you want, you can also follow me on Twitter. I'm very active over there. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here you can click on even if you're on a phone. It's a new annotation. So hopefully you enjoy those as well. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? It's me. I tried to improve the background a little bit to make it less boring. Anyway, I've been thinking about some ideas for my channel that I would run past you guys. You know, ideas for changes, not definite, and then even some ideas in general and thoughts on my channel that you guys might have some input on, because my channel is kind of a mystery to me. I've been trying to figure out why some videos get views, why others don't. I think a lot of people don't really know what's going on with the channel, and myself included mostly. I think a lot of people don't even understand that I have a second channel that is real tech content called ThioJoe Tech, and there's also a huge group of people who don't even know this channel is a joke. So I'm just going to kind of talk about a little bit of that. So obviously this channel's been doing really well in the past few months. July and August were the best months in history of this channel, and of course that was because I started making a lot more of the fake tutorials. Now the problem is I don't want to just get shoehorned into making those tutorials, and I certainly don't want the whole subscriber base to be composed of people who don't even know their jokes, because then that would definitely mean in the future that I would be making videos for people who don't even know what the channel's all about. I would never be able to make anything else because people would be expecting these tech tutorials, and then I'll start making other comedy videos and they'll be like, what is this? They won't click on it, kind of like they don't right now. And I mean, you really just have to look at the numbers of the channel. This channel has like 1 million subscribers. You'd think that's, wow, that's great. And I try to tell people it's not all about the numbers. I make a new video that's not a tech tutorial, I'll be lucky if it gets like 20, 30,000 views, which is really abysmal. And even if I do make a tech tutorial, maybe it'll take off, get millions, maybe it'll not take off, get 100,000. So my channel is so unpredictable, which is a bit frustrating. It's kind of why I'm making this video, to talk about some other ideas that you guys might like. It's almost like a lot of people just subscribe and then never watch, and I guess a lot of that is because they're watching the tutorials and they think, oh, I want the free stuff, and then never watch anything else unless it has free in it, which is a pretty frustrating. Now, I did make another vlog rant a couple weeks ago that did really well. It was the How Can People Be This Stupid, where I was complaining about people who were, I don't even know how they were that stupid. It was the free money video. Anyway, so I made that and it got a lot of views, 400,000 views up until this point. I've never made a vlog that got that many views, and it got maybe 60,000 views the first day from subscribers, and then the algorithm saw that and promoted it to a lot of other people, but I still don't know why people clicked on that video and not the other one. So I want you guys to tell me, if you did click on that video, why did you click on that one and not the others? Because I did end up making more videos like that later that people watched even longer, and yet they didn't click on it and it got way less views, so I don't really understand. So one of the thoughts I've been having, not necessarily gonna happen, but maybe just focus more on my tech channel, make videos even, I don't know, 5 times a week, and maybe just once a week on this channel. Of course, I need to be able to pay rent, so I'll have to see about that. But I do think my tech channel, even though it gets 1/10 of the views, is gonna be more sustainable if I can get that way up in terms of numbers, and I think if I post more often on that and focus more on making quality videos over there, that would be the better channel. Because obviously this channel gets way more views, but I think it's for the wrong reasons. You also have to consider that if I make a video on here, even though it's 1 million subscribers and the other one only has 150,000, this channel doesn't get that many more views. If I make a non-tutorial video on here, it might get 30,000, I don't know, 50,000. Unless it's a tutorial, then it'll get 100,000 or more. Even this video, I'm probably guessing is gonna get like 20,000 views. And I think the problem is I've been making these videos, but they're not videos that I think people really enjoy making. They're videos people kind of watch if they're scrolling through suggested videos, they'll click on it, subscribe, but I want to make videos that people are actually excited to watch, you know what I mean? Videos that either make you laugh or are so interesting that you're like, wow, I want to see the next ThioJoe video, and I think that's definitely not happening right now. You look at my Twitter followers, people don't really care about this channel, and I totally understand why. So my main goal going forward, and really has been for a while, is to make videos that are interesting and people actually want to watch, as opposed to just getting what I think are really low quality views from people who have no idea what's going on. They're just kind of dribbling through YouTube and click the video because they think they're gonna get free crap. I don't consider that a success. I really don't consider this channel much of a success, to be honest. Even though it has 1 million subscribers, people always patting you on the back about it, and I'm like, yeah, but you see other people with 1 million subscribers, they get way more views because people actually like watching their videos. My channel's a piece of shit because unless I make be a big dummy making fake tutorial shit, people don't watch it. If I make a video I actually like making, no one watches it. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I want to make videos that people actually enjoy, and I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. So I've been thinking about what other types of videos I can make, maybe like tech-themed vlogs. I definitely think on this channel I need to stick to technology because that's why a lot of people subscribe in the first place, whether they knew it was fake or not. I definitely think I need to stick to technology because I do like technology, so I can talk more passionately about it. And if I can get the other channel up and running even more, that would be ideal. But on this channel, I don't want to let it die, so I got to make videos that get a lot of views, but also don't make me want to shoot myself. So obviously, at any point in this video, if you guys have suggestions about this, let me know. I really want to know what types of videos you want to watch, why you click on them, because there are a lot of people who really don't even watch this channel. They subscribe, but there's not a lot of real viewers on this channel. And I kind of know why. It's because they subscribe for what I think is really the wrong reason, and I want people to watch videos for the real reason, and I think that's how you really get a healthy channel. I don't think my channel's doing that great, even though it's been getting good views. It's not sustainable in my eyes. So in the coming weeks, you might notice some changes. Maybe I'll experiment with other types of videos. I'll probably start posting more often on my tech channel because I really, really honestly wish that channel was the one with 1 million subscribers and this one was the smaller one, because I see it as a more legitimate channel as opposed to this one, which I have a hard time explaining to people. They say, oh, what kind of videos do you make? It's like, well, they're like joke tutorials, but they're not real. It's like satire, and no one really understands it, even people who subscribe, I don't think. Now, I don't really want to ramble any longer. I want to try to keep this as quick as possible, so I think I'm going to finish up by saying if you have any suggestions that you think will help this channel, even observations about other channels, let me know. I am looking for other perspectives because I've been trying for a long time to figure out what's wrong with this channel. Still haven't figured it out. I've always kind of had an idea, but I can't stop doing the fake tutorials. I don't really want to stop doing them because I think there is some value in them, but I don't want to only do those. So I am excited to hear what you guys think. I'm actually excited about this video. See, that's another thing. I'm rambling, whatever. I don't really get excited about releasing videos anymore. You know, I make a video that's like a tech tutorial, fake tutorial, and it just feels like routine. It just feels like, here's another friggin' tech tutorial going up. Well, I don't even get excited about seeing how people react to it. Every once in a while, I'll make a video that I think is really funny, and I'm really excited to release it, and then no one watches it. So I kind of have to find a balance between the videos that people watch and the videos that I like to make and I can get excited about making, and therefore can make more quality. And I think that's the main struggle. So if you have any ideas on that, that's what I'm interested in hearing about. All right, so now I'm really done rambling. I doubt even a lot of people are going to see it to this point. So if you did, thank you very much. You are a true fan. Although I want to know why. Why are you a true fan? What makes you like the channel? Please, you especially. If you want to watch some other videos, I'll just put some suggested ones here that I think you'll like. You can click on them now. It's a new special type of annotation. You can click on mobile. So that is very exciting. If you did like this video, give it a thumbs up. If you did not like this video, give it a thumbs down. Let me know your thoughts. Thank you guys for watching till this point. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? It's me, and as you may have seen in my previous video, I'm gonna be experimenting with posting some real tech content on this channel in addition to just the jokes, but of course I'm still gonna try and keep it entertaining and fun so it's fun to watch. And I found the perfect first topic for this video because it is so stupid and it's still tech related, and it is Snapchat glasses. Snapchat, of course, everyone knows as the app where you take a picture, it disappears in 24 hours, you can send it to people, and now they are trying to make their first hardware device, which they are calling Spectacles, and it is a pair of glasses that basically takes Snapchats. Now, not really sure how I feel about that. I mean, we've never seen anything like this, and this is truly an innovative device. I don't think any other device on the market has ever been seen before, and we know that anything like it has been truly successful, so I'm really excited to see how well this is going to do. Aside from looking really goofy, these Snapchat glasses, of course, remind me of Google Glass and all the problems that went along with this. The main problem I think with this is people felt weird around people wearing them. If you had these on, people automatically assumed that you were taking a video of them or taking a picture of them, even though Google Glass was not mainly a video camera. It was mostly so you could look at notifications and stuff on your phone and interact with your phone through the glass. Now, here we have Snapchat glasses where the pure reason is to take videos and pictures. So I can easily see the same problems with Google Glass happening with Snapchat glasses, and Snapchat glasses look equally as goofy. I mean, you look at these pictures, they don't even look that good. They look like hipster glasses. I don't really know what kind of style they're going for. It's got the same big cameras on the side, so it's obvious that it's a pair of Snapchat glasses. I don't know how well this is gonna go over. Another problem is it's gonna be $130 US dollars. That is really expensive, although if you think about it, that would also filter out anyone who doesn't really love Snapchat. So if you love Snapchat enough to buy a pair of $130 Snapchat glasses, you probably love Snapchat so much that you'll actually use it all the time and not really care what other people think. Although I highly doubt that people love Snapchat and use it so often that they have to wear a pair of sunglasses all the time to use it. It does at least say that the battery life will last all day if you're taking 10-second videos or pictures, which is what it's capable of. So I guess if you really want to use it, you'll be able to and not be stuck with a dumb pair of goofy looking glasses that doesn't even have a working camera anymore after the battery runs out. That was one of the biggest problems with the Google Glass, is you could only use it for maybe a couple hours and the battery died. Now, I hate to knock something before actually trying it. Yes, I think they look really stupid. I cannot imagine wearing them out in public. They just look so goofy, although maybe they'll introduce more styles, but I think I'm gonna buy a pair just so you guys don't have to. Maybe I'll do an unboxing, maybe I'll do a review. They're not out yet. I think the fall, which is now, soon they're gonna be coming out, and I'll try to buy a pair and talk about it on here if you guys wanna see that. If not, I'm not gonna waste my money. I would purely be doing it just so you guys don't have to buy it and still get an idea of what it's all about. So if you do wanna see me buy a pair and waste my money on that, let me know about that. Besides the glasses though, in all seriousness, this is a generally interesting move by Snapchat. They renamed their company to Snap Inc., and apparently this is just the first of several hardware devices they're gonna be trying out. So maybe this isn't the last we've seen of Snapchat glasses. I don't know, maybe they'll make Snapchat wristwatches, which, you know, I just came up with that off the top of my head, and I actually think that would be more useful. It's more discreet. You're not wearing a big pair of dumb-looking glasses on your head that people immediately notice. I think it'd be way cooler to be able to just take a Snapchat using a wristwatch or a smartwatch or something like that. And I think the last time I checked, Snapchat was in trouble because they have a hard time monetizing their platform. They've been introducing all these types of features with news stories and that sort of thing, but it's hard to monetize the app because where do you put the ads? In between people's Snapchats? And I guess they've been trying that, but I haven't really seen any. And I don't know about you, but I don't even really use the news features if I use Snapchat at all. So they're probably pretty desperate to come up with some new revenue streams, and I guess they figure this might be something to try, although we've seen Google Glass how it turned out, and I think I see a lot of the same issues repeating itself. So we're definitely gonna have to keep an eye on it. So I guess that's enough speculation for one video. I don't wanna ramble on too long. If you guys did enjoy this video, you like me talking about real tech, please give this video a like and let me know what you thought down in the comment section. If you did not like this video, feel free to give it a thumbs down. I'm really trying to get an idea of whether I should continue this experiment of also posting real tech stuff on this channel while still trying to make it entertaining. If you thought it wasn't entertaining enough, but you still want to see tech stuff, let me know that as well. Just your general thoughts, because I do want to put more real tech stuff on this channel, kind of merge my real tech channel into this one so it can all be in one place. So if you want to see comedy videos, that'll be here as well. So I'm definitely going to be looking to see what you guys think about this. You can also let me know on Twitter. I look at that as well. Follow me on there if you want. And if you want to watch some other videos, more comedy videos, you can click on those right there. Even if you're on a phone, you can click on it. New annotation. So it should be fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time, which will hopefully be more often from now on. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? Now, the title of this video might be rustling your jimmies right now, but it is true. Google, along with several other tech companies, have expressed interest in buying Twitter. You might have not realized that Twitter is offering itself for sale, possibly, if the right bidder comes along. Now, Google, along with some other interesting companies, have expressed interest. Other ones include Salesforce, most notably, a big cloud computing company that is known for buying up other companies. We also have word that possibly Apple, Microsoft, even Facebook have said they might want to buy the company, but there have been no formal bids just yet. You might be wondering how much Twitter is worth. Well, some sources have said that the sale price could be upwards of $30 billion, 30 with a B. And that is interesting because the market cap of Twitter, all the total stock sales, are about 16 billion. So obviously a lot of people think that Twitter is worth way more than it looks on paper. Obviously, it's no surprise, yes, Google could definitely afford to buy Twitter if they wanted it. Salesforce, on the other hand, which has really come up multiple times as the other big bidder, might not be able to. At 30 billion, Salesforce is about a $50 billion company, so it might be hard to swing that. For a $50 billion company to buy a $30 billion purchase might not happen. So Google might be the only company that makes a real bid if the other companies aren't necessarily really interested, like Apple, Facebook, although I think they would at least take a look. I think it's safe to say though that if Google wants Twitter, they will get it. I mean, it's not even a matter of price. Last quarter alone, Google made about $21 billion in revenue, so a $30 billion purchase probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. Of course, that's not profit, but still. And it would make sense with the timing for Google because YouTube recently launched their YouTube community features, so it would make sense to buy Twitter and bolster some of those community feature sets. So it would make sense, and if they really want to push community as hard as they've been saying with this new feature that's mostly upcoming at this point on YouTube, they might just do it. Another thing that someone buying Twitter would have to consider is that Twitter is not a profitable company. It's losing money like it's nobody's business. So last quarter alone, if you look at the income statement, they lost about $107 million. Net income was negative. The balance sheet just shows all negative red numbers. And last year it says they lost about $500 million. So anyone that wanted to buy Twitter would not only have to pay up that $30 billion up front, but also eat the cost of holding the company, just having it run at about negative $500 million a year, according to their most recent income statement. Now, you do have to consider that Google has already been doing this for YouTube, so it's possible they would do this for Twitter. Google, if you didn't know, has been running YouTube at a loss for a long time, basically ever since it bought it. And YouTube, to this day, as far as we know, is not profitable. Google has been just running it, hoping it would turn a profit eventually. And while it has been going up in revenue, they've been saying, it, as far as we know, is not profitable yet. So Google, if anyone, would be able to handle a company like this and hold it afloat until it turns profitable. Also, you might consider that Google has its huge ad network, which might be able to monetize Twitter better than Twitter has been able to do it itself. Google, with $21 billion in revenue last quarter, not bad. And if they put that on Twitter, you might be able to see more people buying ads on Twitter if they know it's going to be through that quality Google ad network, because I think Google has been in the game long enough where they're pretty good at ads, and Twitter seems to just not be that great at it. Regardless of what you think though, the stock market at least did like the news that Twitter could be bought out by especially Google, because the stock price jumped about 15% the same day it was announced. So that is a huge jump. You can see the spike, although it is still significantly less than after Twitter's IPO. Now, if you're wondering what I think about this, I don't mind Google. I think they would do a fine job, better than anyone, really. They do a fine job with YouTube. Even though people love to complain about Google and YouTube, they say, oh, Google ruined YouTube. Meanwhile, a lot of these people complaining about that were still in diapers when Google bought YouTube. YouTube has been with Google longer than it's been by itself. So Google didn't ruin YouTube, Google made YouTube, and it wouldn't be around today because, like I mentioned, YouTube has been running at a loss and no other company would have been able to keep it afloat. And that might just be the same case with Twitter. I mean, you can't go on losing $500 million a year forever. Just because people like Twitter, just because it's really popular, eventually investors are gonna get tired of not getting a return on their money, and it's just gonna die if there's not a huge company keeping it afloat. And I think Google might be able to do that. Sure, other companies I'm sure would be willing to do that, but it's a matter of which one wants to take that chunk of change and pay it out. And companies also have to consider whether they think they would be able to turn a profit for Twitter. If they're looking at Twitter and saying, oh, that's kind of a mess, I don't think I can help that, they're not gonna buy it. They're only gonna buy it if they think they can turn a profit with it at some point. So I think it would be fine if Google bought Twitter. Really, it might be good, although I am a little bit biased, of course, because I make YouTube videos and Google owns YouTube. But still, Google is not beyond criticism, but I still like it enough where I think they would do a good job with Twitter, especially with the spam. Have you guys seen that? Have you seen the spam on Twitter? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm not gonna get into that. That's a video for another day. Anyway, my thoughts are, I don't really have an opinion either way. I think it would be fine if Google buys Twitter, and we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, you guys might have a totally different opinion, so we can talk about that down in the comment section. If you liked this video, give it a thumbs up. If you have anything else you want me to talk about, also let me know down in the comment section. Also, if you like more of these real tech topics, I'm trying to keep it interesting, not just boring blah blah blah, but talk about it in a way that is fun and on this channel. So if you like the comedy videos, you'll also like this. So if you're someone who really likes the comedy videos and you watch this video, let me know what you think about this as well. If you do want to subscribe, be sure to do that, because I'm going to be making videos way more frequently on this channel, both humorous videos, entertaining videos, and real videos like this. And if you want to check out some other videos, I'll put them on this side, yeah, that side. You can click on those even if you're on a phone, new type of annotation, so that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, yes, of course, in the comment section and on Twitter. So let me know what you think. Thank you for watching again. I will see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? It's me, and today I'm going to weigh in on the whole YouTube heroes thing. People have been asking me to do this, and I just think it is such nonsense that people are freaking out about this. It is the most unjustified outrage ever. So in this video, I'm not just gonna say that YouTube heroes isn't bad, but actually tell you why I think YouTube heroes is good. I'm gonna go through a lot of the points that I see people making about why they think this is the worst thing ever, and show you why a lot of these reasons are just misled. People are just completely wrong, and they're freaking out about nothing. So I'm gonna go over that and explain that today. So why don't we start off with the whole flagging thing? That seems to be the big issue that people are worried about. Oh, mass flagging, and all these heroes will be able to take down whatever videos they want. Meanwhile, this is a ridiculous, overblown narrative that I don't know where it came from. People are completely wrong. They seem to think that the YouTube heroes are gonna have these magical special powers to remove videos, which is not the case at all. And I actually have a very unique perspective from this, because I myself am a trusted flagger. I have been for about a year. So I can tell you that a lot of this outrage about, oh, these trusted flaggers are gonna ruin YouTube, that's not the case, because I know a lot of these people personally, and they are not the social justice warriors that you think they are. Now, I'm gonna address basically all the issues, but why don't we start off with the first question. Basically, what is stopping the YouTube heroes from just flagging anything they don't like? Well, the truth is that nothing is stopping anyone from flagging anything. If you're a YouTube hero, you can flag a video incorrectly, and just like any user on YouTube, even if someone's not logged in, they can flag a video if they don't like it, and yet the result is the same. All flags are reviewed by a real person at YouTube. So whether you're a YouTube hero, whether you're some random guy logging in for the first time onto YouTube, your flag is gonna get reviewed. Whether it's 1 flag or 100 flags, it's just gonna get popped up on someone's screen, I guess, and they're gonna look at it, they're gonna make a decision whether or not it violates a guideline. If it does, they'll take it down. If it doesn't, then it will stay up. It doesn't matter who flagged it. This kind of ties in with the next thing. People saying, oh, these super flaggers are just gonna take down every video. No, they're not. Like I just said, a flag from a trusted flagger or a YouTube hero has no bearing on whether the video is gonna get taken down or not. It has no priority besides maybe being pushed up in the queue. I don't really know how the system works, but it's not like it's gonna say, oh, well, they must be right, we'll just take it down without looking at it. No, the odds of the video getting taken down are the same no matter who flags it, because it's not based on who flags it, it's about the video itself, whether it violates the community guidelines or not. So the most that would happen is a YouTube hero flags a video, maybe it gets pushed to the front of the review queue or something like that, but it doesn't matter because all flagged videos get reviewed anyway. Even if one person flagged it, it's gonna get reviewed. So it's not like, oh, it's more likely to get reviewed even. It's just gonna get reviewed the same. Another concern people say is, well, who's gonna keep an eye on these YouTube heroes? They have all this power to flag these videos and get them taken down. Who's gonna watch them if they're the ones taking the videos down? I've seen videos saying, oh, well, we can keep these YouTube heroes in check. How about every percentage of videos they flag gets double checked? Meanwhile, they don't realize that every video they flag gets double checked. That's what a flag is. And it's important to know that anyone who goes to join this program is gonna be judged based on their accuracy in the first place. So it's not like anyone can just join up and start flagging a bunch of videos. No, they're gonna be individually looked at. And of course, if they start flagging all these malicious videos incorrectly, then yeah, they're gonna probably get kicked out or not gonna have access to the tool anymore. Now let's talk about the whole mass flagging thing. I will say that the video announcing YouTube heroes probably was not worded correctly. I don't think they should have said mass flagging, because that really suggests that you can just flag hundreds and hundreds of videos immediately and get them taken down. That's not really what happens. The flagging tool basically just lets you report more videos faster, more than once at a time. So it's not like it's some mass flag tool to take down a ton of videos at once. It just allows you to flag more than one video at a time to make it quicker and more efficient. And you might be thinking, why do they need a mass flagging tool? Why does that exist in the first place? It is so abusable. Well, we already talked about why abuse isn't really an issue. All flags are reviewed. And even if they are taken down incorrectly, by the way, you can appeal it, of course. So back to the mass flagging tool, why would you need this? Well, all you have to do is look at hundreds of spam videos uploaded every single minute. I want you to do an exercise for me. Go onto YouTube and do a search for full episode and search by last hour and most recent upload. Do that filter and you will see the hundreds and hundreds of spam videos that are uploaded every second by these bots. You don't even understand how fast these bots upload the same spam video with the same description, the same, oh, this video's been taken down, but you can go to this link and click the video. We see all these, and yeah, they're pretty obviously spam, so you click on all of them at once and then flag them all at the same time. And if you didn't have that tool, it would be such a pain in the neck, and we would never be able to keep up with all the spam videos because they're already being able to upload way faster than we can flag it even with these tools. Now you might think, okay, well, even if that's true, it's too easy to get the mass flagging tool. Even if that's true, someone might just go and abuse it and use it on whatever. Okay, here's the thing. It's not like you get instant access to this. First of all, from what I understand, all YouTube hero applications are reviewed individually. It's not like you can just sign up and instantly get in. It's not like everyone's admitted. From what I understand, they look, in terms of trying to figure out if you're accepted or not, they look at what you've already done And if you have a history of accurately flagging videos, then they're probably gonna let you in. If you have a history of contributing subtitles, that sort of thing. But if you have a brand new account, or you've never flagged a video in your life and you go to apply to this, you're probably not gonna get in, I would assume. Then after you do get in, you have to work your way up. You have to get like hundreds of these points. And it's not like you get a point for every flag, it's a point for every correct flag. So it's not in your best interest to be flagging all sorts of stuff, because even if you do, just to pad your numbers, when you get to the point of trying to request access to the flagging tool, I assume it requests access, then they're gonna say, no, you suck at flagging. You're not accurate at all, no way. Another thing people keep bringing up is abuse of the copyright system. They're like, oh, this is gonna be abused just like the copyright system. They should fix the copyright system. It doesn't even work, and now they're gonna use this community guideline system. Okay, first of all, I need to point out that the copyright system is completely separate. Flaggers and heroes have nothing to do with the copyright system. That is all US law based on the DMCA. We are not able to flag for copyright at all. Only the copyright owner is able to do that. Another thing that people are understandably concerned about is the whole recent advertiser-friendly controversy. They're thinking, oh, well, all these flaggers are just gonna flag all these videos to try and get them unmonetized. Here's the thing. The community guidelines and the advertiser-friendly guidelines are completely separate things. The advertiser-friendly guidelines, you could be the worst, most advertiser-unfriendly video ever. You could be talking about really stuff that just advertisers would hate to advertise on, but it's still well within the community guidelines and it's fine to talk about. Also, if I had to guess, I would guess that the advertiser-friendly guidelines determination for each video would be algorithmically based, a bot that just checks for certain keywords. I don't think, or I don't know as far as I've ever heard, that reviewers check for advertiser-friendly guidelines. I think that's totally based on your tags, title, all that sort of stuff. So don't worry about your video getting demonetized by these flaggers. It's gonna be community guidelines, that's the point of it. Another argument people are making, which is kind of a valid argument if you think about it at first, but is ultimately unfounded, is that with all these new flaggers, there's gonna be a lot more false flags. People are gonna be flagging all these new videos, there are gonna be more false flags. Here's the thing though, there are already a ton of false flags. If you look at the average population, YouTube has said that about 33%, a third of the general population flags correctly. So out of every single flag, out of the millions and millions of flags that people make every single day on YouTube, a third of them are correct. However, trusted flaggers in the Trusted Flagger program, and therefore the YouTube Heroes program, have over 90% accuracy. So YouTube, first of all, is already dealing with millions of false flags. They are not gonna even notice the increase in false flags because they already have to deal with it. They already know that most of the flags that come in are just people flagging dumb stuff, whether they don't like it or they're just trolling, so they're prepared for it. They go in saying, all right, is this a real flag or some other guy just doesn't know what he's talking about? So you don't have to worry about that if you're not already worrying about some random guy flagging your video and it getting taken down. Because in all likelihood, you're way more likely to get your video taken down incorrectly by a flag that is from just some random guy than a trusted flagger. And even if that does happen, you can appeal it and explain why it is, and it will again get reviewed and put back up. Now, the next thing I keep seeing is that people are saying, oh, well, all these social justice warriors are just gonna go out and flag all these videos and try to get them taken down because they don't like it. Meanwhile, no, that's not gonna happen. Even if they get into the program, even if they get access to the trusted flagging tool, nothing is gonna happen. There's nothing stopping them from flagging videos now individually that they don't like, and it's not gonna have any more effect whether they flag it quicker or not. So you don't even have to worry about these people getting into the program in the first place. They'll just be removed very quickly before you even notice anything. You won't even notice anything because I'm sure a lot of your videos, if you have any reasonable number of views on your videos, they've probably already been flagged. People are treating this like no one's been able to flag a video before. If you have like even hundreds of views on a video, you have to assume that that's been flagged just by trolls alone. you have to assume that it's been flagged. Every time you go to upload a video, you should be assuming that it's gonna get flagged one way or another. And the number of flags has no impact on whether it gets taken down. It's not like videos are automatically removed even if they get 1,000,000 flags. As a matter of fact, from what YouTube has said, the most flagged video in history is a Justin Bieber video, and of course it's still up. Number of flags has nothing to do with the video taken down. That's a complete myth. It's incorrect. Whether you get 1 flag or 100, it's gonna be reviewed the same. So if you're gonna be worried about anyone false flagging your videos, it's not the trusted flaggers to be worried about, it's the random trolls coming along to your video and thinking they don't like you and flagging it incorrectly. And you should not be worried about false flags anyway, because even if it's false and it gets reviewed, it's not gonna get taken down. In a vast majority of cases, every once in a while, of course, there's gonna be human error, and that's what the appeal is for. Which brings me to my next point. People think and have this idea of the YouTube heroes that, oh, they're just gonna, all they do is take down videos. That's all they do. Meanwhile, we have helped countless people get their channel and videos back up when mistakes have been made. People who have gotten hijacked and they posted on the forums, they have no idea what to do. They can't contact YouTube, they have no access to their account. We bring that to YouTube's attention and say, hey, this person needs help, and then they get the help they need from whatever team at YouTube deals with that. So we help people bring their channels and videos back up if we think they have been falsely flagged. People post in the forums all the time. They say, hey, look at this video. It got taken down. I appealed it. It has nothing to do with anything against the community guidelines. And based on their description of what the video was, I will say, hey, person at YouTube, which is one of the benefits of being a YouTube hero. At one level, you can contact YouTube employees. You say, hey, this person describes this video. It doesn't sound like it's against the community guidelines. Can you take a look at it? And I have seen countless times where they said, yeah, I don't know why this video got taken down. It's a really rare mistake. Maybe they didn't appeal it well or something like that, and they just restored it. And if a channel got taken down, for example, same thing. People say, my channel got taken down, it's been hijacked. We say, hey, this person needs help. So we do help people as well. It's not all, I'm just gonna crawl through the web and just look for videos to take down. It's not like that at all. Now, one metaphor or analogy that I saw people using is that YouTube heroes is like giving everyone a badge and a gun and telling them to police themselves. That is completely the wrong metaphor. Here's a better metaphor. Think of it in real life. If you see something wrong, what do? A crime, you call the police, which is like flagging a video. You call the police and say, hey, I see something that you need to check out. That's what a flag basically is. You don't worry about people calling the police and saying, I'm gonna call the police on them, so that means he's automatically gonna get arrested. No, because we know that's not how it works. People call the police all the time for stupid reasons. The police go and check it out, and if there's nothing wrong, if it was an incorrect or misleading phone call, they don't do anything about it. It's the same deal here. Now, the YouTube Heroes program, you might think that that is like, oh, well, that's just giving everyone a badge to take videos down now. No, the police are still the only people that are allowed to arrest people, just like YouTube are still the only people who are allowed to take down videos. The YouTube Heroes program is like if the police notice that out of all the people calling, there are a small number of people who disproportionately correctly call about crimes. They say, wow, these people are really accurate, and every time they call, we're pretty sure they're right, so we're probably gonna check that stuff out first. But it's not like they're gonna say, oh, well, this person's right every time, we're gonna go arrest that person without even looking. And if we use the same analogy for the mass flagging tool, it's not like the police are just giving someone a tool that lets them automatically arrest a bunch of people at once. No, it's more like if you see a bunch of crimes going on at once, it lets you report them all at once instead of having to make an individual phone call for every single crime that you see going on simultaneously. So YouTube always has the final say. They review everything equally. It's all based on the community guidelines, and there's no special powers for the YouTube heroes. Now, I think that covers all the flagging stuff, but there are other things people have been saying about the program in general. One of the things is the contributions for closed captions. People are saying, well, what's stopping someone from just submitting all these fake captions? the important thing to know is that every time someone submits a caption, it is reviewed by the uploader. It's not like it's automatically put on the video. And you might be thinking, well, what if they submit fake captions in another language? Well, there's a nifty tool when you go to review the captions that have been submitted. You can use Google Translate and get a general idea of what those words are. So if you see words that have nothing to do with the video, it's clearly not a correct translation, you can reject it and it will never make it onto that video. And even if there are some things that are incorrect, there's actually the ability for other people to edit the closed captions and submit edits to be reviewed by the uploader and say, this isn't exactly correct. So if there is something wrong with it, again, you can have people fix it, but nothing gets posted automatically unless the creator who originally uploaded the video double checks it first. And finally, one of the arguments I see people making against the YouTube Heroes thing is they're saying YouTube is just outsourcing their work and making people work for free so they don't have to do as much work. No, that's actually the exact opposite of the YouTube Heroes program. As I already mentioned, all flags are reviewed by YouTube. So if they get more people flagging videos to clean up YouTube, they have to review more flags. It's not less work for them, it's more work. So if they wanted to reduce their workload, this is not the thing to do because they have to review more flags. They're not automatically taking videos down. We already know that they review every flag. And as a trusted flagger, I know this firsthand, and it's what YouTube has been saying all along, but for some reason, people don't believe it. All flags are reviewed by humans, guys. Now, of course, yes, on rare occasions, there are mistakes and a video might be taken down when it shouldn't have been. That's what the appeal thing is for. You're able to appeal, so you're able to explain why this shouldn't have been taken down. You're able to add more context, and then it will be reviewed again in the context of your explanation. So if it is taken down incorrectly, it'll almost certainly be put back up. And even if, after the appeal, it is not put back up, somehow, some way, then there are still options you can do. All monetized creators, if you monetize a video, you might not know this, you have access to real human support at YouTube. You can email creator support. They announced this feature this year at VidCon. All people who monetize videos have access to human support at YouTube. So if you even appeal a video and it's still down and you're sure that it doesn't violate anything, you can submit a request to them to have them look at it even again. And even if you don't have access to that support, you can go in the Google product forums for YouTube and you can post a thread, and a top contributor like myself, I'm also a top contributor in the forum, we will take a look at it, and if you give a good case like, yeah, this person really thinks that their video shouldn't have been taken down, it was appealed and was rejected, we can still, again, give that and escalate it to the YouTube employees where they can take a look at it again. So YouTube Heroes are certainly not just about getting videos taken down. It's about helping YouTube and making it a good website and helping the users in general. That may include flagging spam, pornography, malicious fake download videos, all that sort of stuff. And it also includes helping people out in the forums who are having trouble with some feature or a glitch or a video being taken down and they need help. It's not just about taking things down, it's about being a helpful contributor. So finally, before I wrap this up, the last thing I wanna say is that these programs in the YouTube Heroes program have existed for years. The Trusted Flaggers have existed for years. YouTube hasn't melted down as a result. It's actually been a huge success. The top contributor program has existed even longer than that, I believe. If you go in the Google product forums, you'll see people answering questions just because they want to help. It's not like they're doing this for pay. So the way I see it is the YouTube Heroes program is not for people who just want to go and flag a bunch of videos and have a bunch of power, because there's no additional power. And if someone does it for that reason, they're going to quickly realize that there's nothing special about it. I think the YouTube Heroes program is for people who have already been contributing to YouTube for a long time, and this is just a way for YouTube to give back to those people who are already helping. So hopefully you guys can see through all the BS from people who have no idea what they're talking about. I know from firsthand, this is what the YouTube Heroes program is all about. It actually is, oh my gosh, for people who want to help. Hopefully I was able to explain things that make sense and dispel a lot of the myths and the nonsense that people have been saying. And yeah, it's fun to make fun of YouTube. A lot of people, I'm sure, have been just regurgitating the same arguments about the YouTube Heroes program just so they can get a lot of views. And it's important that you remember that, because yeah, I could easily go out and get a bunch of views by saying, ha ha ha, YouTube Heroes sucks, but no, I'm gonna make a video that gets way less views because people don't wanna hear the truth. So I hope this video is helpful. For those of you who stuck around at least, hopefully you got something out of it. If you changed your mind, that is great. I'd love to hear what you guys think. If you have any other questions, let me know down in the comment section. I might not be able to read all the questions, but I'm sure there are people who will be able to answer that. And if you did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. And I guess if you even disliked it, you still don't agree, feel free to rate it that way as well. If you guys want to keep watching and check out some other videos, I'll put some links right here. You can click on those annotations, even if you're on a phone. It's a new type, so that should be cool. Hopefully you'll enjoy those. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. I'm there looking at it all the time. But anyway, thank you guys for watching, even though I started to lose my voice, I think. But anyway, have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? It's me again, and I'll try to keep this video very short because I know I've been posting a lot more than usual. Basically, if you saw my last vlog, you knew I was trying to come up with different ideas for how to make some changes to this channel. I wanted to start doing more real tech videos, and I didn't really know if I should put that on my other channel, but I have decided that I want to start posting real, interesting, fun, and entertaining tech content on this channel. So it's not gonna be mostly just jokes anymore. I wanna start mainly focusing on fun tech on this channel. And the reason for that is because I way more enjoy making real tech content, real reviews, and talking about technology that I just love and am actually passionate about. And I think that will transfer more through the videos and be entertaining, because if you know the fake videos, of course they get a lot of views, but they get really boring, I think, after a while. I don't even enjoy making them anymore, but I've never gotten bored of making the real tech videos on my smaller channel, and I think I want to focus on that for my main videos. Now, hear me out, because I know many of you, if not most of you, did subscribe because you wanted to see funny content, and I want to continue that and make videos that are both real and funny and entertaining. I definitely don't want this to be one of those channels where it's just, here's the statistics for this phone and the spec sheet. I want it to be fun. And the final reason is I just think a real tech channel with real videos will be more sustainable. I think the joke videos are funny for a while, but there's a lot of people that just hate them. A lot of people don't take me seriously. There's it's just that tech guy, even though I do know that I have a lot to offer in terms of entertainment for real tech stuff that I actually in real life enjoy talking about and using, and I think that'll be better for everyone. There might be less viewership, but you know what? I'd rather have that where everyone enjoys the videos as opposed to making just fake tutorials where half the people hate them. Now, I'm definitely not gonna take joke videos off the table. I'm not gonna stop making them altogether, but if I do, they're probably gonna be very clearly marked so you know what you're gonna get. They're gonna be obvious. But of course, as we know, there's plenty of people who, no matter how obvious it is, they still don't get it. But my main vision for this channel, if you can imagine it, is that it's a real tech channel that's as fun as a comedy channel. It's got the same vibe to it, same fun, like you're gonna come in to watch a fun tech video. I really hope I can pull that off and not just be boring about it. Although, of course, there are topics that I think are awesome, but you guys might find boring, but that's just always part of it. Anyway, I said I'd keep this video short, so I'm gonna stop now. If you guys have any other questions down in the comments section, I'll be looking at them, trying to answer any questions you have. Also on Twitter, you can address me on there. I'll try to respond to as many as I can. So thank you guys for watching. I really, really hope you guys enjoy the videos coming up. I know I'm gonna enjoy making them, so hopefully that will transfer through and you guys will see that it's more fun of a video. So let me know what you think. If you wanna check out some other videos this side, you can click on those. Even if you're on a phone, you can get an idea of some of the videos I'll be making, like a Snapchat one. It's pretty funny and it's real, so check that out. So again, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. I think we all know that Apple gets a ton of flack, and some of it's justified, some of it's not. There are people on one side of the spectrum who mostly have minor criticisms saying Apple's just overpriced, but that's mostly just marketing. Then on the other hand, you have pretty serious issues, I would say, with how Apple treats its customers in general. And of course, I'm not trying to tell you guys what to think. These are just my opinions. If you have your own opinions, I'm interested in hearing those as well. So what exactly do I mean by the title of this video? I think that Apple, especially recently, has been taking their customers for granted. And yes, they've been introducing some cool features in their phones, but most of the time they just overblow it with the marketing, say it's the best phone ever. Meanwhile, they're not introducing a lot of features and they're actually removing features like the headphone jack while saying that it's adding a feature, which it's clearly not. Now, I'm sure we can all agree that we've heard enough about the whole headphone jack and whether they should have removed it or not. But I think the more important issue is why they said they removed it, which is basically a lie at this point, and you can look at the evidence yourself that I'm going to show you, but it's pretty obvious that they're just kind of treating their customers like a bunch of dummies so they can make more money. And it's this double talk that I've been having a problem with. You see Apple saying that, oh, you know, we just removed the headphone jack because it takes up so much space that we want to add in new features that would not be able to be in there otherwise. Okay, that's kind of a reasonable explanation. Do most people buy it? Probably not. But you know what? It's a reasonable explanation, and it's at least something where they could justify it in the future by adding some killer feature. But then again, you look at what they're doing with the Mac. I said in a previous video, you may have seen, they released a survey asking people how often they use the headphone jack on their MacBooks. Now, I ask you, why would they ask people how often they use the headphone jack on their MacBook laptops if they weren't at least thinking about removing the headphone jack from a laptop? And you cannot tell me that they're just gonna remove it for space in a whole laptop. They barely even introduced anything into the new iPhone. They didn't make it any thinner, even though that's one of the reasons they said they would remove it. It's not thinner, if at all. They didn't really add anything to replace the headphone jack, maybe an extra speaker, but that was the whole point. They're like, oh, we can add in all this extra stuff if we just remove that pesky headphone jack, and then they didn't. And I'm not even criticizing Apple for removing a feature that a lot of people like. They've done it in the past for good reasons. For example, when they removed the floppy disk from their computers to replace it with a CD drive. Everyone criticized them. They said, oh, you're killing it. You're not even gonna have a floppy drive. Meanwhile, it was replaced with a better feature that ended up being the standard, the CD drive. Though in this case, they're not replacing it with anything. They're just taking it out for the sake of taking it out. And in my other video, I did discuss why I think they did this, and it is pretty much a money grab. They're doing it so they can control who can make headphones, and you have to buy a license to use their lightning connector instead of the free 3.5mm open headphone jack. They just want people to have to pay a license fee to use the lightning connector. That's the only reason they would do this, especially considering that they would be doing this also possibly on a MacBook where there is no space limitations. And look, I understand that Apple just can't come out and say, we're doing this because we want to make more money. Even though we all know that, they're just gonna have to say something else. But that's not the only example I'm gonna give. It's also in terms of how they support their customers when things go wrong. There are two more specific examples I'm going to talk about where Apple had a problem with their phone that was their fault, and yet they refused to even acknowledge it and help customers who had the problem. The first one is the famous Error 53, where the home button, if it got replaced, then you basically bricked your phone, and if you took it into the Apple store, they'd say you have to get a new phone. They wouldn't even tell customers what the problem was or acknowledge it or fix it. You were just screwed if you had this problem. And it wasn't until there was incredible media outrage about this error before they finally decided to even acknowledge it and start to help customers who had it. However, the most recent damning evidence against Apple is the whole touch disease, where they made a factory defect in a lot of phones where they didn't inject enough adhesive or sealant below one of the processors, which basically was their fault 100%, and it meant that that processor or chip would come loose and make the phone unusable. It would screw up the screen, and then again, they refuse to acknowledge this. A lot of people are talking about it. Even after it blew up in the media, they still didn't want to talk about it. And it's like, Apple, Who are you fooling? We all know you're not doing this. We all know that you're treating your customers like a bunch of idiots. You're not talking about this problem, hoping that they'll think, oh, I guess my screen broke, better buy a new one. Meanwhile, it was your fault and you're not owning up to it. And that is the type of stuff that I have a problem with Apple. Their behavior clearly states, whether it's from removing a headphone jack that they don't need to remove and then lying about the reason, or saying, you know what, if we just don't talk about this problem, no one will even notice, when clearly they don't think their customers are as smart as they really are. But here's the thing, even if their customers are stupid, even if, I'm not saying they are, but even if they were, that is no excuse by Apple to take advantage of those people. That's basically just evil. You're saying these people are so stupid that we can just take advantage of, even though it was our mistake, you know what, let them deal with it, we just want our money. And I think that's a lot of the reasons why there are so many people who not just don't like Apple, but they actively dislike it and say, you know what, I don't trust Apple. They don't seem to treat their customers right. And of course, that's not always the case. To be fair, a lot of times I used to have an iPhone. When I went into the Apple store, they would often replace it, no questions asked. The people in the store were very helpful. If it was under warranty, they typically just replace the phone. However, the problem is if it's out of warranty and they have this defect and they're not acknowledging it as a defect, then you're out of luck. And I think the bigger problem is the Apple management who is making the call to say, no, we are not going to acknowledge this problem. We are not going to admit this is our problem. So if this comes up, then it's their problem, which is not right. It's as if Apple is picking and choosing which problems they want to deal with. And you know what? I really don't doubt that Apple is going to start dealing with this touch disease problem and actually helping customers if they haven't already. But it's only after they started getting a ton of flack by the mainstream media who call them out on their BS. And it really makes you wonder, where do they draw the line? What have they been hiding even until now? What features are they gonna remove just to stuff their own pockets at the expense of customers? We already know it's kind of a business decision, but they don't really put out as many features as they can on new iPhones. It makes sense. They don't wanna get rid of all their best features in one feature model and then not have anything in the next model because they want to keep that cash flow. That is actually a reasonable business decision, but when you go and start spewing BS like, oh, we removed the headphone jack because of courage, which everyone knows, no you didn't. And that's really the sort of stuff I'm talking about. I'm not gonna knock Apple for making a design decision. I'm not gonna knock them for making a feature decision, but I will knock them for what they say when it's clearly not true, or it just seems like it's really hoity-toity. They're treating their customers like they know it all, and they don't wanna listen to their customers no matter how angry they get. And of course, you can't knock a business for making a business decision. I understand that. If they didn't think that people would care about the headphone jack, you know what? I don't really mind if they took it out. Obviously, there are a ton of people who bought the iPhone, it's sold out, they didn't care, so I'm not gonna knock them for removing it. I'm gonna knock them for this clearly BS reason that they're giving. I just genuinely think that the way they're talking to their customers, the way they're explaining their reasoning, just seems like they think we're a bunch of dummies because they're obviously not giving the real reasons. And even if they went out and said, you know what, we just don't think a lot of people are using the headphone jack, we think we can use the space better, but when they go and say, oh, this is just such a huge waste of space, we can do so much with it, we can make it thinner, and then they don't go and do it, it makes you wonder. So of course, that's all just my opinion. I could be completely wrong in your eyes. If you don't think I'm right, give it a thumbs down. If you do think I'm right, give it a thumbs up. Let me know down in the comment section. I don't want you to just think that I'm telling you guys what to think. I'm just giving my thoughts. If you want to give your thoughts, let me know down in the comment section. I'll be reading them. So anyway, if you guys are interested also in watching some other videos, I've got those on the right-hand side. You can actually click those even if you're on a phone. They're a new type of annotation, so you probably should be able to click on them. Also, if you want to subscribe, I'm trying to make videos at least 3 times a week, even more tech videos on this channel now, so it should be fun. So looking forward to hearing from you guys again. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Let me ask you this. Do you know how many bacteria are on your phone right now? The answer is a lot. So in this video, I'm gonna be reviewing a device that claims to be able to sterilize and kill bacteria and viruses on your phone using UV light. So for this review, let me go over any disclosures. No, this is not a sponsored review. I bought this with my own money. And in the description, if you wanna check this out for yourself, I did put a link to Amazon. It's an affiliate link and it doesn't cost you anything, but it will help me fund the purchase of future products so I can do more reviews like these. So let's get right into it. The device I'm reviewing today is called the Phone Soap and it's pretty straightforward. It's basically an enclosure that you put your phone into and it uses UV light to kill any bacteria, viruses, anything of that sort. But obviously the big question is, does it actually work? Well, for this review, I did a full-blown science experiment. I got some petri dishes so I could actually test how much bacteria was on the phone before and after sterilization. And the results were pretty definitive. Now, before we get into that though, let me quickly go over the other basic features of the device. Inside the enclosure, there are two ultraviolet lamps on the top and bottom to cover both sides of the phone simultaneously during the process. And it actually uses UVC type light, which is a shorter, higher energy wavelength of light than UVA or UVB, which you might be familiar with. And UVC light is considered germicidal, which means it can kill bacteria, viruses, and the like. It also won't heat up the phone or anything, so you don't have to worry about it getting damaged. As for size, it'll support even up to the biggest phones, anything with measurements of less than 6.8 by 3.74 by 0.78 inches. So that'll easily fit the biggest phones on the market, including the iPhone 7 Plus and Galaxy Note 7. For power, it uses a micro USB input and it comes with an AC adapter to plug into the wall. And another cool feature is it has USB power pass-through, so it's got a slot on the side where you can put your phone's charging cable into the enclosure to charge your phone while it's cleaning. So that's a nice touch. Now to activate it, all you have to do is open the lid and stick your phone in and close it again. And as soon as the lid closes, it automatically turns on the UV lights inside. And you know it's working because the light on top will be glowing to show that the lamps are on. After a little while, it will turn off automatically once it's done, and you'll know that because the light on top will turn off too. Now, one interesting thing is the instructions say it goes for about 5 minutes before turning off, but I noticed it goes for about 10 minutes, and that's not a big deal to me. I'd actually rather it go a little bit longer, but it's something to keep in mind. It's possible they just updated it to let it go a little bit longer. Either way though, you can open the lid at any time to stop it, and the lights will shut off instantly, so you don't have to worry about being exposed to the light at all. Now, obviously the big question is performance, because you can take it out and look at the phone, and just looking at it, there's no way to really know if the bacteria is dead or not. Though, as I mentioned, I decided to do an experiment to find out how well it works. So why don't we go over to the table and test it out and find out for ourselves. All right, so let's do this experiment. As you can see, the setup is I have 4 different petri dishes, and I have one for the front screen of the phone, before and after, the plus and minus. We have one for the back on the case, plus and minus again, before and after, and also just the back of the phone without the case. And then there is a control, and the positive control will just be off the table or something, and negative will be hopefully no contamination at all, so we can make sure that nothing went wrong that we didn't know about. So the first thing we want to do is test the phone before we do anything to it. I just took it out of my pocket, no even brushing off the screen or anything. And so what we'll do first is do the front, and I have these different swabs here. Now what they tell you to do is actually dip the swab into a bottle of water unopened, so it's just regular water, and then swab that onto the sample. So I just have an unopened bottle of water here that we're gonna use. First we're gonna do the front of the phone, get it nice and covered, and then we're gonna put that on the petri dish, try to do it as quick as possible. All right, we'll cover that right back up. And then that's gonna be closed for the rest of the experiment until we open it back up. Now we can do the back of the phone. Swab it like this, get all that on there. Now we can do the back without the case on there. We'll do the back. And now I don't know if this is gonna have any less because I keep a case on it at all times, but that'll at least be interesting to see. So now we know all these samples were taken at the same time. So what we'll do is we'll put it in just like this first and keep the case off it since it's still contaminated. And then we'll do that again and swab it in a row. So let's go ahead and put it in. We'll do one cycle, keep it simple. And we close it up. And it's lit up. I don't know if it shows up, but it is going. We can kind of double check. Yeah, I see it going, so it's going. Okay, so the light turned off, which means it's done, and I'm gonna have to be careful with this because I don't want to put the phone down. I actually got this, so we can do that maybe if we have to. You know what, I don't even have to touch it perfectly, so I'll do the front. And this is after, so we'll do it at the bottom. So now we just have to do the case and then take it out once it's done. Okay, so it finished up, the light turned off, so we can now test the case. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to seal these up with tape. Well, not seal them up, but close them up with tape. Air still needs to be getting in. And then I'm actually going away for a few days, so I will be able to leave the apartment much hotter than normal, so it will be a nice incubator. And then when I come back in a few days, the bacteria should grow and we should be able to see a stark comparison between the plus and minus, and we will know how well it worked, if at all. All right, so this is what happened after about 4 days, and as you can see, I put these in plastic bags so it wouldn't start to stink or anything. And here's a dark background, so you should be able to see what's going on, and you should already be starting to see what happened. So let's go through these one by one. First of all, the control, that was just off the table, and there was a little bit of bacteria, not much, makes sense, and more importantly, there was none where there was no bacteria placed at all, so that makes sense. Now let's look at the front of the screen and the back without the case. As you can see, there's basically no bacteria at all in the plus or minus. That's an interesting result. There is one speck on the back here, but that could just be random because that's in the middle where I wasn't trying to put any bacteria. Still, it's interesting that we didn't see any. That could be for a couple reasons. First of all, could be that glass or the hard, shiny, polished surface at the back is not that good for bacteria to grow, and I think that's probably the most likely case. And maybe if we let it go much longer at a higher temperature, we would start to see bacteria grow. But right here, we didn't see anything, nothing in the beginning and nothing at the end either. Finally, we have the case, which as you can see, has a ton of bacteria on the positive and basically none in the negative part, which is exactly what we were hoping for, which means that there was a lot of bacteria before we sterilized, and I don't see any afterwards. And if I had to guess, there was a lot of bacteria more on the back because this is more of a rubbery, porous surface where I guess a lot of bacteria can live and probably a lot of nutrients for the bacteria at least. It's probably a lot easier for bacteria to survive on this material, so it kind of makes sense. So I think these results pretty much speak for themselves. You can make your own conclusion, but it's pretty obvious, especially here, that it was able to kill basically all the bacteria. Okay, so as you saw, I think the results were pretty clear. While there wasn't that much bacteria to begin with on the front and back of the phone, there was a lot initially on the case. And that probably has to do with the rubbery material of the case being more hospitable than the glass back and front of the phone. Afterwards, however, it does appear to have killed basically all the bacteria that was there before. So I guess for the final verdict, the answer is yes, it does appear to work quite well. And I guess that covers about everything. So again, I'll put a link in the description if you guys want to check this out for yourself on Amazon. Hopefully you guys did enjoy this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it, and also subscribe for more tech reviews like this and also tech news and discussions. I currently upload videos every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, oftentimes more than that, so it should be worth it. If you guys want to check out some more videos, I've got them right here. You can actually click on that even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation, so you can check those out. And again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys what you thought of this review down in the comments section, or I'll be looking on Twitter as well. So thanks again, guys, for watching. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. I will see you next time. Have a good one. All right, guys, what's up? We got a really exciting unboxing today. This is Razer's Stargazer webcam probably the best webcam on the market, although that might not be for long because Logitech has released the C922, which is the follow-up to their famous C920. I bought that as well, but we're gonna focus on this and then we can possibly compare them in a future video. But let's just focus on what this is right now because I'm pretty excited, specifically because of the RealSense technology by Intel, which does some pretty cool tricks, including being able to remove the background from the video without using a green screen. I tried this at CES. It kind of worked. Maybe they improved it. So let's take a look at the box first. As you can see, it says depth sensing webcam using one of multiple depth sensing sensors and cameras in the front that you can kind of see here, and that's all by Intel. On the back, you can see it says the world's most advanced webcam. Well, we'll find that out. And then ultra high frame rate capture. I don't know about ultra high frame rate. It does 60 FPS, which is pretty good. And that's typically what people use to stream. So that will be nice to have a high frame rate webcam. Although that is only at 720p, at 1080p, it does 30 FPS. And it also can do 3D scanning. So we saw a little bit of this in a demo they did for the release announcement. It can actually scan 3D objects, and I'd be interested to test that out as well. So I think that's really all there is on the outside. We got some cool bright green, and on this side it's just some specs, and I covered up some of the codes. You guys don't really need to see that. And let's find out what's inside. All right, so we got a little letter here. I'll just hold that up so you can see it. Hopefully you can read that. I don't want to read the whole thing. Basically, it's just talking about streaming and how this is the best webcam and that sort of thing. Then we have this little cover. It's like a weaved cover. I don't really know how to describe it. Pretty nice though. And here it is. So we got foam and the Stargazer itself right here. Got good weight to it. I like the way it feels, definitely. And I could see this being definitely a high quality product right off the bat. You've got the USB 3.0 input here, definitely not 2.0. And we've got the cover film. We only get to do this once, folks. Oh yeah, there we go. No marks at all, although we'll see how long that lasts. Now it looks like there's some rigid, almost interesting metal texture here. This feels like metal, although nah, not all of it. Some of it's metal, I think. This seems metal, or very good plastic. And then this is a base. Looks like you can hook it over the monitor. Very similar to what the C920 uses, although it does have a screw mount here, so you can use it for that as well. And it's a rubber base, so I guess if you even wanted to, you could kind of tilt this and just stand it up like this. So that's pretty cool. You got a lot of options here. You can see on the top there are 3 different cameras. I'm not exactly sure what each one is. That's gonna be because of RealSense technology. It uses all sorts of different sensors. I think it might use infrared. I'm not really sure. Obviously the depth sensing, it's gonna use multiple cameras, I assume. So that's pretty cool. You know, you're getting a lot of stuff in there. It's not just one camera and one lens. Why don't we put this aside for now and we can open up and see what else is in here. Really cool foam. I like this packaging. This is definitely well thought out packaging. You can just tell they put some consideration into it, and I really appreciate that. So depth sensing webcam, they really kind of put that up front, don't they? They really want you to know about that. And just instruction manual. All right, so in here, it actually tells you what each of these cameras and sensors are in the front. It says A, which would be this one, is an infrared sensor, and B is a color sensor, and C is an infrared laser projector. So I'm assuming the infrared sensor and the laser projector kind of work together. Hopefully we're back in focus. And then the color sensor, I'm assuming that's just a regular camera. That I'm not really sure. Then it also says on either side of here, it is dual array microphones. So it looks like there's some slots in here that are actually the microphones. And then we got some cool stickers. Cool. All right. So that's all for the manual. Let's see what else we got. Looks like the final thing is a braided, sturdy feeling USB 3.0 cable. Very nice. So let's move this box out of the way, although it is a very nice rigid box. We can move that aside and take a final look at what we got in this. Just a couple things that are included. Really all you need is the webcam itself. We can kind of stand it up, articulate it however we need to, and the cable, and you just pop it in. Thank you, there are no CDs. Gosh, I hate CDs. They always get thrown in the trash anyway. So pretty cool. I'm looking forward to testing this out. Probably gonna do a review, and maybe I'll combine that with a review of the C922. You guys can let me know if you have a strong preference on whether you want to see a standalone review or what, or maybe you don't care at all. Let me know either way. So I guess I'll call that the end of the video. If you guys have any ideas or suggestions, let me know in the comments. Give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, if you want me to do more unboxings like this, although I'm probably gonna do more anyway. So let me know what you think. Hopefully you did like it. And also subscribe if you wanna see more unboxings and reviews and all that sort of stuff. You know the drill. And if you wanna check out some other videos, I'll put some links here, these annotations. You can actually click those even if you're on a phone. We can move those over, make room for those. If you want, you guys can also follow me on Twitter, hit me up on there. I'm always looking at that. Looking forward to hearing from you guys on there. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and recently I bought the Razer Stargazer webcam, which on paper looks like it could be the best webcam on the market right now. But how does it perform in reality? In this video, I'm gonna show you exactly that, and we're gonna figure out whether this webcam is trash or treasure on my new rating scale from literally trash to literally treasure. Now, before we get started, let's go over any review disclaimers. First of all, no, this is not a sponsored video. I bought this webcam myself, and if you want to check it out, there's a link in the description. It's an Amazon affiliate link, which will help me be able to afford to buy future products to review, because I do like to review products I've bought myself. So enough rambling, why don't we get started off with the specs. Now, the Razer Stargazer webcam itself appears to be a rebranded version of Intel's SR300 webcam, which is their RealSense developer kit. This is capable of resolutions of 1080p at 30 FPS, and more notably 720p at 60 FPS, which up until now was unusual for a webcam to have that high frame rate, although it still is only at 720p. And the other big feature is that it has dynamic background removal using Intel's RealSense technology, and it's one of the only webcams on the market to have that technology built in. It basically can detect the depth of the scene of different objects and separate you from the background and then remove the background. This technology also allows for some other features such as 3D scanning and hand gestures. For audio, the camera has a dual array microphone, which basically means there's two for stereo audio, and it has noise canceling built in. The camera also connects to the computer with USB 3.0 and lists Windows 10 as a requirement. So if you have Windows 8 and Windows 7, you might not expect this to work. Now, those specs promise a lot, but does it live up to the hype, and is it worth the $150 price? Well, I found that it is strong in some points, but also has some major issues. So I'm gonna go over all of those, of course. First of all, I'll say that the build quality is great. It appears to have both metal and plastic construction, very sturdy, very solid. It's got a hinge that secures it to the top of the monitor, and also a screw mount on the bottom if you want to put it on a tripod, and it's got an articulating head to adjust the view. It also comes with a thick braided USB 3.0 cable, which feels nice. On the front of the camera, you can see it has all sorts of different sensors. First of all, there's an infrared sensor, as well as a regular camera and a laser projector. All of these will help determine the depth with that RealSense technology. Now let's talk about regular video quality, and later on we could talk about the background removal. Now, I found the video quality to be good and sometimes great, depending on the lighting mostly, and if you're streaming, the 60 FPS frame rate is a nice touch, although that is only at 720p, but if you're using it just for a face cam that's gonna be scaled down, that's good enough. If you have good lighting, like multiple lights in front of you, the video quality is very good. However, in low light situations, sensor noise was very noticeable. Especially in 720p, it could get pretty bad without lighting. In 1080p though, it was much better for low light, because with the 30 FPS, that means a longer shutter speed, and it can let in more light. But of course at 1080p, you're only at 30 FPS. Now, of course, for any webcam, sensor noise is to be expected with such a small sensor, and I will say that overall, it performs pretty well for what it is. Now, one big issue I had with this webcam is the video appeared to flicker every once in a while for no apparent reason. It's like the video either cut out for a second or flashed white for a second and then would come back. It's very annoying and seems to only stop when I disable auto exposure. And that brings me to my next issue. The webcam controls are pretty lacking. To control the webcam settings, you use Razer's Synapse software, which has sliders for contrast, gamma, saturation, all that sort of thing. But apparently none of these have automatic setting except for white balance. Though just a few seconds ago, I mentioned that I disabled auto exposure, so you might be wondering how I did that. Well, strangely enough, if I go into the webcam settings in OBS OBS or XSplit and dig into those settings, I do have an option to disable or enable auto exposure. So why the heck is it that I can't control the auto exposure in Razer's native app, but I can in third-party programs? And on top of that, when disabling auto exposure and manually bringing the exposure level up, it severely drops the frame rate, which doesn't happen with auto exposure. So it's effectively pointless to disable auto exposure, which is a shame because I like to have that manual control sometimes. And there also doesn't seem to be any option for manual focus either. Another thing I found in the webcam controls is when you use the slider to adjust them, the controls will often freeze for several seconds. I'm not really sure if that's an issue with my computer, but I doubt it. These all seem like software issues that I'm sure they could fix, but it's still very buggy and frustrating. So now let's get into the Intel RealSense features, which are neat, but kind of took some hoop jumping to get working correctly. When I first went to use the background removal with XSplit, it said that I didn't have all the necessary software installed and directed me to a post on their website. On XSplit's website, they listed some different things I had to download, including the Intel SR300's Depth Cam Manager, which is the webcam that the Stargazer is built upon. And I also had to download the Intel RealSense SDK runtime. None of this is mentioned anywhere in the guide that came with the Razer Stargazer, but I did eventually get it to work. I should also mention that the background removal does not yet work with OBS, only XSplit and some other programs, and that is the fault of OBS. They just haven't implemented it yet, even though they can, so just keep that in mind. So once RealSense was ready to go with XSplit, how well did it work? The answer is, well, not necessarily bad, but I wouldn't call it good either. As you can see, it is able to recognize my general shape somewhat well, but the edges look very jagged. It desperately needs some sort of way to refine the edges of the matte it produces, because at this point it basically looks like a really crappy green screen. Now, if you're going to be scaling it down to a little corner of your stream, for example, of course the edges aren't going to look as bad, but movement still produces splotches all around you, especially with your hands. And it seems that the depth sensing camera only has a resolution of about 640 by 480, so the transparency mask is considerably lower resolution than the regular video. And this is likely the reason for why there are such pixelated edges. So I think this would be fine if you're just streaming for fun, although I would honestly probably just end up using a regular square webcam view. With the background removal, it just seems distracting and ugly when it's cutting off or adding chunks to the side of your face. And for a serious or professional stream, you just can't beat a proper green screen. Now, the RealSense technology is not just used for streaming, but is actually usable with other third-party apps. For example, there's a program called 3D Me, which lets you scan your face and then add it to different 3D characters. And it's, well, interesting and terrifying, but ultimately a gimmick. Now for audio, the Stargazer has what it's called a dual array microphone system, which is basically just two different microphones on either side for stereo audio. And for a webcam microphone, it's definitely not terrible if you have nothing else, although I do think it sounds very hollow and tinny. Let me give you a sample so you can hear. This is a microphone test of the Razer Stargazer. I'm sitting about 1.5 feet away, so hopefully it sounds good. I'm talking at a normal volume, so you can judge for yourself. Of course, you can draw your own conclusion, but I would still say that you'd probably want to opt for a dedicated microphone. So overall, I may have sounded very critical of this webcam, and I guess I was. While the hardware and video quality are good, I found the software to just be buggy and frustrating. I'm referring to the laggy controls, for example, and the lack of auto controls. And the flagship feature, the background removal, sounds good, but is ultimately disappointing in practice, I found. It's impressive technology, no doubt, but it's not magic. So where does this webcam stand for a rating? Well, with 0 being literally a piece of trash from a dumpster and 11 being literally a piece of gold, I would put the Razer Stargazer at around a 5. It's really a toss-up on whether or not to buy it, depending on your needs. With a price tag of $150, it's difficult to justify unless you really need background removal and are not willing to set up a green screen. Though to be fair, the RealSense technology at least does have other applications besides gaming, so if you're looking to do something like scanning 3D objects, this might be what you're looking for. So if you do want to check this out, again, I'll put a link in the description so you can find it on Amazon. And that's really all I have to say about it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this review. If you did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it, and let me know down in the comments comment section what you think of the product, what you think of the video in general, if you want me to do more reviews, stuff like that. And you can also follow me on Twitter and let me know what you think over there as well. If you want to continue watching and check out some other videos like the unboxing of this webcam, you can click on these annotations even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation, so that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Be sure to subscribe because I make new videos at least 3 times a week. So thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. So guys, this week Google had a big boy press conference where they announced some awesome hardware. Some of it's meh, but still pretty cool. So why don't we go over the best stuff, try to keep it relatively short, not drone on. Let's go over it. Now first of all, probably the main point they were talking about was the new Pixel phone. Completely different from the Nexus phone, guys, believe me. But seriously, Nexus is gone. That line is being renamed, I guess, completely to Pixel. Definitely lines up more with their Chromebook branding. Makes sense. They were kind of tired, I guess, of giving away all this exposure to other companies with the 5X and the 6P. It was made by HTC and Huawei, I believe. Now they're just Google branded phones and that's it. Now I definitely had mixed feelings about the phones. There's actually 2 of them, the regular Pixel and the Pixel XL. Although what I do like is that it's the same specs in both. You don't have to buy the bigger phone to get the better CPU, for example. The only difference between the 2 phones is the bigger one has a bigger screen and a bigger battery. Completely makes sense. Although I wish the smaller one had a bigger battery. It's only about 2,700 milliamp hours. Really, you can't get it up to 3,000? Come on. However, there are several features that we have never seen in a new phone before, which could make it a great contender. First of all, Google Assistant, which is Google's response to Siri, Amazon Echo, all the AI stuff. Google is now creating their own, and it's pretty cool, and it's built right into the Pixel. No other phone has that at the moment. Also, it has Android 7. This is one of the first phones to launch with Android 7 Nougat, so that is pretty interesting. We know, obviously, that's gonna mean that any Pixel phone is gonna get instant updates. You're not gonna be lagging behind like all the other manufactured phones, and it's just gonna have that stock Android experience. One of the other better features they focused on is the camera, which promises to be the best camera in any smartphone. It scored an 89 on the DxOMark rating scale. Wow, that sounds like a very large number. I don't know what it means, but apparently it's pretty good. At least in terms of that score, it scored better than any other phone, including the iPhone 7, so I guess it must be pretty good. The main camera is 12.3 megapixels with a f2.0 aperture. Not bad aperture, though we have seen much wider apertures, like the S7 has a f1.7, I believe. And it also has, however, 1.55 micron pixel sizes, so it's a pretty big sensor, which does mean it'll let in a lot of light and improve the performance significantly of the camera, which is probably why they say it performs better, and supposedly it does. Another really cool picture they're talking about is Smart Burst, which is basically you hold down the camera shutter button and it takes a whole bunch of pictures and then automatically using AI picks out which one is the sharpest, which one's the best, and I'm assuming you'll also be able to maybe manually pick the best one. So perhaps if you're trying to get an action shot and one of them's blurry, you could take several and select the best one, which is pretty neat, and I also like the idea that it will automatically select it. Also, maybe if people are blinking, that sort of thing, you don't have to worry about it anymore. They also said that the HDR function will be on by default. They called it HDR Plus, and they said that it will take a series of burst pictures instead of just one to increase the maximum dynamic range, and there is no additional shutter lag, which is really cool because normally when you take an HDR photo, you have to maybe wait a little bit longer because it has to take several pictures back to back and combine them. They're, I guess, saying that it's taken them so fast that there's basically no delay, combines them all by default, you don't even have to turn it on, and in all situations, it'll increase the picture quality, which is very nice, and I really am excited to see how that works out. And another really compelling thing they're including with Pixel phone purchases is unlimited photo storage. So normally there's a limit, or you have to pay for more storage on Google Photos, or they might have unlimited but only for reduced resolution pictures. But here they're saying with a Pixel phone, you'll get unlimited cloud storage at full resolution, even with 4K video. So basically you never have to worry about running out of space ever, which is pretty awesome. And that could draw a lot of people who like to take a lot of photos, especially if their camera fills up. And finally, for the Pixel phone, they talked about virtual reality. It's going to include a kind of weird looking headset, to be honest, but I guess it's kind of neat. They said it's fabric, so it's more comfortable, and it will be used, I guess, like Samsung Gear VR, but this time it's Google's, and they're calling it Daydream View, and that's what will be used with Google's VR platform. So that's pretty cool, and I believe if you pre-order a Pixel phone now, you get a voucher that includes that VR headset once it comes out. Now, as for the price of the Pixel phone, it starts at $650 for the base model, and if you want to get the bigger version, it's about an extra $100. So this is not a cheap product. I'm kind of surprised actually, because I do not think that's an easy price to justify. I mean, on the smaller phone, you have only a 2700 milliamp hour battery. It's a 5-inch phone, by the way. The bigger one's 5.5 inch. So you don't have wireless charging either. You don't have a lot of features that you expect to see in a super premium phone that charges $650 for the base model. Of course, there are some unique features like I mentioned, but a lot of them are software based. In terms of hardware, it kind of missed the mark, I think. It's definitely a good phone, but it's gonna be whether or not you wanna shell out that much money for it. Clearly, they wanna up the branding and say, this is a premium phone now, look at the price of it. Like, meanwhile, the hardware doesn't seem to stack up, especially with the Samsung S7, bigger battery, waterproof, wireless charging. Come on, what are you doing, Google? So that being said, I definitely don't think it's a bad phone. It is a good phone, just maybe a bit overpriced. Okay, so we're done with the phone. Now let's move on to the Google Home products, which are so cool. I was really excited to hear them. First of all, Google Home itself, which is the little speaker box thing that is the response to Amazon Echo. It's basically AI, the Google AI assistant, in a form factor that sits in your living room. So instead of having to have it on your phone, it's gonna be a box that just sits there, or rather, I don't even know how to describe the shape of it. It's kind of weird looking. I don't really mind it. Basically, you talk to it the same way with Echo. It will do stuff for you, answer questions, and that sort of stuff. What I mostly like about it is it allows you to control other smart devices in your home. For example, if you have a Chromecast, you can talk to the AI and say, play whatever video, and it'll automatically go to the Chromecast, start playing it on your TV. You don't have to control it or cast it from your phone, take out any of that, which is really cool. It can also control Philips Hue, which I use, and Nest, anything basically, so that's pretty exciting. It also says it has far field voice technology, whatever that is. Basically means it can hear you from really far away. Same stuff that Amazon Echo has. Here they said what they did to make sure they can hear you in a lot of different environments is they actually sampled many different noisy environments so they could use that to basically filter out the noise and be able to isolate your voice, so even if you're very far away in a noise environment, it'll still be able to know what you're saying, which is pretty dang cool. Another really good thing they mentioned, which is an issue I have with Amazon Echo, is if you have multiple home devices, even if it's on your phone, and you say, okay, Google, or whatever, it will automatically detect which one you're closest to and which one is hearing you best, and only respond with that home device. So in my apartment, I have an Amazon Echo and an Amazon Echo Dot on completely far ends of the apartment, but sometimes even if I'm talking loudly to the one Amazon Echo, the other one in way across the other room will still be able to hear me, and they'll both start talking at me, which is kind of funny, but also annoying. So here they fixed that. It'll say, okay, well, this is obviously the one they're talking to, so only respond with this one. And that'll also work with your phone. I guess if you're talking to your phone, okay, Google, it'll say, okay, he's talking to his phone. We don't need to respond with the home device, which is pretty clever and awesome. So it's obvious that they all tie together with the same Google account, and that's nice. Now the price of the home is, it's in the same range of Echo. It's at $129. Pretty reasonable. I actually pre-ordered one. I've been waiting for this for a while, so I'll do a review of it. You can bet your butt on it, and you guys can check out what I think of it. I'm pretty excited. Hopefully it's as good as they say, and I'm looking forward to being able to control all this stuff, Chromecast, which is what I'm talking about next. Before we get to the Chromecast though, I'll quickly mention the Google Wi-Fi router. No, it's not on Hub. It's a new system which is interesting in the sense that there are combinable units. So you can buy 3 of these and it will actually expand your network, so you don't have to worry about having one router covering your whole house. You buy like multiple of these and put them in different areas, and it will automatically switch between whichever one is the strongest, which is genius. why did no one think of this before? I have multiple routers, but they're kind of set up so you can only connect to one at a time. It doesn't switch between them, so if you're getting a weak signal, you have to go in, switch to the other one. Okay, now it's good. You go to the other side of the house, you got to do the same thing. Now you don't have to do that anymore. You can buy a 3-pack of these and put them in each corner of the house, and you're good to go. Amazing. Why did no one think of this before? Why didn't I think of this before? And the price is pretty reasonable too. It's $129 for one of them, but you can also buy a 3-pack for $300 if you want to get a bunch of them to put in the houses, which I would think if you're gonna get this system, that's why you would get it. I'm not really sure on the specs. Might not have the best range as some of the other Linksys routers or something like that, which have the huge antennas, but if you're getting multiple of them, you don't have to worry about that because it's expanding it physically. Now, I personally probably won't get one of those because I don't really have a need for a different router. My router covers my entire apartment, but if I had a bigger house and I wanted to get a new router, this is honestly something I would seriously take a look at. Now, the final thing I'm gonna talk about is the Chromecast Ultra. Basically, Chromecast on steroids. It now does 4K, HDR, and supports Dolby Vision HDR, which is amazing. That checks all the boxes that you would want on a streaming device. Previously, the Chromecast only had like 1080, obviously didn't do HDR, but now it's got everything you would want. In addition to that though, they didn't stop there. It's 1.8 times faster, so better connection for streaming those 4K videos, obviously, and it's faster processor, I'm assuming, in there to make it be able to handle those 4K videos and show them. And on top of that, they added a physical Ethernet port. It's tied into the power adapter, but this is still awesome for people who have a Ethernet port that they can just plug it into. They don't want to just use wireless, and this will really come in handy if you're gonna be streaming a lot of 4K content. Maybe in that area of the house, the connection isn't the best. Now you don't have to worry about it. You'll always have a perfect connection through wired. So that's about it. As you can tell, I'm pretty excited about a lot of these. I just love home gadgets, and Google just bam, 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 let out like 5 of them. So I'm pretty excited to see how these work. And if you guys enjoyed this as well, let me know down in the comment section what you think, if there are some of these things you like better than others. And if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up, because as you know, I'm trying out new real content. I want to know if you guys like it or not. I need to know that, so give it a thumbs up. Let me know down in the comment section. All that good stuff. And if you want to subscribe, definitely do that. I'm trying to make videos at least 3 times a week on this channel, all tech related, so it should be fun. And if you want to check out some other videos and keep watching, you can click on these. Even if you're on a phone, you can click on them. New type of annotation, pretty cool. Check those out. So thank you guys for watching. I'm looking forward to hearing from you either here or on Twitter as well. I will see you next time. Have a very good one. Well, our favorite company, Comcast, is at it again. They announced that on November 1st, they're gonna be rolling out data caps to several new cities in 18 different states. So if you appear in any of these, then watch out. And you know what? At this point, I'm not even surprised by the cable companies anymore, but of course, I'm still gonna be angry about them. They've proven time and time again that they do not care about the customer. They only care about profit, and they are willing to step over everyone to get it. In this case, Comcast is gonna be imposing a 1 terabyte monthly data cap, and if you go over that, you have to pay an extra $10 for every additional 50 gigabytes. Of course, though, you can pay up for unlimited data for an extra $50 a month. Now, you would think with this, if they're charging $50 a month for unlimited, that $50 would be the maximum overage charge that they would charge you. Otherwise, why not just put you in the unlimited plan? That would be fair, right? Well, nope, there's actually an overage charge limit of $200. So they offer $50 for unlimited, but if you don't know about it, screw you. We're gonna charge you up to $200 when we could have just charged you $50. Now, of course, I was wondering how they would spin this BS to somehow make it seem good for the customer, and this is what they had to say on the frequently asked questions. Data plans are based on a principle of fairness. Really, Comcast? Those who use more internet data pay more, and those who use less internet data pay less. Except, of course, those who use less don't pay less. They pay exactly the same as before. So it's pretty obvious this is just a money grab, and they're just wanting to squeeze as much money out of their customers as they can. The only way someone would pay less is if they got their flexible data option. With that plan, if you somehow manage to use less than 6 gigabytes, you get a whopping $5 discount on your bill. But of course, if you go over that, you have to pay an extra $1 per gigabyte. But I mean, wow, $5 discount, what a deal. Though Comcast, ever the most generous company, is offering some leniency. They're giving you 2 months out of the year where you can go over the 1 terabyte limit before they start charging you. How nice of them to warn you before bending you over the table. Another thing I noticed about data caps is no matter what company it is, they always play it off as if it's so much more data than you would ever need. Let's take a look at their frequently asked questions again. It says, what can I do with a terabyte of data in a month? Let's find out. Stream between 600 and 700 hours of HD video. Yeah, because all HD video is the same, right? I mean, they all have the same exact resolution and bitrate. Play online games for more than 12,000 hours. Right, because online games use just so much data. And of course, upload or download more than 60,000 high-res photos. High-res photos. Can someone explain to me exactly what the cutoff is for high-res? What if I think that 1 megapixel is high-res? You know what you can't do with 1 terabyte though? Back up 1 single hard drive. Of course, unless you want to pay an extra couple $100 in fees. And you know what the best part of this whole thing is? No matter what internet speed plan you're paying for, you get the same data cap. So if you're paying more for a faster speed, you get to use that max speed less. Thanks, Comcast. So at this point, you might be wondering, is there anything we can even do about this? Well, the answer is yes. You can file a complaint through the FCC about your internet service provider. I highly recommend doing this if you're ever dissatisfied with your internet company, whether it has to do with data caps, net neutrality, especially if you're gonna be in one of these cities that are rolling out these data caps. You can file a complaint against your internet company from the FCC's website at consumercomplaints.fcc.gov. The company will be forced to call you and address the concerns that you brought up in the complaint, and they will also have to write up a full report to the FCC about how they addressed your concerns and fixed your issue. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean that if you file a complaint, the internet company or Comcast is going to remove data caps. But if the FCC sees a lot of complaints coming in about data caps, they're going to be more likely to act in the future and force cable companies to not impose these caps. And yes, I actually filed a complaint myself because my internet company, even on the gigabit plan, has a data cap, which is insane. They called me up, explained that it's more of a soft cap and they're not gonna turn off my internet if I go over, and then they had to write up a report to the FCC about it. So I definitely recommend you do this if you're not happy with your cable company. So this is something that hopefully will be addressed by the FCC. They've already been trying to put the pressure on the cable companies to be more consumer friendly, but it's not easy. So if you are willing, call up your representatives, give feedback to the FCC, and hopefully they will fix this in the future and we'll never have to deal with data caps again. We already see them on phone plans, they're terrible, and it's gonna be even worse on home internet. So hopefully at least you guys liked this video, thought it was interesting. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And let me know down in the comment section what you think. If you have data caps on your internet, how terrible is it? I know in some countries like Australia, it's even worse. If you guys want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, tech news, reviews, that sort of stuff, so it should be worth it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. I'm always looking on there. And if you want to check out some other videos, you can click on these right here. Even if you're on a phone, you can click it. It's a new annotation, so that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Logitech recently released the follow-up to their incredibly popular C920 webcam called the C922, and it's got some very notable features, specifically 720p at 60 FPS and automatic background removal. But are these features a big enough deal to warrant an upgrade? We're gonna find out in this review. As for review disclosures, no, this is not a sponsored video. I bought this webcam myself, and if you wanna check it out, there's a link down in the description. It's an Amazon affiliate link, which helps me fund the purchase of future products to review. So why don't we go over the specs of this camera, which are certainly impressive. First of all, you got 1080p at 30 FPS and 720p at 60 FPS, and both use H.264 compression. Another flagship feature is the automatic background removal, which uses Personify software to separate you from the background through image analysis, so you don't necessarily have to get a green screen. Of course, we're gonna look at how well that works later. First, why don't we talk about the build quality? This definitely does feel like a quality product. It's mostly plastic, but it still feels sturdy and all the hinges and joints move very smoothly. And there are actually 3 different hinges on here for adjustment. One to tilt the camera up and down, one on the body to latch it onto your monitor, and a third segment that allows you to adjust the angle of the bottom segment to fit flush with your monitor. And there's also a screw mount on the bottom in case you wanted to mount it to a tripod. Next, let's talk about the video quality, which is arguably the most important part. I found the video quality to be quite excellent, especially for a webcam. At 1080p, it's surprisingly sharp and has very little noise in normal lighting conditions, and it looks especially good if you turn up the sharpness a little bit higher than what comes default. Even in suboptimal lighting conditions, I found the noise to be almost unnoticeable. Also, unlike its predecessor, this webcam seems to be able to easily hold a constant 30 FPS. Now, at 720p, things get a little bit interesting. The 60 FPS is nice, but there are a couple things I noticed about the video. At 60 FPS, the video appears to be much less sharp, but not just as a consequence of the lower resolution. Everything just looks much more smoothed out with a lot less detail, and this only happens at 720p and only when 60 FPS is enabled, not when it's at 30. If I had to guess here, it appears like the camera is applying a very strong noise reduction. This would make sense because at 60 FPS, that means it's half the shutter speed, therefore getting half the amount of light into the camera, which means there would be double the amount of image noise normally. But the point of noise reduction filters in any camera is to reduce the image noise at the cost of detail. And that's what appears to be happening here, because there is a noticeable lack of noise where there certainly should be. However, I found no way to remove this effect even in excellent lighting, and cranking up the sharpness doesn't do anything in this case because the detail is already gone. I appreciate the noise reduction, but I think it's very stupid to not be able to disable it, especially in cases where we are able to provide adequate lighting. And I actually think the noise reduction effect looks worse than what the noise would be, which really undermines the video quality at 60 FPS. Now, besides all that, another interesting thing I found about this webcam is it's not just limited to 1080p. It actually does 2503 by 1536 resolution, although at a reduced frame rate. The C922 also offers a lot of customizability in the image settings. It includes standard settings such as brightness, contrast, and sharpness, but unlike the Razer Stargazer, which I recently reviewed, it does allow for manual focus. And the manual exposure setting actually works and doesn't unnecessarily drop the frame rate. Though it does have a setting called low light compensation, which will lower the frame rate if it needs to properly expose the image. So keep that in mind if you're using 720p at 60 FPS, you might want to disable that or it will defeat the purpose of using 60 FPS. Now let's talk about the other big feature that the C922 has, which is automatic background removal. This is a very similar feature to what the Razer Stargazer has, but it is implemented in a different way. With the C922, it actually uses a software called Personify, which analyzes the image and uses contrast and just recognizing shapes to separate you from the background, whereas the Razer Stargazer uses Intel's RealSense to detect depth and separate it that way. Now, I got a lot of mixed results with this. If you have a very busy and messy background, it's gonna have a lot of trouble. I found it often cutting off my arms, especially if they were moving in front of other things. And it also has the tendency to insert a lot of stationary stuff from the background and think it's part of you. However, in front of a more simple background, obviously it is significantly improved. It's still not great, keeps cutting off parts of my head, for example, but at least it can outline the general shape of my body. I should also note that this feature only works at 720p and below, but the nice thing about the Personify software is it outputs the processed video to a virtual video device, so you can use it with any software right out of the box. OBS, XSplit, all of those without that software needing to implement new features to support it. My main issue with this background removal is very similar to Razer's webcam. The edges look jaggy, they don't look very good, although it does appear to have better anti-aliasing than Intel RealSense with the Razer. But I would like to see them add a feature that allows us to adjust the mask settings, so for example, we can change how the edges look. So the background removal is a nice feature to have, but it still just looks like a really crappy green screen. So I would actually think you're better off just using a regular square webcam view, or if you really want background removal, just get a green screen. Next, let's quickly go over the microphone, which as you would expect from a webcam, it's not very good. It's not horrible if you have nothing else, and I actually think it is a little bit better than the Razer Stargazer microphone because it doesn't sound as hollow. Let me give you a quick sample so you can hear it. This is a microphone test for the C922. Hopefully it sounds pretty good or not too much background noise. You guys can decide for yourself. So you can make up your own decision, but I would still say if you want proper audio, you're gonna have to go with an external microphone. Finally, I should mention that there are actually two options for when you go to buy this webcam. There's the C922 and the C922X. It's the same exact webcam, they just come with different things in the box. The C922 includes the webcam, a 3-month XSplit premium license, and a mini tripod, whereas the C922X does not include the mini tripod, but rather includes a 6-month XSplit premium license. So that's just something to keep in mind. So let's sum this up. Overall, I am very happy with this webcam, and I have very few negative things to say about it. Most importantly, the video quality is great, even in relatively low light, and it's crystal clear, especially if you bump up the sharpness just a little bit. And the 60 FPS frame rate at 720p is definitely a good feature if that's something you're looking for. Background removal is nice, but in my opinion, it's not that good, and that feature alone isn't enough to justify the purchase of the camera. It kind of works, but only if you have the ideal conditions to support it, such as a blank wall behind you. I think that really the main thing that needs to be improved is the apparent noise reduction filter they apply at 60 FPS. It's much too strong, kills all the sharpness in the video, and just makes the video look very strange. So I'd like to see some way to disable it. But besides that, this is an awesome webcam and is sure to be a classic for years. So why don't we give this guy a rating on my proprietary scale from literally trash to literally treasure. I would put this at about an 8.5, or wow, this is a really good webcam. As for price, it's not cheap at about $100, but if you're looking for quality, this is definitely a good choice. So again, if you want to check it out, there is a link in the description to Amazon so you can check it out there. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I'm interested to hear what you think down in the comments section, of course. So if you did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it, and if you want to subscribe, I make new videos like this at least 3 times a week. And if you want to keep watching, you can check out some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter. I'm always there as well. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Well guys, the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 is officially dead, kaput, rest in peace, or as Samsung would put it, permanently discontinued. I'm sure most of you already know what happened with it. There were several reports of the Galaxy Note 7 just catching on fire, the battery exploding, and then not only that, they issued a recall and a replacement that was supposed to fix the issue, but apparently it did not. So now they just gave up and they're recalling all of them and they're not making any more. Now with these lithium battery fires, they're actually a big deal. You might not think so, but lithium fires are notoriously dangerous. They basically have the battery shooting out jets of fire and they are extremely difficult to put out. A normal ABC fire extinguisher that you typically see might not be able to extinguish it, because a lithium battery fire is actually a Class D metal fire. So to properly extinguish one, you would need something like a copper powder fire extinguisher, which is a Class D fire extinguisher specifically designed for lithium fires. And let me tell you, those are not cheap. They're like 500 bucks. And actually using water will probably make it even worse because the water reacts with the lithium and creates hydrogen, which is obviously very flammable. So you can probably imagine it's very important that these types of things don't catch on fire and why they took this so seriously. As a matter of fact, if you've flown on an airline recently, you probably know that before you even get on the plane, they announce that the Note 7 has been recalled, and if you have a Note 7, before you get on the plane, you have to turn it off and not charge it while on the flight, because if this very difficult to control fire starts on a plane, that would be a bit of an issue. Now, I think this is definitely gonna have a lot of consequences for Samsung, at least in the short term. I mean, if it was a one-time thing where there was an issue with the battery and they came out and said, look, there was this issue, we recalled it, we're replacing it, and that was it, okay, that's one thing. But when they issue a fix and they say, oh, it's fixed now, and then it's not, that is pretty scary. Because this is going to call into question everything going forward that they do. Look at the next phone, the S8. How do we know that's not gonna have the same exact issue? Because obviously they thought it was fixed and it wasn't. Maybe they can't figure out what the problem really is. It's definitely gonna cause some suspicion. However, I don't think you can hate Samsung too much for this. At least they fessed up and did the recall pretty quickly. You look at another company like Apple, who is notorious in not acknowledging hardware defects. You got Error 53, which they said was the customer's problem. They wouldn't fix it until the media started raging at them. Then you got this new touch disease thing, which they're not acknowledging. They're just putting it off on the customers. That's a big deal. maybe Apple would have waited longer, and that's just basing it off their previous behavior. Now, to be fair, this was a safety issue, so I would think that Apple, if it was a real safety issue, would be very quick to acknowledge it. Though, as I said, the one thing that definitely does hurt my trust for Samsung is that they said they fixed it and they didn't, which is a problem, no doubt. I'd be curious to see why they thought it was fixed. Perhaps they did fix it, but some of the batches got the old battery somehow. Maybe it was a mistake with that, because I did hear that the new replacement batteries were only exploding in Korea. I don't know if that's still the case, so maybe it was just a batch that somehow got the old battery, but still, that's definitely an issue. As for Samsung itself, this definitely isn't a kill shot. It's gonna hurt them big time, but they'll survive it. Apparently, their market cap in the stock market dropped about $17 billion, so that's probably gonna take a while to recover. But stock price aside, it turns out that their Q3 earnings hadn't suffered at all. In fact, their profits actually went up. Remember, Samsung doesn't just make phones, so their other departments probably kept it afloat and recovered whatever the phones might have lost by doing well. But it's not like they're just losing profits on sold phones. They have to eat the costs of the research and development on the phone, the marketing, the manufacturing, the design, and the recall costs. So it's basically much worse than if they just didn't sell the phones. So even though Samsung hasn't seen a huge drop in revenue so far, that might change in Q4, especially with the holiday season coming up. People might go to another phone manufacturer, especially Apple. As for what I think, well, I don't really know yet. I mean, I have a Galaxy S7 and they've been doing fine, haven't had any issues apparently. But when the Galaxy S8 comes out, if I were to get one, I might hold off a bit to see if they, explode. I do think Samsung is definitely gonna have to play this smart. I think they should go over exactly what the issue was and show that they fixed it to prove that this isn't gonna happen again. If they can do that and demonstrate and show you why this issue is fixed exactly, I think it'll help. Because like I mentioned before, I think I do trust Samsung itself as a company. They recalled the phone, they demonstrated that they do want to put the customer first. But going forward, at least for a while, I will be suspicious of their hardware. And I will be definitely interested to see how this plays out, especially next year with the S8 coming out, or even the next Note version. And who knows, maybe in the end, this will be good for us if they decide to perhaps introduce some awesome killer features to make up for it and make people want to buy it again. I know for me, if they released a truly epic phone, I'd be willing to trust it, especially considering this time around, they're gonna have a lot more time to fix any issues. They'll have several more months between the Note 7 and the S8, as opposed to when they tried to fix and rush out the Note 7 replacement. Though I would be interested to hear what you guys think and whether you trust Samsung over this. Maybe you had a Note 7 and you're never gonna buy one again. Maybe you even had one that exploded, I don't know. So those are all just my thoughts, but you guys can let me know down in the comment section what you think. If you guys did like this video though, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And if you wanna subscribe, I make new videos like this, news and reviews, 3 times a week, so it should be worth it. And if you wanna keep watching, I'll put some other videos right here. You can just click on those. Even if you're on a phone, it's a new type of annotation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Let me know what you think. You can let me know down in the comments section or on Twitter as well. So as usual, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. How's it going, guys? ThioJoe here, and today I'm gonna go over some really cool free programs that I think you guys will find useful, and hopefully you haven't heard of too many of these. I'm sure some of them you have. Now, these are also for Windows, but they may also be available for Mac. Sorry, Mac users, I'm a Windows user. So why don't we just jump right in? Hopefully you find these pretty cool. The first program is called #Tab. It's a very simple program, but also very useful. Now, to understand what it does is, have you ever gone on a website and you go to download a file or something and it says, check the hash before running the file? Basically what a hash is when you use a certain algorithm to run on the file, and then it generates a string of numbers and letters, and then every time you use that algorithm on that file, it will create the same exact string of numbers. So that means that if you download a file and you check the hash string against what they put, you know it is the exact same file that they are saying you should be downloading. And that can be important for 2 reasons. First of all, to make sure that the file is not corrupted and second of all, to make sure that no one malicious went and uploaded maybe the wrong file and it's got a virus in it or something like that. It's basically just a way of making sure that you're downloading exactly what you think. So what this program does is makes it very easy to check hashes. I know for me, I would always see the hash thing and not even know how to check it. It'd be too much of a pain. But now what this program does is when you install it, now every time you right click on a file and go to properties, there's a new tab that shows you all sorts of different hashes that a website might be using. And you can actually select which hashes you want to show up. And it also has a comparison box, so you can just paste the string right in there and it'll tell you whether it's correct or not. So the next time you go to download a file and it has a hash listed, it's very easy to just say, yep, this is exactly what I'm looking for, and you're good to go. The next program is good for people like me who have a hard time staying on task. It's called Rescue Time. This is actually a pretty popular program. You guys may have already heard of it. Basically, it lets you keep track of what websites you're going on, what programs you're using, and which of these are distracting and which are productive, so you can keep tabs on how much time you're wasting or how productive you're being. And it's also nice because it can notify you when you've been spending too much time on this or that, and you can keep track of where you're wasting most of your time and address it. Now for this one, there are actually two versions, the free and the paid version. The free version basically lets you track all your data and stuff like that, whereas the paid version actually allows you to block websites that you determine are distracting, so it gives you a little bit more control. So that's just something to be aware of. All right, so the next program is called Sandboxy, and it's a very useful security program for when you have to deal with suspicious files or anything like that. Like the name suggests, it lets you run files in an isolated sandbox, which basically means that it can't access the rest of the system. So say you download a file from a suspicious source and you're not really sure if it's a virus or not, then you can run it in a sandbox, and even if it is a virus, it won't be able to access any other files on the computer because it's contained in that sandbox. It's pretty similar if you're familiar with virtual machines, except a little bit more convenient. You basically just have to right click the file and click run a sandbox, and you're good to go. It's definitely something nice to have for when you run across a suspicious file and you don't really want to rely on your antivirus, which aren't always perfect. Though keep in mind, if you're going to use this, it's best used for individual files. If you go to install a program with it, I guess it would work, but then that whole program would be isolated, so you really wouldn't be able to run it except in the sandbox, so it wouldn't be very useful. So it's mostly used for individual files or groups of files that you're not sure of being a virus or something like that. Now, another program related to that topic, which I didn't even include in the top 5, this is like a bonus program for you guys, is called VirusTotal Uploader. If you haven't heard of VirusTotal before, you definitely want to pay attention. This is a great website. I think actually Google bought it, if I'm not mistaken. It's basically a website where you can upload a file and then it automatically scans that with about 50 different antiviruses. And I use that website for basically any time I download a file that I'm kind of suspicious of, and then also use it, of course, with Sandboxy. Now, what the VirusTotal Uploader program does is instead of having to go to the website and click upload and that sort of thing, you just right click on any file through a context menu after you install it, and then you can upload it right from your computer instantly, basically. Then it just checks the file against all sorts of different antiviruses, and most of the time, if someone has already uploaded that same exact file, then you don't have to wait for it to scan, it'll just tell you the results. And it does that by first taking a hash of the file, remember we just talked about those, and if it's the same exact hash, they know, oh, we already scanned this file, here's the hash, here are the results. Then after it's uploaded, you just look down the list and see if any flagged it as a virus, though you do want to use common sense. Sometimes you might see 1 or 2 flagged it as a virus from some random antivirus software you've never heard of, so it might be a false positive. Just keep that in mind and use common sense. If pretty much everything says it's fine, but one says it's a virus, still be cautious, but also know that it might be a false positive. All right, so moving on, program number 4 is Plex. This is an awesome program I love to use. It's great for people who have a lot of videos, movies, TV shows on their computer. What this software will do is import all your video files into a library, and then it will scan them and automatically categorize them by show, movie. It'll automatically gather descriptions, classify it, and name the episodes, and make it very organized. But more importantly, after you do that, it lets you stream all those files from your computer to any device and watch it on your TV. I think basically all the game consoles these days have a Plex app that you can at least download if it's not natively supported. I know Xbox One S does. I actually have an LG TV that has a Plex app that you can download right from their store. It's a native app, and it's really cool. I can stream all my stuff right from my computer without having to download any stuff onto my TV at all. So if all your devices do have a Plex app, then it all just ties together really easily. It does take a little bit of work to set up. You sometimes might have to rename some files manually if they're not organized into folders and stuff like that. Like you might have to put a TV show in different folders by season manually, but once you have it all set up and you have your organization scheme ready to go and you know how it works, it'll just import it basically instantly, very easy to use. Now finally is a program I use basically every day, and that is Notepad++, which is basically an infinitely better replacement of Windows Notepad. And this is something I, for example, use when I go to write up video outlines and that sort of thing. And it might look simple, but it has some very good features, much better than the typical just bare bones Notepad. For example, it lets you do programming. So it'll be like an IDE where it will actually highlight syntax and that sort of thing and tell you if there's incorrect syntax. If you import some code, it'll highlight it all nice, make it very easy to read. But of course, it's also got a lot of other nifty features. For example, being able to search several different files at once for specific text. You can say, find all the files in this folder with that mention whatever. And you can also have multiple tabs open for different text documents, which you can't do with Notepad. It also maintains unsaved documents if you close it. So if you're typing up a bunch of stuff, you didn't save it, and you go to close it, and you open it back up, it'll all still be there. Plus, it's got the ability to install plugins, so if there's a feature it doesn't have regularly, there's probably a plugin you can install to get it. So this program is great for when you just want a very simple text editor where MS Word would be overkill, but you still want some really good features. And that's it. Those are 5 really cool programs that I think you guys will enjoy. Hopefully you didn't hear of all of them already. You found at least 1 or 2 that were new to you. So you guys can let me know down in the comment section what you thought. If you've got some other cool programs you want to recommend, let us know down there. And if you did like this video, you thought it was cool, give me a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. Also, if you want to subscribe, be sure to do that. I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. And if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here you can click on. Even if you're on a phone, it's a new type of annotation, so that's pretty cool. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here. Now, AC Wi-Fi has been around for a few years now. It's in many, many routers, but there is actually a new protocol called 802.11ad, which is in use in some new routers. Now, I don't think this new protocol is going to replace N or AC anytime soon. I would consider this more of a special purpose protocol, but it does have some very unique abilities that I think are going to be game-changing potentially. So let me explain what AD Wi-Fi is compared to what we have now. So the first one we have now mostly is wireless N, which uses 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. Then we also have wireless AC, which only uses 5 gigahertz and is significantly faster than wireless N. But now the new one is AD, which actually uses 60 gigahertz frequency. This much higher frequency has some advantages, but also some disadvantages as well, some pretty big ones actually, which I'll go over. First of all, AD is much faster, obviously, compared to AC, which has a theoretical max of about 1.3 gigabits per second. AD has a theoretical max of about 4.6 gigabits per second. And because it uses 60 gigahertz, which is very uncommon for other wireless devices, that means that there's going to be very little interference with other devices, if at all, and that also means because less interference, there's going to be much less latency. Now, you might be thinking, why the heck would you need 4.6 gigabits per second? That is too much speed. I would never be able to use it. And I actually tend to agree. For general purpose Wi-Fi, I do not think AD would be very useful, especially considering the #1 disadvantage, which is it is very short range. In fact, at 60 gigahertz, that frequency really can't even pass through walls. So to get the AD speed even, you would have to have it out in the open. You wouldn't be able to put it in a closet or anything like that. It would have to be in line of sight in the same room. So now I know what you're saying. You're saying, what is the point of that at all? It can't even go through walls. What the heck is the point? And again, I agree, it's not very practical for routers, at least at this point. But that kind of high wireless speed does have other very useful purposes. Specifically, I'm talking about things like wireless VR, virtual reality. That is what I think this type of AD protocol is going to be used for in the near future. Because look, I think I can assume that anyone who has tried good VR, meaning an Oculus Rift or a Vive, knows that virtual reality is amazing and is going to be huge very soon, and it's already very popular. But the number one annoyance, the biggest drawback for VR at that level is the huge wired tether that you have to use to connect it to the computer. Sure, there's mobile VR that uses your phone, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about proper VR that connects to your computer, uses a high-powered GPU to push high resolution, high frame rate, and amazing graphics, which you can't do on a phone and really requires a massive amount of bandwidth to put through that wire. You just can't do it wirelessly. You're gonna need a wire with it. And that's gonna be even more true when they start increasing the resolution of these VR headsets. Their goal is to get at least 4K VR, which is gonna use even more data. However, if we were able to get to true wireless virtual reality, it would be a game changer. It would be incredibly immersive. And the wireless signal wouldn't even have to go through walls, you would just have to have it in the room you're playing in. Also, if they were to go with the AD protocol, you basically wouldn't have to worry about interference at all, for two reasons. First of all, as I mentioned, basically nothing else uses 60 gigahertz signal, so there wouldn't be anything else to interfere with it in the first place. And second, even if there was something to interfere with it, it can't go through walls, so nothing would be able to get in to interfere anyway, unless it was something else in that same exact room. So you would have this higher frequency and lower interference, which would mean low latency, and you would have much higher speeds, which are all critical if you want to get wireless VR. But I don't think VR is the only application here. I think in the future, most devices are going to have this type of wireless technology. Maybe not AD, but something similar. For example, maybe TVs will all have some sort of wireless module in it that wouldn't need any wires except for power, of course. So instead of having to plug every device into the TV with a different wire, running out of ports on the TV, every device, including the TV, would have the same wireless module, and they could all connect to the TV wirelessly. You could connect as many things as you want. Or perhaps you could do something where the router is like a central hub, and you would plug all video devices into that, like your cable box, and then you could have wired base stations go to every room, which broadcast that signal into every room, and then any device could access that same video feed from any of the devices. So you don't have to have one in every room, it just plugs into the same one in the central hub, and then you can access it from anywhere. Now that might all sound like it's a long ways off, but I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, this protocol is pretty new and is capable of uncompressed video, for example. So it's just a matter of making stuff like this type of wireless transmission, cheap enough and small enough to fit into most devices. I think eventually what will happen is wireless will be fast enough to be used in most cases. It'll just be the default instead of wired. Now, wired obviously wouldn't go anywhere, especially if you don't really care about portability, but you also need reliability. And obviously power is gonna be another issue. I think for a while we are gonna be limited by battery technology, but with more and more devices being connected every day, extremely fast wireless is going to be very important. As for which routers do actually support AD though, there's only a few on the market right now. Netgear, for example, recently announced their Nighthawk X10, which does do AD, but it's a whopping $500, not exactly entry level. So clearly this is just the beginning, but it is exciting. So I'm obviously gonna be keeping a very close eye on all these wireless technologies. I think we will start to see VR headsets using high-speed Wi-Fi. I really do, pretty soon, maybe even in the next generation, who knows. And you guys can let us know what you think down in the comment section as well. Maybe if you can think of other really cool applications. Do you actually want an AD router? Maybe you can actually use it, even though I don't think there's really any devices that support it yet. And also, if you did like this video, if you thought it was interesting, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, oftentimes more, so it should be worth it. And if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here. You can click on those even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching, and as usual, have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and what is also here is the Pixel phone by Google. I am so excited to do this unboxing. I pre-ordered it a couple weeks ago with expedited shipping to get this video to you guys as soon as possible, so therefore, we're not gonna wait any longer. Let's jump right in. On the outside, we got a nice clean matte finish box, white. I got the, actually, you know what? I don't even remember what color I got, so it's gonna be a surprise for me too. So on the side, we got Google Assistant. I think this camera can see it better. Google Assistant, Google Cast, and Daydream VR. 3 of the main features they advertise. We can get to that in a bit. So on the front, just says Google, got the Google logo. On the sides, some numbers you guys don't need to see. Let's jump right in. Open this up, nice smooth vacuum comes off, and we got one little piece of tape we can open up. There we go. And here it is, the money shot. Oh, interesting, it's right there. No warnings or nothing, I like it. So, you know what, we're gonna wait on that for a second. What is this? Power cable, very exciting, yes. Oh, what we all need to see, right? All right, so now let's get to the good part. So we take this out, and what's this? Nonsense. All right, more cables. This, I guess, is USB-C. We got other cables, and what is this? All right, so this is a USB-C to USB regular, and let's get rid of that. So we dismantled the box, not much else in here. Pretty nice packaging though, I will say. And we are left with these cables, and I want to talk about this because this is kind of interesting. We'll get to that in a second after we get to the most important part. So the phone says, your personal assistant is always ready to help. Just press and hold the home button. So why don't we take this plastic off as best we can. There's a little piece here. Get that off. You can only do that once. Ah, there we go, static cling. And here we are, here we're left with the phone. This is a 5.5 inch, and why don't we turn it on, see how it works? If it works. Hopefully I didn't get a dud. No, I did not. All right, so it's starting. We're not gonna get too far into this, obviously. It would take too long. Pretty nice animation, pretty cool. Let's go. We're gonna actually not go right now. We'll put this off to the side. I want to talk about this AC adapter. What is the deal with this? This is the strangest AC adapter I've ever seen because, you know, usually you have a USB, what is it, A or B on the one side. It's a regular USB, and then you could plug it in, and then on the other side you would expect to have the USB-C output. But on this guy, it's only a USB-C input. That's the only one on here. Let's take this film off real quick. So what's the deal here? What is this? So you have to, let me get this straight, okay? So they give you this kind of wire here. It's a USB-C to USB-C, but then they also give you one of these, which I would assume is gonna be the standard USB, what a normal connector is, to a USB-C. So if you wanted to use a normal, typical cable, you would have to use this adapter, plug it in. I don't know why they used this kind of cable. I don't see the purpose of it. They obviously included this adapter so you could use a regular normal cable to connect 2 of these ends. Why include a whole separate cable and make you need to use, I don't get it. All right, you know, I'm just gonna leave that. It's an unsolved mystery. You see, I hope you see what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, before we get into the phone, I do some first impressions. Why don't we open this up? Is there anything interesting in here? Get started. What is this? Yes, plug things in. So it's basically just saying we got the volume, power, USB, all the stuff that's included, fingerprint on the back, poorly designed cable, and you want to hold it down for 3 seconds apparently. Well, we already have it on, so let's go. Pixel L, copy your data. So it's gonna let you copy the data as well. That's gonna be hopefully very useful because I hate, the worst part of getting a new phone is transferring all the crap. I will say one of the best things about iPhone is at least that it's very easy to copy stuff to your new phone, and that is one of my biggest gripes with Android. I hope they've solved it here. If they have, that's gonna be amazing. Now, I don't think I can really get any further into this setup, so why don't I just talk about what I think of this phone right off the bat, just having used it for a couple of seconds, basically. So just holding this phone, I will say I am not used to big phones normally. Right now I have an S7, so you can kind of compare with the case. You know, it's actually not that much bigger. You know, a couple, maybe a centimeter or so. It's not that much bigger, but you know, it's a slightly bigger screen as well. This is a 5.5 inch. I think this is only 5.1 inch, clearly larger. So this will be interesting to get used to. I don't really have very large hands, so I'm definitely gonna have to adjust how I hold this. I'm gonna have to kind of maybe even hold it with 2 hands, readjust when reaching to the top. Now of the two, this is the larger. This is the Pixel XL, as I mentioned, and it is 5.5 inches, and it's basically the same in every way except for 2 things: the screen size, obviously, and the battery. The smaller Pixel is about 2,700 milliamp hours, and this one is 3,450 milliamp hours, and that is actually the main reason I got the bigger phone. Even though I am not used to bigger phones, I wanted the bigger battery. I really value a large battery that will last very long. Also, the screen size, obviously the resolution is different. This is a 2500 by 1440 Quad HD. I believe the smaller one is 1920 by 1080. Just holding it, it does actually feel nice. It's got a good weight to it. It's not very heavy. I am gonna put a case on it, so that's gonna change things. We got the power button. It kind of seems like it rests well in the hand, like it's where I'd put it. Fingerprint sensor, right where I would expect it to be on this side, so that's pretty nice. There is no camera bump, very nice. Not really sure how I feel about the color scheme on the back. Like, I don't know why they did this change in color up here. I honestly don't really like that, but I do like the brushed metal. This is a gray, I guess silver, whatever you call it. Very blue. They have weird names for them. This is just, it's silver, guys, whatever you want to call it. And so this is not a button. This is not pressable, although I don't know, it might act like a button, but this fingerprint sensor on the back does not depress. All the buttons are on, well, there's the software buttons, the screen buttons down here, and then we have the power button, hardware button, and the volume hardware buttons. We can also see the camera on the front, what I assume is a proximity sensor, and really nothing down here. This chin is just kind of, I guess they put it there to be symmetrical. Not sure how I feel about that. We'll find out. And then the software buttons obviously are here. There's no hardware buttons. On the bottom, we got USB-C and 2 speaker ports. Seems fine, nothing much to say about that. Headphone jack is on the top. You know what? I honestly prefer headphone jacks to be on the bottom like they are on the S7, simply because if you're listening to headphones, you can put it in your pocket and all the wires are coming out the same way. Although, I guess you're not really gonna be charging your phone in your pocket, so it doesn't matter that much. I can already tell the screen is very clear. It's a Quad HD at this size. It's definitely gonna be sharp. And of course, I will be doing a full review. This is just a first impressions unboxing. If you guys have any specific questions, you can let me know down in the comment section. Don't expect me to talk all about this phone. I don't know anything about it yet. So I guess overall, my first impressions are, this looks like a very nice phone. It's very Apple-esque, you know, very inspired by Apple, clearly, with the gray, brushed metal. Don't really know what's going on with this color scheme or why they had that split here. I don't actually like that, but I'm gonna have a case on it anyway. Fingerprint sensor, very convenient. Gonna take some getting used to from the S7 where it's down here, but you know, I'll get used to it. I could totally see this as my daily phone, and believe me, I will, obviously, or else it wouldn't be much of a review. So you know what, that is all I'm gonna say about it. I think it was a quick unboxing, but hopefully pretty interesting. I try to say as much first impressions as I can, although it's gonna be limited. I mean, it is what it is, right? And again, I will be doing a full review, so you can subscribe to that. I'll try to get it out within about a week. I wanna be able to use it enough, obviously, to get some good ideas, and maybe make some other videos as well, talking about some of the best features, because this is interesting. It's got the Google Assistant. We're gonna have Google VR eventually. I got the free coupon, actually, when you bought this VR. We're gonna have a lot to talk about in this phone after the review even, so be sure to subscribe, because they're gonna be making a lot of interesting content as I discover more about this phone. So if you guys have anything specific you want me to talk about in the review, make sure you let me know so I won't miss it. So I will be looking forward to hearing from you guys, and also give this video a thumbs up if you liked it, and if you like the Pixel phone. If you hate the Pixel phone, give it a thumbs down, I guess, I don't care. And also, if you want to check out some other videos and keep watching, I'll put those over here. I will put the review here when it's done. If it's not there, it's not done. Sorry if you're watching this too early. So I guess that's all I have to say about this. I'm gonna go clean off this phone because I already got a ton of fingerprints on it. Hopefully this will not be too bad after a couple days of using it. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully this was pretty cool, and I will see you next time. See you at the review, and have a good one. What's up, bitches? Today we've got the Amazon Echo Dot, which is actually pretty fucking cool, and possibly the best damn tech deal you're gonna see this year. If you're not familiar, the Amazon Echo, or Alexa, is basically like Amazon Siri in hardware form. Now this fucker is actually the second version of the Echo Dot made by Amazon. You see, they've got this shit here, which is the full-sized Amazon Echo. It's got a proper speaker and can blast whatever ghetto beats you got in quality audio. But the problem is, this fat piece of shit costs about 180 bucks. So after releasing it, Amazon was like, shit, no one's buying this fucking thing, it's too expensive. So they made the first Echo Dot, which does all the same shit, at half the price, just 100 bucks. It was basically just the top half of the regular Echo cut off with a shittier speaker, so it was good if you didn't give a shit about audio quality, it was just as functional. But it did have an 1/8 inch audio output, so you could just hook up your own speakers, so it was a pretty damn good deal. It's like the best of both worlds, just as much functionality at a cheaper price. But then the original Echo Dot sold out, and wouldn't you know, Amazon discontinued it. Fuck's sake. But wait, it turns out Amazon didn't actually let us down, because now they re-released the Echo Dot, and all be dipped in shit, it's even cheaper than before. I mean, damn, you've got all the same functionality as the original Echo, this time for just 50 bucks. You can ask it questions, have it control your smart devices, all sorts of shit. Now, obviously, it's not the same exact design as the first one. They made some changes to bring the cost down. For example, in the first Echo Dot, you spin this shit to control the volume, but now there's buttons on the top. The build quality also seems a tiny bit lower, but I mean, hell, it just sits there, what the fuck do you care? And because of the price, this would also probably make a good gift for your ugly, whiny kids. Now, it also comes in black and white, you can choose, and there's also a discounted 6-pack where you get 50 bucks off. But I mean, seriously, who the fuck needs 6 of these? Jesus Christ. I guess if you wanted to be lazy at Christmas, you could just buy a pack of these and give them to everyone, like a fucking Kris Kringle of Echo Dots. But seriously, this thing is definitely worth it. The bigger one's expensive as shit and tougher to justify, but for 50 bucks, that's worth it just to be able to see how it responds to your insults. Alexa, fuck you, you're dumb as shit.
That's not very nice to say.
Either way though, I'll put a link in the description if you want to check it out, and I guess that's it, I ran out of shit to say. So if you guys did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, maybe I'll do more, let me know, and if you didn't like it, you can fuck off. And also be sure to subscribe because I make new videos at least 3 times a week, though they're not always like this. Also, if you want to see more of my shit, here are some videos. You can actually click on these even if you're on a phone, it's a new type of annotation. So anyway, that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, fuckers, and have a good one. Woo lads, today for you guys I have a list of Chrome extensions that you're just gonna hate yourself for not knowing about already. It's gonna be a top 7 list, but it's not really in any particular order, so why don't we get started? The first extension is called Unshorten It, a very simple concept but very useful as well. Basically, if you have ever come across a shortened link on any website, whether it's the Google shortened link or Bitly or anything like that, this extension will allow you to right-click on any shortened link and expand it and show you where that link actually ends up. So if you ever see someone post a shortened link, you're not really sure what it is, you can actually check it out without going to the site itself. And it also shows you some additional information like a screenshot of the site, the ratings from Web of Trust, so if it's safe or not, and if it's on any blacklist as well. So if it's a bad website, you'll probably know pretty quickly, or you'll at least know if the site they say it is actually where it goes. Next, we've got a great security plugin made by Google themselves actually. It's called Password Alert. And what this plugin does is lets you know if you've typed in your Google password anywhere you're not supposed to, which is anywhere except the Google sign-in page. It's mainly to protect you from phishing sites. So if you go on some random website and end up typing in your username and password, the extension will see that and say, whoa, you just typed in your Google password. This is not a Google site. Good job, idiot. You gotta go and change your password right now. So it's a very singular purpose, but also very important because most of the time, if you have Gmail and you use that for all your emails, once they get your email, they have pretty much everything else. So password protection is extremely important. All right, now number 3 is called Camelizer, and this is a great extension if you do a lot of online shopping, or really any online shopping. You may have already heard of the website camel.com, which does price history tracking for Amazon.com. But this extension makes that even easier, where if you're on any Amazon page or other sites as well, then you can just click on the extension and it will show you the price history of the product you're looking at. And besides on Amazon, this will also work on Newegg.com and BestBuy.com, so it's not just Amazon. And this extension could be useful in a number of situations. For example, if you want to see if the current price is the lowest it's ever been, to see if you're getting a deal or not, or maybe if you want to see if the price drops very often, you would know to hold off and not buy it at this price, or maybe even check another website for a lower price if you know it drops below the current price often. So it's very useful in determining if you're getting a good deal or maybe if now is the time to buy something or not. Next, number 4 is called Awesome Screenshot, which is a great plugin, very useful if you ever have to take a screenshot of a website, either part of it or the entire thing. If you've ever tried to take a screenshot of a website for any reason, you know it's kind of a pain because you can't scroll. You can only capture what's visible on your screen. But this extension fixes that by automatically capturing the entire web page without having to scroll. And after you take the screenshot, it also lets you manipulate it a little bit by maybe making annotations or adding text or drawing on it, or even blurring out information, so you don't have to just screenshot it but also edit it afterwards as well. And this could be useful for a couple reasons. Maybe you want to save a screenshot of a website for later, or maybe you want to show someone something on your screen and be able to draw on it to make it more clear. You can do that. Alright, now next, number 5 is called Citrus, which is great for people like me who tend to waste a lot of time on the internet when you're supposed to be working. Basically what it does is lets you create a list of websites that are distracting to you. It's like a block list, and then at any time you can click on the extension to activate a timer for however long you want to block that list of websites. So me, for example, I've obviously added a lot of distracting websites that I tend to go on, like Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, all those, and whenever I have to do something, I just set it for maybe a couple hours and it blocks them. And the best thing is you can't disable it once the timer starts. You can't stop the timer, you can't remove websites from it. Now, obviously, if you really wanted to, you could disable the extension altogether or use another browser, but it just helps you keep control of yourself and not go to websites maybe if you don't even realize and mindlessly go to a website that's distracting. I know for me, a lot of times if I'm working, sometimes I won't even think about it. I'll just click on Facebook just out of habit, and this will just remind you, look, you're supposed to be working. And it's like, oh, right. And then you get back to work. Almost at the end, we're at number 6. This one is called Google GIFs, which is one I think everyone can enjoy. It's very simple. What it does is when you do a Google image search, it will actually animate any animated GIFs in the results, which is not default. Usually you have to click through the image to show its animation, but now the animation will show right in the page of results. And this will definitely save you a lot of time, assuming you're not wasting time in the first place. So if you're looking for a specific GIF, you can see which one you're looking for without having to click through to everyone, or even see if that picture result is an animated GIF in the first place. And also it helps if you're looking for maybe a specific version of a GIF or something like that, you just see it without having to click through to it. Now finally, number 7, I would say this is an essential extension to have. It's called HTTPS Everywhere. If you're not familiar, HTTPS basically means that you're connecting to a website securely through an encrypted connection. It's also known as SSL, that's the name of the protocol. And you know you're connecting through a secure connection if you look at the URL bar and it says HTTPS instead of just HTTP in the URL, and it may also say secure or something like that. So if it says HTTPS, it means that no one can snoop in on the connection, it's encrypted, but if it's not, then it means that really anyone can intercept that connection and see exactly what you're doing on that website. Now what this extension does is if you're on a website, it will automatically redirect you to the secure version of the page instead of just using the unsecured one. Because a lot of websites support HTTPS, but they don't use it by default. So if you just type in the browser, the website, it'll just take you to the regular site, even though you should use HTTPS if it's available. Now, most people don't even think to try it, so that's what this extension is for. It'll automatically use HTTPS if it's available. It really just takes out all the guesswork and makes sure you use a secure connection if you can. Now, it doesn't work on every website, I'm sure, but all the big ones, it probably has a whitelist of websites it knows that supports HTTPS and will connect you in that one. Of course, as always though, you don't want to rely on this 100%. If you're on a website buying something and you're typing in your credit card number or something like that, you always want to double check that you're using a secure connection in the browser bar, but this will just help you all the other times. Alright, so that's it. Those are 7 really cool Chrome extensions that hopefully you guys will enjoy. And if you have any more suggestions, you can let us know down in the comments section. Maybe once I come up with a bunch more, I'll make another video as well. If you guys like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos like this every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, at least, sometimes more, so it should be worth it. Finally, if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So be sure to check those out. Hopefully you'll find those interesting as well. And as usual, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. How's it going, guys? ThioJoe here, and today I've got the Pixel Phone XL. There has been so much talk about this phone recently, some websites even calling it the best Android phone in the market right now. But you know what? I'm not so easily impressed, especially when Google decides to price this as one of the most expensive phones on the market. And I did buy this phone with my own money, so it's not a sponsored video in any way. There's not gonna be any bias here. So I'm gonna do what I call a ruthless review. I'm not gonna hold anything back. If something sucks, I'm gonna say it sucks, because I figure if you want to spend $900 on a phone, that thing better be dang near perfect. And maybe it is. I hope it is. We'll find out. So the hype stops here. Let's get started. First of all, I want to point out the different options for this phone. There's the smaller Pixel and the larger Pixel XL. Supposedly the only difference is being screen size, screen resolution, and battery size. And for both, you can choose between either 32 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes of memory. For this review, I got a 32 gigabyte Pixel XL, although I will be talking about the smaller one as well. So why don't we start off with the obvious, what the phone looks like, beginning with the screen. The screen size on the smaller Pixel is 5.0 inches and a 1080p display, whereas the Pixel XL is 5.5 inches and has a Quad HD 2560 by 1440 display. And they're both AMOLED, which is great because you get excellent black levels and viewing angles. On the XL, the screen does look very sharp. 1440p is a good resolution. That's about 534 pixels per inch, very sharp. However, the smaller Pixel at 1080p only has a pixel density of 441 pixels per inch. That resolution is a real bummer, and quite frankly, unacceptable at this price point. I mean, even 3 years ago, the Nexus 5 had a 1080p display. And also considering that Google is really pushing VR with these phones, 1080p is not going to cut it. Now, as for brightness, it's actually pretty good. I think it's actually slightly brighter than my Galaxy S7, which is great. And for color, it's very vivid colors. The screen looks very nice. It's not oversaturated though. It seems like a good balance. And if you want really accurate color, you could always go into the developer options and enable sRGB color space mode, but that's another video entirely. Next, let's take a look at what is also on the front of the phone. You've got an 8 megapixel selfie camera, which for a front-facing camera is a great resolution. There are also no buttons on the front of the phone because all the home buttons are software buttons as opposed to hardware. This is all gonna come down to preference, but I actually prefer software buttons, so I'm happy with that. Then besides the proximity sensor, there's not really anything else on the front to talk about. Except of course the huge bezel at the bottom, which seems to be there for no apparent reason, although I guess that's a design choice and also comes down to opinion. On the right hand side of the phone, you've got a textured power button, and below it is a volume rocker, and they feel like they're at good positioning for your hand. On the left side, you have a nano SIM tray, but no expandable SD storage slot. For shame, Google. And on the bottom, there's a USB Type-C port, which is awesome. No more fiddling around trying to orient the cable correctly to plug it in. And there's also 2 speaker ports, except one of them appears to be fake, and only the left side seems to be functional. As for the headphone jack, for some reason, they put it at the top. Again, that's down to preference, but I would strongly prefer it at the bottom, so if you put it in your pocket, everything comes out the same way. Especially considering one of those speakers isn't even real. They could have definitely put the headphone jack on the bottom. Moving on to the back, things get pretty interesting. We've got a 12.3 megapixel camera with an aperture of f2.0, which I'm gonna come back to in a second. And the sensor pixel size for that camera is 1.55 microns. The bigger the camera pixel size, the more light it can let in. It means better low light performance, less noise, just better images overall. And I believe that's the largest camera sensor pixel size available right now. Though I'm not sure why they went through so much trouble to get larger pixel sizes and then didn't go with a wider aperture like f1.8. f2.0 doesn't let in as much light, so it kind of defeats the purpose of having those larger pixels. Now for autofocus, the camera uses phase detection and a laser autofocus sensor. This means it's gonna have crazy fast autofocus. Though I'm gonna get way more in depth on the camera later on in the review, so stay tuned for that. Also on the back, you've got the fingerprint sensor, but I'm not really sure why they didn't put it on the front on that huge bezel. The fingerprint sensor definitely isn't uncomfortable, but I think it just would have been better positioned on the front. Because if you think about it, when you're holding your phone, you almost always have your thumb at the bottom on the front anyway, and this would also allow you to use your fingerprint sensor when the phone is down on a table. Though I will say that with it on the back, it makes it much easier to unlock your phone when you're taking it out of your pocket, so I guess that's another personal preference. Now let's get into the internals. The battery on the XL is 3,450 milliamp hours, pretty big, but not the biggest we've seen. For example, the Galaxy S7 Edge has about 3,600 milliamp hour battery. However, I did find the battery life to be very good, which makes me happy. Even with the screen at full brightness, it was easily able to last all day, and that was with several hours of screen on time. But the battery size on the regular Pixel is another story and leaves much to be desired. It's only 2770 milliamp hours. To me, that is an outright unacceptable battery size. This day and age, I expect any phone to have at least 3,000 milliamp hours, with more the better. Especially at this premium price point, I find a battery that small ridiculous. Now, the one thing it does have going for it is these phones seem to be very efficient, but still, that does not mean that you can skimp on the battery. For memory, these phones both have 4 gigabytes, certainly good, fits right in with other smartphone flagships. And the processor is a Qualcomm Snapdragon 821. Now this is what I'm talking about. It's currently Qualcomm's top of the line Snapdragon CPU and one of the best CPUs you can get on an Android phone. And it certainly shows. I'm gonna get into that in a bit. Now let's move on to the performance of the phone, starting off with the camera, which is the same in both the Pixel and the XL. As expected, this phone takes really great pictures for a phone. In really low light, the noise actually isn't terrible. And in practically no light, like in this picture, well, I'm surprised it can capture anything at all. And by the way, that light is not the flash, but rather the laser autofocus. However, when you enable the HDR+ feature, it's a totally different story. I was very impressed. Let's compare that last photo in the bathroom now with HDR+ enabled. The difference is night and day. Now, obviously, the picture still looks like trash, but it's much better than the first, which was totally destroyed by noise. Take special note of the vent at the top. You can actually see the individual grates. And I cannot understate how little light there was in that room. I opened the door the tiniest crack. The fact that it can remove so much noise is frankly amazing. So the HDR+ is easily one of the best features on this phone. How it apparently works is as soon as you open the camera app, it starts rapidly taking pictures in the background and stores them in a type of buffer. And when you go to take the picture, it captures the actual image and goes back and uses some of those automatically captured frames to gather more light information. This reduces noise, increases dynamic range, and just makes the photo look much better in general. I've used this camera to capture other great photos of high dynamic range scenes, such as a sunset with a dark foreground, and it has a surprising amount of detail. And it has almost no distortion even in the furthest corners of the picture. I will say, I think the Pixel phone has the best photo processing in any phone I've seen. No contest. Now for autofocus, the Pixel is very fast. It's not quite instant, but very fast. It seems like it takes a brief moment to calculate the focus and then locks onto it. So it's still much faster than just contrast autofocus where it searches back and forth to get into focus. This is much faster. The only thing I don't like about this phone is the Google Camera app. It gives you only the most basic controls, and really the only manual control you have is for white balance, and even then it only gives you a few presets. There's no manual focus, no manual exposure, no shutter speed, ISO, nothing. For such an awesome camera, it's a real shame they don't give you more control over it. The final big feature though with this camera is that Google has made it so when you use this phone, you get unlimited Google photo storage for your photos and videos. And that's original quality, even high resolution photos and 4K video. Normally, Google Photos only allows you unlimited storage if you upload those images in reduced quality. but any images or videos you upload from a Google Pixel do not count towards your quota, and that is full quality. And there's also a feature to free up space, so if you're running out of storage, you can click that and it will delete old photos off your phone, but keep them in Google Photos, so you don't really have to worry about running out of space ever. So if you're someone who takes a lot of photos and videos, this is certainly a huge feature and could make it worth it to get this phone alone. Now, as for video, I wish I could say it was as good as the stills, but it's not. There are 3 different options for resolution to capture video. It's 4K, 1080p, or 720p. 4K is 30 frames a second, and for 1080 and 720, you can do either 30 or 60. To me, the video quality actually seemed pretty subpar, which is surprising. In moderate indoor lighting, there was a significant amount of noise. The 4K video quality actually holds up pretty well, with the much higher resolution able to hold on to a lot more detail even with the noise. However, at the lower resolutions, it was clearly relying on some heavy noise reduction filters, which dealt with the noise, but also killed a lot of the detail in the video. And this was predictably worse at 60 FPS, because obviously you're getting half the amount of light into the sensor as at 30 FPS. So if you have very good lighting conditions, you'll be fine, but otherwise I would recommend just always shooting in 4K so you can get that extra bitrate, extra detail in the video. Though it's not all bad in terms of video, because there is one feature that I did not mention yet, and that is the fantastic video stabilization. This phone does not actually have optical image stabilization. Instead, it uses a gyroscope. So instead of using mechanisms inside the camera to stop the camera from moving, it actually just uses the gyroscope to record how the phone is moving. Then it uses that data to calculate how to undo the movement it experienced by manipulating the frames. And I also suspect it uses some cropping and oversampling as well. Either way, it works great. Here's a video without stabilization of me literally just jumping up and down with a camera. And here it is with the stabilization enabled. Yeah, pretty good. So as for video, the image quality is really not that great unless you have good lighting, though at least you don't have to worry about shaky cam, which arguably would be worse. Next, let's talk about battery performance. As I mentioned before, I am very happy about the battery life on the Pixel XL. With the screen at full brightness, I got about 4 hours of screen on time, and that was using general everyday apps like email, browsing the web, maybe a couple games or 2. And even in the most intensive apps, it was nice to just not feel the need to worry about the battery running out. And this phone also has fast charging, which Google claims to be able to get you 7 hours of usage time with 15 minutes of charging. But I'm just gonna say it, that is BS. Google, you're not fooling anyone. Maybe you could get 7 hours out of 15 minutes of charging if you didn't turn on the screen at all during that time, but that's about it. The battery life is good, but not that good. Now, from what I understand, the Pixel does not actually use Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0, or at least they say so, even though it is supported by the Snapdragon 821 processor. Instead, they fast charge with USB power delivery, which is part of the USB Type-C standard. Either way though, the charging is great. I found it was able to charge about 16% in 15 minutes. So that's about 1% per minute, which considering the size of the battery is very good. Now for the next segment, of course, we need to talk about how it actually feels to use this phone. What's the experience like? Overall, this phone feels very snappy. I don't remember it stuttering even once. And that's likely due to the fact, of course, of the powerful processor and stock Android 7.1. There's no bloatware, and considering Google built this phone themselves, I expect they did a lot of optimizations that they couldn't before. The entire phone is smooth, responsive. It really just feels like this is how a phone is supposed to be. And as a quick tip, I also like to go into the developer settings and speed up the animations, which makes it even more snappy. There are also a lot of other features in 7.1 that I appreciate. One, for example, is night mode, which is similar to Apple's Night Shift or the program Flux. What this does is removes blue light from the screen, kind of shifts it orange, because blue light is known to keep you up at night. And I love that it's built in now, because before you had to use these third-party apps and all they would do is overlay a red filter. It would just look so ugly, didn't even really work well. Now it's built in and is awesome. Though I do wish you could control the strength of the effect like you can on iPhone, because I would just max it out. Another neat thing I like is when the screen is off on the phone, you can put your finger on the fingerprint sensor, and if it recognizes it, it will not only unlock the phone, but also turn on the screen, so there's no need to press the power button. So I thought that was just really convenient and also makes it really easy to take out of your pocket and just instantly go and unlock the phone. Also, another commonly overlooked feature is that on the fingerprint sensor, it lets you sample the same finger more than once. You might think, well, who cares about that? Well, in previous phones, you couldn't do this. If you tried to sample the same finger again, it would say, you already sampled this finger. But the problem was that it's almost impossible to always get the entire finger covered. So there was always a part of your finger that if you used that against the sensor, it wouldn't pick it up. But now what you can do, for example, if the tip of your finger doesn't get recognized ever, you can just add finger and add more samples of that finger in the parts that it's missing. This might not initially seem like a big feature, but it is. This basically means that you never have to worry about trying to position the finger correctly, because you can now make sure that your entire finger is sampled, even if you have to take more than one. Now, next, of course, we can't forget to talk about Google Assistant, which is another flagship feature. This is Google's answer to Apple's Siri, and it claims to be able to use artificial intelligence. That sounds cool and all, but I found that most of the best features don't seem to work yet. For example, if you ask it where your package is, it says it can't do that yet. And they said it would be able to control Philips Hue and other smart home devices, but I guess they haven't implemented that feature yet either. They're apparently adding more features, but who knows which ones or when. Right now, it just seems to be able to do things that would probably just make sense to look up yourself. At the moment, it just kind of seems like glorified voice control. If you don't say something in the correct structure of the phrase or use a keyword it recognizes, it probably won't know what the heck you're talking about. For basic functions though, it does work. Setting timers, reminders, playing music, asking the weather, that sort of thing. And I will say that the voice recognition is actually very good, but as for actual usefulness, it's got a long way to go. Also, if this is something you really want, you could just download the Google Allo app and use the assistant through that on really any phone. Of course, it probably won't be baked into the OS like it is on the Pixel, but don't think that the Google Assistant is super exclusive to the Pixel. However, one big thing I want to point out, and this won't apply to many people, but Google Apps or G Suite accounts cannot fully integrate with Google Assistant unless you have a Pixel phone. If you're on a G Suite account and you try to use Google Assistant through the Allo app, you're gonna notice that it refuses to link the accounts because G Suite is not supported. But G Suite accounts do appear to fully work with Google Assistant on the Pixel phone. It can do stuff that it won't let you do through the Allo app. Again, that's not gonna apply to many of you, but I'm sure there are some of you who are wondering about it. All right, now for the conclusion. The gloves are coming off. Is this phone worth it? There's plenty to consider, a lot of great features, but also some notable omissions. And what I'll do is decide for each version of the phone separately. First, let me just get this one out of the way. I do not think the regular size Pixel phone is worth it. That's specifically because of the frankly tiny battery size and low resolution screen. I think if you're going to get a Pixel phone, it only makes sense to get the XL. But keep in mind, it is a big phone. You might not like that. With the regular size Pixel being $650 or $750 with the extra storage, I think if you want a phone that size, at that price point, you can do better. Go with the Galaxy S7. In that one, you've got wireless charging, expandable storage, LED notification light, and water resistance. What I think is the Pixel XL should have been priced where the Pixel is, and the regular Pixel should have been much cheaper. Now for the Pixel XL, is that worth it? That one I think is justifiable, but certainly wouldn't call it a good deal. So that one is probably not worth it either. I'm gonna get into why, and you might disagree. It really only has a few good things going for it. First, you've got the big battery, but it's not the biggest we've seen on the market at this price point. It does have a great camera, a really great camera actually, and I would say that is its biggest advantage. And don't forget about the awesome video stabilization. It's got stock Android 7.1 with no bloatware. It's a very responsive and snappy phone and just great to use. As for Google Assistant, the only advantage I see here is that it's more integrated into the OS. So why don't I think this is a good deal? Well, it's mostly because of what Google did not include and definitely could have. It has no wireless charging, which is not difficult to implement these days, and it has no expandable storage either. And it's only IP53 rated, which means it's dust protected, but not even dust tight. And as for water protection, it only protects against light spraying water, which isn't really reassuring. So you can't expect this phone to survive any submersion in water, or at least at any real depth. If these phones had more hardware features, it would be a totally different story. But besides the camera, it seems bare bones. There's really no killer features to justify the price. To me, it seems like Google is clearly trying to squeeze out premium Apple-like prices with a mostly average product. Now look, if price doesn't matter to you, you can get this phone. You won't be disappointed. It's a good phone, it does what it says, and it does it well. But if you're someone who looks at the main features I talked about, and you don't really get excited by them, save your money, because that's all you get. There's nothing else gonna surprise you. I think you'd probably be more happy spending your money on a phone with more utility. If you had handed me this phone without telling me the price, I probably would have said, yeah, it seems like a pretty good phone. But if you're paying upwards of $1,000 for a phone, do you want pretty good? Not me. So Google, you blew it. And that's what I think. So that concludes this review. I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on this. I expect this may have been a little bit different from other reviews, but keep in mind, I wasn't just being critical for the sake of being critical. I actually thought these things. So if you guys did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 3 times a week, oftentimes more. And if you want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So thank you guys so much for watching if you made it to this point. I'm looking forward to hearing from you down in the comment section, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're going to talk about the Apple event that they had this week. Actually some pretty cool stuff they announced. Normally I'm pretty critical of Apple, but they actually did add some really neat features to the new MacBook that I definitely want to talk about. But before we get into the MacBook, they also announced a few new features for the Apple TV, so I want to go over that first briefly. Even a year ago, Apple was starting to talk about their vision for the Apple TV and how they want to add apps to your television experience. They already did that with your phone, and now they want developers to start making new types of experiences to use apps on a TV. One example they showed is Twitter, who actually got deals with the NFL, NHL, NBA, Bloomberg, and even BuzzFeed. And with the Twitter app, what you'll be able to do is live stream through Twitter, who got these deals to watch sports. And then with the Apple TV, you'll also have the Twitter feed live show up next to the sporting event that you're watching, so you can kind of see some interaction with what you're showing, so it's not just absorbing what's on the TV, you can kind of actually see what other people are saying as well. Then they also talked about their new TV app. It's just called TV, not Apple TV, and they want that to be the unified television experience. So the idea is you would go to that on the Apple TV, and it basically shows you everything you would ever want. All your streaming apps from like HBO Go, other Showtime, that sort of thing. Any network that has live streaming that you subscribe to, you can access from there. You'll also have live TV, like from your cable company, then perhaps Netflix, all sorts of live streaming. Basically, the idea is everything in one place. And also they said they didn't want this to be just available for the TV. They also want it, for example, for the iPhone and iPad. So it really is unified, so you can watch your TV from anywhere, I guess. I'm not really sure how they're gonna integrate cable boxes into that. Perhaps it takes the stream from the cable box and puts it everywhere in your home, which actually would be kind of cool. Then, of course, in addition to the free stuff you already pay for, there's gonna be a store for more stuff you can pay for, movies, TV shows that you don't have streamable, but you just purchase them, I guess, like through iTunes, so there's gonna be that as well. And I actually think this is kind of a cool idea. If it plays out well, this could be a really neat app. I tend to use like game consoles right now for streaming apps and stuff. My TV has streaming apps like for Plex, for Netflix, and I usually just use that. But if there's a integrated app with Apple TV, if I were to get that and just literally have everything in one place and not have to switch between video inputs, it might be kind of nice. I just have to see how the interface is, if it's even easier to use in these native apps with the TV. We'll have to see, but I think the idea is good and solid, and I think for a lot of people who maybe don't have all these other devices that stream, this could be a great way to get into that and would be very easy for them. Now I think we should get into the main event, which they talked about, which was the MacBook Pro. So of course, in addition to improved hardware, they added a couple very unique features that we haven't really seen before on a laptop, really. The first thing they added is Touch ID on the MacBooks, which is actually pretty cool. I was actually wondering when they would do this, because it is such a convenient feature, and now maybe they'll be using Apple Pay on the MacBook, not just iPhone. You can log in with the fingerprint, and they actually said that if you put your fingerprint on it, it'll know whose account it is. So if you have multiple accounts and you're on one account, if the other person presses their fingerprint to it, it'll log them into their other account. Of course, as we know, fingerprints aren't exactly the most secure method of authentication, but I think for most people, the benefits are gonna outweigh the security risks, because most people aren't gonna go through the trouble of stealing your fingerprint to get access to your laptop. And if you don't wanna use it, you don't have to. Now, the main new feature they added to the new MacBook Pro is the Touch Bar, which I will say is a great feature. I'm glad that Apple is really getting some innovative features in there, because we know on the iPhone they've kind of been slow with implementing new features, but this is actually really cool. Basically, it's an OLED screen, a mini OLED long bar at the top of the keyboard that you can manipulate. It's touch sensitive and can have a lot of controls on there. It's just another way to control the computer. So for example, you can have some buttons on there to either show information, maybe control system settings, control some apps, really do whatever you want, and it's also customizable. Some examples they showed is using it to control iTunes, scrolling through photos, so navigation, also even editing videos. Not really sure if I would use it for that, but I guess if you can. And also, for example, even Microsoft Word. So there'll be a lot of new apps that will support this in many different ways. Of course, time will tell to see how actually practical and useful this is. I think it will be useful, especially for system settings, because it lets you drag and drop whatever buttons and toggles you want onto it. So if you want to access an app instantly, or maybe control the brightness of the screen or volume or something like that, that would be very convenient. And I think a lot of the gesture controls though, it'd be easier to just use the Force touchpad. They did make a larger Force touchpad, but still, it's a neat feature. Now we can move on to the general hardware improvements. The screen is now a better screen. It's got a 67% better brightness and contrast ratio, pretty awesome, and about 25% larger color gamut. I am a huge fan of good screens, so that sounds pretty awesome. Other hardware improvements are gonna depend on whether you're getting the 15-inch or 13-inch. So the 15-inch has a 6th generation i7, very good obviously. For video, it's gonna have a Radeon Pro graphics card with 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Not sure why they keep going with AMD over NVIDIA, honestly. I think NVIDIA is a way better graphics card company. AMD is doing a comeback, but I think right now NVIDIA is just killing it. Not sure why Apple goes with AMD. I guess they have a special deal or something like that. On the 13-inch though, it's a bit weaker hardware, understandably. You can either get an i7 or you can get an i5. And for graphics though, it's got Intel Iris graphics. Really? Integrated graphics? Are you kidding me? I don't think you would want to use that for really any pro work, but whatever, if you want the cheaper one. Now for input-output, Apple actually did something kind of interesting with the ports. So we know Apple hates ports. On one of them, they even put one port in the past. But now what they've got is 4 Thunderbolt 3 ports. Now, Thunderbolt 3 is obviously proprietary, but it also supports USB-C. So it actually is pretty universal. So it's the same connector as USB-C, so that means it not only supports Thunderbolt, but also USB 3.1, which is actually pretty cool, because that means you can now use your USB-C devices into the Thunderbolt port, or a Thunderbolt device into the Thunderbolt port, and there's 4 of them. And Thunderbolt 3 has huge bandwidth, about 40 gigabits per second each, so that's a ton of potential that you can use each of these ports for, and in fact, all of them support power delivery, so you can actually charge using any of the ports, which is actually kind of cool. I think this was a good move by Apple to add these types of ports, and it was very smart by Intel and Apple to make the Thunderbolt 3 connection a USB-C connection, because it just makes everything more universal and solidifies the universality of the universal serial bus. In the past, one of the biggest drawbacks for Thunderbolt was you had to use the special connector. It was a DisplayPort connector, so not a lot of devices used it because it wouldn't work with anything else. But now, if a device supports USB, you can plug it in. If it's Thunderbolt, you can plug it in, so it works on both. Great move. And also, yes, this does have a headphone jack. I was worried during the announcement they showed a picture. One on the left had a headphone jack, the one on the right did not. So I was kind of worried if they took it out, but it's actually on the other side. So yes, the new MacBook does have a headphone jack. Thank you. Another interesting thing is that with all this extra power, this new MacBook Pro is actually smaller and thinner in volume and thickness than the previous MacBook Air. So I guess they're just gonna get rid of the MacBook Air because this is basically the same thing except more powerful, so that's pretty neat as well. I should also mention, in addition to the 13 and 15-inch MacBook Pros, they're also gonna release a cheaper 13-inch that doesn't have the touch bar at the top, so it'll just be standard keyboard and all that. So if you want the touch bar, you gotta go with the more expensive 13 or 15-inch. Overall though, I was actually pretty pleased with these announcements. Usually Apple announcements don't really get me that excited, they're mostly disappointing, but I will say that these are some cool new features. I really like the new OLED touch bar, although the Radeon graphics, the AMD, kind of has me scratching their head. I don't know why they don't just go with NVIDIA, but whatever. I wouldn't really use AMD for video editing. I like NVIDIA, especially because of the CUDA cores, so I probably won't be getting a MacBook Pro, but I could see people who maybe use Final Cut Pro as opposed to Adobe Premiere, which is what I use, so this could still be good for a lot of people. And I would be interested to hear what you guys think as well. Maybe you think this is too expensive, or maybe you just hate Apple, or maybe, you know, you've been thinking about getting a laptop and this is a good option. Of course, we can all talk about that down in the comments section below. So that's really all I have to say about this. If you guys did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it. And if you want to subscribe also, I make new videos at least Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. Also, if you guys want to keep watching, I've got some other videos I think you'll like right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. So thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I'm gonna talk about the sad news, depending on who you ask, that Twitter is gonna be shutting down Vine, the social media network that focuses on 6-second clips. This was actually very surprising to me, but in hindsight, it's not that surprising, I guess, because Twitter has been struggling big time to make profit. They've been losing money big time for years. They've never turned a profit, and recently they announced that they're gonna be laying off hundreds of workers, and now we know where those workers are coming from. It's Vine. I guess they decided that the company was not profitable enough and it was just too tough to monetize, and decided it wasn't worth it. So the announcement was very brief. They didn't really give that many details. They said that they're gonna keep the website online so you can still watch everything that's there, but they're gonna be winding down the app, and we don't really know exactly when, but probably sooner than later, especially considering Twitter is literally losing hundreds of millions of dollars every quarter. And we know from recently that I talked about that Twitter was possibly gonna get bought out by either Salesforce or Google, and that didn't happen. And I think that sent Twitter into panic mode. They realized they're gonna have to fend for themselves and figure out how to turn a profit themselves pretty quickly, because no one's gonna prop them up anymore. Vine was at one point extremely popular. It even created these Vine stars, people who use that social media platform and literally got famous from creating funny Vines. And I'm kind of wondering what a lot of these people are gonna do if they kept their fan base exclusively on Vine and didn't branch out. You know, they might be in trouble. I think most of the top tier ones probably did move on to Twitter and YouTube, so they'll be fine. But for the people who are kind of in the middle, you know, they weren't famous obviously, but they still put a ton of work into Vine. I kind of feel bad for them. That really sucks. They're not gonna have anything to do now. They're gonna have to kind of scramble to get their audience onto other platforms. Though I think we've been seeing the writing on the wall with Vine for a long time now. You know, it's been declining in popularity. Twitter's been focusing more on live streaming with Periscope, also with getting deals with NFL and sports contracts to do live streaming of those events. They're really pushing Twitter video, and I think the limitations of just having 6 seconds wasn't really good for the platform. I think they experimented with making longer ones, but at that point, why not just use Twitter? I expect that if Twitter had been bought out by Google or Salesforce, they would have kept Vine alive, but maybe not. I'm sure that Vine was just hemorrhaging money for Twitter, and they decided, you know what, we can't keep losing money, we gotta do something about it. And they decided it's not profitable for them, so they gotta cut it loose. And it just goes to show you that social media sites are not immortal. I mean, obviously MySpace, that was huge and crashed and burned, and now Twitter just killed off Vine, a huge social media site, even though it's declining. They just decided, we're done with it, and now it's gone. And all the people that use that can't use it anymore. It's gonna screw a lot of people. And if they killed off Vine, you know, maybe Twitter itself is next, or maybe companies are just waiting for Twitter to be in such a bad state that they can scoop it up with a good deal. I think the issue with a lot of social media sites is they don't really know how to monetize or even have utility. I think the good thing about YouTube is it's not just for entertainment. It's got so much purpose. I mean, video, you can make educational videos, you can make comedy videos, really anyone can go on YouTube and find something they're looking for. And I think YouTube has been significantly increasing, and of course they got that Google money to back it. So I don't think YouTube is gonna be going anywhere anytime soon, but Twitter on the other hand, they better figure something out fast. I think the big issue with Twitter is it's actually not that useful. I mean, it's good for getting up-to-date information, but really, who goes on Twitter and for why? To see status updates? There's not much utility there. I think they're really starting to push themselves as a media company, which is why they're buying that live streaming stuff, deals with the NFL and other sports companies, and integrating with Apple TV, for example. I think they're trying to move away from the whole, oh, post status updates thing, and really pushing it towards a place to get news. And I think they do know that they need to add utility, because one of the biggest issues is people don't really know what to do with Twitter. They're like, why would I use Twitter? They sign up and then never use it again because they don't get it. For most people, it's not really, there's no point to tweet, because they don't have any followers, and if not a lot of their friends use it, then there's even less of a point. If you have like a large following, it might be useful, but for a regular person, not so much. So I guess overall, this was a surprise to most people, but I would expect that they've been planning this for a long time. So I would like to know what you guys think as well. Maybe you're like super sad about Vine, you use it every day or something, or if you didn't really care, maybe you never even installed the app. We can all talk about that down in the comment section. We can theorize about what's the next big social media site maybe. So if you guys did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week at least, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. If you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos. You can click these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation, so that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. I'm over there. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. How's it going, guys? ThioJoe here, and today I'm going to go over what Microsoft announced as a big update for Windows 10. They're calling it the Windows 10 Creators Update, and they had a keynote a few days ago where they went through most of the big features, and the way they put it is there's too much innovation to walk through during that keynote. It's like, all right, Microsoft, whatever. But they did talk about 3 main things that is going to be added in that new Creators Update. The 3 main topics they focused on in the keynote were mixed reality, so holograms with HoloLens and even a little bit of virtual reality, and 3D creations. They also talked about gaming, so 4K gaming, streaming gaming, that sort of thing. And finally, sharing, so sharing between contacts, making it easier to contact your friends. So I'm gonna go over each of those. So for mixed reality, the first thing they talked about are some new tools they were creating that allows everyone basically to easily make 3D art, 3D scenes, and that sort of thing. They said they wanted to bring 3D to everyone. And while I was watching this, I was like, I don't really get it. It basically just looks like a Microsoft Paint for 3D. And sure enough, they announced it is now called Paint 3D. Because, you know, Microsoft Paint has such a great reputation. And they spent a lot of time showing these people making these really rudimentary 3D scenes. I didn't really get it. At one point they said it was revolutionary. I'm not so sure about that. Now, to be fair, I think what they're really going for is a starting point for people who are kind of interested in doing 3D art or just art in general. This kind of gives them an easy way to get into it without having to learn any complicated tools or anything like that.
and then maybe in hopes of they'll be able to get interested in it and start using more advanced tools as they move on. So that kind of makes sense. That's pretty cool, but it's not exactly revolutionary. But I will say one of the really cool features they showed is the ability to 3D scan objects with a phone. They had this Windows phone, and I assume this will work with other phones as well, but they had this phone and they walked around this sandcastle and used the camera, and it basically captured that sandcastle and created a 3D object using the images it captured. And I could totally see that being really useful, especially in the future when they create new versions of it that work even better. Even a professional maybe wants to scan an object to remember what it looks like later. They might not necessarily use that rudimentary scan, but they could use it as sort of a template to create a more realistic thing themselves. So that could be really cool. They also announced they're gonna have a website where you can upload and share these creations you make, but the interesting thing is that you'll be able to download these creations and 3D print them if you have a 3D printer, which I thought was actually pretty awesome. Then they also showed that a lot of these 3D features are gonna be integrated with HoloLens as well, so you can download these objects, put them in your room with HoloLens or anything like that. But also an example they showed is if you are going shopping or something, maybe for furniture, you can download the 3D object of a chair and use HoloLens to project it into your room and see what that chair would look like to scale in your room. So I think that'll be really cool, very useful if you want to see what an object looks like in real life before you actually buy it. And finally, the big thing they announced for mixed reality is they're actually creating virtual reality headsets. So now we got Oculus, Vive, HoloLens, and now Microsoft is working with other manufacturers to create some themselves. Some of the specific manufacturers they mentioned were Lenovo, Asus, and HP, and they didn't really mention any specific specifications, but they did say that the price would be starting at around $299 for some of these headsets, which is a great deal compared to a lot of the virtual reality headsets you see. And they also have inside-out tracking, which is another big deal because it means it will work in any room without having to set up any base stations or sensors anywhere. And depending on how well these actually work, this is definitely really exciting. They showed a demo of the guy wearing one of these, and they had a virtual room that I guess he decorated, and you could select apps and that sort of thing, and they also had him do a virtual tour, so it's really cool. The next main topic they focused on was gaming, and one of the things they talked about was the new Beam service they purchased. It's a streaming platform, kind of like Twitch for gaming, except it has some interesting features that allow interactions with the users. So it actually has these buttons that the viewer can press to either suggest what the viewer does in real time, or possibly even control the game themselves. So it's really focused on possibly getting the viewer really part of the game that the streamer is playing. So that's pretty cool. I'm not really sure how popular this Beam service is. Definitely nowhere close to Twitch, and I think it did get a boost in popularity since Microsoft announced that they bought it, so we'll just have to see. Another feature they mentioned, which I think they have actually talked about before, is the Play Anywhere feature between Windows 10 and Xbox One, where if you buy a game for Xbox One or Windows 10, it works between them. So because Xbox One is basically running Windows 10, you can play games on both and it will actually sync your progress and everything will work on both, so you don't have to buy the game twice if you want to play on PC. Although I think if you're playing on a computer, you still probably have to use an Xbox controller. I don't think you can use a mouse and keyboard, but I could be wrong about that. And they also mentioned that because Xbox One S runs a version of Windows, it's going to be updated too, and they're going to be adding Dolby Atmos support. So that's Dolby Audio, which is, I guess, very good quality. So if you're watching movies or Blu-ray specifically, you'll be able to have a lot better audio if you're using like a surround sound system. In the final segment, they talked about sharing and community and that sort of thing, which none of these really got me that excited, but I'll still talk about them. For example, they introduced one feature with Skype where now your favorite contacts can show up in your taskbar, and if you want to send a file to someone through Skype, you basically just drag that file, whatever it is, whatever type of file, onto the contact's picture in the taskbar, and it will automatically send that file to the person. So it makes it a lot easier to send files, although I don't really use Skype that often. I don't really know that many people who do. So I guess it's useful if you use it, but probably not for many people. They also showed how some Windows apps are gonna be having sharing filters built in, like the Photos app will have a share feature where you click on it and then you can draw on it and that sort of thing if it's a picture, and then automatically send that to your contacts. Again, I think that mostly just works through Skype, but it might for others in the future. But finally, one of the more useful things they talked about with sharing is in some cases, you'll be able to actually choose which app you want to share with. So if you use several of them like Skype or maybe Xbox Live or something, you can actually choose which app you want to use to contact that specific person. So if you just want to send a message to your Xbox, you can do that. So I think that'll be useful, especially for people who don't just use Skype. And that's about it. There was a lot more that they talked about, little stuff, but I think everything I covered was what I thought was the most significant. I think it's actually kind of cool that Microsoft is doing this creators update to get people into creating things. It's pretty neat, and hopefully they'll introduce maybe more professional features for people like me who are a little bit more advanced than Microsoft Paint. Although I really hope this update goes more smoothly than the anniversary update. As you may know, that kind of broke a lot of stuff, like the webcams. It kind of broke a lot of webcams. So hopefully they do a lot of beta testing with this one and nothing gets screwed up. But as always, I would like to hear what you guys think. If I missed anything big time, you can let me know down in the comments section, or if you have any thoughts, if you think this is stupid, if you still don't want to use Windows 10 at all, let us know. If you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And also subscribe, because I try to make new videos at least 3 times a week, usually more, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos over here. You can click on these, even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation. So anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. So I'll see you next time, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and today we're gonna be unboxing this baby right here, Google Home. This is the talking cylinder, Google edition, as opposed to the Amazon Echo. So why don't we just jump right in and take a look at the outside. We've got Google Home, it says a little logo. This is what it looks like, almost like an egg shape. On this side it says just start with OK Google. It's got some stuff you can talk about. Google Assistant, that's what it uses. On this side we have some more features. Be the DJ, you can play music, know it all, ask it questions, outsmart your home, control stuff, all sorts of fun. And on this side, even more features. It's got more specs on this side, 2.45 gigahertz Wi-Fi, Chromecast, multi-room playback, setup with your phone, far field voice technology, and speakers, very good. Other music services, and I think that's enough for the outside. Why don't we go into the best part? We're gonna take off this tape. I like that you don't require a knife. Is there any more tape? Yep, there's one on this side. So now we got the tape off, let's open this guy up right here. Nice box, very nice box. Check this out, it's got like a little strap here. I'm loving this box, hard shell, we just got that on top. And I'm gonna have to open this up sideways. We'll do it like this so you guys can see on this camera. Wow, that is some nice packaging. I really like the presentation here. It's magnetic and you just pop it open right there. Now this, wow, this is the first time I've ever held this one. Feels very nice, and I believe these bottom things come off. Yep, that's correct. So that's the speaker on the inside that you can see. So these are actually interchangeable. You can buy different colors, although I'm not sure they're available right now. Get them on the Google Play Store, so this just screws right off. Anyway, so on top we have what I believe is a touch interface, although there's not really any buttons. You're mostly supposed to be using this with your voice, although on this side you can see that there is a mute button, and I think that's the only button on this entire thing. And then there's a little light here, probably for status light. And this is actually, I believe, the back, so, or maybe not, I'm not really sure. This is definitely has some lights in here that light up, more status lights, microphones right here. I believe also somewhere on here, there is a micro USB port right here, you can see. And I believe this is actually just for diagnostic purposes. I don't think you actually use that for anything. I think that might be for like firmware updates or, you know, debugging and that sort of thing. I don't think that's meant to actually be used. It's just kind of there. So let's get this guy back on. You kind of have to line it up and then it slides right in. And let's see what else is in this box. Put that off to the side. So I'm assuming this comes off. So there's like a little handle in here. And down at the bottom, you can see there's just more instructions. I don't think this comes out at all. Oh, okay, so I see. So here we have some more get started instructions. So it tells you to plug in the power cable. Just start with OK Google. Design to match your home. This is the other colors, possible colors I was talking about. And the warranty. And inside we have more goodies. We have well, that's it. There's only one more thing. So this is the AC adapter. Nice, interesting adapter, I guess. I don't really judge the design of the AC adapter, but this is what it looks like. It's a flat cable. It plugs into this, I guess, on the bottom right here. Let's see how that works. So it kind of goes in at an angle like this, and just in like that, sits flush. So this is definitely the back, and this goes like that. It sits like that, and there's nothing else in here, so we can put that away. I really like the way this opens up. I don't know, do you guys think so? I don't know. So I guess that's it. You know what, why don't we plug it in and see how it works? Let's see how it works. All right, well, I plugged it in, and I'm waiting for something to happen. Let's look at oh, there it goes. There's the lights. You should be able to see. And let's see what it says. So you want to download the Home app. I do have that. All right, so I got it set up in the phone, it updated, and why don't we try it out? Okay, Google, how are you?
I feel ready to help. What can I do for you?
And I believe to adjust the volume, okay, that gets loud. So you just move it around like this. You can probably hear that from here.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help, but I'm still learning.
That gets very, very loud, oh my gosh. All right, okay, Google. What's the weather in New York City?
In New York City today, it'll be partly cloudy with a forecasted high of 70 and a low of 50. Tomorrow through Monday, it'll be sunny.
Okay, Google, stop. All right, so to stop it, you have to say, okay, Google, stop. It won't just stop if you say stop. And so that's interesting. Let's ask it some other stuff. Okay, Google, what can you do?
Here are a couple of suggestions. You can say, set a 13-minute timer for pizza. Or, will it be sunny tomorrow? To find out more, you can look at the full list of suggestions in the Google Home app.
I want to see if it can do like a joke. Okay, Google, tell me a joke.
Here you go. What do you get from a pampered cow? Spoiled milk.
Ha ha. So it looks like if you open this up, it will actually show you all sorts of different stuff it can do. Okay, Google, I'm bored.
I can fix that. We can write a Mad Lib story. I can find you a fun fact. Or you can spin the wheel. What do you want to try?
Spin the wheel. What's that?
Good choice.
Whoa. What is that?
The wheel recommends asking me for the crystal ball.
What? What is this? What is the crystal ball? Okay, Google, I want the crystal ball.
Nice. I just need to hang these velvet curtains.
What? What is this? What's going on? What's happening?
Come closer. Closer.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Closer.
What is this?
Okay, stop. Close your eyes and open your mind.
Are you guys doing this?
The crystal ball shall reveal your destiny.
What the hell?
Now ask a yes or no question.
Will you ever be able to control my Philips Hue bulbs?
The all-knowing crystal ball says... Probably.
Great.
The crystal ball doesn't know everything. You might want to ask a real person for a second opinion. Do you dare ask the crystal ball another question?
No.
Come back soon to hear what the future holds for you.
Well, that was bizarre. Definitely an A for creativity, though. So I don't know what other weird stuff it's got. So I guess that's it. There wasn't much to it. We got to try it out for a little bit. I'll do a review. This is not a review, guys. This is just a initial impressions thing. I do like it. I like the feel of it. It seems pretty good weight to it. Feels like, oh gosh, what did I just do? Feels like a nice sturdy product. This is like a matte finish. Seems pretty smooth. I like it. I like the feel of it. I don't know if I'm gonna get any more colors for it. Probably not, but you know, it seems like a nice device. We're gonna have to see how good it does compared to like Amazon Echo. I'm of course gonna do everything in the review, so look forward to that. Probably within a week or so, I'll try to get it out. But anyway, if you guys did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. If there are any questions you have in regards to what you want me to cover in the review, let me know about that. If you want to know more about the box, Let me know in the comments section. I could answer all those. Maybe not everything. The crystal ball can answer the rest of it. So if you want to check out some other videos and keep watching, I'll put those right here. You can click on these, even if you're on a phone, so do that. I'll put some other unboxings over here you can check out. But anyway, again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter, I guess. I'm always there as well. And I will see you next time. Have a good day. Okay, Google, tell everyone to have a good day.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help with that yet.
Well, that's pretty rude. Hey, how's it going, guys? Today we're going to be doing a very fun holiday-themed tech unboxing and sponsored by Verizon. So thank you, Verizon, for giving me a legitimate excuse to go out and buy some cool stuff to unbox and give you guys some ideas for gifts for what you might want to give people this year. So why don't we get started, shall we? Now today we're going to be unboxing the PSVR virtual reality headset for the PlayStation 4, and it's going to be more of a triple unboxing because we also have the PlayStation camera and the motion controllers. These are also required if you don't have these already to use with the PSVR. So we're gonna be unboxing all of these. So why don't we head over to the table right now and unbox this bad boy, and afterwards we can also see about setting it up and doing a quick test as well. So let's go. All right, so here we go. We got the PSVR big box, we got the PlayStation camera, and we got the Move, and then I also picked up the VR Worlds game. All of this I think came with the launch bundle, but I had to buy all this separately because I don't think you can get the launch bundle anymore. Obviously, it's not at the launch. So you know what, why don't we just get started? We're gonna open these up one by one. Why don't we open up the best thing first, and then we can open up these which are more secondary, so we can get these out of the way for now. Let's jump right in. I cannot wait to open this. I've been waiting to try this out for a long time. I tried it once as a demo, but never got a chance to actually own one. Real quick, I guess we should go over the outside of the box first though. There's not really much to see, just the logos. You know, it says what it is, a couple game examples, and powered by PlayStation 4. Not really much to see on the outside, so let's get to the best part on the inside. Here we go. All right, so the first thing we see is the PlayStation logo, some plastic covering this up. I wonder if I can lift this up or what I have to do exactly. This is, all right, so I guess this whole entire thing lifts out. This is gonna be a challenge. Turn it over. All right, there we go. Okay, kind of had to make do with that. Not the easiest unboxing, but we got there. There's nothing on the sides. It's all just white. And here we go. Woo! All right, so gotta say I am a fan of these types of boxes that kind of open up like this, and there's like a fabric here holding it open. Feels like a very premium experience for unboxing, except having to dump it out, but we can forgive that, I guess. But anyway, we got the PSVR quick start guide. You guys know what we do with the guides, the manuals. We just kind of get rid of them. I'm just kidding. We can take a look through it real quick. It says all the stuff we get, so I know actually what I'm talking about. We got the headset, we got the stereo headphones. I'm reading upside down. The processor unit, the printed materials, HDMI, all that stuff. So here it has 3 different possible compartments we can open, and if I read the manual, I'd probably know what these are, but why don't we just start off with this one? We can kind of move this aside and find out what this guy is. A very, very exciting power cord. All right, next we can go to this one. What is in here? Oh, I can see all the stuff down at the bottom. What's in this one? More cables, I hope. So this looks like some sort of processing unit. So it looks like a mini PS4 almost, you can see. So I guess the HDMI and stuff plug into that. It's all processed, put to the headset. Pretty cool. And what else we got in here? Lots and lots of different possible cables, headphones, some HDMI, USB, all sorts of fun stuff. And now we just have this one left, and I think the headset's below here, so we're gonna have to move all this stuff out of the way. HDMI cable, some sort of breakout cable, demo disc. All right, so this is just demos that you can play. I guess if you didn't buy any other games, you can at least do something with it. That's pretty cool. And let's get to the headset. Here it is. Let's take it out, see what we got. It's wrapped in a anti-static bag of some kind. All right. Very cool, very cool. So this is what it looks like. So this is the PSVR. From what I've heard, it's actually one of the most comfortable virtual reality headsets. So that's hopefully gonna be really nice. Looks like there's an adjustment knob on the back. You press it in, you can click it closer or further. Inside you can see the lenses and the nose piece to kind of block out light, I guess. This is the bottom. And then it looks like a button here, probably some sort of action button. And it sits on top of your head like this, kind of almost like a visor of some kind. And the front doesn't actually attach to your face, unlike some other headsets that kind of strap onto the front of your face. This more sits on top of your head, and that's why it's a little bit more comfortable. This right here is all rubber, so this is not hard at all. I guess this is, again, just to block off light. So the only hard part is mostly this piece. And then you can see that these all light up, and these would be seen by the camera to track everything and see what you're doing and move you in space. It also looks like on the bottom you can see a microphone. I'm assuming that's what that is, maybe for voice interaction or something like that. And actually, it seems like there are buttons under here. I don't know if you can see, these are marked triangle, circle, X, and square, so I guess there's actually stuff you can press right under the headset. So I'm not really sure how to adjust this yet. I don't want to break it, but this is pretty cool. I can't wait to try it out. And why don't we now move on to the other stuff, the camera and the Move controllers, and quickly unbox those as well. First up, camera. See how fast we can do this. All right, so we got the camera and the stand. So this goes on top of your TV. This is kind of cool. I like how this articulates like this. It's like sits like that. Looks like a proprietary connector, not USB. And I guess that's it. Let's move on to the Move controllers. And here we go. You got two of them. Let's take this plastic off so it's not just reflecting everything. And here we go. So one for each hand. Very neat. We got the home button, the PlayStation button. Oh, it's actually lighting up. Huh. I guess there's some charge in there. Well, hopefully it's not going to kill it. Anyway, so we got all the square, X, triangle, circle, and I guess these are ready to go. So that should be everything. Let's get everything together so we can take a final look. All right, so let's see what we got. We got the headset, obviously. We got this breakout processing box, which I just noticed goes like this. Kind of funny. And also the VR worlds and the demo. We got the camera, we got the Move controllers, and a big pile of cables of all sorts. Any cable you would ever want is right there. So we've actually got quite a bit here. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to set all this up, but I think it should be worth it. I am pretty excited about this. And so I guess this is it. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do now is go and quickly set this up, maybe get a few shots of me using it, some initial first impressions, not a review obviously, I wouldn't have enough time, but maybe at least to just get you guys an idea. Should be fun. All right, so I just tried this out for a little while, not too long, but enough to get an idea, and I would say this is actually a pretty dang good experience. It's definitely good enough tracking, better than expected actually. The Vive probably is the best right now with the Lighthouse Advanced, but this is actually pretty good tracking system with the cameras. It's got two cameras. I was using the hand controllers, but it also allows you to use the DualShock controller, so if you don't have these, you can still do some of the stuff. And I would say overall, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely fun. So if you don't have a huge beefy computer and you don't want to spend a lot of money on a Vive or Oculus Rift or something, this is definitely an option. I would definitely consider getting this if you have a PS4. Maybe go to a store, check it out, get a demo. It's a lot of fun and it works better than expected. And the graphics are also pretty good. Obviously, all of this is optimized for a console, so it's not gonna be amazing graphics like you might get on a PC that's top end, but you know what? They do well with what they have. So this is absolutely gonna be a worthy competitor in the VR space, especially with upcoming generations. Maybe with the PlayStation Pro coming out with the upgraded graphics, you'll be able to get even better graphics with this. I'm excited to see what happens with it. All right, so that was pretty fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well, and thanks again to Verizon for sponsoring this video. Now, obviously the holidays are right around the corner, and I wanna make sure you guys are able to find the perfect gifts. So be sure to also click here. You can check out some other holiday tech unboxings by other creators like myself. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and let me know what you think. I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. And as usual, thanks for watching, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and recently I got the Pixel phone by Google, and it runs Android 7.1. So I thought you guys would be interested in 10 of the coolest new features in Android 7.1 Nougat, whether you have a Pixel phone
or if you're gonna update your phone to it in the future. Oh, and by the way, these aren't really gonna be in any particular order. Starting off, the first one is app shortcuts with a long press. This is a pretty popular one. Most of you guys already know about this, but basically now on many apps, you can long press on that icon and it will bring up some shortcuts that you can instantly jump to and do an action in that app. So you don't have to click on the app, navigate to whatever button. Very similar to Apple's Force Touch on their iPhone. So one specific example is in Google Chrome. You can long press it and it gives you the option to bring up a regular or incognito tab right away. These shortcuts do need to be added by the developer, so there's not really that many apps yet that support it. It's mostly just Google made apps, obviously, but it's still super convenient, and I'm sure we're gonna start to see these very soon. Next, number 2 is nightlight mode, which is a very similar feature to the iPhone's night shift, as well as the program Flux if you have that on desktop. So what this basically does is removes blue light from the screen, specifically at night, and shifts it more towards orange, because we know several studies have showed that blue light, bright screens, tend to keep you up at night. So this will remove that light that interferes with your ability to fall asleep. And I'm really glad they added this feature, because before on older versions you had to use these third-party apps that didn't really work. They just kind of overlaid this ugly red filter. It looked terrible. I'm just glad they have it as a native feature now. Next, number 3 is the System UI Tuner, which is actually kind of a hidden feature. What you do to enable this is pull down the notifications menu, and then you hold down the cog wheel, and a wrench will appear to show that it's enabled. And now in the settings, you have a System UI Tuner menu. And this will give you some extra options that aren't usually available. So for example, enabling the battery percentage to show up in the status bar, and adding some extra toggles in the status bar that you can change. And it also gives you power notification tools, which is really useful. It lets you have way more control over what notifications each app can do or can't do. So for example, if one app is being really annoying, you can set it so it can't wake up the screen, or can't interrupt anything, or can't even show notifications at all. It gives you a lot of fine detail control. Number 4 is an awesome new feature for when Android has to update. Before, you guys might have known, every time you updated the phone, when you rebooted it, you had to wait for every app to compile. And if you had a lot of apps, it took forever and you just couldn't even use your phone. Now with the just-in-time feature, it does that all in the background, so you don't have to wait for that to happen during boot. So it boots instantly and the apps just compile when you can actually still use your phone. So now updates are just gonna be way more easier, save you a ton of time, no more waiting after you update. Number 5 is emergency information, and the ability to add medical information that is relevant in an emergency that is accessible from the lock screen. You can add information like blood type, your name, your medications you're on, etc. So if you pass out or something, paramedics can look at your phone and get all that relevant information. The only issue I see is that it's kind of hidden away from the lock screen. You have to click emergency, then click emergency information a couple times, and then it shows you the information. So I don't think most people are gonna even know that this is there, so might not help as much, but I guess if these medics are taught that that information is there, might still be useful. Next, number 6 are moves, which are basically like physical gestures you can do to activate certain things. For example, on the fingerprint sensor, you can swipe down your finger to bring down the status bar and show you notifications. There's also one where you can press the power button twice and anywhere you are will instantly jump to the camera, although I think that is in a lot of phones already. And if you're already in the camera app, you can twist your hand 2 times and it will switch between the selfie camera and the back camera without having to press any buttons. So these are just kind of neat. There's only a few right now, but they might add more in the future. Number 7 is the Daydream VR platform. So Google recently implemented native virtual reality support, and they also announced a headset, a physical headset to use with this phone called the Daydream View. Unfortunately, I don't have one of these new headsets yet, so I can't show you it yet. I will be getting one, but it'll still be good to see developers creating cool new VR apps, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of stuff they come up with. Now, next, number 8 is call blocking and spam protection. Basically, if you go to the phone app, then you go to the settings, there is an option to add specific numbers to a block list. So if you're getting a spam call a bunch of times a week, or one person you just want to completely ignore, you can add that number to the block list and you won't have to hear from them. Also, they added a spam blocking feature. It's on by default. You can see that in the settings. So this will just block spams and scams. So that's nice. Coming near the end, number 9 is a small new feature, but still appreciated, Now if you go into the app switcher and scroll all the way to the top, it will now show a clear all option. So if you want to clear out all the recent apps, you don't have to swipe each one individually anymore on stock Android. Obviously, other phones and skins like Samsung have had this for a while, but now it's nice that they added it into the native Android. And finally, number 10 is hundreds of new emojis. I think we can all appreciate this. It complies now with Unicode 9, which added a bunch of them. And one of the notable things is now for most of the people emojis, you can have different skin colors. So it's supposed to be gender and race neutral, so you can basically pick whatever one you want. And what you do is when there's a person emoji, you can hold down on that and it will show you all sorts of different variations of that emoji. So if you want a white person or a black person or a woman or a man, you can now pick any of those by holding it down. And it also does that on the hand emojis, although I don't really know if there's any other emojis that have options besides the people ones, like the object ones. I think they're all just the same. And so that's it. Those are 10 of the coolest features I thought that were added to Android 7.1 and a couple of them even to 7.0. I would love to hear what you guys think. If I missed any big ones that you think I should have mentioned, let us know down in the comment section. We can talk about that down there. And if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos like this every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, sometimes even more, so it should be worth it. Also, if you guys want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here that you should enjoy. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. It's a new type of annotation, so I hope you enjoy those as well. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here. Today we're going to be doing a high energy unboxing of the PS4 Pro, basically response to Xbox One S. This does 4K. It's got some upgraded specs that we could talk about as we move on. But you know what? Why don't we take a look at the outside of the box? There's not really much to see. It just kind of has the logo. Pretty basic. So why don't we open this right up? This side might be a little bit out of focus, kind of close, but you can still get an idea. So PS4 Pro, let's take this out. Basic box. Now you can see another white box inside. So let's open this up now. Quick start guide and another box to open. So we're gonna take this out. I assume this is the PlayStation 4. Not really sure what else it would be. So here it is, got some cardboard, very basic, you know, it doesn't seem like a very special unboxing. Very practical packaging, nothing too exciting, but hey, you gotta appreciate that as well. So we got the power cord. I am hoping to God there's no power brick. That was one of the best features of the Xbox One S, was no giant power brick like the previous version had. And what's in here? So we got a controller, DualShock, and no power brick. Thank you, Sony. All right, so here we got pretty standard. Looks the same as the PS4. It's all the same. HDMI. This is HDMI 2.0 on the PS4 Pro, but from what I understand, the previous one had 1.4 HDMI, but all your cables should still work, so that is good. This is just a micro USB for charging the controller. Also got some headphones. And now we can take a look at the main event. PlayStation 4, it's wrapped in some anti-static. Oh, what's this below it? So we got just some advertisements, nothing exciting. And here we go. The PS4 Pro. So it seems like it's got a very nice texture. This is not smooth plastic. It's almost like a rugged, rough, sandpaper-like texture plastic. I do like it. I don't know if you can see how it looks exactly, but it does certainly feel very nice. On the front, you can kind of see it's a 3-terraced design. The PS4, I believe, was like just kind of 2, so it's a little bit taller, but still pretty neat. And also we got 2 USB ports on here, the eject button and the power button over here as well. CD player is right along here. Interestingly enough, the PS4 Pro does not have a 4K Blu-ray player inside. Very strange, actually. The Xbox One S had a 4K Blu-ray player, and Sony is one of the owners, I believe, of the Blu-ray standard. So I don't know why they wouldn't include that in there. Whatever, it does play regular Blu-rays, but not 4K. Very strange. On this side, you can see
We have Ethernet, USB. There's an extra USB. Thank you, Sony. The previous PS4 just had 2 USBs, not that many, especially with the PSVR. You want that extra port. We got the camera and the HDMI input and the power cord. No brick. This looks like this would be an expandable slot for a hard drive or something like that. This is a 1 terabyte, so that's pretty exciting as well. Doesn't seem like there's anything on the sides, except in here there does look to be a port in the circle. I don't know if you can see in there. Not really sure what that is for, maybe just for unscrewing it or something like that. On this side, nothing else. It says HDMI, some Dolby Blu-ray in there, so just some logos. And I think that's really all there is to it. Nothing on the back, or the bottom rather. So yeah, I think that's all there is really to look at. It's a very basic unboxing, but why don't we talk a little bit about the specs. As I mentioned, it's got HDMI 2.0, and the 2.0 is so it can do that 4K content. I believe it supports 4K 30. I'm not really familiar with all the HDMI standards. I know that it is not capable of doing 4K at 60 FPS. That would probably take DisplayPort. Some other specs is the CPU, I believe, is the same, although it's a higher clock rate. And also the GPU is an improved GPU at a higher clock rate as well. And I believe it also has an extra gigabyte of RAM. So you're gonna get a lot of extra performance, which is going to help, especially with PlayStation VR, where frame rate is pretty important. And also if you want to maintain frame rates in regular games either, especially considering that this will upscale games. So it won't necessarily change a game if it's only in 1080p to full-blown 4K, but it will look better than if you were just playing it on a PS4, I'm sure. It also does HDR, and actually the HDR feature is going to be coming to the regular PS4 because the HDR is not that CPU intensive. So if you have an HDR capable TV, you don't necessarily have to upgrade if you want this, but if you want 4K, obviously, you're gonna have to get this as well. Why don't we see if there's anything really interesting in the quick start guide. I don't expect there to be any, but you know, we can take a look anyway. So it says connected to the TV, AC in, HDMI out. Yep, pretty standard. LAN port, got the power button. Yep, everything I already said. So nothing, no surprises in here. Now, obviously this wasn't a review. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, though it does seem like it's gonna be a very simple setup. Just plug and play. You got the HDMI, probably don't even have to change out the cables. It's got an extra USB port. All this is gonna be very nice. Not that many extra bells and whistles. You got that extra processing power, which is definitely gonna be helpful, especially with PSVR. But after I do get a chance to use it for a little while, see if it upscales games pretty well, I will be doing a full review, of course, so be on the lookout for that. I'll put a link to that once it's ready, but don't expect that to be out immediately. So I guess that's it. There wasn't that much to talk about in this unboxing. No surprises. It's pretty much bare bones. You just get the console, the controller is nice. You got the HDMI cable. That's all you need. So nothing extra really. So I guess we are finished. If you guys did like this video, pretty simple, but let me know what you think in the comments section. If you got any questions you want me to address in the full review, definitely let me know, and I will try to go over those and keep them in mind. If you guys did like this video, give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on new videos. I make them every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, except today. But anyway, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Definitely let me know what you think down in the comments section or on Twitter as well. I'll be there. So thanks again so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're going to be doing a review of the Google Home, the latest AI assistant that's going to join the ranks of Apple Siri and Amazon Echo. But how useful is it actually, and does it work? How well does it work? So that's what we're going to be talking about today, and we're going to find out if this is actually something that you can use. First, why don't we talk about the actual design of this thing? It looks almost egg-shaped. It's a very unique design. The way they put it, they were trying to get it almost to look like a candle, so it would fit right into an average home. And it does have a nice textured base that is customizable, and it feels good quality, has good durability and nice weight to it. And those interchangeable bases are going to be helpful if you want to fit it in with the rest of your home, but they are sold separately. There really aren't any buttons on this thing at all, except for the one mute button on the back. That's it. And there are status lights with a touch interface on the top, and that is what you would use to control the volume. You rotate your finger around up or down, and those lights will appear whenever it's activated and show the volume that you're adjusting it. and you can also tap on the top interface if you're playing music, and that will pause and play the music again. Also on the top are the microphones. This is far field technology, so it can hear you from very far away. And on the inside is the speakers, and I will say the speakers get very loud. It's much louder than expected, so that's nice. Setup is also very easy. You simply plug it in, it's flush with the bottom of the device, and then it turns on, you connect with your phone to it, and then set up the Wi-Fi and all that. Of course, at the heart of Google Home is the Google Assistant. It's a virtual AI that allows you to issue commands to it to do different stuff, very similar to Apple's Siri. Of course, the main questions will be what can it do and how well does it do those things? So how much is this actually capable of? Well, I would say a good amount. I would break down the features into three main groups: information, home control, and media playback, and I'll go over each one. First, Google Home gives you access to information from your Google account and on the web. So you can set reminders, look up traffic info for your commute, ask it questions like, who is the next president? And also do local map searches such as, when is Target open? Okay Google, who will be the 45th president?
According to VOA Learning English, Americans have elected Donald J. Trump as the 45th President of the United States.
Okay Google, when was he born?
Donald Trump was born on June 14, 1946.
Okay Google, what are the store hours for Target today?
Target is open on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
It uses Google Search to answer these, so it's not limited to a very specific set of questions. Next is home control. It does support some smart devices like Philips Hue, Samsung SmartThings, Nest thermostats, so you can control your lights and temperature, but the integration is pretty limited on that front. However, it does support one very noticeable service called If This Then That, which basically allows you to set triggers and commands that tie in with many other services, so that will be very useful. Basically, you go on If This Then That's website and you set up a trigger, which you would use as a voice command, and then when you use that command, it does a specific thing. So you could use a command that would send a text message or post a tweet or turn on your sprinklers. Tons of possibilities, but you do have to set those up manually and set the voice command, so it would be nice for Google to be able to control all these services natively. Then there's also another feature that Home can do, by the way, which is call you an Uber, so that's kind of nice as well. The final group of features is home entertainment, so Google Home will allow you to cast music to it. Any device on your phone that supports Google Chromecast, you can also stream to that, and then it basically just acts like a speaker. On the other hand, you can actually issue a vocal command to Google Home, and it will control other Chromecast devices you have in your house. So if you have a Chromecast on your TV, you can say, play a YouTube video, and it would play that on the TV, just bring it up automatically. And if you say, play Spotify on my TV, it'll play that as well. Okay Google, play some music in the living room.
All right, music from Google Play Music. Playing on living room.
Okay Google, play PewDiePie on YouTube on the TV.
Sure, playing PewDiePie from YouTube on living room.
However, the number of services that can be controlled through Google Home are very limited. There's only like 5 for music, and the only one for video is YouTube right now. It doesn't even support Netflix or Google Play Movies for that matter, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully they add more. But it really shines with music, and if you have multiple Chromecast devices or even multiple Google Homes, you can have multi-room playback, so you can ask it to play a song in a group of rooms that you set up, and then it will play the same music in all the rooms that you specify. I should also talk about the Google Home app, which ties together all the things that you use with Home. So this used to be called Google Cast, but they renamed it, and now any Chromecast devices and Google Home are all controlled through this. And it mostly seems like this is a way to manage the services and the devices. You don't really control anything directly from the Google Home app. It's mostly to be able to set your preferences, set your settings. Now, one thing I should point out is if you have Google Assistant on your phone, the Google Home is going to take priority when you issue commands and both are within range. So if you say, okay Google, the phone will say responding on other device, and then the Google Home will say its response. Okay Google, how are you?
Awesome, thanks. How can I help?
This can sometimes get annoying. I wish there was a way to change it. For example, sometimes I'll be talking directly into my phone. I'll say, okay Google, write to my phone, but the Google Home is somehow hearing me from way in the other room, and then it will respond, but it's too far away for me to actually hear it, even though I was talking to my phone. Another issue is that the Google Home for some reason can't do everything that the Google Pixel and Google Assistant can do. For example, you can look up calendar information on your Google Assistant, but if you try to do it on the Home, it doesn't work. And you could probably see that this will be an issue if I'm talking to my phone, say, "Okay Google," and ask a question about the calendar. The Google Home is gonna take priority and cut in just to say it can't do it. Interestingly though, the Google Home actually allows you to address it in two different ways. You can either say, "Okay Google," or "Hey Google," and it will respond to both. So that's not the case with the Pixel phone. It only does "Okay Google." So it'd be nice to add the customization to be able to select which one responds to that, or even add custom command words. Overall though, I would say the Google Home is pretty useful. It's $130, so I think that's a pretty reasonable price for what you get. You effectively get a wireless speaker, a smart speaker, as well as the Google Assistant, and it's only going to get more features as time goes on. And also, because all the features are software based, there's not really anything to upgrade in terms of hardware. It's just a speaker and a microphone. It's not going to be obsolete anytime soon. It's still very limited and it's not going to perform magic, but I would say it's going to be most useful for people who already have Chromecast devices in their house. Also, if you don't have any smart devices in your home like Philips Hue or Nest thermostat, you're also going to get limited use out of this. So if you don't have any devices that could be controlled through this, I would say hold off, because you're not going to get the best features out of it. It's just going to be a glorified search box. And you'll probably be able to tell if this is something you would actually want. If you're looking at the features and you can't even think how you would use it, don't get it. On the other hand though, if you do have devices it can control and you subscribe to some of the services it integrates with, then yeah, you'll probably find a lot of use out of it. So overall, I would say yeah, it's probably worth it, but depending on who you are, you might disagree. If you're a very techie person, this is definitely something you'll want to jump on. Otherwise, probably hold off. You might decide you want it later. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this review. If you did, give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. If you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. Also, if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos over here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone, so those should be worth checking out as well. Anyway, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're going to talk about high gain antennas for your Wi-Fi router. Now, if you don't know what these are, I'm going to explain all that, but basically this is a regular Wi-Fi antenna that came with my Linksys router, and this is the high gain antenna that I had to buy separately. I picked up 4 of these, 1 for each to replace on the router. Now you might look at this and say, wow, this one is way bigger, high gain, that must mean it's going to produce a stronger signal, right? Well, not necessarily, and that's what I'm going to go over today. I'm going to explain what exactly the high gain antenna does, and then we're going to test to see if it actually is able to increase the Wi-Fi range in my case. So first, let me explain what gain actually means in terms of a wireless router. So when you have a router, it's going to have a constant signal output, say 10 milliwatts, and that's the power that goes to the antenna no matter what kind of antenna it is. And you can't change that power. It's set when it's manufactured. So the question becomes, if you can't increase the signal power, how are you supposed to increase the signal range? Well, you can't increase the power, but you can redirect where that power goes. And you can think of gain as a way of focusing the signal to where it can best be used, and that means giving it further range where you would more use it. Now that really sounds abstract, so let me show you some diagrams so you can visualize what's going on. For a regular antenna that comes with a router, the signal output might look like a sphere. So it's going to have the same signal strength equally in all directions. And for some people that's going to be good, like in a multi-floor house where you want some of the signal to go into the upper floors, some of it to go into the basement, and then obviously you want it on the same floor. Everything needs to be equally distributed. But say for example you're in a 1-floor apartment like me, then I don't need that signal going up and down through the floor and ceiling. I don't have any floors above that. So it's being wasted just going to my neighbors. So what a high gain antenna does is manipulates the signal so it goes further in one direction and less in another. In this case, it goes further out horizontally and less vertically through the ceiling and floor. And this diagram shows that pretty well. It kind of flattens out how the signal is broadcasted. So it's not increasing the signal strength at all. It's called gain because it takes that incoming signal and redistributes it and gives it a stronger output only in certain directions at the cost of others. And this should be better if you're able to keep all the devices on the same plane as the new signal pattern. So when you look at this antenna and see how much bigger it is, you might be able to see how it's doing this. Basically, this long antenna is creating another longer plane that goes outwards laterally, and that's why it also says that you need to keep the antennas vertical when you plug them into the router. So they all have to be vertical. You can't have it down sideways or anything like that. And that also means that if you put this in a multi-room house, the upper and lower floors are probably going to get a much lower signal because they're not on that same plane that's being broadcasted out from this as opposed to this one. But at a cost of about $70, does this even make that much of a difference even on a single floor apartment like myself? Well, that's what we're going to find out. We're going to run a couple tests. First, I did a test with the regular antennas that came with the router. I was about 35 feet away in another room on the same floor, but it was a couple feet difference vertically. I used a Wi-Fi analyzer app to look at the strength of each signal. So at 2.4 gigahertz, the signal strength was about negative 54 decibels, and at 5 gigahertz, it was about negative 52 decibels. And just so you know, a more negative number means a worse signal. Then I did a speed test for both signals, and the results were for 2.4 gigahertz, it was about 77 megabits down and 40 megabits up, and at 5 gigahertz, it ended up being about 173 megabits down, 169 megabits up. So obviously we would expect the 5 gigahertz to be much faster, although neither of them came anywhere close to the maximum bandwidth, which is about 1 gigabit up and down. Then I swapped it out for the high gain antennas and did the same tests. The Wi-Fi analyzer app this time around showed that the signal strength for 2.4 gigahertz was negative 55 decibels, and for 5 gigahertz was negative 52 decibels. So they were basically the same signal strength. As for the speed test with the high gain antennas, the 2.4 gigahertz showed 75 megabits down and 40 megabits up. And at 5 gigahertz, it was 183 megabits down, 176 megabits up. So the difference was, well, there really was not much of a difference at all. The signal strength was basically the same between the low and high gain antennas, no matter whether you were looking at the 2.4 or 5 gigahertz. And for the speed tests at 2.4 gigahertz, it was basically the same between low and high gain antennas. And at 5 gigahertz, it was just about 5% faster with high gain. So to answer the question, do they actually work? Well, I guess the answer is maybe sometimes. And with a price of about $70 for a set of 4, I don't think they would be worth the money for the improvement that I got, or lack thereof. I think for most people, it would make more sense to just get a wireless extender. It's probably going to be a lot cheaper and much more effective, and especially if you get the kind where you plug in an Ethernet cable and then it basically creates a whole nother access point. So would these work better in other environments, in other homes? Yeah, I'm sure they would, but unless you know that it's going to be better, it's probably better to just save your money. Regardless though, if you still do want to check these out, I'll put a link in the description for Amazon. That's where I got these, so you can at least check them out. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video, maybe learned something. If you didn't even know about these before, you can still not buy them. Though of course I would still like to know what you guys think down in the comment section, let me know. And if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. And if you want to check out some other videos, you can just click on these right here, even if you're on a phone. And don't forget to subscribe. I try to make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. So thanks again for watching, guys. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. So I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're going to talk about the new Chromecast Ultra, which is the latest and most expensive Chromecast made by Google. We're going to talk about the differences between the Chromecast Ultra and the regular Chromecast, and discuss whether or not you should get this one and upgrade, or maybe why you shouldn't. Because depending on the type of TV you have, it might actually not even be worth it at all. For those of you who aren't sure, let me quickly go over what a Chromecast does in the first place. Essentially, it lets you stream video and music to your TV. And you have apps on your phone and to some extent your computer as well that support casting. These include Netflix, YouTube, Spotify, and others. And then you go into these apps and find something you want to watch or listen to, and then you select the option to cast it to your TV, which makes it bring it up on the big screen. And the thing to note is that it doesn't stream right from your phone to the Chromecast. Instead, the phone acts more of like a remote. So it gives the command to the Chromecast for what to stream, and then the Chromecast goes and streams that video directly from the internet and whatever service you're using. So the advantage of this is you don't have to keep your phone nearby, you don't have to worry about the signal between your phone and the TV weakening. It just gives the command and then you control it through your phone, but everything really happens on the Chromecast and to the internet. Now the differences between the Chromecast Ultra and the regular Chromecast are pretty simple. First of all, the most notable difference is that the Chromecast Ultra supports 4K resolution, Ultra HD, whereas the regular Chromecast only does 1080p. And that's where the name Ultra comes from. It's Ultra HD Chromecast Ultra. In addition, the Chromecast Ultra also supports HDR, high dynamic range, whereas the Chromecast regular does not. But I should note that you don't need an HDR TV to use the Chromecast Ultra. It's just if your TV has that ability, you can watch content like that. Another difference is that while the previous Chromecasts only supported Wi-Fi, the Chromecast Ultra actually has a wired Ethernet port. So it supports both Wi-Fi, wireless, and wired connection to the internet. And the advantage of this and the reasoning is that when you're streaming 4K content, that requires a lot more bandwidth than what would previously have been required, and your Wi-Fi might not be able to handle that extra bandwidth requirement depending on whether it's AC or N and the signal strength. So now you can just plug it directly into the Ethernet port and wire it. You don't have to worry about signal strength at all. And the Ethernet port is actually part of the AC adapter, which I like. It keeps things out of the way down there, the AC outlet. You don't have to run the Ethernet cable right up to the TV. Besides those features though, the regular Chromecast and the Ultra basically do the same thing, so should you get one? First of all, if you don't have a 4K TV, then just get the regular Chromecast if you don't have one already. The main point of the Ultra is to be able to watch in 4K, and if you can't do that, there's not really any other point. Though I guess if your TV isn't 4K but supports HDR, then maybe. It's up to you if you want to spend all the extra money just to get HDR, but also keep in mind that there's a limited amount of content that even supports HDR, so you might not get as much out of it anyway. Now, if you do have a 4K TV, should you get one? Well, obviously it's still gonna be up to you, but I'll try to help you decide because the Chromecast Ultra is $70, much more expensive than just $35 for the regular Chromecast. I would say if you don't already have a Chromecast, but you want one, then yeah, go with the Chromecast Ultra. I mean, you may as well get the one that supports the full capabilities of your TV. And sure, it's $35 more, but if you went out and spent all that money on a 4K TV, it's worth it. And that's especially so if your TV also supports HDR. Now, if you already have a regular Chromecast, then it's another question, because you'd be spending about $70 just to get 4K and HDR. Also considering that there is a limited amount of 4K and HDR content out there relatively. So if you know specifically what you would want to watch in 4K with the Ultra, then you can decide whether or not it's worth the extra money. But I think for most people, 1080p would be fine to keep. But here's another thing you should consider. A lot of high-end 4K TVs these days have native streaming apps built in. For example, my LG TV has apps for Netflix, YouTube, Amazon Video, Hulu, and lots of others. And these native streaming apps are already capable of streaming in 4K because they're built right into the TV. Also, it's possible that your TV may already support casting to it without requiring a Chromecast at all. When I first went to cast from my YouTube app to my TV, I was surprised to not only see the Chromecast as a possible device to stream to, but also the TV itself. However, it turns out my TV only supports casting video to it. If I wanted to do it with a music app like Spotify, I would have to use the Chromecast for that. But my point is, double check your TV and see what features it has, because it's possible that it can already do a lot of the features that Chromecast can do, and then you wouldn't have to go out and buy anything. So I guess let me quickly sum all this up. The Chromecast Ultra is undoubtedly a very cool device, and while it's a bit pricey, it has lots of features that could easily be worth it if your TV fully supports all those features, such as 4K and HDR. But even still, if you feel you don't need or want 4K, it's just as fine to go with the regular Chromecast because there's not much else you would be missing out on. So I guess that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think though down in the comments section. Is the Chromecast Ultra worth it? Is it too expensive? Let us know. Also, if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up so I know you enjoyed it. I'd appreciate it. If you want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone, so that'll be fun. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so that should be worth it. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. So thanks for watching, and as usual, have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today I thought we'd go over a list of 7 really cool gift ideas for the upcoming holiday season, or if you're watching it later on, for any occasion really. These are gonna be cool tech gifts, not in any real particular order, all pretty cool, and all under $100. And also, if you wanna check these out, I'll put links in the description for where you can buy them. Why don't we start off with the Amazon Echo Dot. Coming in at just $50, this is a really cool little gadget that has a lot of utility. It's basically like a Siri in hardware form. For example, it's able to do searches, answer questions, read the news, and other information as well. And it can also control certain smart home devices, such as Philips Hue light bulbs, so it can be used for voice commands to control things as well. And while the Echo Dot doesn't have the full-size speaker that its bigger brother does, the Echo, it does have a 3.5mm audio output jack that you can plug into any speaker and basically turn that speaker into a smart speaker. And with Spotify, for example, it lets you select Echo Dots and stream directly to them from the mobile app or the desktop app. And at this price, it's way easier to justify than the full-sized Amazon Echo, which is much more expensive, and the Dot does basically all the same stuff. Next, number 2 is Chromecast or Chromecast Ultra. These are really cool little gadgets that I've talked about before. The Chromecast is $35 and the Chromecast Ultra is $69. These allow you to cast or stream many different video and music apps right to your TV, such as Spotify, Netflix, YouTube, and then you use your phone basically as a remote. And what it actually does is streams right from the internet when connected to Wi-Fi. It doesn't stream from your phone directly to the Chromecast, so you don't have to worry about the phone being too close by. Really, the only main difference between the regular Chromecast and the Ultra is that the Chromecast Ultra is capable of 4K resolution. So if you have a 4K TV, you could consider that one, but otherwise the 1080p regular Chromecast will do fine. It does all the same stuff. So this is a pretty good gift if you know someone has a basic TV and you think they might want to turn it into a smart TV. Moving on to number 3 is a VR headset for a phone. Now this won't apply to everyone. You have to have a compatible phone, namely a Galaxy S7 by Samsung or a Google Pixel phone. And the 2 possibilities would be either the Daydream VR headset for about $79 or the Samsung Gear VR headset for about $60. They're both basically the same thing, but they're only compatible with their respective phones. Basically what you do is you put the phone into the VR headset, and then it has special lenses when you put it on that manipulate the image, and you use it with VR apps, and it basically turns your phone into a virtual reality device. So these are a good entry point for virtual reality and great for someone who has either never tried virtual reality before, which they'll be blown away, or maybe someone who just wants a more mobile solution. They don't want to have to hook it up to a big computer. Now next, number 4 is the Drift TV, another personal favorite of mine, coming in at about $100. This little box is connected between your TV and your cable box, or any device really. And what it does is manipulates the image going to your TV so that it removes the blue light from it and shifts it more towards orange. And the reason for this is studies have shown that the reason TV screens and computer screens keep us up at night is they have a lot of blue light coming off of them, which is the same color as daylight, so our brains get tricked into staying up longer than they should. This is very similar to Apple's night shift mode on the iPhone or the nightlight mode on Android. At night, you set a time where you want to go to bed, and before that happens, it gradually shifts the image more orange, so by the time you go to bed, hopefully that blue light hasn't kept you up, makes it easier to fall asleep. I've had this one for a while, and I use it along with Flux on my computer, which does the same thing, and I think it works great. Next, number 5 is the Steam Link by Valve. This is a great gift for PC gamers who hate consoles, but still occasionally might want to play video games on a big screen TV. It basically connects your PC over your local network and then allows you to play any of your Steam games on any screen like a TV with an HDMI input. And the Steam Link doesn't run the game itself. The PC on your network does all the work and then just streams the video to it. And I actually found the video quality from streaming to be pretty good and not too much latency at all that I noticed. You can either play it with a mouse and keyboard if you want to plug that into it, or a compatible controller like an Xbox One controller. And I think this is just a great way to play more casual games if you just want to chill and sit back on the couch and play a game. And also at 50 bucks, this is a really tough deal to beat. All right, almost at the end. Number 6 is the new Logitech C922 webcam with a price of about 100 bucks. I would actually say this is probably the best webcam on the market right now. It's got great video quality at 1080p, and it's able to do actually 720p at 60 FPS as well. I should mention it also has a feature called dynamic background removal, but I didn't find it to work very well at all, so I wouldn't get it just because of that. If you're gonna get it, you would want to get it because of the good video quality. So this would definitely be a good gift for someone who likes to stream video games online, or just wants a quality webcam for any reason, really. All right, so finally, number 7 is the Philips Hue White A19 Starter Kit. This is the entry-level starter kit for Philips Hue, coming in at $70. With it, you get the Hue Bridge, which controls all the lights, and then 2 white Hue light bulbs. These types of bulbs are the most basic, and they don't change color at all, but they are still able to be dimmed and turned on and off remotely with the app, just like all other Hue lights. And with it, you still get that Hue Bridge, so if you wanted to add any other type of Hue bulb in the future, even colored ones, you can add those on individually in the future. Now, I use Philips Hue all the time, actually. You've probably seen other videos I made about them. What I like to do especially is in the morning, I have them fade on, so before my alarm clock goes off, I get about 10 minutes of slowly brightening the room, so it's a bit easier to wake up. And then I also have it kind of dim at night, so it's not super bright. And there are other accessories you can get to control it, such as the Hue dimmer switch, which attaches to the wall, so there's lots of different possibilities. And so that's it. Those are just 7 of my favorite ideas for tech gifts that you guys might want to consider for this holiday season. And again, if you want to check these out, I'll put links in the descriptions for where you can buy all these. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up so I know you liked it. Let me know down in the comment section. If you have any other suggestions for cool stuff, definitely let me know. I'm always looking for the newest cool tech. Also, if you want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos right here you might enjoy. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. I'm over there. So thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do a holiday tech unboxing, and I wanna thank Verizon for sponsoring this series of unboxings so I can give you guys some fun ideas for gifts to give other people during the holidays, or maybe just a gift for yourself. So why don't we just get started? Now today what we're gonna be unboxing is the Oculus Rift. I'm sure plenty of you are familiar with this already, and I can tell you just from holding this, this is a quality box. And look at this, a braided cord handle. I've never seen that before. This is gonna be fun, I can tell you that right now. So why don't we go over to the table right now and open this guy up, and then afterwards what we can do is actually set it up and give you guys some first impressions as well, so that should be fun. So let's go. All right, I am highly excited to do this unboxing. This is gonna be good. Now let's take a look at this outside of the box. This is kind of like a sleeve here, so we can take a look at the other side, and this is the actual box. So it just kind of shows what you get. You get the remote control thing, the camera / sensor, as well as the headset, of course, and actually an Xbox One controller. So this is what you would use to control it right now. The touch controllers, the hand controllers haven't come out yet. They will possibly be out, but depending on when you pre-ordered it actually. And then it just shows a couple other games you can get, and I think that's about it. So why don't we open this guy up right now? All right, this is gonna be they gotta test you, see? They wanna make sure that you can open the box in order to use it. Now, I know you can't obviously feel this box, but I will say this is a really neat feeling box. It's got like a rubberized coating on it. Enough about the box, although, you know, I could talk all day about the box. You guys want to see more of the box? No, you don't. So let's open it up. Here we go. All right, so here we go. Now let me tilt this so you can see what's in the lid. So we have the little controller here. It's actually attached to the box. It pops off right here. It was kind of secured in place. It says, let's get started. So it tells you where to go, oculus.com/setup. Here's this little controller, got some buttons. Seems like, I'm not sure if that's a touchpad. It's got like a ring, almost like an old iPod kind of thing. Now, obviously this is the headset. and you can see it's got actual headphones on here attached to it. You got a big cord. This is kind of like almost like a fabric, but not really. It's like a plastic fabric. I don't really know how to describe it. If I had to guess, this was plastic with a texture added to it. On the front, it's very smooth. This is where you're gonna get all the LEDs, which are captured by the sensor to track it. And then there's also some on the back, from what I understand. You can adjust it like this. So why don't we put this down for a second and take a look at the sensor and what else we get in here. So this feels, again, like a quality product, very modern look to it. You can kind of see it's like just a pure cylinder sitting on a stand. And I do believe you can take off this camera to attach to a mini tripod or something like that if you wanted to. Now I know there is more. Oh, look at this pull tab. This is some well thought out packaging. I gotta say, Oculus, props to that. So what is this? So this is gonna be the Xbox One wireless receiver that you use with the Xbox One controller. And again, the reason they included this is they wanted to have some sort of controller, I guess, but the touch was not out yet. Really unfortunate that they didn't release the Oculus with the touch controllers, but at least they're coming out soon. In here, we get another mini little booklet, health and safety. Boring. Fragile. Why would they put the Fragile inside the box? Isn't that something you're supposed to know outside ahead of time? Stickers. We got some stickers and a cloth to clean the lenses. And that appears to be it. All this is locked down. And there might be some surprises if you break it. I don't know. Again, amazing box, honestly. Maybe this is why it's so expensive. Half the price goes into the box. So this is everything we've got. Why don't we take another look at the headset, closer look. We didn't really get a chance before. So inside you can see those lenses. They're currently covered up with plastic. Gonna keep those on for now. I don't want to scratch them. And then here we can see how you adjust it. You basically pull on this. And then here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this adjusts the width of the lenses inside. I don't know if you can see them going closer together and further apart to adjust for your inner pupillary distance to make it look better. Then we got the headphones on the side. Oculus claims these are really good headphones, although I think they are detachable in some way if you want to use your own headphones, but they claim that these are really good headphones and that you wouldn't want to use your own. So we'll see about that. So this is it, Oculus Rift. Very fun unboxing. Gotta say, this was probably actually a fun unboxing. Sometimes they're not that exciting, but they really went out of their way to make it an enjoyable unboxing with really cool packaging. So I'm gonna go ahead and set all this stuff up and then come back and give you guys some first impressions, what I think about it. Is it comfortable? Does it look good? All that sort of stuff. So stay tuned for that. I'll be right back. All right, so I've been trying this out for a little while. It's pretty good. Let me put it on so you guys can see what it kind of looks like. So it goes on, you put the earphones just like this right over, and it's pretty comfortable. It's not too tight. It does kind of push on your face a little bit, but the Vive does that as well, because it is strapped to the front of your face as opposed to something like the PSVR, which kind of sits on top of your head, but it still is comfortable. It's very lightweight, more comfortable than the Vive, I would say. As for visuals and tracking, that's good as well. The tracking was fine. It was maybe a couple times stuttered a tiny bit, but I didn't really notice it. And the graphics, the screen looks pretty clear. It's got a little bit of screen door effect, but that's what you're gonna get with any modern VR headset at this generation. I think without hand controllers though, it almost feels like it's not complete, because I've used hand controllers with the Vive before, and I mean, that just adds an entire new dimension. So I think if you're gonna get this, you probably wanna go ahead and get it with the touch controllers if they're out, if you're able to order them. Because when you use the Xbox controller, it almost just feels like, I don't know, like a big screen that's wrapped around you, as opposed to with the hand controllers, it's like you're actually in the moment. So I don't know, it's still nice though. I will say ease of use is way better with this. You just stick the camera on, put this on and plug it all in, you're good to go. With a Vive, for example, you have to put up the base stations. Way more complicated, although that does get better tracking as a result. But either way, it's a cool device. I think you'll like it either way, so I'm happy with it. All right, so that was pretty cool. Hopefully you guys had some fun watching it as well. It was definitely one of the better unboxings I've ever done. You could tell they put work into that packaging. And of course, I do want to thank Verizon again for sponsoring this video and letting me give you guys some ideas for gifts this holiday. And with the holidays coming up, I do want to make sure you guys have plenty of ideas. So if you want, you can click here and go to another list of videos by other creators doing other holiday unboxings. So you should enjoy those as well. Check them out. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I definitely want to hear what you think. And if you have any questions as well, I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. And as usual, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we're gonna do a fun tech unboxing for this holiday season. And I wanna thank Verizon for sponsoring this video and letting me give you guys some cool ideas for tech you might wanna get other people or maybe just yourself for the holidays. So why don't we get started? Now, I'm sure many of you know that on this channel, we've always been about getting the best internet speeds. So we're gonna be unboxing this router that I picked out. This is the WRT 3200 ACM by Linksys. Claims to have some neat features that is apparently gonna make this one of the fastest routers you can get. We're gonna test that out ourselves after we unbox it, and hopefully it should be pretty fun. So why don't we go over to the table right now and unbox this guy, and then afterwards I'll do that quick test and we'll see just how fast it is. Let's go. All right, so here it is. We're gonna open this guy up, and you might be wondering why I'm unboxing a router of all things. Well, I have gotten Linksys routers in the past, and they're usually pretty cool packaging, so I thought it'd be fun. So why don't we take a look at the outside. It's just got all the different features, processor, dual band, everything you'd expect from a high-end router. And on the back, it kind of talks about the main feature, the MUMIMO router technology. I guess the idea is that instead of having to send a signal to each device individually, it can apparently connect to them all simultaneously. It's got tri-stream, so we're gonna test all that out afterwards and see how well it really works. But why don't we do the main event right now, the unboxing, and see how this looks inside. I'm pretty excited. So let's see. All right, so we got the router here right on top, nice foam packaging under here, nicely arranged. I really do like this packaging and the whole design of these routers, really. They're like the classic WRT 54. Remember those? Those are very same style. So we can put that aside for a second. Quick start guide. You know what we do with the quick start guides. We don't need those for a router. You kidding me? All right, so we got the antennas in here. So these are the regular gain antennas. You may have seen my previous video I did about high gain antennas. I will be putting those on instead. So we don't need these really, but I guess they're good to have a backup. Let's see what else we got under here. A router disc in 2016. When can we get rid of these? Come on. Comes with a flat Ethernet cable. Could always use some of these extra. I've got plenty of my own, but it's always nice to have extras. You can never have too many. Give them out at Halloween, you know, all that good stuff. And oh my God, what is this? This is the biggest AC power plug I have ever seen. Linksys, what are you doing? Look at how huge this is. It's almost as big as my hand. Come on, Linksys. It's such a nice router, and you go and put this giant brick. All right, so I wish they would have put that like in line or something. Whatever. All right, so killed the mood. Anyway, let's see what else we got in here. So that's it. That's all you get. So we can kind of sum it up. Not very long unboxing. That's why I'm gonna go do a test, give you guys a little bit more. So they really just give you the basics, nothing special. They give you the router, of course. I would hope so. They give you the 4 regular antennas. They stick on here. You can see they just kind of screw on here like this. And then a flat Ethernet cord. I am a fan of these flat ones. And then a AC power brick, if there ever was one, that also apparently doubles as a home defense weapon. If you ever need to fight off a robber, you can use this. So I'm gonna go ahead and set this up and then come back after I run a few tests, show you guys the results, and also be careful to not drop this on my foot and break it. So I will see you in a second. All right, so I set up the new router, and oh my gosh, that power brick. I literally had to install a new power strip in the like networking cabinet thing because the power brick was too big to fit in the current power strip with all this stuff. So thanks, Linksys. Anyway, it does seem to be pretty good results so far. I did a test before and after. Let me show you the results here. So before, the results for 2.4 gigahertz was 70 megabits down, about 58 megabits up. And on 5 gigahertz, it was 155 down, 113 up. And that compares to the new router for 2.4 gigahertz. It was 82 megabits down, about 59 megabits up. And for 5 gigahertz, 169 megabits down, 204 megabits up. So at 2.4 gigahertz, maybe a slight improvement, mostly on the download by about 10 megabits. And on the 5 gigahertz though, there was a significant improvement, around 15 megabits improvement on the download, and a huge improvement on the upload, which is something I've noticed. I've run several speed tests, every time the upload speed somehow is way better. So I don't know why that is. I guess that's whatever technology is in there for the AC. It allows better upload speed. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good increase. All right, so I would say that was a pretty successful unboxing. As you saw, it was a little bit faster internet, not a huge difference, but I'm still happy with it. And again, I do want to thank Verizon for sponsoring this video, and hopefully you guys had fun watching it, just like I had fun making it. Now, with the holidays pretty much here already, I want to make sure you guys have some great gift ideas. So if you want more, you can actually click here to go to a playlist of other unboxings by other creators like myself, so you can hopefully get some ideas there. But anyway, I do hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I really want to hear what you think. If you have any suggestions or any questions as well, I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. And of course, as usual, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and you might have known that a while back I got a HoloLens, so I thought it would be fun to talk about and show you some of the coolest hologram apps that are currently out for HoloLens. And while I wouldn't exactly say that any of these are very useful, they are still awesome to try. And if you're not super familiar with HoloLens and how it works, it basically has a special projector and a set of lenses inside that can actually insert holograms into your field of view. And these holograms are opaque, so for the most part, you can't see through them, and they really are like true holograms. And the tracking on the HoloLens is actually really, really good. It's probably one of the best part, and it's done all inside out. So it's right on the headset. You don't have to worry about setting anything up, any tracking stations, no tethering at all. So obviously there are a ton of cool possibilities with this, and here are some of my favorites that I've just found. First is Galaxy Explorer. This was actually made by Microsoft as a part of a contest for HoloLens app ideas. They asked the public to submit ideas, and then they picked the best one to make themselves. It basically creates a hologram of the galaxy or the solar system and lets you spin it around, zoom in and out, look at planets and stars, and will also tell you about certain things that you're looking at. You can get in real close and examine things, or stand pretty far away and see the whole picture. It's pretty much exactly like you would expect from the sci-fi movies where they're looking at a hologram on a table to plan their next move or whatever. It's a great first example of cool actual informational uses for possible hologram apps. Now, next is an app called ActionGram. It's still in beta, but it basically has these 3D objects that you can move around and set in a scene and build an arrangement in whatever environment you want. And then you can also record these moving scenes and make a little movie if you want. So it's mostly just a fun little app, not very useful, but still cool nonetheless. Now, some of these objects are stationary, and as I mentioned, some of them move around to make the movie, and they make sounds as well. And it also lets you download 3D objects from the online library they have, so they'll probably be adding a lot more as time goes on. And who knows, maybe in the future we'll have these holographic movies where you put on your HoloLens and then watch a professional movie that people created in your own living room or something like that. The third app is called HoloTour, which takes you on a virtual tour of sorts to different locations around the world, a limited number they have, and they use a 3D scanned environment so you can actually kind of move around in them as well. Now, since HoloLens has a very limited field of view, it's not quite as cool as a virtual tour if you were using a virtual reality headset, but the proof of concept is interesting and has some nice implications for the future. So in future versions of HoloLens a couple years down the line, they will hopefully have much larger field of views, and because it's all untethered, you could basically turn any room into a virtual room and walk around in it and be able to see a monument or a city or anything like that you want to see. So I think this is pretty exciting, not just for what it is now, but what it could turn into in the future. The next app is called Robo Raid, and it's actually a game that Microsoft has demoed a couple times before at conferences. You may have seen it. And this one is interesting because it scans the room that you're in and uses that as the environment to create a game space. So the monsters that you have to fight off actually come through your walls and your windows. And the holograms look good enough where it does kind of actually look like there are holes breaking through your walls. I think that as augmented reality improves over the next several years, we're gonna see a lot more games like this that actually use the current environment you're in the game. I mean, imagine it being able to detect where your doors are and your windows are, and then making it look like the zombies are breaking in or something like that. It would be pretty awesome to actually overlay a fake door where your real door is and then use that in the game.
So almost near the end now, the next app is called Holo Measure and is probably one of the only kind of useful apps I've found so far. It's pretty simple. It lets you measure distances, area, and volume within your current space, whatever room you're in. And it can do this because the HoloLens has already mapped out the environment with great detail so it can do tracking, and the tracking is very good and accurate. So it already knows the scale of everything. You just point and place these dots anywhere you want, and it will calculate the area or distance within those dots, and then you can switch between metric and imperial as well. Now, obviously, it's not perfectly accurate, and depending on the angle you're looking at it, it can be kind of off because it's not really sure how far away something is, but it is better than expected in terms of accuracy. I found that if you look directly over the spot you want to measure, not at an angle, it's almost perfectly accurate. You can see I tested it with this tape measure for about 6 feet, and if you do it right, it is spot on. It's pretty much exactly 6 feet. So I bet we'll see eventually more of these types of apps that kind of analyze the environment, provide a little bit more information, and can actually be pretty useful. All right, so finally we have HoloBeam Tech. Now this one isn't really an app in itself. It's really just a demo of the technology that the company that created it is working on, but it is awesome. They basically have a system that takes an image from a stereoscopic camera, like a RealSense technology camera or something like that, or maybe an Xbox One Kinect, that same idea, and it creates a 3D model of whatever you're looking at or whoever you're looking at, and then they're able to stream that 3D model of the person so that someone else wearing a HoloLens is able to see that hologram of the person standing in front of them. Now, this demo that I'm showing you in the App Store is only a pre-recording. There doesn't really seem to be any way to do it yourself, but it shows you how it would work. It shows you the general idea. So if you have two people with HoloLenses standing in front of their own 3D cameras, you could basically have a virtual conversation with each other. So I think once this becomes widely available, we can definitely say that we're in the future. I think this is the kind of thing that holograms were made for. It could pretty much revolutionize communication. You wouldn't have to go to a board meeting anymore. Everyone could just wear a HoloLens, hopefully more discreet than the big helmet they have now, but everyone could just sit in a virtual boardroom and see everyone else as if they were there without having to physically be there. And so that's it. Those are 6 HoloLens apps that I thought were really cool and you guys might want to see. But obviously HoloLens is brand new and it's only a developer kit, so as time goes on, I think we're gonna see a lot more development, a lot more cool apps, even more coming out. I know anytime you hear about HoloLens, the thing that everyone wants is a wider field of view because it's pretty limited right now, but I'm sure Microsoft is working on that in ways to improve it, and it's only just gonna get better in the software as well, so I'm super excited to see what comes next. Of course, I'd like to know what you guys think as well, maybe which of these were your favorite, or if you have a futuristic app idea that you want to see, you can actually suggest app ideas to Microsoft. They have a website where you can do that, so don't hold back if you have a killer idea. So we can all talk about that down in the comments section below. And if you did like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And if you want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos over here. You can click on these, even if you're on a phone, check them out. And also, if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, so it should be worth it. And again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, so thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm ThioJoe, and today we got the Daydream View VR headset. This is the one for the Pixel and Pixel XL. They sent a voucher that was included, so when you bought this, you also got the Daydream. So I thought what we could do today is open this up real quick, do a really quick unboxing, and then afterwards I'll do some tests, tell you guys how it works, do like a mini review so you guys know what this is all about. So why don't we get started? This should be pretty fun. All right, so the moment of truth. All right, so here's the remote. This is the one that you use to control stuff. So it's a pretty simple remote here. It says what these buttons do. This is a touchpad actually at the top, so you can use that to control stuff, almost like a mouse. Then you got the volume buttons on the side, these little clickies. And then we have the app button, I guess. I don't know what that means. And then the home button. So I'm assuming these are just gonna do different functions. And then there's a little light right here that's kind of lighting up a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. I must have accidentally turned it on. And then to charge it, there's actually a USB Type-C port on the bottom right here. Moving on, I can kind of see it in there already. Why don't we slide this out real quick? All right. It really is being a challenge. So here it is. Now this feels really cool. They said in the announcement for this, it does feel like it's a nice cloth material.
really neat. This is very unique in terms of the other headsets that are mostly plastic. This feels almost like a piece of clothing is the way they put it, and it does seem like it would be pretty comfortable. This seems to be a strap, I guess, for the remote, maybe. I think it goes in between here. This is just boring safety stuff. We don't need that. Do you really need a safety booklet for something like this? Just use common sense, don't bump into anything. It looks like that might be it. So this is all you get, and the outside of the box says explore new world, your personal cinema. You can watch movies, get in the game, designed for comfort, very neat. So let's see how this works. You pop it in the phone, I guess you just sit it there and strap it in. Pretty straightforward. It looks kind of goofy with the phone in there, but I mean, it's pretty simple. You don't have to set it up or anything. All right, so I'm gonna go try this out for a while, and then I will come back and tell you guys all about it. All right, so it's actually a few days later, and I've been using this occasionally, so here are my thoughts on it. Now, first of all, we can talk about comfort. It's actually not that comfortable. I mean, as far as you would expect, it's not bad, but for long viewing sessions, you're probably not gonna wanna wear it very long. In my case, at least, the reason is that all the pressure goes on this part, on the top. So all this doesn't really distribute along your face, so it's kind of like one piece of pressure on your face, so it's kind of uncomfortable. There's no top band like you get on the Vive and the Oculus Rift. All the stress keeping it on your face is on the front. So it's not exactly that comfortable. It's comfortable enough where you're not gonna wanna rip it off your face. You can wear it for like probably 10 minutes with no problem, but if you're gonna wanna watch something for an hour, it's probably not gonna happen. Now let me talk about the remote though, because this is probably the best part of the system. It works really well. You got the volume on the side, you got the 2 home buttons on the front, very simple, but it is a 3D sensor remote. And you point it, it's not tracking in 3D obviously, because there's no tracking, but when you move it around, it does track really well in the headset. So that's all through Bluetooth and gyroscopes. So you use this to point, and I found it to be very intuitive, very comfortable to use this, very just easy. Oh, you want to point at that, you want to point at that, click and go. It's really nice. As for how the screen actually looks in here, I have the Pixel XL, which is a 1440p screen, and I'd say it actually looks pretty good. The screen door effect is there, but I don't think it's really that much worse at all, if anything, than the high-end VR systems like you get on the Oculus Rift or the Vive. It's noticeable if you look for it, but if you're not really looking for it, you won't really notice it. However, that being said, I don't think it's good enough resolution for watching videos. Like if you want to watch a movie or something, then what happens is it creates like a virtual big movie screen. So you're not even getting the full resolution of the screen in the field of view, and then it's really cut in half, and then it's the screen door effect. So I wouldn't really recommend watching a movie or a TV show through this, because you're gonna get a tiny fraction of the actual resolution of the show, and it's gonna have that screen door effect enough where probably not gonna be that good looking. On the other hand though, if you're just watching like a YouTube video that's a VR YouTube video, then yeah, this would probably be good enough for that, because in that case, you're not looking for the highest image quality, where it's like a cinema where they go for the highest image quality. But there are several pretty cool apps that you can use with this. For example, the Wall Street Journal has an app where you can kind of visualize data, so that's pretty neat. There's a Google Play TV and Movies app, but I wouldn't really use it that much for the reasons I just mentioned, especially if you're gonna be paying for it. You wanna probably just watch it on a TV or a screen where you can actually get the full quality video. Then there's other more informational apps, I guess you could say. For example, a museum tour where you kind of flip through and get some information. That's kind of cool. It's like a virtual museum. There's like tours around the world. You can kind of see other locations. Google Maps, for example. So those are kind of neat. But everything kind of seems to be a bit gimmicky. I mean, it is an entertainment device, don't get me wrong. So it is kind of entertaining for a little while, but not for super long sessions. Though if you have never used virtual reality before, it is awesome to try it out on here. I think you will be very impressed. The main downside though, and this is not just for this, but also other phone VR systems, is that the refresh rate on the Pixel, as far as I know, is only about 60 Hertz. So that is going to be an issue if you're prone to motion sickness. Because what companies like Oculus and HTC have found from creating really high-end VR systems is that you really have to get above 90 Hertz
to eliminate pretty much all motion sickness. And this is only 60 hertz. And even though it is a low persistence screen, I found myself getting a little bit dizzy if I moved too much, or sometimes it would stutter, or sometimes the tracking, which just uses a gyroscope, is a little bit off. You'd get a little bit of motion sickness just for a moment. And I think if you're really prone to that, if you're not used to VR, if you've never used it before, that would be really unsettling. And if you have ever gotten motion sickness from like an Oculus DK2 or something like that, you know that if you get motion sickness from VR, it kind of lasts all day if it's bad enough. You feel like crap the whole rest of the day. It doesn't stop when you take it off. So I think they made a big mistake by only limiting the screen to about 60 hertz. They should have at least enabled the Pixel phone to go higher refresh rate, even if only in VR. I think this is gonna turn off a lot of people if this is their first experience with VR and they're prone to motion sickness. It's gonna be an issue. But if you're not really prone to motion sickness, or you've used VR, or you're only gonna use this for a very limited time until you get used to it, then it is pretty good. But the question is it worth $80? That's a really steep price tag. Now, I pre-ordered it, so I got a free voucher for this. If you pre-ordered it, you got it free. But I honestly would probably say if I didn't get it free, I wouldn't have bought it. I mean, it's nice, it's cool if you never tried VR before, but for me, it's more of a gimmick than anything. I don't see myself using this probably ever. Now, obviously, I do have more high-end VR systems, the HTC Vive and the Oculus Rift, so I wouldn't really have a reason to use this, but I don't know. I just didn't really find any utility out of it. I think if I were to use it, the only times would be if there's like a specific VR video on YouTube that I want to watch, maybe then. But other than that, I mean, it's neat, but it's more of a gimmick. You're probably gonna get bored of it. So that's just my opinion. Obviously, there's gonna be people who think it's amazing, and good for them, honestly. But for me, it's not that impressive. It's cool for what it is. It turns your phone into a VR system. If you've never used VR before, you might want, I would say get it just to experience it. But if you have experienced VR before, you're not really gonna be surprised by anything with this. Though I would like to know what you guys think about this. If you completely disagree with me, that's totally fine. I'm not telling you guys what to think. I'm just giving you my thoughts. That's all you can expect. So let me know down in the comment section if you think I'm stupid, if you think it's amazing, whatever. And if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. I know you enjoyed it. Also, if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, so it should be worth it. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. So as usual, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and in this review, I'm gonna go over the new PS4 Pro, which is an upgraded, more powerful version of the PlayStation 4. So I want to talk about what's changed and how big of a difference those changes make. And we can also discuss whether or not it's worth it for you to get it, depending on whether or not your TV can even take advantage of these upgrades. And if you want, you can check it out on Amazon. I'll put that link right in the description. First, let's talk about the hardware changes. Now, the PS4 Pro has very few design changes compared to the PS4. You can see that it has 3 tiers instead of 2, and it's only slightly larger than the regular PS4. The power and eject buttons are placed differently, and they are actually clicky buttons this time around, as opposed to the PS4's touch-sensitive buttons, which I always found to be pretty finicky. On the back of the PS4 Pro, the input connections are basically identical to the PS4, except for the much-welcomed extra USB 3.1 port. I mean, 2 USB ports was never enough on the PS4, and now, especially if you have something like PSVR, those ports are going to fill up fast. And I actually think they should have added even more still, but I'll be happy with 3 over 2 any day. On the inside of the console though is where you're gonna see the biggest changes. First of all, the CPU now has an increased clock rate from 1.6 gigahertz to 2.1 gigahertz. It's around a 30% increase. And the GPU supposedly has more than doubled in power, going from about 1.8 teraflops to 4.2 teraflops, and has an increased clock rate as well. Other upgrades include an extra gigabyte of RAM, 802.11ac Wi-Fi, that's always nice, and Bluetooth 4.0. And these are all important upgrades because possibly the biggest feature of the PS4 Pro is that it now supports 4K resolution, up from 1080p, with HDR high dynamic range, which I'm gonna get to in a bit. One thing I do want to mention though, and I don't know why Sony did this, is the decision to not include a 4K Blu-ray player
in the PS4 Pro. It can only do the same 1080p Blu-ray discs as the PS4, which makes no sense for several reasons. First of all, considering that the 4K capability of the PS4 Pro is probably the biggest feature, why on earth would they not include the ability to play Ultra HD Blu-rays? Also, the competing Xbox One S, which is basically Xbox's equivalent of the PS4 Pro, that does have an Ultra HD Blu-ray player. And finally, this is what really makes no sense to me at all, mostly, is that Sony was one of the creators of the Blu-ray format. So you can't say it's because of licensing costs. It's so stupid. Anyway, moving on. Alright, but now why don't we talk about the performance and image quality. The PS4 Pro is actually capable of outputting extremely high quality video. It can do 4K at 60 Hz, 10-bit HDR, and up to 444 chroma subsampling. And that last one means that it's outputting the maximum image quality with no loss of color information. Take note though that the regular PS4 also got HDR through a software patch, so that's not exclusive to the PS4 Pro. However, remember that all of these features will only work if your TV supports them, obviously. Not all 4K TVs have HDR, and those that do might not have 444 chroma subsampling or 10-bit. And depending on which video mode you're using based on your TV's capabilities, the PS4 is gonna output different qualities. All right, so now I'm gonna get extremely technical. I wanna talk about the video output that it is capable of, so don't be alarmed if you have no idea what I'm talking about. So let me try and quickly explain what chroma subsampling is, and I think you guys are gonna find this pretty interesting. I'll try to make it easy to understand. Chroma subsampling basically is a way to compress the image to use less bandwidth by reusing color information. And the notation will typically look like this, either 444 or 422 or 420. And how you use these numbers is you create a block of pixels that will be a sample for any block of pixels on the screen. The first number, usually 4, describes how many pixels wide that block is. And then there's always a second row below that, which we'll get to in a second. So this block here represents any given block of 8 pixels on the screen. Now the second number tells you how many pixels of the original source signal actually make it to the screen. So in this example, it's 4 pixels wide, and 4 of those pixels are actually displayed to the screen. If it was 2, then it means that only 2 of the original 4 pixels were actually sent to the screen, so it was compressed to save information and the other 2 were just duplicated. And the third number is basically the same except for the second row. If it's 4, then it means you're getting all 4 original pixels, no compression, no loss of information. And if it's 2, then it means only 2 of the original pixels and the other 2 are duplicated. And if it was 0, for example, that would mean there's no information about the second row coming in at all. It's just duplicating the row above it. Now, the key to remember is this is only applying to color information. You're not discarding the luminance information, so you can kind of think of it as if there is a black and white image behind the color image that's being compressed. So you can see how when you include the luminance information, you can still tell what's going on in the image. But of course, the more color information you include, the better the image is going to look, and that's why it's important to know about. You see, the PS4 Pro uses HDMI 2.0, and even though it is the latest HDMI standard, it's still not quite fast enough to output lossless 4K at 60 Hz, 10-bit, all at the same time. That takes a lot of bandwidth. So let me go over the different scenarios of video output, all assuming 4K resolution, so you know what you're gonna get. First, we'll do ones where you're not using HDR at all. So if you're not using HDR and you're also not using 10-bit color, the PS4 will output at 444 quality at 4K 60 FPS. If you are using 10-bit color though, but your TV somehow can't do HDR, it can do 444 at 30 FPS. And if you wanted to do 4K 60 FPS, it's gonna compress it all the way down to 420. Now, if you are using HDR, which also requires you to enable 10-bit color, there is no way to get 444 chroma subsampling, but rather it uses 422. And that's whether you're at 30 frames a second or 60 frames a second. And that's just because of the limitations of the HDMI standard. They don't let you do 444 with HDR enabled. It just can't do it yet. But if you don't know what any of that means, just know that the PS4 Pro will output the best video quality possible depending on what features you have enabled. Now, my TV, the LG 55 EF9500, does fully support all these video features, so I was able to test everything out. And I gotta say, games in 4K HDR look amazing. I was really blown away, I'm not even kidding. The high resolution means that the scenes with foliage and lots of detail look pretty much incredible, and the HDR makes bright objects like the sun actually look like a real light source instead of just a white thing on a TV screen. Now, unfortunately, there's not really any way for me to show you how good it looks in real life because the camera I'm using doesn't do HDR, and the monitor you're watching on almost certainly doesn't either. But the thing about HDR, what it does, is that it makes it possible for the TV to display a much larger range of brightness and color levels. So to put it very simply, it allows brighter things to be brighter and darker things to be darker. But it also makes the image look much more realistic, and that's because when you go from typical 8-bit video to HDR 10-bit, you're increasing the number of possible shades of brightness from 256 to 1024, so it's a 4 times increase. And this is important because in real life, when you look around, there's essentially an infinite number of possible levels of brightness, from the sun, which is incredibly bright obviously, to a dark shadow. So the more shades of brightness that the TV can display and distinguish between, the more realistic that image is going to look. And just as an example, there was more than one time while playing Last of Us Remastered where it honestly looked photorealistic. I couldn't believe it. But I should point out that not every game is going to support all these new features. It's up to the developer. But I do expect that most new games will, obviously, and popular existing games will probably get an update to support it. And some games may actually offer multiple options for video settings, such as choosing between 4K at 30 FPS or 60 FPS at not quite 4K, but still higher than 1080p. Also, even if you don't have a 4K TV, games may use what is called super sampling to render the game at a higher resolution, then downscale it to 1080p to display on your TV. This supposedly makes more detailed images, but I've seen this feature on PC games for a while, and I never really thought it made much of a difference. So I think it's about time to answer the question, at $400, is the PS4 Pro worth it? This is obviously going to depend on a few factors. First of all, if you don't already have a PS4 and you have a 4K TV, I would say that's a no-brainer. Yes, definitely worth the extra $100 over the PS4. And even if you don't have a 4K TV, but you don't have a PS4 as well, I think it's still worth it to get it over the regular PS4 because the extra power should at least make games run a little bit more smoothly and will future-proof the console if you decide to upgrade your TV later. Now, what about if you do already have a PS4 and are thinking about upgrading? Well, if you don't have a 4K TV, I definitely do not think it would be worth paying $400 just to basically get a minor improvement in video quality. If you do have a 4K TV, on the other hand, that is where you would get the most benefit from upgrading. If your 4K TV has HDR and you like the look of the list of supported games, I actually think it would be worth it to upgrade if you have the money. Going from 1080p to 4K HDR is like a double whammy of video quality. It's a massive improvement. And if you have a 4K TV that doesn't support HDR, well, that one might be a toss-up. But if you use your PlayStation a lot, I could totally see it being worth it. It's just a matter of whether or not you want 4K enough to spend $400 on it. But I guess that's like anything. So I guess that's about it. In conclusion, I think the PS4 Pro is great if you can take advantage of all the video features. But for those of you who can't, just have regular 1080p TVs, it's really not necessary. But I would like to know what you guys think too. You can let me know down in the comments section if you have any thoughts. Maybe you totally disagree with me, that's fine. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. Also, if you like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. And if you want to keep watching, I've got some other videos I'll put right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. Also, don't forget to subscribe because I make new videos every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 3 times a week, so it should be worth it. Again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. I'll be over there. So as usual, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? So I got a very large package today. I've been waiting for it for a while. And if you don't know what it is, well then you're obviously not very smart because it's right in the title. But it's the big gold play button that YouTube sends you when you get to 1,010⁶ subscribers. So I thought we could open it up, do a, well, this is the biggest unboxing I've ever done probably. I don't even know how I'm gonna get this out.
This is huge. All right, there's nothing at the bottom. So let's open this up. All right, so you can see it says YouTube on there. Let's see if I can do this left-handed. All right, YouTube. This actually looks different from the other ones I've seen the unboxing. It's a different package. I want to show you something else. Look, it says New Gold YouTube. New Gold. Ooh. I wonder if it's going to be any different. So let's open this guy up. Piece of paper. Very nice photocopied letter. Appreciate it. And now, ooh, wow. I like it. It's got a black frame. I don't know what the other ones look like. I forget, but I think this looks very nice. Look, it says ThioJoe. Congratulations. Did they spell that wrong? No. For surpassing 1 million subscribers. Some suspect capitalization here. It's not actually gold. Yeah, so I looked it up. It does look different. This has a black frame. The other ones that I've seen have a silver frame, so I guess they changed the design. So, oh, it's got like, oh, I hate the feeling of felt. There's felt on the back. Is anyone else like that? I hate felt so much. Whatever. Don't think I don't appreciate it. So it's got like an acrylic front. It's obviously not solid gold because that would have been pretty pricey. There it is, you can see it? I think I'm gonna hang it above my door. Oh, shit. So yeah, this actually means I'm done, I'm finished. I can finally delete my channel, completely done with YouTube. I don't have to do it anymore, right? Got the gold play button. But seriously though, this is actually pretty awesome. I've been waiting for this for a while. I think I ordered it probably a month and a half ago, so it took a month and a half to get here. And I probably passed, what, 1 million subscribers like 2 months ago. And it's funny because I definitely don't get 1 million viewers. Like, so I think to maybe the 5% of you that actually watch the videos, this is for you, thanks. So yeah, I guess you guys can let me know what you think down in the comment section. Like this video, if you like the new design, let me know about that. The previous one was silver. I think I prefer this better actually. Pretty neat, pretty slick. So thank you guys for watching. Quick video today, just quick. Wanted to get this done. So I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Watch out, pressing one wrong button on your computer could cause it to explode. Well, obviously not. Today we're gonna go over 10 really common myths and lies about computers that you should probably stop believing right now. Some of them are rooted in reality, and others are really just nonsense. But before we get started, as a quick request to you guys, and I really hate that I have to do this, but since the new YouTube algorithm really only favors videos with a lot of likes and comments, I have to beg that if you decide you like this video at any point while watching, please give it a thumbs up. And as you may have noticed, the YouTube algorithm really hates my channel and barely shows new videos to you guys, even if you're subscribed. So if you like and comment and enable notifications, it really helps out. But anyway, enough blabbering, let's go. So starting off with the first myth, that you must restart your computer after installing every program or else it won't work. It's just not gonna work. Now, in reality, 9 times out of 10, when a program says that you have to do this, it's just not true. Now, yes, on very rare occasions, you actually do have to restart the computer for the software to work, but I could probably count that on one hand the number of times I've seen that happen. And the reason they say this is because sometimes the installation of the software will have to modify files that are already in use by something else, and to unlock that file of sorts, you would have to restart the computer. But in almost all cases, if you just run the program after installing it, it'll be fine and it's not gonna break anything. Next, number 2, Windows is an insecure operating system. Now, this is a myth that's based on faulty logic. Yes, it's true that most hackers target Windows users, and there are more viruses for Windows, But the reason for that is simply because there are so many more Windows users than other operating systems. And that makes it more worth a hacker's time to focus on Windows. So if they create a virus for Windows, it has a higher chance of success, if you'd consider it that. However, if you keep Windows constantly up to date, you are really good with automatic backups, you don't put it off for weeks on end, it actually is pretty secure. Because a lot of hacks, many of them, rely on exploits that have already been patched if you would only keep it up to date. So if you don't keep your operating system up to date, that's when you're gonna get got. And if you are holding on to really old operating systems like XP, you're just putting yourself at risk. The next myth isn't so prevalent anymore, but it's that you need to safely eject a thumb drive before unplugging it. The reason that feature exists and it says to do that is to make sure that nothing on the thumb drive is still being used and written to. If you pull out a thumb drive while a file is being copied to it or something like that, you do have a good chance of permanently corrupting that file or others. So if you just copy an unimportant file to the thumb drive and you know it's done, there's nothing being written to it, nothing is gonna happen if you unplug it. But if you, say, are saving an incredibly important document like a thesis onto it, and you're not totally sure if it's being accessed by another program or Microsoft Word is still saving to it or something, safely ejecting it is certainly not a bad idea, and I would do that, but most of the time, 99% of the time, nothing's gonna happen as long as you don't unplug it in the middle of saving. All right, number 4 isn't so much a myth, but it's installation disks for monitors, routers, keyboards, and other nonsense. I think that most of you know what I'm talking about here. I have no idea why manufacturers still include stupid hardware installation disks with their products. And even in the few cases where you actually do need to install a driver for a device to work because it's not supported by Windows by default, that installation disk is going to have completely outdated version of the driver on it, and you're gonna have to download the updated driver from the website anyway. So ignore driver installation disks, just to install it directly from the manufacturer website. Number 5, you don't need antivirus if you're good with computers. Wrong, sir, wrong. Now, of course, common sense and good practices for security are the best antivirus, but there are occasional situations where you can get infected with zero interaction or fault of your own. For example, if you're visiting a website, maybe it was somehow compromised. And in that case, a hacker may take advantage of an exploit in your browser or a plugin for your browser. And this is why it's so critical to keep all your software up to date. Because again, most of these exploits rely on outdated software, and if you have a really outdated version, all those exploits have already been found for a while, and sometimes it's a drive-by attack where you don't even have to click on anything. It's just malicious code on the website. Not super often, but it can happen. Keeping software up to date includes your browser itself, your operating system, browser plugins, and Java. If you have Java, not JavaScript by the way, Java, installed on your computer, first of all, I recommend disabling it in browser altogether because you almost never need it. And I would even consider uninstalling it altogether. You almost never see Java plugins, and there's only really not that many that use it anyway. Java is one of the most commonly exploited softwares out there, and it's because nobody keeps it up to date. So either keep it up to date, disable it in your browser, or just uninstall it completely. You're probably not gonna even notice. Next, number 6 is related to number 5, and that is, if you have an antivirus, you can't get viruses. I hope I don't have to explain this one. Antivirus software is not bulletproof, and many rely on virus definitions, so if it's a new virus or one that has been slightly modified, it won't be detected because it's not in the database. Of course, today antiviruses also use heuristics, which looks at the behavior of the program and spots anything suspicious, but that too is not perfect. There's a lot of false positives, a lot of false negatives as well. So just because you have an antivirus doesn't mean you can ignore all the other best practices. Antivirus should be a last line of defense. Number 7, if you pay for a faster internet plan, websites will load faster. The only time this is true is if you have a really low tier internet, such as 20 megabits per second or less. But going from 50 to 100 megabits, for example, is not going to really have an effect on how fast websites load. Mostly because websites do not take up much bandwidth at all to load. The content on them, like videos and that sort of thing, might take more, but the website itself might only be like a few megabytes at most. and at a certain point it's like using a fire hose to fill up a bucket when you could just use a garden hose. And even with downloading files, it's usually the website server itself that's limiting the download speed, not your connection. I mean, I have gigabit, and the only time I saturate my connection is when I'm downloading from major services that are used to handling huge downloads like Steam for video games, Usenet, Amazon, Google, and others. But if you go to download something from an average website, they are most likely throttling downloads because they don't want to have to pay to be able to handle everyone's high-speed internet. They want to be able to pay for a lower bandwidth and just give everyone a slower download speed to save costs. Now, obviously, there's plenty of reasons to get a very fast internet speed if you have a lot of people in your house, or you do download huge files regularly, or you just like to have fast internet. You probably know why. Then obviously I'm not going to say don't get it. Now, number 8 is very near and dear to my heart, and that is that people who are good with computers know how to fix every computer problem. Well, for those of you who don't already know, I'm going to let you in on some top secret information. Don't tell anyone. You see, 99% of the time, we have no idea what the problem is, and we simply Google the error message to see if anyone else has already figured it out on a forum or something like that. You see, most of the time, being good at fixing computers actually just means we're good at searching for the solution and knowing the right questions to ask about how to find the solution that someone already came up with. So of course, every once in a while there is a problem that apparently no one has ever had before, and that does take quite a bit of critical thinking, but most of the time you can just find the answer as a top search result. So try it yourself next time you have an error message, Google it, and see if you can't figure it out yourself. All right, number 9, more RAM is better. Well, actually it is, but just like the internet speed myth, getting more than you need probably won't help. I would say for the average person, 8 gigabytes of RAM is definitely enough. I mean, the most common programs don't use that much RAM, and they only use what they need. Now, if you're using a heavy hitter program like Adobe Premiere Pro or Photoshop, then yeah, get as much RAM as you can afford, because that type of professional work will gobble up as much memory as you can throw at it. But those of you who do need that much RAM don't need me to tell you that. But one more thing to remember about RAM is that just important as the amount of RAM is the speed or frequency and the latency of the RAM. And yes, latency is equally as important as the clock frequency. So if you don't understand how latency relates to frequency, don't buy any more RAM until you do. And I did actually make another video on my old channel here, if you want to see my explanation of that. Should be pretty helpful. And now finally, number 10 is that you need to wear an anti-static wristband anytime you open your computer, or else lightning bolts will literally shoot out of your hands and incinerate your entire computer. But really, unless you're wearing like wool socks and drag your feet across the carpet or something, anti-static wristbands aren't exactly as important as you think. This is all anecdotal right here, but I built several computers, opened my computer countless times, even on carpeting, probably not the best idea, but I've never fried a component nor heard of any friends of doing the same. I'm not gonna go as far as outright telling you to not use one, because they do help, they do what they're supposed to, but if you don't use one, odds are you're gonna be fine. That being said though, if I were handling an extremely expensive component like a CPU, I would still like to play it safe and wear a simple $2 wrist strap no matter what the odds. It's just not worth the risk. But if you're at least reasonably careful, there's not much to worry about otherwise. So there you have it, 10 common computer myths and the truth behind them. For some of them, they're more my opinion, so you're free to disagree. But if you guys did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, and if you think I'm an idiot, feel free to give it a thumbs down. Also, if you guys know some myths of your own, be sure to leave a comment letting us know what that is, and also vote up other people's comments if you think they had some good myths ideas too. If you guys want to check some other videos, I'll put those right here. You can click on these on the right-hand side, even if you're on a phone. And also consider subscribing, because I make new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And consider clicking the bell next to the subscribe button to get notifications when I do upload, so you don't rely on YouTube to know what you want to watch. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys either way. Thanks for watching, and let me know, of course, if you have any suggestions for future topics. I do want to hear about it. So I'll see you next time. Have a good one.
Hey, what's up everyone? I'm ThioJoe, and if you thought the whole Samsung Galaxy Nuclear Note 7 is over, you're wrong. Samsung is making an unprecedented move in the name of safety, which I want to talk about. It's pretty interesting. Not saying it's bad, but it's a discussion worth having. Now, before we get into that though, I do have to ask you guys, I hate to have to beg for it, but the YouTube algorithm, again, pretty much favors likes and comments and all that stuff. So if you do like this video at any point, if you could give it a thumbs up, if you like me talking about this stuff, I'd appreciate it, just so YouTube doesn't kill my channel and actually shows videos to you guys. But anyway, enough shilling and back to the topic at hand. Samsung is gonna be purposefully bricking every Galaxy Note 7 at this point. If you still have a Galaxy Note 7, they're gonna be pushing an update on the 19th of December that is going to just destroy your phone. It makes it not usable, bricks it, and not only that, but makes it not chargeable. This has obviously never happened before. The reason they're doing this, I'm sure you can figure it out. So 93% of the Galaxy Note 7s have been recalled. They recalled all of them, obviously, but about 7% of people still have not given it back for the refund. And obviously they don't want any more Galaxy Note 7s exploding, because they'll probably still be liable for it, and they just don't want the bad news coverage about it. So they want all those Galaxy Note 7 back, even though there was only maybe about 100 explosions out of the millions that were sold. But anyway, so before they actually pushed out an update that reduced the charging ability of the Note 7 to about 60%, hoping that that would not cause the battery to explode. And then apparently they're also pushing out an update a little bit earlier on the 15th that would reduce the charge limit to about 30%. So if you still have a Galaxy Note 7 and you go to update your phone, it's just gonna be crippling. Eventually it's just gonna stop it from working altogether. Now, I'm sure you can imagine this isn't gonna go over well for everyone, even though they're doing it in the name of safety. They don't want people getting hurt because their phone's exploding. It's still gonna piss people off, because I'm sure there are people out there who are thinking, well, you know what? If I wanna take the risk that my phone's gonna explode, that's my prerogative. But on the other hand, if you are gonna take that risk, it's possible that you could endanger people around you, like on a plane or something like that. So I can see why they're doing it, but at least one carrier, Verizon, said that no, they're not gonna push out that update that bricks phones. Pretty common sense actually is that they don't want to stop people from being able to use their phones, which is extremely important in an emergency situation, or they wanna contact family. If they just put out an update, you don't know when you're gonna get that update. Maybe, you know, you're on a camping trip or something and you get that bricked phone update, and then you can't contact anyone in case something happens. So obviously there are a lot of worries there. So Verizon's not gonna be pushing out that update. I totally understand why that is. And I think actually, in my opinion, the bricking update is a bit extreme. I could totally understand the whole 30% charge. It kind of encourages people to recall it and give it back because it's not very useful anymore. But if you still have to use your phone in an emergency, it's still there. It's just you can't really use it for much else. Or maybe if they even were to put out an update that only limits it to phone calls, just destroys the data connection or something like that, I think that would be a little bit more reasonable as well. I think you really would have to do some sort of risk analysis, and maybe they actually did. If you think about it, say there were about 100 phones, I think was the figure, 100 phones out of 1 million that were sold exploded. Now, what are the odds of that happening for the remaining people versus someone who has one of those phones needing to use it in an emergency? I don't know. I don't know that ratio, but that's something you have to consider. Is the risk of your phone exploding higher than the risk that you need to use it to get help or something like that? And I'm not totally sure how the update works. I'm not sure if it instantly bricks it as soon as you update it, or I would hope at least that it would give you some sort of warning or a timer or something like that. Like, look, in 1 week, this phone is not gonna work anymore, so you may as well send it back. Something like that to warn you and let you know. I really can't imagine that they would just brick it without any warning, like on the phone itself, but I haven't read anything that doesn't suggest that. It seems like anyone that's reporting this just kind of says, yeah, the update's gonna brick it, but I don't know the details. I hope it wouldn't do that. Or maybe just off the top of my head, another option you could use is to just annoy people until they return it. Like, play a really loud sound in the middle of the night every single night until the person just hates it enough. They're like, fine, I'll return it and get my refund. It's not even like there's no incentive to return it. You get a full refund, and I think you might even get some sort of credit. So it's like, why wouldn't you? Though I guess there are people who are gonna say, well, you know what? I like my Galaxy Note 7. I don't wanna get rid of it. I don't care what the risk is. We live in a free country. I wanna take that risk. That's my own issue. And you know what? I would honestly be inclined to say if you want to take that risk, go ahead. Just don't put other people at risk as well. So don't take it on a plane or something like that. But if you just have it in your own home and you want to risk your home burning down, even if it's a tiny, tiny chance, go ahead, be my guest. It doesn't affect me. But Samsung, on the other hand, it seems like they don't want to take that risk. And I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. I think this is a reasonable move considering what happened. I mean, there wasn't just a few, there was like over 100, which I think that really does show that there is an issue, and that was just in the first month. Keep that in mind, that was just in the first month. So they're not sure if maybe if someone keeps that phone for 6 months, does the ratio of explosions go way up? Maybe it's almost 100% by the time you keep the phone for a year. They don't know that, so they don't want to take that risk. I think that's pretty reasonable, but it's still unprecedented, and I think there might be better ways to do it, but we'll have to see what happens. I'm interested to see if there's actually people who do keep it past this update. Obviously, Verizon said they're not gonna push it out, so maybe we'll even get a lesson in battery explosions in the coming months. Hopefully not. But either way, I think this is a conversation worth continuing. This isn't over yet. If you guys have your own thoughts, maybe even some of you watching have a Note 7 still. I would love to hear from you guys, especially in the comments section. Let us know why you are keeping your Note 7. Do you just not care? You want to keep it for emergency? Who knows? Maybe you just don't want that refund. It's your best phone ever. I don't know. So also, if you guys, again, did like this video, please give it a thumbs up. It worked last time. The computer myths video did great. A lot of people liked it and also gave it a thumbs up, and then YouTube actually showed it to more people than usual. So I don't like the way the algorithm works, but I gotta beg for it, sorry. And if you guys also do wanna subscribe, I make new videos at least Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 3 times a week. Sometimes I shift the days around, but that's usually it. Also, if you guys wanna check out some other videos, I'll put those right here, like that computer myths video, you can watch that. That's actually probably one of my favorite videos I've made in a while. I highly recommend watching it. So again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think down in the comments section. You can also follow me on Twitter, all those social media sites as well. So I will see you next time, and of course, have a good one. Hey, what's up everyone? I'm ThioJoe, and it is almost 2017. 2016 is just about over. We had a lot of crazy stuff come out in 2016, and I think 2017 is gonna be just as exciting. So in this video, we're gonna go over, I got about 6 different trends that I think you're gonna wanna watch in 2017, tech trends that I think are just gonna be big in the next year. So that's what we're gonna go over. And as usual, it's time to shill for the likes and comments. As you guys know, that the YouTube algorithm, if I don't beg for likes, the videos don't get any views. You can see, look at the difference here. So if you guys could like or comment at any point in this video if you liked it. Oh God, it's not happening. Guys, you gotta like the video before it's too late. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh. Like the video. Oh shit. Ooh, thought I was a goner there. Enough talking, let's get started. So first, having to do with TVs. Now last year I predicted that HDR would be way more common, and I think I was right on that one. So this year, I'm gonna predict that OLEDs are gonna be even more common. I think OLED is gonna become really the standard. And the reason I say that is because right up until now, LG has been basically the only TV manufacturer that has been making OLED TVs. And that is because they kind of have the whole OLED manufacturing process locked down. There's not really any other companies that do it. But Sony is rumored, strongly rumored, to be partnering with LG to have a deal to kind of use their manufacturing line to produce their own TVs. So we're not just gonna have LG anymore, but also Sony, and I bet that we're gonna see a lot of other manufacturers that have maybe already been working on their own OLED line or will be soon. So I think OLEDs are gonna really take off because I personally think OLEDs look the best. I mean, look, LCD LEDs are good, but OLEDs are just another level altogether, and they just have the potential to become even better as well because they do have that incredible dynamic range. So I think 4K OLED even if they're not super affordable right now, even though they're way more affordable than they were before, I think we're gonna see OLEDs become the standard. Next, I think smart home is gonna be huge, okay? It's already blowing up. We know that Amazon Echo from Amazon is already really popular. They released the extremely affordable Echo Dot, just 50 bucks for all that smart home and assistants and virtual assistants. And then also Google jumped in the game, and you know if Google's jumping in the game, it's gonna be big. Just from people with the brand recognition, people are gonna get interested if Google jumps in the game. So I think there's gonna be a lot of companies that are gonna start doing smart home apps, smart home integrations, even if it's something that didn't necessarily make sense to be smart home before, like a microwave or something like that. Not all of it will make sense, but it's still gonna be way more common, and I'm very excited because I have both Google Home and Amazon Echo. I think they're awesome. The only issue right now is not a lot of stuff supports it yet. So when they do, it's gonna be amazing. And also kind of going off with that, with the virtual assistants, we know that AI is also gonna be very important. Google is making their AI very integral in the Google Assistant with Google Home, so you don't have to necessarily say a specific command to get it to do what you want to do. It can kind of actually interpret things. So it would be really awesome if these different assistants would be able to integrate into services even if they're not necessarily natively supported. If they could just interpret what you mean, and if they can figure out a way using AI to do what you want, that would be really incredible, and that is the future. You know it's gonna happen eventually. It's just gonna be like a Jarvis, where you ask it to do something, even if it doesn't know how, it can do a Google search to figure out how, and then it will try to do its best. Maybe a little bit of years off, but I think we're moving towards that. And speaking of technology being integrated into our lives, I think the next big thing is going to be cybersecurity. We know that at this point, password breaches are almost to be expected. It's like almost a matter of time before your favorite website gets hacked and you have to change your password. That's why I always suggest using a password manager that randomly generates passwords, so if something gets stolen, then you don't have to worry about all your other sites getting stolen as well. I think cybersecurity companies and ones that are able to invent new innovative security techniques are gonna be huge. So example would be antivirus. We know that heuristics is a type of antivirus where it doesn't just look at a definition where it's a very specific file, but it actually can analyze what the actual virus or file is doing to figure out if it's a virus in the first place. So that kind of goes along with AI. Maybe Google will jump into that and actually try and do what a human would do, where if you see a pop-up come up on your screen, it's probably a virus, and then you know to try and remove it, and antivirus software doesn't necessarily know to do that. But not just that, is also enterprise security, because we know with all the talk about Russian hackers this year, there is gonna be a lot of paranoia from now on about who's next. I mean, if they can hack the government, then they can hack anyone, right? Or, I don't know, some people would argue that the government security is a lot worse than corporate, but we could talk about that another day. Still, I think cybersecurity is gonna be a big seller, even if it's just from people who might not need it, but still want to feel safe. Another big trend I see going forward in 2017 is smart cars and smart technology. Not just self-driving cars, although we have seen that kind of catapult the whole industry forward with Tesla especially. We saw them create their whole autopilot thing, and it's just getting better, even though there's a few hiccups with people crashing it by doing it when they're not supposed to. But I think the whole idea that you can have a car that basically drives itself in a lot of situations, it kind of gets people thinking, I mean, if they can do that, what else is possible? So we'll see a lot of integration, not just with the car themselves, but also other third-party services. So maybe home automation. When you come home, the car will talk to your home, maybe even be able to detect who's in the car based on your phone, and so turn on those people's lights in their rooms and stuff like that. Just off the top of my head, all sorts of fun stuff. Though we do see a lot of companies getting into self-driving cars. I think it was Ford that announced that within about 5 years, they want to create a completely autonomous self-driving car that's just no driver required at all. It might be a little bit ways off from that, probably more than 5 years before they become common at all. But I think that they're even making that attempt to create a schedule for that is I mean, we know that the future's here at this point, right? So I think that if not this year, then the next year's for sure. It's just gonna be an exponential increase in what your cars can do. I think they're gonna be used a lot more for just driving, because you'll actually be able to get work done and stuff in it. So it'll almost just be like a car is now part of your office or part of your house or something like that. It just happens to move, if that makes sense. I don't know, maybe that's too Back to the Future, but either way, in 2017, there's gonna be major advances, and I'm excited. Next up, I think, is gonna be virtual reality and possibly augmented reality. I think they're gonna go mainstream. So we had the Oculus Rift launch this year, the HTC Vive, the PlayStation VR, all those came out in the same year. It's an amazing year for virtual reality. And I think that the more people that try it, word of mouth is gonna get around and people are gonna say how awesome and incredible virtual reality is. And I think especially with Microsoft announcing that they're gonna be producing very affordable virtual reality headsets with other manufacturers like Acer, where you just hook it up to your Windows PC. It doesn't even have to be for gaming. I think virtual reality is gonna hit the mainstream. The average person is gonna know what it's all about, at least try it, and once they try it, they're gonna want it. Now, it's just gonna be a matter of if they can make it practical. Because yeah, it's awesome. It really does feel like you're in a virtual world, but at this point, it's really just good for gaming, I would say. I think anything else is kind of gimmicky. Now, I do have HoloLens. I will say it's awesome. It's truly incredible. I've made other videos about this. It really does look like it's projecting holograms in front of you. They do have awesome tracking, better than expected, and if they can produce a much wider field of view, it's gonna be world-changing. I do not doubt that. But the only issue is there's not that much actual useful stuff, and the developer kit costs like $3,000, so until we see a consumer version, it's not gonna hit the mainstream. But I think if Microsoft can come up with actually useful business applications, especially where you can get that executive saying, oh yeah, this might actually be useful in business, then we're gonna start to see the average person getting those and using them in day to day. And seeing how fast virtual reality has moved in just the past year, I think it's gonna be very surprising what we're gonna find in 2017. Now, finally, this is a hope for me. It's not something that I'm predicting, but I am hoping that in 2017, we're gonna get some big improvements to smartphones. I don't know about you guys, but I think the past year has kind of been pretty meh in terms of smartphones. I mean, we already have a lot of the stuff that you could ever hope for in a smartphone. We got, waterproofed, it's got pretty good cameras. I don't know if you can improve the cameras much more than they already have been. We got high resolution screens, fingerprint readers. It's almost like, what's next? I think that if companies want to keep selling smartphones, because if I am correct, smartphone sales have been increasing at a decreasing rate. So I think smartphone manufacturers are gonna realize, look, we need to do something big if we want these sales to keep going up, or else people are just gonna think, you know what, I don't need to upgrade. This new phone doesn't do much more than what I can already do. I'm hoping that improvement is gonna be battery life, because that has been definitely the biggest issue with smartphones and really any devices. Batteries have been notoriously difficult to design, and battery density has only been going up a tiny fraction of what we've seen in computing power. So if we could get a battery that lasts a week, can you imagine what kind of additional power would be stuffed into phones if power wasn't an issue, or battery life wasn't an issue rather? I mean, I can't even fathom it. It would be incredible. I'm not too hopeful, because I know that battery technology is something that they're obviously working on, and it's very difficult. But if there was some other killer feature that I haven't even imagined yet, I'm hoping they're gonna do something like that with phones. We'll have to see. So I think that's it. That's all I want to speculate on. It's mostly just theory. I talked about the general trends, but also some specifics that I'm hoping for. And if you guys have any suggestions as well, if I missed something, if you think that there's going to be something huge that no one is talking about, let us know down in the comments section. And again, if you did like this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really does help. The last videos where I had to beg for likes actually worked. Got lots of views. You guys actually got to see them if you subscribed. So it helps out, and it'll make it so I can produce better videos in the future if they actually get views. And of course, if you do want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, usually on that schedule. And so it should be worth it. And also, if you want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. So hopefully you'll enjoy those. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Let me know what you think. And of course, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? I'm Theo, and as you know, the holidays are right around the corner, including my favorite holiday, Holiday Day. So if you haven't bought any gifts yet or you're waiting till the last minute, this is gonna be a great video. I've got 7 really random but interesting gift ideas for you guys that you can give for anyone. They're not necessarily tech ideas, but they do range in price anywhere from about $20 to like $200. So hopefully there will be something in here for everyone. And as usual, if you guys do enjoy this video at any point, I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a thumbs up. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. So why don't we get started, and I'll put the links in the description for where you can get any of these in case you want to check them out. Starting off, we have this cool little device called a track dot. It's about $50 and is really great for people who travel a lot. What it does is you turn it on and then it ties in with an account you set up, and then it keeps track of the location of your luggage after you put it in there. So it uses cell signal towers, not GPS, to locate your luggage, and it's not super exact, but it is accurate enough to tell which airport your luggage is at, so you know whether or not your luggage came along with you on the plane, or maybe if it's lost, then you know exactly which airport it's stuck at, which is going to help a lot in terms of finding it, so you don't have to go through all the hoops of, well, where did the luggage end up? I don't even know which airport to contact. It's just a little bit of peace of mind to know that your luggage is where it's supposed to be. And it's also got a Bluetooth signal in there, so when you're actually really close and maybe waiting for the luggage return, you can turn on the Bluetooth on your phone and it will start vibrating your phone, so you know when your luggage is about to show up. So it's a pretty cool little device. The battery lasts, I would say, about several days at least, so it's not like if you are traveling, you have to worry about it running out of batteries in the middle of traveling. So cool little device, I use it. It does cost about $50 with a $25 a year annual subscription, but it's not too bad, and I believe when you do buy it, you get the first year included for the subscription. So it's not too expensive, it's a great gift. Next up is the Nest Cam, or also the Nest Cam Outdoor, which is a security camera that's really easy to set up. It's actually owned by Google. So what you do is you tie it up with your Nest account, and then it keeps track and keeps an eye on your home, either indoor or outdoor, depending on which one you get. And then you can also have an additional subscription. It's like $10 a month to have 10 days of video storage, so you can go back and see what was going on in previous days if you didn't notice at first. And it also lets you get notifications when it detects movement or detects people. You can set it when you're away and when you're home, so it only notifies you during certain times. And I actually use that in my apartment when I'm away. I like to get notifications if there's a movement, obviously, because I would be the only one that would be in there, so there's an issue if there's some movement. So it's a cool little device. And the outdoor one is great for outdoor security. It is the same idea, $10 a month, you get the 10 days of storage, or you can also do $30 a month for 30 days of storage, and you can get multiple ones as well if you want. The price of these is around $200, though on Amazon right now, the prices I checked was about $170 for both of them, so they're a little bit cheaper. I don't know if the price is gonna stay that low. So they're definitely not exactly cheap, but depending on what you're gonna use it for, definitely worth the price. I found them to be really good quality, and I like them. Number 3 is a gadget I've talked about several times before in other videos. This is the Amazon Echo Dot, and this is a really great gift, I think, because it's only about $50. So it's definitely not gonna break the bank, and it's extremely useful. You can use this basically as a virtual assistant. You can kind of think of it like a Siri in hockey puck form, or comparable to the Google Home, which is Google's. And you can also use it to control any smart home devices, anything like that. It also does entertainment stuff like plays music, and you can hook it up to the 3.5mm jack in the back. So the speaker on this itself isn't very good, not very good for playing music, but good if you just want to ask it a question. And if you want to use it for music, you can hook it up to any set of really good speakers through the back, so that's pretty cool. All right, so for the next gift idea, you guys are gonna think I'm really weird for suggesting this, but hey, it's a practical gift. Is a Class K fire extinguisher. Now you're probably thinking, what? A fire extinguisher as a Christmas gift? Are you kidding me? But hear me out, okay? A lot of people already have fire extinguishers, I would hope, obviously. And typically what they would get is a ABC fire extinguisher. That's supposed to be able to put out really any type of fire. It's great. However, there is one type of special fire that is going to be very difficult to put out with a typical fire extinguisher, and that is a cooking fire, Class K or Class F if you're in the UK. And the reason for that is because cooking fires a lot of times have oils, greases, fats, and those are extremely difficult to put out. And a lot of times, if you use water to try to put it out, it'll splash and make the fire even worse, splash on you. Or if you use a really high pressure ABC fire extinguisher with a dry chemical, you'll spray it, it'll just spray the fire everywhere and not necessarily even put it out because it's not cooling the fire down. A Class K fire extinguisher, which will cost you about 150 bucks at least, is going to have a wet chemical. So there's one from Amorex, which is great, and what it does is it uses a wet chemical that is specifically designed to put out grease fires in the kitchen, and it also is that wet chemical so it cools down the fire so it's not going to reignite. So this is a great idea for people who cook a lot and you didn't really think about this type of fire, you didn't even know, and you just have a basic fire extinguisher. This is definitely something to consider. It's about 150 bucks, not going to break the bank, but if you ever have to use it, you'll be glad you had it. So kind of a random gift idea, I will say, but I think the more you think about it, the more you'll realize it's not such a crazy idea. All right, so the next gift idea is definitely more normal. It's a car phone dock. So the one I have is the iAudi One Touch 3. And I like this one specifically because it's really easy to attach your phone and detach it, because all you do is it's got a mechanism where you put your phone in there, press it a little, and then the ends shoot onto it and grab on immediately, so you don't have to fumble around, pulling apart the grips and sticking it in there, right? You just click it in there and it automatically grabs on, it's not gonna move. And the base is pretty strong too, it's got a great suction cup, so it's gonna stay put. And also, when you go to release it, there's just two levers on the side. You just push them together, it clicks open and releases it, so it's very easy. And it's only about 25 bucks, so it's a little bit more than you would expect to spend on a car phone dock, but it is very good. I've been using it for several months now, and I can definitely recommend it. All right, so coming near the end, number 6 is an electric toothbrush, a little bit more practical. So you might be thinking, if you give this to someone, they're gonna be wondering, are you trying to say something? What are you trying to say giving me a toothbrush, okay? But it is a neat practical gift and it's pretty convenient. I don't know if there are people out there who don't use an electric toothbrush, you really don't know what you've been missing. It's so much better, and they're only about $35 for a pretty good one. Oral-B Pro 1000 is the one I found, it's 35 bucks. They do go up to like 100 bucks if you want to spend that much, but for a gift, I think 35 bucks for a good electric toothbrush is a great deal. Oral-B obviously is a very reputable company, so you can't really go wrong. And hopefully the person wouldn't think that you're trying to tell them to brush their teeth more, but it is a neat practical gift. I think it'd be cool. All right, now finally is something that I think is really neat. You may have seen these before. They're called Edison type bulbs, and they're really like the old style original light bulbs, I guess invented by Edison, that's why. And they have these really long filaments in here, and they look really cool when they're lit up. So I would consider these more decoration type. If you need something really bright, this is probably not the way to go, but they do look awesome. There's different types you can get. This is just the kind that I get, but they do have spiral ones. So all sorts of different weird, interesting filament configurations that you can get for decoration. They come in usually packs. I think this one came in a pack of 4 for about $25, $20, so they're definitely affordable and they look pretty awesome. This is about a 40 watt, I think. So if you know someone who's really into decorations or something like that, these are a really cool gift idea and kind of unusual, you know what I mean? It's like a light bulb. You wouldn't really think to look up different types of light bulbs to give someone, but when they see how neat it looks, I think they'd really appreciate it. All right, so that's it. That is my collection of 7 pretty random gift ideas. I know we had a weird collection here, but you know that someone's gonna think, wow, that's a great idea, no matter how weird it is, okay? So if you guys did like this video, I'd appreciate it, again, if you give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comment section what you thought. If you have any other really weird but good suggestions for a gift, let us know down in the comment section, and we can all take a look at maybe some gift ideas that we haven't thought of yet for those last minute people that we didn't buy anything for yet. And again, I'll put links in the description for all the stuff I talked about in this video. Now, if you guys want to keep watching, I'll put some other videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos at least Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 3 days a week, so it should be worth it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys, either here on YouTube or on Twitter as well. So as usual, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? ThioJoe here, and you may have seen this week that Google actually made a big announcement in regards to their self-driving car project. They're actually spinning it off as its own company. Before, the whole self-driving car was under Google in their Moonshot program, which is basically different crazy technologies they try to create and just see what happens. But now the self-driving car project, I guess, was successful enough where they created their own company now called Waymo, which is going to be taking over that whole project as its own company, but still under the whole Alphabet umbrella company that really is Google at this point. And obviously the whole Google self-driving car project has come a long way. It started several years ago, and I think with this move, making it its own company, they're obviously thinking it's a big change. They called it an inflection point where they could be getting ready to make it go mainstream. So before, it was just kind of like a test project to see if they could do it. But now you see, as I mentioned in other videos, all sorts of other companies like Ford is trying to make their own fully autonomous self-driving cars. And actually, it was last year, Google had a major milestone. I believe it was in October. They had their first fully autonomous driving trip in Austin, Texas, where the car had no steering wheel, no pedals or anything, and it made its first trip on public roads. And it was actually pretty interesting because for this pilot test, they had a blind man in the ride. So obviously he couldn't control the car even if he wanted to, even if it had any controls. So it was just a good example about what these cars would be capable of and how useful they would be to people who might normally not be able to drive, whether they're blind or handicapped or impaired from a night of drinking or something like that. It would help out in so many different situations. And they have a new Waymo website you can go on. They kind of explain a little bit about what the project is. They have a little bit of a history of the project. They say that they've gone 1 billion miles per year in simulation miles. So I'm not really sure how that works. They have like a simulation where I guess they take sensor footage from real driving situations and kind of apply that and teach the computer how a human drives. And then they also have 2 million real life self-driving car miles where that information was actually applied, and they can kind of see how the car behaves in real life when it might not know exactly what to do. And with a human, you know, you can do that critical thinking on the fly, make a decision, whereas the car has to have a lot of information because it only knows to do exactly what you tell it to. But if you can manage to make it learn, that's the big deal. And interestingly, I was kind of surprised by this actually, is Waymo said that they don't really intend to make their own cars. They said they're not trying to build better cars, but rather they plan to license out all the technology and the learning and software that they've created, and they want to license that out to automakers and trucking companies and that sort of thing. So instead of trying to have their own cars, they'd rather help other companies build theirs off of that and make the money that way. Which kind of makes sense because if you think about it, there's a lot less overhead if you don't have to actually manufacture physical cars and instead just focus on the software, because you can sell the software as much as you want and pretty much charge as much as you want without having any overhead at all. Whereas the car manufacturers, they probably know a lot more about car manufacturing process where Google doesn't, so they can save the money. It makes more sense for them to, instead of putting in all this software research to come up with their own self-driving car algorithms, they can just buy from Google, who is better at that. So like anything, the companies are going to be focusing on what they're good at and just buying the software and the licenses from other companies who are good at other stuff. And as I mentioned in one of my previous videos where I talked about what I think are going to be the big trends, I do think self-driving cars are going to see a big improvement. It's kind of like all the pieces are falling into place. We have Tesla releasing their more affordable cars with a lot of self-driving car capabilities, not necessarily just being self-driving in itself. Then Ford, like I mentioned several times, they want to release a fully self-driving car.
I think within 5 to 6 years. And so a lot of companies are moving forward very fast, whereas 5 years ago it would have been insane to think that this was going to happen so quickly. And of course, the benefits of having a self-driving car are too many to even consider, most of which would be the safety, because if you have all self-driving cars that can talk to each other, they're not really going to get in a crash because they're predictable. Whereas a human, they might do something unexpected and the other people have to have that reaction time. Humans are slow, whereas if it was a self-driving car, they'd instantly know what was about to happen before a human would even know what's going on, so they can react to it before anything even happens at all. And also, if we get to the point where it's basically all self-driving cars, transportation would be way faster because you practically wouldn't even need traffic lights. You wouldn't really need speed limits because the cars would, again, know what every other car is doing. They can kind of synchronize going through traffic intersections without having to stop. And if they do have to stop, then they all accelerate at the same time. No nonsense based on human delay. And because self-driving cars, you would hope at that point, would be better at driving than a human, they could go physically faster even, because they can handle the response times required in going so fast. I mean, if you're going 100 miles an hour, if you take 1 second to respond to something, you've already gone really far still. Whereas a car, it's gonna take milliseconds to respond, so it'd be a lot better. On the flip side though, they're gonna face a lot of challenges, because the biggest of which I can see is when self-driving cars are just starting to come out. It's not all self-driving cars, they're in the minority. Then, they're gonna have to deal with a lot of stupid people on the road. It's not gonna be all self-driving cars that are very predictable, so they'll probably have to be even better than what they would need to be later on. But I think that's good because then they learn from the best, or the worst, I guess you could say. So when they get to that point where it's all self-driving cars, it'll be a piece of cake. You'll really never have to worry about crashes, hopefully. I also kind of wonder about how they would handle truly unique situations that are very difficult to predict, like a detour where you have to go on a dirt road or something. Then how would the car even handle that? If they didn't program in dirt roads or like a very specific type of road or a driveway or something like that, where the human might be able to negotiate that, but a self-driving car has never seen anything like it before, I think they would really have to have some sort of manual control. I don't think we're almost ever gonna get rid of completely being able to control cars in some way. I think you're always gonna have pedals to override at some point, and maybe, manual cars will be a specialty item or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see how this whole Waymo company proceeds. I think this year is gonna be very exciting to watch, because if even last year they were able to make a completely self-driving car trip, then they've obviously progressed since then, and in one more year, oh, it's gonna be insane. So I guess that's really all there is to talk about. Any further would be pure speculation, which, is fun to speculate, but we wanna keep this relatively informative, just general opinions based on what we actually have so far. If you guys do have any ideas though, I would be interested to hear them. Would you ever get in a self-driving car, or would you have to wait till they're like really safe before you'd even touch that? I'd be kind of nervous going 70 miles an hour in a car that I can't control at all. That would be a bit nerve-wracking. So we can talk about that down in the comments section below, of course. Also, I think today I'll plug my Instagram. I almost never talk about it, and I don't really post on there too often, so you're not gonna get spammed. But when I do post, I try to post interesting things, so go check that out if you didn't know I had Instagram. Also, if you guys did like this video, I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a thumbs up. It helps out. It shows the YouTube algorithm that you like watching these videos, and you'll keep seeing them. Also, if you want to keep watching, I'll put some videos here you can click on even if you're on a phone. Should be pretty interesting. I think you'll enjoy those. And if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys again here on YouTube or on Instagram as well. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. There are tons of hidden features in Google Chrome that you almost never hear about. So I thought I would go over 11 pretty cool features that you don't really ever hear about in Google Chrome. Some of them are really useful, a couple of them are just pretty neat, but either way you should be pretty interested, especially if you use Google Chrome as your primary browser. And of course, as usual, if you guys do enjoy this video at any point, please give it a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it, just so the YouTube algorithm knows that you actually liked it. So let's get started. Now the first couple settings are actually in a hidden settings window that you probably didn't even know existed. existed. There are a bunch of these in Chrome, but the first one that I want to mention is the Chrome flags page. So to get to this, all you do is go into the Google address bar and type in Chrome://flags, and that will bring up a bunch of hidden and experimental settings that you can't access from anywhere else. The first one I want to talk about within this page is the tab muting UI control feature, which basically makes it so anytime a browser tab is playing something, it'll show a speaker symbol, and in addition to that, you can actually mute that tab just by clicking on that speaker symbol. So you don't have to go searching for which tab is playing the audio, and if it is, then instead of having to go to the tab and finding the video, then you can just click on the speaker symbol and it will mute the entire tab, so there's no fussing around trying to figure out how to do it. Alternatively, you could also right-click on that tab if it's playing music and click mute tab, but it does the same thing. Number 2 is the fast tab window close setting. And this, I don't really understand the explanation, but essentially it does something with JavaScript and loads the tab in a different way so that when you go to close it, it supposedly makes it close faster, or if it's a window, close the window. I don't know if I personally noticed a difference because maybe my computer is just closing it fast anyway, but I think it's good to at least enable. I mean, why not? And that way, if you do come across a tab, sometimes you try to exit something, it doesn't quite respond right away. Hopefully, in some situations, enabling this feature will make the tab close instantly, you would hope. Number 3 is being able to disable smooth scrolling. That's another setting in here. I personally hate smooth scrolling. It's terrible in my opinion. I like to be able to scroll and have it go right with the mouse. So there is a setting on the flags page that just says smooth scrolling, and you can disable it that way. Don't have to worry about it anymore because at some point Google Chrome did introduce smooth scrolling by default. No idea why they would do this. I think it's a terrible feature. It's not even a feature, it just makes everything annoying, so you can disable it. Number 4 is another one of these hidden settings pages, which is the net internals. So it's Chrome://net-internals, and this is going to show you all sorts of complex and interesting network data that you may or may not be able to ever use, but it's still neat to be able to see. So for example, there's a DNS section, so maybe if something is not resolving or it says DNS error, you can go to that page and see which servers it's using or something like that if you know how to do that. There's also a bandwidth page where it'll show you all the bandwidth in real time. It's like a timeline, so that's pretty cool. So if you have to maybe see what speed something's downloading at over time, that could be useful. There's also a bunch of other settings that I have no idea what they do, to be honest, and maybe no one even knows except if you're a developer, but you might still want to be able to play around with it and see what other kind of stuff's in there. And number 5 is also another settings page, the quota internals, so quota-internals, and this is going to show you the space usage on your hard drive. So whether it's the Chrome software as a whole or individual websites. So you can go and expand it and see what kind of storage each website might be using as a temporary cache. So maybe if you notice that Chrome is taking up a bunch of space for some reason and kind of get an idea of maybe why this website is loading slow, you can see that it's huge. It's a huge website, it's just taking long to download. So a lot of useful, possibly information in there. All right, now number 6 is one that is pretty useful, and you guys may not have realized this before, but you can actually use Google Chrome to play basically any video or audio or media file. And to do that, all you do is drag the file into Chrome. Just drag it in as if it was a new tab, and then it will open up that file and let you play it. And why this would be really useful especially is when you combine it with the casting feature. So you may have realized that if you have a Google Cast, a Chromecast rather, or Google Cast feature in a TV or something, you can actually broadcast that tab or Google Chrome as a whole to the TV or the Chromecast. So what you can do is load that video or audio into Chrome and it'll play it, and then you can broadcast that and cast that video now to your TV. So you don't actually have to use any special software. It's supported right in Chrome. So that's actually really useful, especially for those of you who have a Google Chromecast, but if not, you can still use it to play video files quickly. All right, next, number 7 is not useful at all. It's the T-Rex game. It's a fun little thing that's hidden in Chrome. And to get to this, it's actually on the network disconnected page. So you can either disconnect from the internet altogether or just go directly to that error page, even if you're connected. So the URL is right here. It's network error /106 or something like that. But if you go to that URL in Chrome, then it will bring up the network error page. And then what you do, you'll see the T-Rex and you press the space bar, and now it will start a running game of the T-Rex. You just jump over stuff. It's like a fun little Easter egg, basically. Not useful at all, but kind of funny to show your friends. All right, now number 8 isn't exactly a feature that's built into Chrome per se, but it's still something having to do with Chrome that Google doesn't really advertise and I think is cool, and that is the Chrome Experiments website. This is a website that is run by Google and is basically used to host different examples of cool demos that developers have created using different Chrome features and technologies, kind of as a way to demo some awesome stuff they've made. So you just go to chromeexperiments.com, and then you don't even have to install anything. You just mostly just click on it and it'll run whatever neat little applet someone has created. And none of these are really useful at all, but still it's another thing that is neat and maybe give you some ideas if you're a developer or if you want to just see all the cool stuff that people are coming up with. All right, number 9 is another very useful one. This is the Chrome Task Manager. So like Windows, Chrome actually has its own task manager. And to get to this, you go to the regular settings button, and then you go to more tools and expand that and go to Task Manager. And now it's going to show you all the different processes running within Chrome. So that includes the different tabs and also the plugins that you may have running, the extensions. And then it'll show you all the information about each of these processes running. So it'll show you the CPU usage of each, the RAM usage, how much network data, all that sort of stuff. So if a plugin is being slow or something like that, or maybe you notice Chrome is running really slowly lately after you install an extension, or maybe something is causing a bunch of issues and you're not sure which extension it could be, you just look at the extensions in Task Manager and kind of go from there. All right, coming near the end, number 10 is the Find My Phone feature. This is very similar to Apple's Find My iPhone feature, although I do believe this is only for Android phones. So what you do is you just type in Find My Phone into the Google Chrome address bar, and it'll bring up a Google page, Google search page, with the dialog box and information about how to find it. It'll probably make you log in, but then it'll basically just show a map after locating your phone via GPS and show you exactly where it is or possibly where it last was. And then you have a couple options from there. You can actually ring the phone, so play a sound. It'll actually also play a message on there, so if someone stole it, you can say, hey, I'm gonna get you, or something like that. And then there's also a recover phone option, which gives you several options, either from locking the phone or even erasing it. So you have a lot of options there just by typing in Find My Phone in case you lose it or just can't find it. All right, now finally, this is the best, most useful feature in all of Chrome. It's my favorite. Most of you hopefully already know about this, but I thought I would mention it just in case you didn't, and that is the Reopen Closed Tabs feature. And you can do this by either right-clicking in the top bar and clicking Restore Closed Tab, or just pressing Control-Shift-T. Remember that command, Control-Shift-T. I use it all the time if you close a tab accidentally, or maybe you've even closed several, and the one you wanted to look back at, you closed several times ago, you can just keep pressing it, and it'll open up your most recently closed tabs, and it'll open to the same page, because I don't believe it gets rid of the actual storage and information that was in those until you close Chrome as a whole. So super useful, super simple. I don't know if it's exactly a hidden feature, but it is one that I know a lot of people don't know about, and it is probably one of the most useful features, I think. So you guys need to know about it if you didn't already. And I think that's it. Those are 11 hidden features in Google Chrome. Some of them are very useful, some of them are just kind of neat. So hopefully you found it pretty interesting, maybe didn't know about too many of them. And if you guys did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. Also, we can talk down in the comment section. Is there anything I completely missed? I'd love to hear from you guys about that. And don't forget to thumbs up other comments from other people that you think are neat. Also, I thought I'd plug my Instagram. I don't really talk about it that often, so if you guys don't follow me on there, I try to post pretty cool stuff only. Not gonna spam you, I don't post that often, so go check it out, I'd appreciate it. If you guys wanna continue watching, I've got some other videos I'll put right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone, so that's neat. And also, if you want to subscribe, be sure to do that because I make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And also consider clicking that bell next to the subscribe button so you get notified in case YouTube doesn't want to show you my videos. You'll at least know that it's up. So overall, thank you guys again for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.
So about 2 months ago, I got the Pixel XL phone by Google and reviewed it. And if you watched that review, you know that while I certainly had a lot of good things to say about it, I definitely was very critical about the price and its lack of what I'd consider to be very important features. And now that I've been using it for a couple months, I felt that I should share some additional thoughts having used the phone for so much longer. So this won't be a full review, but rather more of an addendum if there's anything I still think is good or bad about it, or if I change my mind. And of course, we can talk about whether I still think it's not really worth it, as I mentioned before. One thing I thought was important to mention is having to do with the Google Assistant. In my original review, I kind of wrote it off as like a gimmick and not really useful at all, but surprisingly, over the past month, I've actually been using it somewhat often. I especially like using it for reminders since I can just say, remind me to do this at this time, and it's just way easier than having to go into the Keep app or the Inbox app and type everything in. Also, I think that the artificial intelligence behind the Google Assistant is more impressive than I originally realized. For example, if I want to go to Home Depot or something, I can say it in a number of ways and it will know what I'm talking about. I could say, let's go to Home Depot, or take me to Home Depot, or drive to Home Depot, or even walk to Home Depot, and they all work as you'd expect. It's one of those things where it works so well that you kind of take it for granted. So Google Assistant, I would say, is actually one of the better features of the phone at this point and is more useful than it might seem initially. Another thing I know people will be wondering about is if this phone can keep up its speed over time. Obviously, when it's brand new, it's going to be really fast, but what about 2 months later? Well, I actually have not noticed any reduction in speed at all. It basically never stutters, it's still really snappy, and that's even after installing more apps over time. Again, I think that's probably due to the well-optimized hardware, Google making everything themselves from beginning to finish, and there's also no bloatware, but whatever the reason, it does work great still. Also, another one of the things from the original review that I said I loved was the battery life. And that hasn't changed either. In fact, now the battery seems to last even longer because I'm not constantly using the phone all day like I did when I first got it to try everything out. It easily lasts all day. And of course, the fast charging makes it so I basically never have to worry about the battery life on this phone at all. And most of the time, I don't even bother plugging it in at night because I know that with a decent charge, it's gonna not run out. One thing I still do hate is that they didn't include any wireless charging, QI charging. I don't know why they didn't do that because it was so easy to just plop down my other phone on the nightstand on the wireless charging dock at night without having to fumble for cables. So at least with the good battery, I can just set it down without having to plug it in at all and it'll last all night. Still, wireless charging would have been nice. Next, I want to talk about the virtual reality features, which I wasn't really able to do before because I didn't have the Daydream headset for it. Now, I'm gonna say that I really was not impressed by the mobile VR experience on this phone. I'm not saying that the other options like the Gear VR are better, I'm just saying that I didn't like it. And that is for one specific reason, which is that VR on this phone is only 60 Hertz. For VR, that is not good enough. For a lot of people, especially those who aren't used to VR, it's probably going to cause motion sickness, especially if you use it for a while. And it's gonna at least be uncomfortable. And I mean, listen, the VR graphics are nice, and if you've never used VR before, you're gonna think it's cool, but this is not what VR is meant to be. It's really not. I have a Vive and an Oculus Rift, and I love them. They've never made me feel sick, but those are both 90 Hertz. At 60 Hertz, that's just too low. Even with low persistence, every once in a while, and by that I mean like maybe once a minute, there's just a little bit of judder or lag, and I'd get this very brief moment of dizziness and motion sickness that just doesn't happen at higher refresh rates, and I'm pretty used to VR. And when you try to use the VR through this for more than just a few minutes, it just gets worse. So basically, don't get this just intending to use it for any real VR because I don't think it's good enough. You're not gonna like it compared to any of the other real VR systems like the Oculus or Vive. Next, I thought I'd mention cell reception and call quality. A couple people asked about this, and I know I didn't really talk about it before. Now, I think that the voice audio quality is fine. I mean, as far as phones go, there's not really anything to complain about. It's not like phone lines have ever had good quality anyway, though I do really miss the extra volume feature that my Galaxy S7 had. That was kind of nice. You don't have that here for when the volume is low, but everything's pretty much good in terms of quality for this. As for cell reception, it's kind of hard to tell because I've never really had too many cell reception issues before on other phones, but I do think it might be a little bit better on the Pixel XL. I don't think I've ever seen it have no reception where it should have, and I guess that's to be expected considering it's a bigger phone, meaning bigger antennas, and they put that huge window on the back, which is supposedly for better signal. I guess it works. So the cell reception and call quality, they're fine. Now, the final thing people asked about is the lens flare issue with the camera. Before I heard people saying that this was an actual problem, I had noticed it a couple times, but being someone who's familiar with cameras for a while, I didn't think anything of it because I know that you can get that with literally any lens. It happens just because of physics, and I just adjusted the picture or blocked out some light to get rid of it when it happened. I didn't go on Google and search why is this happening because I knew. I do believe Google released a software patch to try and remove the flare digitally, though it's not going to be magic. If there's lens flare information coming onto the sensor and it's blocking out real image information, you can't just make it go away. And I honestly don't think the lens flare though is a real problem anyway. If you see it on the screen when you're trying to take a picture, just use your hand to block the light and you'll be fine. It's like that for any lens. So I guess in conclusion, having used this phone a couple months later, how do I feel about whether or not it's worth it or not at this point? Last time I said that it was way overpriced and basically not worth it. But now that I've seen how it holds up in terms of performance and reliability, I definitely feel a little bit better about it. I do still think it's overpriced, and I do think they skimped on some major features, which is disappointing. But the good things about it can make it worth it, I think, if you have no problem spending that much money on it. So if you're looking at this phone and thinking, well, I don't really want to spend that much money on a phone, but let me stop you right there. If money is a major factor in your phone choice, don't get this phone. I'll stand by my opinion that they're overcharging for it. However, if money is not really a factor for you when you're buying a phone and you just want the fastest, most reliable phone and don't care about any missing features that I talked about, this is probably the best choice. I guess what I'm saying is this phone is not necessary for most people. You don't have to spend that much money to get a good phone. You can, and with this you'll definitely get a good phone, no doubt. But be aware that just because it's the most expensive phone doesn't mean it's the best for you. You gotta look at the actual other features it has, and maybe you do want something with wireless charging, for example, or that's waterproof. You just have to know that for yourself. So I think that's everything else I wanted to add. Hopefully that clarifies some things if you watched the previous review, and I hope you guys did find this helpful as well, especially if you had some questions from the other one. By the way, did you guys see how many people on the other video were complaining about how I called the right speaker fake and that I'm an idiot because it's actually a microphone? Look, that wasn't my point, which was that it looks like there's two speakers, but really there's only one. You wouldn't believe the flack I got for that one. I just had to address it. So to you experts in the comments section, go make your own video. God forbid I misspeak once in a 20-minute video. Literally no one gives a shit, just stop. Anyway, if you guys did like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment with your thoughts. I'd like to hear what you think. And if you want to keep watching, I'll put some over here, some more videos, and you can click on these even if you're on a phone. If you want to subscribe, I'm making new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. And also consider clicking the bell next to the subscribe button for notification because the YouTube algorithm sucks and won't show you my videos otherwise. So again, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Website hackings, database breaches, passwords being stolen every day. Have we reached a point where we need to figure out how to do away with passwords altogether? I talked about this in a recent video about having a strong password and using unique passwords for every site and how it's essential for keeping your account safe. But obviously that makes it almost impossible to remember every password for every site, especially if you ever have to change them. Now there are password managers that will keep track of your passwords, but should they really be necessary? I'm sure that most people think that there really has to be a better way, but what other options do we even have? It would need to be something that is at least as secure as the best passwords and be extremely easy for the average user, or else it'll just be worse than it is now. For this discussion, I should probably mention that there are 3 different categories for what you can use to authenticate yourself in security. These categories are something you know, like a password, something you have, like a phone or a USB key, and something you are, like your fingerprint or your retina. And all of these have their own advantages and disadvantages. Now, right off the bat, you might be thinking that the most obvious answer is fingerprints, right? I mean, it's easy, you don't have to remember it, and phones already use it. But fingerprints and other biometric data have one major flaw, among others, but the major one is that you can't change it. If you use your fingerprint to access everything and then someone gets it, they can now get into all your stuff. And even worse than with passwords is it's not like you can change your fingerprint to keep them out. So while fingerprints are very convenient in some cases, they're really not a good solution to replace passwords altogether. Another option is something you have. So maybe you would carry around a USB key that's encrypted and has some algorithms in such a way that it authenticates you, but it can't be intercepted. So even if someone is listening in on your internet connection, they can't use anything they intercept later. It's a one-time thing. Now, there is actually one company called Yubico that does make these different USB keys as a method for two-factor authentication. So these do exist today in some forms, and the advantages of having a physical key is that they are very secure electronically and you don't have to remember anything to use them. But of course the disadvantage is that if you forget it or lose it, you're kind of screwed. Also, if someone steals it from you, then that's all they would need to access everything if that's the only method you're using. So none of these different categories, what you have, what you know, what you are, seem to be perfect in themselves. There are different advantages and disadvantages, so what can we do then? Now, I'm not pretending to be any kind of expert, I definitely am not, but I think at least for the foreseeable future, it's going to be all about two-factor authentication. I think we're going to need to use something we know at least as one factor for a while. Physical tokens are easy, but they can be stolen in a way that passwords and biometric data can't. You can't exactly sneak up behind someone and steal their password out of their brain. Yet, at least. Memorized passwords can also be brought with you anywhere, it's just in your head, and they can't be broken or run out of batteries or copied without directly tricking the user into giving it to you at least. I've read a lot of articles about possible alternatives for passwords. This is something that a lot of people apparently have been thinking about, and there seems to be several that all share one particular theme that seem to be pretty good, and those are methods that are kind of hybrid between the different categories. For example, one suggestion is computer chip implants. It might sound ridiculous, I know, but think about it. Humor me for a second. It's a combination of something you have and something you are. You can't really steal an implant out of someone, unless you really tried, I guess, and you won't lose it, so you don't have to worry about the disadvantages of USB keys, for example. And unlike biometric data that's normally used, like a fingerprint, an implanted computer chip could presumably be reprogrammed wirelessly, so you could change it if it was compromised, and you can't do that with a fingerprint. Another less invasive solution might be a person speaking their passwords into the computer. So again, this combines two different methods, something you know, your password, and something you are, your voice. The computer could possibly even ask you to speak a unique phrase each time, just in case someone recorded you saying your password last time. It can verify your voice alone each time. And there are current technologies like Windows Hello that claim to look at your face and identify you, but from what I've read up until now, these are pretty easily defeated, so I wouldn't really trust them. In any case, we definitely haven't had any method that can claim to be a real alternative to passwords completely. There are methods that are used in conjunction with passwords, but nothing to replace them. And I think that's because passwords are so easily universally implemented. No matter where you are, what computer you're using, who you are, what you have with you, you'll still be able to log in as long as you know your password. Whereas if you need a security key every time, what happens when you try to log in while on your phone or at some public computer that doesn't allow you to plug anything in? You kind of are screwed. I think the main problem with passwords though is not that they're hard to remember for each one, but rather that you need to remember all of them, and they do need to all be different for each website. So it will be difficult to come up with an alternative that is both easy to remember and you can use it for everything. It's kind of like a paradox there. But you also have to not worry about anyone stealing it, so that's kind of a tall order. So now that we know that we'll probably be stuck with regular passwords for a while, what can we do right now? Well, I think the only way to make passwords more convenient is to get a password manager like LastPass or one of the others and secure the heck out of it. Use a super strong long password for that, require a physical security key to log in, the whole 9 yards. So you don't have to remember all your passwords, but you will still have to make sure that no one steals your master password, or else they literally have everything. So you want to have every type of even inconvenient methods for securing your password manager. For extra security, on the other hand, as opposed to convenience, the best thing you can do right now is enable two-factor authentication on as many accounts as you can. So in addition to your password, add something you have. You have a few options with this, and they're really not that bad in terms of convenience, really. Many websites now allow you to use your phone, for example, where anytime you log in, you will also have a second code sent to your phone, and you have to type that in as well. However, be aware, because that's not always the perfect solution. Many websites seem to implement this feature poorly with the cell phones. You see, a lot of times if you go to reset your password for that site, they'll just verify you by sending a code to your phone. So in that case, it basically turns it into one-factor authentication, and if someone steals your phone, they don't even need your password anymore. They just reset your password with the phone and have access. So it kind of defeats the purpose of having two-factor authentication if they get the wrong one. Now, we have seen some YouTube creators actually who have had people call their cell phone providers and trick them into hijacking the YouTuber's SIM card. So the hacker was able to get the YouTuber's text messages and sent to their own phone. So obviously, text message verification isn't always the best, because it's something that you don't necessarily have. It's something that someone could remotely access. It's not something they have to physically steal. So there are other options you want to consider than that. And the better option here, I would say, is not to use text messages as the verification, but rather use a token generator app stored on your phone. So what I mean by this is, instead of the code being sent to you via text message to your phone number, the codes are automatically generated on your phone through an algorithm, just like those keychains you see that have a rotating code on them. It's on your phone instead. And this is much better for two reasons, actually. First of all, you can use it without cell reception, so there's no worry about the text message not coming through. You see, the website and the phone will basically agree on a unique algorithm for generating the codes for you over time. So they'll always be in sync. Therefore, you never need to communicate with the website except when you actually go to type in the code, because they should both know what the code is supposed to be at any point in time. So that's why it's a great method, because it's nothing to be intercepted. So going off that, the other benefit of a code generator app is that it's not tied to your cell phone number at all, but rather your physical cell phone itself. In fact, you don't even need to have a cell phone plan at all on the device you're using. It doesn't even have to be a phone to generate the codes. So to steal the codes, someone would have to physically go up to you and steal the device out of your hand or wherever. And also know your password. And then if you have your phone encrypted and password protected, like you should obviously, they won't be able to do anything with it, because they won't be able to get to those codes in the first place. I have personally always suggested an app called Authy for generating codes, because it has a few advantages I like over other ones like Google Authenticator. For example, it allows you to store all your tokens for different websites and back them up encrypted. So if your phone gets lost, or you restore your phone, normally those would be gone and you'd have to go and restore your account because you don't have access to the other factor. Now, the way they're backed up is via cell phone number. So you verify that you're on the same cell phone number as when you originally backed up, but because they're encrypted, even if someone were to steal your number and try to download them, they'd be useless without the password. So they're encrypted locally, so no one else is going to be able to access it, even Authy themselves, so you don't have to worry about it being stolen. It's all encrypted. Do keep in mind though that not every website is going to support code generator apps. I would at least use it on your email account if you can. I know that Gmail specifically does support these code generator apps, not just cell phone authentication. So you should definitely enable it on that, because obviously if someone gets into your email account, they can use it to reset all your passwords. Now, Google also has another interesting method for authentication called Google Prompt, which you can use, which is probably the easiest of them all, but of course only works with a Google account. Basically, when you go to log into your Google account, it will show you a pop-up on your phone that says, are you trying to log in? And you just press yes or no. There's no codes required. So if you're super lazy, at least please enable that. You don't have to type in codes, it's really easy, because the absolute last thing you need is someone getting into your email account. So I think that's all I really wanted to get into in this video. We kind of talked about where we stand right now in terms of password options, and we also discussed where we might go in future options. Unfortunately, everything at this point is really just theoretical, but it's very clear that a lot of smart people are working on better options to keep accounts secure. It's a big deal, especially with all the hackings going on. And the best thing you can do right now is just use all the tools available to you. And that's why I kind of wanted to talk about some of them in this video. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Be sure to give it a thumbs up and let us know what you think down in the comments section. Maybe we can talk about whether or not you use two-factor authentication, which you should be. So don't say I didn't warn you. And also, if you remember last week, I asked you guys a question. I wanted to know, have you ever been hacked and how did that change your behavior in security? We got a lot of good responses. I'll read a couple. Theodora said, two-factor authentication saved my Google account. I got a message from Google with my two-factor authentication code when I clearly was not trying to log into Google. I rushed to my computer and changed my password to a far more secure one. Aesop Matt also said, as a teenager, I used the same password for a plethora of social media accounts that I had. My Instagram got hacked by who knows, and I ended up getting hacked on Facebook. Weird stuff was uploaded, and now my family thinks I'm a freak. Don't use the same password, folks. Amen to that. So guys, be sure to subscribe because I try to make new videos at least 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And also consider clicking that bell next to the subscribe button to get notifications, because believe me, YouTube is definitely not gonna show you my videos otherwise because they have such crappy algorithm. If you wanna keep watching, I'll put some of those videos right here, including last week's video about how to use good passwords. You can click on that even if you're on a phone. And so of course, as usual guys, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. One of the best things about using Google Chrome as your browser is that there are so many cool extensions that you can get for it. And Google itself actually makes a lot of extensions that a lot of people don't even know about. So in this video, I'm gonna go over and show you 7 really cool Chrome extensions that I think you'll like, and these are all made directly by Google themselves. Starting off, first we have the Chrome Remote Desktop extension, and by the name of it, you can probably figure out what it's for. It allows you to connect remotely to other computers over the internet securely right through Chrome. And this could be useful for a couple of reasons, including accessing your own computer remotely, or if someone needs help, for example, with their computer, you can give them support directly. And this is not a new idea. Obviously, there are programs like TeamViewer and Microsoft's remote desktop software, but I think this is great because it's so easy. It's built right into Chrome that everyone's familiar with. Next up, number 2 is the Data Saver extension. This is a neat extension if you are concerned at all about bandwidth caps from your ISP, or if you have pretty slow internet that usually takes a while to load websites. What it does is uses Google's servers to optimize and compress websites before it's delivered to your browser. So each website will take up less data than normal, and you can see how much data you're actually saving over time. They have a little graph to show you that. And you can also use it on the mobile version of Chrome as well, which is especially useful because most cell providers, as you know, unfortunately have very low bandwidth caps. We all hate it, but this could be a way to help with that. One thing to know is that it won't compress sites all the time, like for example when the connection is encrypted, because in that case Google can't see any of the data being sent to you, obviously, and that really is a good thing. You don't want anyone being able to see what you're doing if it's encrypted. So this is really a great way to see how much data you're using from different sites, and you can actually reduce it in the process. All right, number 3 is Personal Block List, which honestly I was so happy about when I found this one. It's so nice. The idea is very simple. It allows you to block certain websites from appearing in your Google search results. When you do a search, you'll now see a button next to each result, or below it rather, that blocks that URL in the future if you click on it. So this is really great, for example, if I'm searching for something in particular and half the results are from some spammy website that has nothing to do with what I'm looking for. You know exactly the type of site I'm talking about. You can just block it and now it doesn't show up anymore. So I can just block that site, makes it much easier to find what I'm looking for exactly. And this is definitely one of the most practical extensions in this video, I would say, so worth checking out. Next up, number 4 is Google Dictionary, and I'm actually surprised that this isn't something that's built directly into Google Chrome. Like the name suggests, it makes it very easy to look up words and phrases that you're looking at on a website just by highlighting them. So if you're on any website, how it works is you just double click on any word and it will show you the definition of whatever you highlighted as a little pop-up. Or if it's a phrase, you can actually highlight it and then click the extension icon in the top, and then you can also click on the extension icon without highlighting anything and type in something you want to look up. So it doesn't have to be highlighted, it can be anything. And I think this is way easier than what I used to do, which was highlight a word, right click it, hit search, and then it would bring up a whole separate results page with the definition on it. It's just so much more convenient with this extension. You can just double click it, way easier. All right, number 5. This one is kind of interesting, I guess. It's called Google Tone, and how it works is you would install this extension on your computer and other computers around you, and then this extension will broadcast a tone or a set of tones to the other computers and allows you to send any URLs encoded in that sound to those computers that are listening. So if you're at an office meeting or hang out with friends, for example, and you want to share a link, you basically send it through the speakers by clicking this tone button, and the microphones on the other computers will pick it up wirelessly and show whatever URL you wanted to send. So this is definitely an unusual one, might not be useful all the time, but I think if you can get it to work well without in a noisy environment, I think it would be cool in some situations, but I don't know if a lot of people want to keep their microphones all the time for privacy concerns, but hey, you might want to. All right, so next, coming near the end, number 6 is the search by image extension. What this does is makes it very easy to search Google for images that you see on any site. Now, Google has already had this feature for a while where you can go on Google image search and either upload a picture or post a link to a file, and it will do a search based on the image itself, not a query or a text input. And also built into Chrome actually is this option if you right click and hit search for Google Images. But what this extension does is adds just a little bit more functionality. So it might not be super useful, but you might want it. And one of the things it does is makes a little search button appear at the bottom right of any image you're looking at. So if you're on a website and you want to find similar images, you just click on this little icon and it'll automatically search from there. You don't have to do any extra clicks or go to Google or anything like that. So this one might be a little bit redundant, but could still be useful. And I do believe there is a Firefox extension, so that might be even more useful because it might not be built in Google image search like Chrome is. So if you have Firefox at least, I would check it out on there. All right, finally, number 7 is a cool one. It's called Google Similar Pages. And how this extension works is when you're on any website, you can click on the extension button and it will show you a list of websites it thinks are similar to the page you're on. So for example, if you're on a website talking about photography, if you click on it, it will show you other popular websites related to photography or the topic at hand that you might like. I think this is great whether you're just being bored or doing some actual research and need to find more information about something. It's a really simple idea and could be very useful. So you could just keep going on forever, going from related site to related site. Definitely worth checking out. I think it's fun. So I think that's it. Those are the extensions from Google that I thought were cool, and they do have many more that you can see on the Chrome Web Store if you just look at the ones made by Google themselves, but I do think these are the best, the most interesting, worth mentioning. So if you guys like this video, if you could give it a thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. And also let me know, of course, down in the comment section what you thought, if you have anything that I forgot. Maybe there are other really cool extensions that aren't necessarily made by Google. Let us know down there anything worth mentioning. And if you want to keep watching, I'll put some videos right here. You can click on these even if you're on a phone. And also, if you want to subscribe, I make new videos 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, so it should be worth it. And also consider clicking the subscriber bell next to the subscribe button for notifications, because believe me, the YouTube algorithm is not going to show you any of my new videos because the algorithm sucks. So click that so you make sure you actually get them. Again, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time, and have a good one.